Book 3, Chapter 7 of Our Mutual Friend. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 3, A Long Lane. Chapter 7, The Friendly Move takes up a strong position. The friendly movers sat upright on the floor, panting and eyeing one another, after Mr Boffin had slammed the gate and gone away. In the weak eyes of Venus, and in every reddish dust-coloured hair in his shock of hair, there was a marked distrust of Wegg, and an alertness to fly at him on perceiving the smallest occasion. In the hard-grained face of Wegg, and in his stiff knotty figure — he looked like a German wooden toy — there was expressed a politic conciliation which had no spontaneity in it. Both were flushed, flustered, and rumpled by the late scuffle, and Wegg, in coming to the ground, had received a humming knock on the back of his devoted head, which caused him still to rub it with an air of having been highly but disagreeably astonished. Each was silent for some time, leaving it to the other to begin. 'Brother,' said Wegg, at length breaking the silence, 'you were right, and I was wrong. I forgot myself.' Mr Venus knowingly cocked his shock of hair, as rather thinking Mr Wegg had remembered himself in respect of appearing without any disguise. 'But, comrade,' pursued Wegg, 'it was never your lot to know Miss Elizabeth, Master George, Aunt Jane, nor Uncle Parker.' Mr Venus admitted that he had never known those distinguished persons, and added in effect that he had never so much desired the honour of their acquaintance. 'Don't say that, comrade,' retorted Wegg. 'No, don't say that, because without having known them, you never can fully know what it is to be stimulated to frenzy by the sight of the usurper.' Offering these excusatory words as if they reflected great credit on himself, Mr Wegg impelled himself with his hands towards a chair in a corner of the room, and there, after a variety of awkward gambols, attained a perpendicular position. Mr Venus also rose. 'Comrade,' said Wegg, 'take a seat. Comrade, what a speaking countenance is yours!' Mr Venus involuntarily smoothed his countenance, and looked at his hand, as if to see whether any of its speaking properties came off. 'For clearly do I know, mark you,' pursued Wegg, pointing his words with his forefinger, 'clearly do I know what question your expressive feature puts to me.' 'What question?' said Venus. 'A question,' returned Wegg, with a sort of joyful affability. 'Why I didn't mention sooner that I had found something. Says your speaking countenance to me, why didn't you communicate that when I first come in this evening? Why did you keep it back till you thought Mr Boffin had come to look for the article? Your speaking countenance,' said Wegg, 'puts it plainer than language. Now, you can't read in my face what answer I give.' 'No, I can't,' said Venus. 'I knew it. And why not?' returned Wegg, with the same joyful candour. 'Because I lay no claims to a speaking countenance. Because I am well aware of my deficiencies. All men are not gifted alike, but I can answer in words. And in what words? These. I wanted to give you a delightful surprise.' Having thus elongated and emphasized the word surprise, Mr Wegg shook his friend and brother by both hands, and then clapped him on both knees like an affectionate patron who entreated him not to mention so small a service as that which it had been his happy privilege to render. 'Your speaking countenance,' said Wegg, 'being answered to its satisfaction, only asks then, what have you found? Why, I hear it say the words.' 'Well,' retorted Venus snappishly, after waiting in vain, 'if you hear it say the words, why don't you answer it?' 'Hear me out,' said Wegg. 'I'm a going to. Hear me out. Man and brother, partner in feelings equally with undertakings and actions, I have found a cash box.' 'Where?' 'Hear me out,' said Wegg. He tried to reserve whatever he could, and, whenever disclosure was forced upon him, broke into a radiant gush of 'hear me out.' 'On a certain day, sir.' 'When?' said Venus bluntly. 'No. No,' returned Wegg, shaking his head at once observantly, thoughtfully, and playfully. 'No, sir, that's not your expressive countenance which asks that question. That's your voice. Merely your voice. To proceed. On a certain day, sir, I happened to be walking in the yard, taking my lonely round, for in the words of a friend of my own family, the author of All's Well, arranged as a duet, deserted, as you will remember, Mr Venus, by the waning moon, when stars, it will occur to you before I mention it, proclaim night's cheerless noon. On tower, fort, or tented ground, the sentry walks his lonely round, the sentry walks. Under those circumstances, sir, I happened to be walking in the yard early one afternoon, and happened to have an iron rod in my hand, with which I have been sometimes accustomed to beguile the monotony of a literary life, when I struck it against an object not necessary to trouble you by naming.' 'It is necessary. What object?' demanded Venus in a wrathful tone. 'Hear me out,' said Wegg. 'The pump. When I struck it against the pump, and found not only that the top was loose and opened with a lid, but that something in it rattled. That something, comrade, I discovered to be a small, flat, oblong cash box. Shall I say it was disappointingly light?' 'There were papers in it?' said Venus. 'There your expressive countenance speaks indeed!' cried Wegg. 'A paper. The box was locked, tied up, and sealed, and on the outside was a parchment label with the writing, "My will, John Harmon, temporarily deposited here." 'We must know its contents,' said Venus. 'Hear me out,' cried Wegg. 'I said so, and I broke the box open.' 'Without coming to me?' exclaimed Venus. 'Exactly so, sir,' returned Wegg, blandly and buoyantly. 'I see I take you with me. Hear, hear, hear! Resolved, as your discriminating good senses perceive, that if you was to have a surprise, it should be a complete one. Well, sir, and so, as you have honoured me by anticipating, I examined the document. Regularly executed, regularly witnessed, very short. Inasmuch as he never made friends and has ever had a rebellious family, he, John Harmon, gives to Nicodemus Boffin the little mound, which is quite enough for him, and gives the whole rest and residue of his property to the Crown.' 'The date of the will that has been proved must be looked to,' remarked Venus. 'It may be later than this one.' 'Hear me out,' cried Wegg. 'I said so. I paid a shilling (never mind your sixpence of it) to look up that will. Brother, that will is dated months before this will. And now, as a fellow man, and as a partner in a friendly move,' added Wegg, benignantly taking him by both hands again, and clapping him on both knees again, 'say, have I completed my labour of love to your perfect satisfaction, and are you surprised?' Mr Venus contemplated his fellow man and partner with doubting eyes, and then rejoined stiffly, 'This is great news indeed, Mr Wegg. There's no denying it. But I could have wished you had told it me before you got your fright to night, and I could have wished you had ever asked me as your partner what we were to do, before you thought you were dividing a responsibility.' 'Hear me out,' cried Wegg. 'I knew you was a going to say so, but alone I bore the anxiety, and alone I'll bear the blame.' This with an air of great magnanimity. 'No,' said Venus. 'Let's see this will and this box.' 'Do I understand, brother,' returned Wegg with considerable reluctance, 'that it is your wish to see this will and this—' Mr Venus smote the table with his hand. 'Hear me out,' said Wegg. 'Hear me out. I'll go and fetch 'em. After being some time absent, as if in his covetousness he could hardly make up his mind to produce the treasure to his partner, he returned with an old leathern hat box, into which he had put the other box, for the better preservation of commonplace appearance, and for the disarming of suspicion. 'But I don't half like opening it here,' said Silas in a low voice, looking around. 'He might come back. He may not be gone. We don't know what he may be up to, after what we've seen.' 'There's something in that,' assented Venus. 'Come to my place.' Jealous of the custody of the box, and yet fearful of opening it under the existing circumstances, Wegg hesitated. 'Come, I tell you,' repeated Venus, chafing. 'To my place.' Not very well seeing his way to a refusal, Mr Wegg then rejoined in a gush, 'Hear me out. Certainly.' So he locked up the bower, and they set forth, Mr Venus taking his arm and keeping it with remarkable tenacity. They found the usual dim light burning in the window of Mr Venus's establishment, imperfectly disclosing to the public the usual pair of preserved frogs, sword in hand, with their point of honour still unsettled. Mr Venus had closed his shop door on coming out, and now opened it with the key, and shut it again as soon as they were within, but not before he had put up and barred the shutters of the shop window. 'No one can get in without being let in,' said he then, 'and we couldn't be more snug than here.' So he raked together the yet warm cinders in the rusty grate, and made a fire, and trimmed the candle on the little counter. As the fire cast its flickering gleams here and there upon the dark greasy walls, the Hindoo baby, the African baby, the articulated English baby, the assortment of skulls, and the rest of the collection, came starting to their various stations as if they had all been out, like their master, and were punctual in a general rendezvous to assist at the secret. The French gentleman had grown considerably since Mr Wegg last saw him, being now accommodated with a pair of legs and a head, though his arms were yet in abeyance. To whomsoever the head had originally belonged, Silas Wegg would have regarded it as a personal favour if he had not cut quite so many teeth. Silas took his seat in silence on the wooden box before the fire, and Venus, dropping into his low chair, produced from among his skeleton hands his tea tray and teacups, and put the kettle on. Silas inwardly approved of these preparations, trusting they might end in Mr Venus's diluting his intellect. 'Now, sir,' said Venus, 'all is safe and quiet. Let us see this discovery.' With still reluctant hands, and not without several glances towards the skeleton hands, as if he mistrusted that a couple of them might spring forth and clutch the document, Wegg opened the hat box and revealed the cash box, opened the cash box and revealed the will. He held a corner of it tight, while Venus, taking hold of another corner, searchingly and attentively read it. 'Was I correct in my account of it, partner?' said Mr Wegg at length. 'Partner, you were,' said Mr Venus. Mr Wegg thereupon made an easy, graceful movement, as though he would fold it up, but Mr Venus held on by his corner. 'No, sir,' said Mr Venus, winking his weak eyes and shaking his head. 'No, partner. The question is now brought up, who is going to take care of this? Do you know who is going to take care of this, partner?' 'I am,' said Wegg. 'Oh dear no, partner,' retorted Venus. 'That's a mistake. I am. Now look here, Mr Wegg. I don't want to have any words with you, and still less do I want to have any anatomical pursuits with you.' 'What do you mean?' said Wegg, quickly. 'I mean, partner,' replied Venus slowly, 'that it's hardly possible for a man to feel in a more amiable state towards another man than I do towards you at this present moment. But I am on my own ground. I am surrounded by the trophies of my art, and my tools is very handy.' 'What do you mean, Mr Venus?' asked Wegg again. 'I am surrounded, as I have observed,' said Mr Venus placidly, 'by the trophies of my art. They are numerous. My stock of human wares is large. The shop is pretty well crammed, and I don't just now want any more trophies of my art. But I like my art, and I know how to exercise my art.' 'No man better,' assented Mr Wegg, with a somewhat staggered air. 'There's the miscellanies of several human specimens,'
said Venus, though you mightn't think it, in the box on which you're sitting. There's the miscellanies of several human specimens in the lovely compo one behind the door,' with a nod towards the French gentleman. 'It still wants a pair of arms. I don't say that I'm in any hurry for 'em.' 'You must be wandering in your mind, partner,' Silas remonstrated. 'You'll excuse me if I wander,' returned Venus. 'I am sometimes rather subject to it. I like my art, and I know how to exercise my art, and I mean to have the keeping of this document.' 'But what has that got to do with your art, partner?' asked Wegg in an insinuating tone. Mr Venus winked his chronically fatigued eyes both at once, and adjusting the kettle on the fire, remarked to himself in a hollow voice, 'She'll bile in a couple of minutes.' Silas Wegg glanced at the kettle, glanced at the shelves, glanced at the French gentleman behind the door, and shrank a little as he glanced at Mr Venus, winking his red eyes, and feeling in his waistcoat pocket, as for a lancet, say, with his unoccupied hand. He and Venus were necessarily seated close together, as each held a corner of the document, which was but a common sheet of paper. 'Partner,' said Wegg, even more insinuatingly than before, 'I propose that we cut it in half, and each keep a half.' Venus shook his shock of hair as he replied, 'It wouldn't do to mutilate it, partner. It might seem to be cancelled.' 'Partner,' said Wegg, after a silence during which they had contemplated one another, 'don't your speaking countenance say that you're a-going to suggest a middle course?' Venus shook his shock of hair as he replied, 'Partner, you have kept this paper from me once. You shall never keep it from me again. I offer you the box and the label to take care of, but I'll take care of the paper.' Silas hesitated a little longer, and then suddenly releasing his corner, and resuming his buoyant and benignant tone, exclaimed, 'What's life without trustfulness? What's a fellow man without honour? You're welcome to it, partner, in a spirit of trust and confidence.' Continuing to wink his red eyes both together, but in a self-communing way, and without any show of triumph, Mr Venus folded the paper, now left, in his hand, and locked it in a drawer behind him, and pocketed the key. He then proposed, 'A cup of tea, partner?' To which Mr Wegg returned, 'Thank'ee, partner,' and the tea was made, and poured out. 'Next,' said Venus, blowing at his tea in his saucer, and looking over it at his confidential friend, 'comes the question, what's the course to be pursued?' On this head Silas Wegg had much to say. Silas had to say that he would beg to remind his comrade, brother, and partner of the impressive passages they had read that evening, of the evident parallel in Mr Boffin's mind between them and the late owner of the Bower, and the present circumstances of the Bower, of the bottle, and of the box. That the fortunes of his brother and comrade and of himself were evidently made, inasmuch as they had but to put their price upon this document, and get that price from the minion of fortune and the worm of the hour, who now appeared to be less of a minion and more of a worm than had been previously supposed. That he considered it plain that such price was stateable in a single expressive word, and that the word was halves. That the question then arose when halves should be called. That here he had a plan of action to recommend with a conditional clause. That the plan of action was that they should lie by with patience. That they should allow the mounds to be gradually levelled and cleared away, while retaining to themselves their present opportunity of watching the process, which would be, he conceived, to put the trouble and cost of daily digging and delving upon somebody else, while they might nightly turn such complete disturbance of the dust to the account of their own private investigations, and that when the mounds were gone, and they had worked those chances for their own joint benefit solely, they should then, and not before, explode on the minion and worm. But here came the conditional clause, and to this he entreated the special attention of his comrade, brother, and partner. It was not to be borne that the minion and worm should carry off any of that property which was now to be regarded as their own property. When he, Mr Wegg, had seen the minion surreptitiously making off with that bottle, and its precious contents unknown, he had looked upon him in the light of a mere robber, and, as such, would have despoiled him of his ill-gotten gain, but for the judicious interference of his comrade, brother, and partner. Therefore, the conditional clause he proposed was, that, if the minion should return in his late sneaking manner, and if, being closely watched, he should be found to possess himself of anything, no matter what, the sharp sword impending over his head should be instantly shown him. He should be strictly examined as to what he knew or suspected, should be severely handled by them his masters, and should be kept in a state of abject moral bondage and slavery until the time when they should see fit to permit him to purchase his freedom at the price of half his possessions. If, said Mr Wegg, by way of peroration, he had erred in saying only halves, he trusted to his comrade, brother, and partner not to hesitate to set him right, and to reprove his weakness. It might be more according to the rights of things to say 2/3. It might be more according to the rights of things to say 3/4. On those points he was ever open to correction. Mr Venus, having wafted his attention to this discourse over 3 successive saucers of tea, signified his concurrence in the views advanced. Inspirited hereby, Mr Wegg extended his right hand, and declared it to be a hand which never yet. Without entering into more minute particulars, Mr Venus, sticking to his tea, briefly professed his belief, as polite forms required of him, that it was a hand which never yet, but contented himself with looking at it, and did not take it to his bosom. 'Brother,' said Wegg, when this happy understanding was established, 'I should like to ask you something. You remember the night when I first looked in here, and found you floating your powerful mind in tea?' Still swilling tea, Mr Venus nodded assent. 'And there you sit, sir,' pursued Wegg with an air of thoughtful admiration, 'as if you had never left off. There you sit, sir, as if you had an unlimited capacity of assimilating the flagrant article. There you sit, sir, in the midst of your works, looking as if you'd been called upon for home sweet home, and was obleeging the company. A exile from home, splendour dazzles in vain. Oh, give you your lonely preparations again. The birds stuffed so sweetly, they can't be expected to come at your call. Give you these with the peace of mind dearer than all. Home, 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 sweet home. Be it ever,' added Mr Wegg in prose, as he glanced about the shop, 'ever so ghastly, all things considered, there's no place like it.' 'You said you'd like to ask something, but you haven't asked it,' remarked Venus, very unsympathetic in manner. 'Your peace of mind,' said Wegg, offering condolence, 'your peace of mind was in a poor way that night. How's it going on? Is it looking up at all?' 'She does not wish,' replied Mr Venus, with a comical mixture of indignant obstinacy and tender melancholy, 'to regard herself, nor yet to be regarded in that particular light. There's no more to be said.' 'Ah, dear me, dear me!' exclaimed Wegg with a sigh, but eyeing him while pretending to keep him company in eyeing the fire. 'Such is woman. And I remember you said that night, sitting there as I sat here, said that night when your peace of mind was first laid low, that you had taken an interest in these very affairs. Such is coincidence.' 'Her father,' rejoined Venus, and then stopped to swallow more tea, 'her father was mixed up in them.' 'You didn't mention her name, sir, I think?' observed Wegg pensively. 'No, you didn't mention her name that night.' 'Pleasant Riderhood.' 'Indeed!' cried Wegg. 'Pleasant Riderhood. There's something moving in the name Pleasant. Dear me! Seems to express what she might have been, if she hadn't made that unpleasant remark, and what she ain't, in consequence of having made it. Would it at all pour balm into your wounds, Mr Venus, to inquire how you came acquainted with her?' 'I was down at the waterside,' said Venus, taking another gulp of tea, and mournfully winking at the fire, 'looking for parrots.' Taking another gulp, and stopping. Mr Wegg hinted, to jog his attention, 'You could hardly have been out parrot shooting in the British climate, sir?
'No, no, no,' said Venus fretfully. 'I was down at the waterside, looking for parrots brought home by sailors to buy for stuffing. Aye, 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 sir. And looking for a nice pair of rattlesnakes to articulate for a museum, when I was doomed to fall in with her and deal with her. It was just at the time of that discovery in the river. Her father had seen the discovery being towed in the river. I made the popularity of the subject a reason for going back to improve the acquaintance, and I have never since been the man I was. My very bones is rendered flabby by brooding over it. If they could be brought to me loose, to sort, I should hardly have the face to claim 'em as mine. To such an extent have I fallen off under it.' Mr Wegg, less interested than he had been, glanced at one particular shelf in the dark. 'Why, I remember, Mr Venus,' he said in a tone of friendly commiseration, 'for I remember every word that falls from you, sir. I remember that you said that night you had got up there, and then your words was, "Never mind." "The parrot that I bought of her,' said Venus, with a despondent rise and fall of his eyes. 'Yes, there it lies on its side, dried up, except for its plumage, very like myself. I've never had the art to prepare it, and I never shall have now.' With a disappointed face, Silas mentally consigned this parrot to regions more than tropical, and, seeming for the time to have lost his power of assuming an interest in the woes of Mr Venus, fell to tightening his wooden leg as a preparation for departure, its gymnastic performances of that evening having severely tried its constitution. After Silas had left the shop, hat-box in hand, and had left Mr Venus to lower himself to oblivion point with the requisite weight of tea, it greatly preyed on his ingenuous mind that he had taken this artist into partnership at all. He bitterly felt that he had overreached himself in the beginning by grasping at Mr Venus's mere straws of hints, now shown to be worthless for his purpose. Casting about for ways and means of dissolving the connection without loss of money, reproaching himself for having been betrayed into an avowal of his secret, and complimenting himself beyond measure on his purely accidental good luck, he beguiled the distance between Clerkenwell and the mansion of the Golden Dustman. For, Silas Wegg felt it to be quite out of the question that he could lay his head upon his pillow in peace, without first hovering over Mr Boffin's house in the superior character of its evil genius. Power, unless it be the power of intellect or virtue, has ever the greatest attraction for the lowest natures, and the mere defiance of the unconscious house front, with his power to strip the roof off the inhabiting family like the roof of a house of cards, was a treat which had a charm for Silas Wegg. As he hovered on the opposite side of the street, exulting, the carriage drove up. 'There'll shortly be an end of you,' said Wegg, threatening it with the hat-box. 'Your varnish is fading.' Mrs Boffin descended and went in. 'Look out for a fall, my lady dustwoman,' said Wegg. Bella lightly descended and ran in after her. 'How brisk we are!' said Wegg. 'You won't run so gaily to your old shabby home, my girl. You'll have to go there, though.' A little while, and the Secretary came out. 'I was passed over for you,' said Wegg, 'but you had better provide yourself with another situation, young man.' Mr Boffin's shadow passed upon the blinds of 3 large windows as he trotted down the room, and passed again as he went back. 'Yip!' cried Wegg. 'You're there, are you? Where's the bottle? You would give your bottle for my box, dustman.' Having now composed his mind for slumber, he turned homeward. Such was the greed of the fellow, that his mind had shot beyond halves, 2/3, 3/4, and gone straight to spoliation of the whole. Though that wouldn't quite do, he considered, growing cooler as he got away. That's what would happen to him if he didn't buy us up. We should get nothing by that. We so judge others by ourselves, that it had never come into his head before that he might not buy us up, and might prove honest and prefer to be poor. It caused him a slight tremor as it passed, but a very slight one, for the idle thought was gone directly.
'He's grown too fond of money for that,' said Wegg. 'He's grown too fond of money.' The burden fell into a strain or tune as he stumped along the pavements. All the way home he stumped it out of the rattling streets. Piano, with his own foot, and forte, with his wooden leg. 'He's grown too fond of money for that. He's grown too fond of money.' Even next day, Silas soothed himself with this melodious strain, when he was called out of bed at daybreak to set open the yard gate and admit the train of carts and horses that came to carry off the little Mound. And all day long, as he kept unwinking watch on the slow process which promised to protract itself through many days and weeks, whenever, to save himself from being choked with dust, he patrolled a little cinderous beat he established for the purpose, without taking his eyes from the diggers, he still stumped to the tune, 'He's grown too fond of money for that. He's grown too fond of money.' End of Book 3, Chapter 7. Book 3, Chapter 8 of Our Mutual Friend. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend, by Charles Dickens. Book 3, A Long Lane. Chapter 8, The End of a Long Journey. The train of carts and horses came and went all day from dawn to nightfall, making little or no daily impression on the heap of ashes, though, as the days passed on, the heap was seen to be slowly melting. My lords and gentlemen and honourable boards, when you in the course of your dust shovelling and cinder raking have piled up a mountain of pretentious failure, you must off with your honourable coats for the removal of it, and fall to the work with the power of all the Queen's horses and all the Queen's men, or it will come rushing down and bury us alive. Yes, verily, my lords and gentlemen and honourable boards, adapting your catechism to the occasion, and by God's help so you must. For when we have got things to the pass that with an enormous treasure at disposal to relieve the poor, the best of the poor detest our mercies, hide their heads from us, and shame us by starving to death in the midst of us, it is a pass impossible of prosperity, impossible of continuance. It may not so be written in the Gospel according to Podsnappery. You may not find these words for the text of a sermon in the returns of the Board of Trade, but they have been the truth since the foundations of the universe were laid, and they will be the truth until the foundations of the universe are shaken by the builder. This boastful handiwork of ours, which fails in its terrors for the professional pauper, the sturdy breaker of windows, and the rampant tearer of clothes, strikes with a cruel and a wicked stab at the stricken sufferer, and is a horror to the deserving and unfortunate. We must mend it, lords and gentlemen and honourable boards, or in its own evil hour it will mar every one of us. Old Betty Higden fared upon her pilgrimage as many ruggedly honest creatures, women and men, fare on their toiling way along the roads of life, patiently to earn a spare bare living, and quietly to die, untouched by workhouse hands. This was her highest sublunary hope. Nothing had been heard of her at Mr Boffin's house since she trudged off. The weather had been hard, and the roads had been bad, and her spirit was up. A less staunch spirit might have been subdued by such adverse influences, but the loan for her little outfit was in no part repaid, and it had gone worse with her than she had foreseen, and she was put upon proving her case and maintaining her independence. Faithful soul! When she had spoken to the secretary of that deadness that steals over me at times, her fortitude had made too little of it. Oftener and ever oftener it came stealing over her, darker and ever darker, like the shadow of advancing death. That the shadow should be deep as it came on, like the shadow of an actual presence, was in accordance with the laws of the physical world, for all the light that shone on Betty Higden lay beyond death. The poor old creature had taken the upward course of the river Thames as her general track. It was the track in which her last home lay, and of which she had last had local love and knowledge. She had hovered for a little while in the near neighbourhood of her abandoned dwelling, and had sold, and knitted and sold, and gone on. In the pleasant towns of Chertsey, Walton, Kingston, and Staines, her figure came to be quite well known for some short weeks, and then again passed on. She would take her stand in market places, where there were such things, on market days; at other times in the busiest (that was seldom very busy) portion of the little quiet High Street. At still other times she would explore the outlying roads for great houses, and would ask leave at the lodge to pass in with her basket, and would not often get it. But ladies in carriages would frequently make purchases from her trifling stock, and were usually pleased with her bright eyes and her hopeful speech. In these and her clean dress originated a fable that she was well to do in the world, one might say, for her station, rich, as making a comfortable provision for its subject which costs nobody anything. This class of fable has long been popular. In those pleasant little towns on Thames, you may hear the fall of the water over their weirs, or even, in still weather, the rustle of the rushes; and from the bridge you may see the young river, dimpled like a young child, playfully gliding away among the trees, unpolluted by the defilements that lie in wait for it on its course, and as yet out of hearing of the deep summons of the sea. It were too much to pretend that Betty Higden made out such thoughts. No, but she heard the tender river whispering to many like herself, "Come to me, come to me, when the cruel shame and terror you have so long fled from most beset you. Come to me. I am the relieving officer appointed by eternal ordinance to do my work. I am not held in estimation according as I shirk it. My breast is softer than the pauper nurse's. Death in my arms is peacefuller than among the pauper wards. Come to me." There was abundant place for gentler fancies too, in her untutored mind. Those gentlefolks and their children inside those fine houses, could they think, as they looked out at her, what it was to be really hungry, really cold? Did they feel any of the wonder about her that she felt about them? Bless the dear laughing children! If they could have seen sick Johnny in her arms, would they have cried for pity? If they could have seen dead Johnny on that little bed, would they have understood it? Bless the dear children for his sake, anyhow. So with the humbler houses in the little street, the inner firelight shining on the panes as the outer twilight darkened. When the families gathered indoors there for the night, it was only a foolish fancy to feel as if it were a little hard in them to close the shutter and blacken the flame. So with the lighted shops, and speculations whether their masters and mistresses taking tea in a perspective of back parlour, not so far within but that the flavour of tea and toast came out, mingled with the glow of light, into the street, ate or drank or wore what they sold with the greater relish because they dealt in it. So with the churchyard, on a branch of the solitary way to the knight's sleeping place. "Ah me! The dead and I seem to have it pretty much to ourselves in the dark and in this weather, but so much the better for all who are warmly housed at home." The poor soul envied no one in bitterness, and grudged no one anything. But the old abhorrence grew stronger on her as she grew weaker, and it found more sustaining food than she did in her wanderings. Now she would light upon the shameful spectacle of some desolate creature, or some wretched ragged groups of either sex, or of both sexes, with children among them, huddled together like the smaller vermin for a little warmth, lingering and lingering on a doorstep, while the appointed evader of the public trust did his dirty office of trying to weary them out, and so get rid of them. Now she would light upon some poor decent person like herself, going afoot on a pilgrimage of many weary miles to see some worn-out relative or friend who had been charitably clutched off to a great blank barren Union House, as far from old home as the county jail, the remoteness of which is always its worst punishment for small rural offenders, and in its dietary, and in its lodging, and in its tending of the sick, a much more penal establishment. Sometimes she would hear a newspaper read out, and would learn how the Registrar General cast up the units that had within the last week died of want and of exposure to the weather, for which that recording angel seemed to have a regular fixed place in his sum, as if they were its halfpence. All such things she would hear discussed, as we, my lords and gentlemen and honourable boards, in our unapproachable magnificence, never hear them, and from all such things she would fly with the wings of raging despair. This is not to be received as a figure of speech. Old Betty Higden, however tired, however footsore, would start up and be driven away by her awakened horror of falling into the hands of Charity. It is a remarkable Christian improvement to have made a pursuing fury of the Good Samaritan, but it was so in this case, and it is a type of many, many, many. Two incidents united to intensify the old unreasoning abhorrence, granted in a previous place to be unreasoning, because the people always are unreasoning, and invariably make a point of producing all their smoke without fire. One day she was sitting in a market-place on a bench outside an inn, with her little wares for sale, when the deadness that she strove against came over her so heavily that the scene departed from before her eyes. When it returned, she found herself on the ground, her head supported by some good-natured market-women, and a little crowd about her. 'Are you better now, mother?' asked one of the women. 'Do you think you can do nicely now?' 'Have I been ill, then?' asked old Betty. 'You have had a faint like,' was the answer, 'or a fit. It ain't that you've been a struggling, mother, but you've been stiff and numbed.' 'Ah!' said Betty, recovering her memory. 'It's the numbness. Yes, it comes over me at times.' 'Was it gone?' the women asked her. 'It's gone now,' said Betty. 'I shall be stronger than I was afore. Many thanks to ye, my dears, and when you come to be as old as I am, may others do as much for you.' They assisted her to rise, but she could not stand yet, and they supported her when she sat down again upon the bench. 'My head's a bit light, and my feet are a bit heavy,' said old Betty, leaning her face drowsily on the breast of the woman who had spoken before. 'They'll both come natural in a minute. There's nothing more the matter.' 'Ask her,' said some farmers standing by, who had come out from their market dinner, 'who belongs to her.' 'Are there any folks belonging to you, mother?' said the woman. 'Yes, sure,' answered Betty. 'I heerd the gentleman say it, but I couldn't answer quick enough. There's plenty belonging to me. Don't ye fear for me, my dear.' 'But are any of 'em near here?' said the men's voices, the women's voices chiming in when it was said, and prolonging the strain. 'Quite near enough,' said Betty, rousing herself. 'Don't ye be afeard for me, neighbours.' 'But you are not fit to travel. Where are you going?' was the next compassionate chorus she heard. 'I'm a going to London when I've sold out all,' said Betty, rising with difficulty. 'I've right good friends in London. I want for nothing. I shall come to no harm. Thank ye. Don't ye be afeard for me.' A well-meaning bystander, yellow-legginged and purple-faced, said hoarsely over his red comforter as she rose to her feet, that she 'oughtn't to be let to go.' 'For the Lord's love, don't meddle with me!' cried old Betty, all her fears crowding on her. 'I am quite well now. I must go this minute.' She caught up her basket as she spoke, and was making an unsteady rush away from them, when the same bystander checked her with his hand on her sleeve, and urged her to come with him and see the parish doctor. Strengthening herself by the utmost exercise of her resolution, the poor trembling creature shook him off, almost fiercely, and took to flight. Nor did she feel safe until she had set a mile or two of by-road between herself and the market-place, and had crept into a copse like a hunted animal, to hide and recover breath. Not until then, for the first time, did she venture to recall how she had looked over her shoulder before turning out of the town, and had seen the sign of the White Lion hanging across the road, and the fluttering market booths, and the old grey church, and the little crowd gazing after her but not attempting to follow her. The second frightening incident was this. She had been again as bad, and had been for some days better, and was travelling along by a part of the road where it touched the river, and in wet seasons was so often overflowed by it that there were tall white posts set up to mark the way. A barge was being towed towards her, and she sat down on the bank to rest and watch it. As the tow rope was slackened by a turn of the stream and dipped into the water, such a confusion stole into her mind that she thought she saw the forms of her dead children and dead grandchildren peopling the barge and waving their hands to her in solemn measure. Then, as the rope tightened and came up dropping diamonds, it seemed to vibrate into two parallel ropes and strike her with a twang, though it was far off. When she looked again, there was no barge, no river, no daylight, and a man whom she had never before seen held a candle close to her face.
'Now, missus,' said he, 'where did you come from, and where are you going to?' The poor soul confusedly asked the counter question where she was. 'I am the Lock,' said the man.
'The Lock?'
'I am the Deputy Lock on job, and this is the Lock House. Lock or Deputy Lock, it's all one while the t'other man's in the hospital. What's your parish?'
'Parish?'
She was up from the truckle bed directly, wildly feeling about for her basket, and gazing at him in a fright. 'You'll be asked the question down town,' said the man. 'They won't let you be more than a casual there. They'll pass you on to your settlement, missus, with all speed. You're not in a state to be let come upon strange parishes, excepting as a casual.'
''Twas the deadness again,'
murmured Betty Higden, with her hand to her head. 'It was the deadness, there's not a doubt about it,' returned the man. 'I should have thought the deadness was a mild word for it, if it had been named to me when we brought you in. Have you got any friends, missus?'
'The best of friends, master.'
'I should recommend you looking them up, if you consider 'em game to do anything for you,' said the Deputy Lock. 'Have you got any money?'
'Just a morsel of money, sir.'
'Do you want to keep it?'
'Sure I do.'
'Well, you know,' said the Deputy Lock, shrugging his shoulders with his hands in his pockets, and shaking his head in a sulkily ominous manner, 'the parish authorities down town will have it out of you if you go on. You may take your Alfred David.'
'Then I'll not go on.'
'They'll make you pay, as fur as your money will go,' pursued the Deputy, 'for your relief as a casual and for being passed to your parish.'
'Thank ye kindly, master, for your warning. Thank you for your shelter, and good night.'
'Stop a bit,' said the Deputy, striking in between her and the door. 'Why, are you all of a shake? And what's your hurry, missus?'
'Oh, master, master,' returned Betty Higden, 'I've fought against the parish, and fled from it all my life, and I want to die free of it.'
'I don't know,' said the Deputy, with deliberation, 'as I ought to let you go. I'm a honest man as gets my living by the sweat of my brow, and I may fall into trouble by letting you go. I've fell into trouble afore now, by George, and I know what it is, and it's made me careful. You might be took with your deadness again half a mile off, or half a quarter for the matter of that, and then it would be asked, why did that there honest Deputy Lock let her go, instead of putting her safe with the parish? That's what a man of his character ought to have done, and it would be argified,' said the Deputy Lock, cunningly harping on the strong string of her terror. 'He ought to have handed her over safe to the parish. That was to be expected of a man of his merits.' As he stood in the doorway, the poor old careworn, wayworn woman burst into tears, and clasped her hands as if in a very agony she prayed to him, 'As I've told you, master, I've the best of friends. This letter will show how true I spoke, and they will be thankful for me.' The Deputy Lock opened the letter with a grave face, which underwent no change as he eyed its contents, but it might have done if he could have read them. 'What amount of small change, missus?
he said with an abstracted air, after a little meditation, 'might you call a morsel of money?' Hurriedly emptying her pocket, old Betty laid down on the table a shilling and 2 sixpenny pieces and a few pence. 'If I was to let you go, instead of handing you over safe to the parish,' said the Deputy, counting the money with his eyes, 'might it be your own free wish to leave that there behind you?' 'Take it, master, take it, and welcome and thankful.' 'I'm a man,' said the Deputy, giving her back the letter and pocketing the coins one by one, 'as earns his living by the sweat of his brow.' Here he drew his sleeve across his forehead, as if this particular portion of his humble gains were the result of sheer hard labour and virtuous industry. 'And I won't stand in your way. Go where you like.' She was gone out of the Lock House as soon as he gave her this permission, and her tottering steps were on the road again. But, afraid to go back, and afraid to go forward, seeing what she fled from in the sky glare of the lights of the little town before her, and leaving a confused horror of it everywhere behind her, as if she had escaped it in every stone of every market-place, she struck off by side ways, among which she got bewildered and lost. That night she took refuge from the Samaritan in his latest accredited form, under a farmer's rick, and if, worth thinking of, perhaps, my fellow Christians, the Samaritan had in the lonely night passed by on the other side, she would have most devoutly thanked high Heaven for her escape from him. The morning found her afoot again, but fast declining as to the clearness of her thoughts, though not as to the steadiness of her purpose. Comprehending that her strength was quitting her, and that the struggle of her life was almost ended, she could neither reason out the means of getting back to her protectors, nor even form the idea. The overmastering dread, and the proud stubborn resolution it engendered in her to die undegraded, were the two distinct impressions left in her failing mind. Supported only by a sense that she was bent on conquering in her lifelong fight, she went on. The time was come, now, when the wants of this little life were passing away from her. She could not have swallowed food, though a table had been spread for her in the next field. The day was cold and wet, but she scarcely knew it. She crept on, poor soul, like a criminal afraid of being taken, and felt little beyond the terror of falling down while it was yet daylight, and being found alive. She had no fear that she would live through another night. Sewn in the breast of her gown, the money to pay for her burial was still intact. If she could wear through the day and then lie down to die under cover of the darkness, she would die independent. If she were captured previously, the money would be taken from her as a pauper who had no right to it, and she would be carried to the accursed workhouse. Gaining her end, the letter would be found in her breast along with the money, and the gentlefolk would say, when it was given back to them, she prized it, did old Betty Higden, she was true to it, and while she lived she would never let it be disgraced by falling into the hands of those that she held in horror. Most illogical, inconsequential, and light-headed this, but travellers in the valley of the shadow of death are apt to be light-headed, and worn-out old people of low estate have a trick of reasoning as indifferently as they live, and doubtless would appreciate our poor law more philosophically on an income of 10,000 a year. So, keeping to byways and shunning human approach, this troublesome old woman hid herself and fared on all through the dreary day. Yet so unlike was she to vagrant hiders in general, that sometimes, as the day advanced, there was a bright fire in her eyes, and a quicker beating at her feeble heart, as though she said exultingly, "The Lord will see me through it." By what visionary hands she was led along upon that journey of escape from the Samaritan; by what voices, hushed in the grave, she seemed to be addressed; how she fancied the dead child in her arms again, and times innumerable adjusted her shawl to keep it warm; what infinite variety of forms of tower and roof and steeple the trees took; how many furious horsemen rode at her crying, "There she goes! Stop, stop! Betty Higden!" and melted away as they came close, be these things left untold. Faring on and hiding, hiding and faring on, the poor harmless creature, as though she were a murderess and the whole country were up after her, wore out the day and gained the night. "Water meadows, or such like?" she had sometimes murmured, on the day's pilgrimage, when she had raised her head and taken any note of the real objects about her. There now arose in the darkness a great building, full of lighted windows. Smoke was issuing from a high chimney in the rear of it, and there was the sound of a water wheel at the side. Between her and the building lay a piece of water, in which the lighted windows were reflected, and on its nearest margin was a plantation of trees.
I humbly thank the power and the glory,
said Betty Higden, holding up her withered hands,
that I have come to my journey's end.
She crept among the trees to the trunk of a tree whence she could see, beyond some intervening trees and branches, the lighted windows, both in their reality and their reflection in the water. She placed her orderly little basket at her side, and sank upon the ground, supporting herself against the tree. It brought to her mind the foot of the cross, and she committed herself to him who died upon it. Her strength held out to enable her to arrange the letter in her breast, so as that it could be seen that she had a paper there. It had held out for this, and it departed when this was done.
I am safe here,
was her last benumbed thought.
When I am found dead at the foot of the cross, it will be by some of my own sort, some of the working people who work among the lights yonder. I cannot see the lighted windows now, but they are there. I am thankful for all.
The darkness gone, and a face bending down.
It cannot be the boofer lady.
I don't understand what you say. Let me wet your lips again with this brandy. I've been away to fetch it. Did you think I was long gone? It is as the face of a woman, shaded by a quantity of rich dark hair. It is the earnest face of a woman who is young and handsome. But all is over with me on earth, and this must be an angel.
Have I been long dead?
I don't understand what you say. Let me wet your lips again. I hurried all I could and brought no one back with me, lest you should die of the shock of strangers.
Am I not dead?
I cannot understand what you say. Your voice is so low and broken that I cannot hear you. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Do you mean yes?
Yes.
I was coming from my work just now, along the path outside. I was up with the night hands last night, and I heard a groan, and found you lying there.
What work, dearie?
Did you ask what work? At the paper mill.
Where is it?
Your face is turned up to the sky, and you can't see it. It is close by. You can see my face here between you and the sky.
Yes. Dare I lift you? Not yet.
Not even lift your head to get on my arm? I would do it by very gentle degrees. You shall hardly feel it.
Not yet. Paper. Letter.
This paper in your breast?
Bless ye.
Let me wet your lips again. Am I to open it, to read it?
Bless ye.
She reads it with surprise, and looks down with a new expression and an added interest on the motionless face she kneels beside. I know these names. I have heard them often.
Will you send it, my dear?
I cannot understand you. Let me wet your lips again, and your forehead. There.
Oh, poor thing, poor thing.
These words through her fast dropping tears.
What was it that you asked me?
Wait till I bring my ear quite close.
Will you send it, my dear?
Will I send it to the writers? Is that your wish? Yes, certainly. You'll not give it up to any one but them? No, as you must grow old in time, and come to your dying hour, my dear, you'll not give it up to any one but them? No, most solemnly. Never to the parish? With a convulsed struggle. No, most solemnly. Nor let the parish touch me, not yet so much as look at me. With another struggle. No, faithfully. A look of thankfulness and triumph lights the worn old face. The eyes, which have been darkly fixed upon the sky, turn with meaning in them towards the compassionate face from which the tears are dropping, and a smile is on the aged lips as they ask, "What is your name, my dear?" "My name is Lizzie Hexam." "I must be sore disfigured. Are you afraid to kiss me?" The answer is, the ready pressure of her lips upon the cold but smiling mouth. "Bless ye. Now lift me, my love." Lizzie Hexam very softly raised the weather-stained grey head, and lifted her as high as heaven. End of Book 3, Chapter 8. Book 3, Chapter 9 of Our Mutual Friend. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 3, A Long Lane. Chapter 9, Somebody becomes the subject of a prediction. We give thee hearty thanks for that it hath pleased thee to deliver this our sister out of the miseries of this sinful world. So read the Reverend Frank Milvey in a not untroubled voice, for his heart misgave him that all was not quite right between us and our sister, or say our sister-in-law, poor law, and that we sometimes read these words in an awful manner over our sister and our brother too. And Sloppy, on whom the brave deceased had never turned her back until she ran away from him, knowing that otherwise he would not be separated from her, Sloppy could not in his conscience as yet find the hearty thanks required of it. Selfish in Sloppy, and yet excusable, it may be humbly hoped, because our sister had been more than his mother. The words were read above the ashes of Betty Higden in a corner of a churchyard near the river, in a churchyard so obscure that there was nothing in it but grass mounds, not so much as one single tombstone. It might not be to do an unreasonably great deal for the diggers and hewers in a registering age if we ticketed their graves at the common charge, so that a new generation might know which was which, so that the soldier, sailor, emigrant, coming home, should be able to identify the resting place of father, mother, playmate, or betrothed. For, we turn up our eyes and say that we are all alike in death, and we might turn them down and work the saying out in this world, so far. It would be sentimental perhaps, but how say ye, my lords and gentlemen and honourable boards, shall we not find good standing room left for a little sentiment, if we look into our crowds? Near unto the Reverend Frank Milvey, as he read, stood his little wife, John Rokesmith the secretary, and Bella Wilfer. These, over and above Sloppy, were the mourners at the lowly grave. Not a penny had been added to the money sewn in her dress. What her honest spirit had so long projected was fulfilled. "I've took it into my head," said Sloppy, laying it inconsolable against the church door when all was done,
I've took it into my wretched head that I might have sometimes turned a little harder for her, and it cuts me deep to think so now.'
The Reverend Frank Milvey, comforting Sloppy, expounded to him how the best of us were more or less remiss in our turnings at our respective mangles, some of us very much so, and how we were all a halting, failing, feeble, and inconstant crew.
'She warn't, sir,'
said Sloppy, taking his ghostly counsel rather ill, in behalf of his late benefactress.
'Let us speak for ourselves, sir. She went through with whatever duty she had to do. She went through with me. She went through with the Minders. She went through with herself. She went through with everythink. Oh, Mrs Higden, Mrs Higden, you was a woman and a mother and a mangler in a million.
With those heartfelt words, Sloppy removed his dejected head from the church door, and took it back to the grave in the corner, and laid it down there, and wept alone. 'Not a very poor grave,' said the Reverend Frank Milvey, brushing his hand across his eyes, 'when it has that homely figure on it. Richer, I think, than it could be made by most of the sculpture in Westminster Abbey.' They left him undisturbed, and passed out at the wicket gate. The water wheel of the paper mill was audible there, and seemed to have a softening influence on the bright wintry scene. They had arrived but a little while before, and Lizzie Hexam now told them the little she could add to the letter in which she had enclosed Mr Rokesmith's letter, and had asked for their instructions. This was merely how she had heard the groan, and what had afterwards passed, and how she had obtained leave for the remains to be placed in that sweet, fresh, empty storeroom of the mill from which they had just accompanied them to the churchyard, and how the last requests had been religiously observed.
'I could not have done it all, or nearly all, of myself,' said Lizzie. 'I should not have wanted the will, but I should not have had the power without our managing partner.' 'Surely not the Jew who received us?' said Mrs Milvey.
'My dear,' observed her husband in parenthesis, 'why not?'
'The gentleman certainly is a Jew,' said Lizzie, 'and the lady, his wife, is a Jewess, and I was first brought to their notice by a Jew. But I think there cannot be kinder people in the world.'
'But suppose they try to convert you?' suggested Mrs Milvey, bristling in her good little way as a clergyman's wife.
'To do what, ma'am?' asked Lizzie, with a modest smile.
'To make you change your religion,' said Mrs Milvey. Lizzie shook her head, still smiling. 'They have never asked me what my religion is. They asked me what my story was, and I told them. They asked me to be industrious and faithful, and I promised to be so. They most willingly and cheerfully do their duty to all of us who are employed here, and we try to do ours to them. Indeed, they do much more than their duty to us, for they are wonderfully mindful of us in many ways.' 'It is easy to see you are a favourite, my dear,' said little Mrs Milvey, not quite pleased.
'It would be very ungrateful in me to say I am not,' returned Lizzie, 'for I have been already raised to a place of confidence here. But that makes no difference in their following their own religion and leaving all of us to ours. They never talk of theirs to us, and they never talk of ours to us. If I was in last in the mill, it would be just the same. They never asked me what religion that poor thing had followed.'
'My dear,' said Mrs Milvey, aside to the Reverend Frank, 'I wish you would talk to her.' 'My dear,' said the Reverend Frank, aside to his good little wife, 'I think I will leave it to somebody else. The circumstances are hardly favourable. There are plenty of talkers going about, my love, and she will soon find one.' While this discourse was interchanging, both Bella and the Secretary observed Lizzie Hexam with great attention.
Brought face to face for the first time with the daughter of his supposed murderer, it was natural that John Harmon should have his own secret reasons for a careful scrutiny of her countenance and manner. Bella knew that Lizzie's father had been falsely accused of the crime which had had so great an influence on her own life and fortunes, and her interest, though it had no secret springs like that of the Secretary, was equally natural. Both had expected to see something very different from the real Lizzie Hexam, and thus it fell out that she became the unconscious means of bringing them together. For, when they had walked on with her to the little house in the clean village by the paper mill, where Lizzie had a lodging with an elderly couple employed in the establishment, and when Mrs Milvey and Bella had been up to see her room and had come down, the mill bell rang. This called Lizzie away for the time, and left the Secretary and Bella standing rather awkwardly in the small street. Mrs Milvey being engaged in pursuing the village children, and her investigations whether they were in danger of becoming children of Israel, and the Reverend Frank being engaged, to say the truth, in evading that branch of his spiritual functions and getting out of sight surreptitiously. Bella at length said, 'Hadn't we better talk about the commission we have undertaken, Mr Rokesmith?' 'By all means,' said the Secretary. 'I suppose,' faltered Bella, 'that we are both commissioned, or we shouldn't both be here.' 'I suppose so,' was the Secretary's answer. 'When I proposed to come with Mr and Mrs Milvey,' said Bella, 'Mrs Boffin urged me to do so in order that I might give her my small report. It's not worth anything, Mr Rokesmith, except for its being a woman's, which indeed with you may be a fresh reason for its being worth nothing, of Lizzie Hexam.' 'Mr Boffin,' said the Secretary, 'directed me to come for the same purpose.' As they spoke, they were leaving the little street and emerging on the wooded landscape by the river. 'You think well of her, Mr Rokesmith?' pursued Bella, conscious of making all the advances. 'I think highly of her.' 'I am so glad of that. Something quite refined in her beauty, is there not?' 'Her appearance is very striking.' 'There is a shade of sadness upon her that is quite touching. At least I am not setting up my own poor opinion, you know, Mr Rokesmith,' said Bella, excusing and explaining herself in a pretty shy way. 'I am consulting you.' 'I noticed that sadness. I hope it may not,' said the Secretary in a lower voice, 'be the result of the false accusation which has been retracted.' When they had passed on a little further without speaking, Bella, after stealing a glance or two at the Secretary, suddenly said, 'Oh, Mr Rokesmith, don't be hard with me, don't be stern with me, be magnanimous. I want to talk with you on equal terms.' The Secretary as suddenly brightened, and returned, 'Upon my honour, I had no thought but for you. I forced myself to be constrained, lest you might misinterpret my being more natural. There! It's gone.' 'Thank you,' said Bella, holding out her little hand. 'Forgive me.' 'No,' cried the Secretary eagerly. 'Forgive me.' For there were tears in her eyes, and they were prettier in his sight, though they smote him on the heart rather reproachfully too, than any other glitter in the world. When they had walked a little further, 'You were going to speak to me,' said the Secretary, with the shadow so long on him quite thrown off and cast away, 'about Lizzie Hexam. So was I going to speak to you, if I could have begun.' 'Now that you can begin, sir,' returned Bella, with a look as if she italicized the word by putting one of her dimples under it, 'what were you going to say?' 'You remember, of course, that in her short letter to Mrs Boffin, short, but containing everything to the purpose, she stipulated that either her name, or else her place of residence, must be kept strictly a secret among us?' Bella nodded yes. 'It is my duty to find out why she made that stipulation. I have it in charge from Mr Boffin to discover, and I am very desirous for myself to discover, whether that retracted accusation still leaves any stain upon her. I mean, whether it places her at any disadvantage towards any one, even towards herself.' 'Yes,' said Bella, nodding thoughtfully, 'I understand.
That seems wise and considerate.
You may not have noticed, Miss Wilfer, that she has the same kind of interest in you that you have in her, just as you are attracted by her appearance and manner. She is attracted by yours.'
'I certainly have not noticed it,' returned Bella, again italicising with the dimple, 'and I should have given her credit for—'
The Secretary, with a smile, held up his hand, so plainly interposing 'not for better taste', that Bella's colour deepened over the little piece of coquetry she was checked in. 'And so,' resumed the Secretary, 'if you would speak with her alone before we go away from here, I feel quite sure that a natural and easy confidence would arise between you. Of course you would not be asked to betray it, and of course you would not if you were. But if you do not object to put this question to her, to ascertain for us her own feeling in this one matter, you can do so at a far greater advantage than I or any else could. Mr Boffin is anxious on the subject, and I am,' added the Secretary after a moment, 'for a special reason, very anxious.'
'I shall be happy, Mr Rokesmith,' returned Bella, 'to be of the least use, for I feel, after the serious scene of to-day, that I am useless enough in this world.'
'Don't say that,' urged the Secretary.
'Oh, but I mean that,' said Bella, raising her eyebrows.
'No one is useless in this world,' retorted the Secretary, 'who lightens the burden of it for any one else.'
'But I assure you I don't, Mr Rokesmith,' said Bella, half crying.
'Not for your father?'
'Dear, loving, self-forgetting, easily satisfied Pa! Oh yes, he thinks so.'
'It is enough if he only thinks so,' said the Secretary. 'Excuse the interruption. I don't like to hear you depreciate yourself.' 'But you once depreciated me, sir,' thought Bella, pouting, 'and I hope you may be satisfied with the consequences you brought upon your head.' However, she said nothing to that purpose. She even said something to a different purpose.
'Mr Rokesmith, it seems so long since we spoke together naturally, that I am embarrassed in approaching another subject. Mr Boffin. You know I am very grateful to him, don't you? You know I feel a true respect for him, and am bound to him by the strong ties of his own generosity. Now don't you?'
'Unquestionably. And also that you are his favourite companion.'
'That makes it,' said Bella, 'so very difficult to speak of him. But does he treat you well?'
'You see how he treats me,' the Secretary answered with a patient and yet proud air.
'Yes, and I see it with pain,'
said Bella, very energetically. The Secretary gave her such a radiant look, that if he had thanked her 100 times, he could not have said as much as the look said.
'I see it with pain,' repeated Bella, 'and it often makes me miserable. Miserable, because I cannot bear to be supposed to approve of it, or have any indirect share in it. Miserable, because I cannot bear to be forced to admit to myself that fortune is spoiling Mr Boffin.'
'Miss Wilfer,' said the Secretary with a beaming face, 'if you could know with what delight I make the discovery that fortune isn't spoiling you, you would know that it more than compensates me for any slight at any other hands.'
'Oh, don't speak of me,'
said Bella, giving herself an impatient little slap with her glove.
'You don't know me as well as—'
'As you know yourself,' suggested the Secretary, finding that she'd stopped. 'Do you know yourself?'
'I know quite enough of myself,'
said Bella, with a charming air of being inclined to give herself up as a bad job,
'and I don't improve upon acquaintance. But Mr Boffin—'
'That Mr Boffin's manner to me, or consideration for me, is not what it used to be,' observed the Secretary, 'must be admitted. It is too plain to be denied.'
'Are you disposed to deny it, Mr Rokesmith?'
asked Bella, with a look of wonder. 'Ought I not to be glad to do so, if I could? though it were only for my own sake?'
'Truly,' returned Bella, 'it must try you very much, and you must please promise me that you won't take ill what I am going to add, Mr Rokesmith.'
'I promise it with all my heart.'
'And it must sometimes, I should think,' said Bella, hesitating, 'a little lower you in your own estimation.'
Assenting with a movement of his head, though not at all looking as if it did, the Secretary replied: 'I have very strong reasons, Miss Wilfer, for bearing with the drawbacks of my position in the house we both inhabit. Believe that they are not all mercenary, although I have, through a series of strange fatalities, faded out of my place in life. If what you see with such a gracious and good sympathy is calculated to rouse my pride, there are other considerations, and those you do not see, urging me to quiet endurance. The latter are by far the stronger.'
'I think I have noticed, Mr Rokesmith,' said Bella, looking at him with curiosity as not quite making him out, 'that you repress yourself and force yourself to act a passive part.'
'You are right. I repress myself, and force myself to act a part. It is not in tameness of spirit that I submit. I have a settled purpose.'
'And a good one, I hope?' said Bella.
'And a good one, I hope,' he answered, looking steadily at her.
'Sometimes I have fancied, sir,' said Bella, turning away her eyes, 'that your great regard for Mrs Boffin is a very powerful motive with you.'
'You are right again. It is. I would do anything for her, bear anything for her. There are no words to express how I esteem that good, good woman.'
'As I do too. May I ask you one more thing, Mr Rokesmith?'
'Anything more.'
'Of course you see that she really suffers when Mr Boffin shows how he is changing?'
'I see it every day, as you see it, and am grieved to give her pain.'
'To give her pain?'
said Bella, repeating the phrase quickly, with her eyebrows raised. 'I am generally the unfortunate cause of it.'
'Perhaps she says to you, as she often says to me, that he is the best of men in spite of all?'
'I often overhear her, in her honest and beautiful devotion to him, saying so to you,' returned the Secretary with the same steady look, 'but I cannot assert that she ever says so to me.' Bella met the steady look for a moment with a wistful, musing little look of her own, and then, nodding her pretty head several times, like a dimpled philosopher of the very best school, who was moralizing on life, heaved a little sigh, and gave up things in general for a bad job, as she had previously been inclined to give up herself. But, for all that, they had a very pleasant walk. The trees were bare of leaves, and the river was bare of water lilies, but the sky was not bare of its beautiful blue, and the water reflected it, and a delicious wind ran with the stream, touching the surface crisply. Perhaps the old mirror was never yet made by human hands, which, if all the images it has in its time reflected could pass across its surface again, would fail to reveal some scene of horror or distress. But the great serene mirror of the river seemed as if it might have reproduced all it had ever reflected between those placid banks, and brought nothing to the light save what was peaceful, pastoral, and blooming. So they walked, speaking of the newly filled up grave, and of Johnny, and of many things. So on their return they met brisk Mrs Milvey coming to seek them, with the agreeable intelligence that there was no fear for the village children, there being a Christian school in the village, and no worse Judaical interference with it than to plant its garden. So they got back to the village as Lizzie Hexam was coming from the paper mill, and Bella detached herself to speak with her in her own home. 'I am afraid it is a poor room for you,' said Lizzie with a smile of welcome, as she offered the post of honour by the fireside. 'Not so poor as you think, my dear,' returned Bella, 'if you knew all.' Indeed, though attained by some wonderful winding narrow stairs, which seemed to have been erected in a pure white chimney, and though very low in the ceiling, and very rugged in the floor, and rather blinking as to the proportions of its lattice window,
It was a pleasanter room than that despised chamber once at home in which Bella had first bemoaned the miseries of taking lodgers. The day was closing as the two girls looked at one another by the fireside. The dusky room was lighted by the fire. The grate might have been the old brazier, and the glow might have been the old hollow down by the flare.
'It's quite new to me,' said Lizzie, 'to be visited by a lady so nearly of my own age, and so pretty as you. It's a pleasure to me to look at you.' 'I have nothing left to begin with,' returned Bella, blushing, 'because I was going to say that it was a pleasure to me to look at you, Lizzie. But we can begin without a beginning, can't we?'
Lizzie took the pretty little hand that was held out in as pretty a little frankness.
'Now, dear,'
said Bella, drawing her chair a little nearer, and taking Lizzie's arm as if they were going out for a walk,
'I am commissioned with something to say, and I dare say I shall say it wrong, but I won't if I can help it. It is in reference to your letter to Mr and Mrs Boffin, and this is what it is. Let me see. Oh yes, this is what it is.'
With this exordium, Bella set forth that request of Lizzie's touching secrecy, and delicately spoke of that false accusation and its retraction, and asked might she beg to be informed whether it had any bearing, near or remote, on such request.
'I feel, my dear,'
said Bella, quite amazing herself by the businesslike manner in which she was getting on,
'that the subject must be a painful one to you, but I am mixed up in it also, for I don't know whether you may know it or suspect it. I am the willed away girl who was to have been married to the unfortunate gentleman if he had been pleased to approve of me. So I was dragged into the subject without my consent, and you were dragged into it without your consent, and there's very little to choose between us.'
'I had no doubt,' said Lizzie,
'that you were the Miss Wilfer I have often heard named. Can you tell me who my unknown friend is?' 'Unknown friend, my dear?'
said Bella.
'Who caused the charge against poor father to be contradicted, and sent me the written paper.'
Bella had never heard of him, had no notion who he was.
'I should have been glad to thank him,' returned Lizzie. 'He has done a great deal for me. I must hope that he will let me thank him some day. You asked me, has it anything to do, it or the accusation itself?' Bella put in. 'Yes. Has either anything to do with my wishing to live quite secret and retired here?' 'No.'
As Lizzie Hexam shook her head in giving this reply, and as her glance sought the fire, there was a quiet resolution in her folded hands, not lost on Bella's bright eyes.
'Have you lived much alone?'
asked Bella.
'Yes. It's nothing new to me. I used to be always alone many hours together in the day and in the night, when poor father was alive.' 'You have a brother, I have been told?' 'I have a brother, but he is not friendly with me. He is a very good boy though, and has raised himself by his industry. I don't complain of him.' As she said it, with her eyes upon the fire glow, there was an instantaneous escape of distress into her face. Bella seized the moment to touch her hand. 'Lizzie, I wish you would tell me whether you have any friend of your own sex and age.'
'I've lived that lonely kind of life that I have never had one,' was the answer.
'Nor I neither,'
said Bella.
'Not that my life has been lonely, for I could have sometimes wished it lonelier, instead of having Ma going on like the tragic muse, with a face ache and majestic corners, and Lavvy being spiteful, though of course I'm very fond of them both. I wish you could make a friend of me, Lizzie. Do you think you could? I have no more of what they call character, my dear, than a canary bird, but I know I am trustworthy.'
The wayward, playful, affectionate nature, giddy for want of the weight of some sustaining purpose, and capricious because it was always fluttering among little things, was yet a captivating one. To Lizzie it was so new, so pretty, at once so womanly and so childish, that it won her completely. And when Bella said again,
'Do you think you could, Lizzie?'
with her eyebrows raised, her head inquiringly on one side, and an odd doubt about it in her own bosom, Lizzie showed beyond all question that she thought she could.
'Tell me, my dear,' said Bella, 'what is the matter, and why you live like this?'
Lizzie presently began, by way of prelude,
'You must have many lovers.'
when Bella checked her with a little scream of astonishment.
'My dear, I haven't one.' 'Not one? Well, perhaps one,' said Bella. 'I am sure I don't know. I had one, but what he may think about it at the present time I can't say. Perhaps I have half a one. Of course I don't count that idiot George Sampson. However, never mind me. I want to hear about you.'
'There is a certain man,' said Lizzie,
'A passionate and angry man, who says he loves me, and who I must believe does love me. He is the friend of my brother. I shrank from him within myself when my brother first brought him to me, but the last time I saw him, he terrified me more than I can say.'
There she stopped.
'Did you come here to escape from him, Lizzie?' 'I came here immediately after he so alarmed me.' 'Are you afraid of him here?'
'I am not timid generally, but I am always afraid of him. I am afraid to see a newspaper, or to hear a word spoken of what is done in London, lest he should have done some violence.'
'Then you are not afraid of him for yourself, dear?'
said Bella, after pondering on the words. 'I should be even that, if I met him about here. I look round for him always, as I pass to and fro at night.'
'Are you afraid of anything he may do to himself in London, my dear?'
'No. He might be fierce enough even to do some violence to himself, but I don't think of that.'
'Then it would almost seem, dear,' said Bella quaintly, 'as if there must be somebody else?'
Lizzie put her hands before her face for a moment before replying.
'The words are always in my ears, and the blow he struck upon a stone wall, as he said them, is always before my eyes. I tried hard to think it not worth remembering, but I cannot make so little of it. His hand was trickling down with blood as he said it to me. Then I hope that I may never kill him.'
Rather startled, Bella made and clasped a girdle of her arms round Lizzie's waist, and then asked quietly, in a soft voice, as they both looked at the fire,
'Kill him? Is this man so jealous, then?'
'Of a gentleman,' said Lizzie, 'I hardly know how to tell you. Of a gentleman far above me in my way of life, who broke father's death to me, and has shown an interest in me since.'
'Does he love you?'
Lizzie shook her head.
'Does he admire you?'
Lizzie ceased to shake her head, and pressed her hand upon her living girdle.
'Is it through his influence that you came here?'
'Oh no. And of all the world I wouldn't have him know that I am here, or get the least clue where to find me.'
'Lizzie, dear, why?'
asked Bella, in amazement at this burst, but then quickly added, reading Lizzie's face,
'No, don't say why. That was a foolish question of mine. I see, I see.'
There was a silence between them. Lizzie, with a drooping head, glanced down at the glow in the fire where her first fancies had been nursed, and her first escape made from the grim life out of which she had plucked her brother, foreseeing her reward. 'You know all now,' she said, raising her eyes to Bella's. 'There is nothing left out. This is my reason for living secret here, with the aid of a good old man who is my true friend. For a short part of my life at home with father, I knew of things, don't ask me what, that I set my face against, and tried to better. I don't think I could have done more, then, without letting my hold on father go, but they sometimes lie heavy on my mind. By doing all for the best, I hope I may wear them out.'
'And wear out too,' said Bella soothingly, 'this weakness, Lizzie, in favour of one who is not worthy of it?'
'No, I don't want to wear that out,' was the flushed reply.
'Nor do I want to believe, nor do I believe that he is not worthy of it. What should I gain by that, and how much should I lose?'
Bella's expressive little eyebrows remonstrated with the fire for some short time before she rejoined,
'Don't think that I press you, Lizzie, but wouldn't you gain in peace and hope, and even in freedom? Wouldn't it be better not to live a secret life in hiding, and not to be shut out from your natural and wholesome prospects? Forgive me asking you, would that be no gain?'
'Does a woman's heart that has that weakness in it which you have spoken of,' returned Lizzie, 'seek to gain anything?' The question was so directly at variance with Bella's views in life, as set forth to her father, that she said internally, 'There, you little mercenary wretch, do you hear that? Ain't you ashamed of yourself?' and unclasped the girdle of her arms expressly to give herself a penitential poke in the side.
'But you said, Lizzie,'
observed Bella, returning to her subject when she had administered this chastisement,
'that you would lose besides. Would you mind telling me what you would lose, Lizzie?'
'I should lose some of the best recollections, best encouragements, and best objects that I carry through my daily life. I should lose my belief that if I had been his equal, and he had loved me, I should have tried with all my might to make him better and happier as he would have made me. I should lose almost all the value that I put upon the little learning I have, which is all owing to him, and which I conquered the difficulties of, that he might not think it thrown away upon me. I should lose a kind of picture of him, or of what he might have been, if I had been a lady, and he had loved me, which is always with me, and which I somehow feel that I could not do a mean or wrong thing before. I should leave off prizing the remembrance that he has done me nothing but good since I have known him, and that he has made a change within me, like the change in the grain of these hands, which were coarse and cracked and hard and brown when I rode on the river with father, and are softened and made supple by this new work as you see them now.' They trembled, but with no weakness, as she showed them.
'Understand me, my dear,'
thus she went on.
'I've never dreamed of the possibility of his being anything to me on this earth but the kind picture that I know I could not make you understand, if the understanding was not in your own breast already. I've no more dreamed of the possibility of my being his wife than he ever has, and words could not be stronger than that. And yet I love him. I love him so much, and so dearly, that when I sometimes think my life may be but a weary one, I am proud of it and glad of it. I am proud and glad to suffer something for him, even though it is of no service to him, and he will never know of it or care for it.' Bella sat enchained by the deep unselfish passion of this girl or woman of her own age, courageously revealing itself in the confidence of her sympathetic perception of its truth. And yet she had never experienced anything like it, or thought of the existence of anything like it. 'It was late upon a wretched night,' said Lizzie, 'when his eyes first looked at me in my old riverside home, very different from this. His eyes may never look at me again. I would rather that they never did. I hope that they never may. But I would not have the light of them taken out of my life for anything my life can give me. I have told you everything now, my dear. If it comes a little strange to me have parted with it, I am not sorry. I had no thought of ever parting with a single word of it, a moment before you came in. But you came in, and my mind changed.'
Bella kissed her on the cheek, and thanked her warmly for her confidence.
'I only wish,' said Bella, 'I was more deserving of it.'
'More deserving of it?' repeated Lizzie, with an incredulous smile.
'I don't mean in respect of keeping it,' said Bella, 'because any one should tear me to bits before getting at a syllable of it, though there's no merit in that, for I am naturally as obstinate as a pig. What I mean is, Lizzie, that I am a mere impertinent piece of conceit, and you shame me.'
Lizzie put up the pretty brown hair that came tumbling down, owing to the energy with which Bella shook her head, and she remonstrated while thus engaged.
'My dear!' 'Oh, it's all very well to call me your dear,' said Bella with a pettish whimper, 'and I am glad to be called so, though I have slight enough claim to be. But I am such a nasty little thing.'
'My dear,' urged Lizzie again.
'Such a shallow, cold, worldly, limited little brute,'
said Bella, bringing out her last adjective with culminating force. 'Do you think,' inquired Lizzie with her quiet smile, the hair being now secured, 'that I don't know better?'
'Do you know better, though?' said Bella. 'Do you really believe you know better? Oh, I should be so glad if you did know better, but I am so very much afraid that I must know best.'
Lizzie asked her, laughing outright, whether she ever saw her own face or heard her own voice.
'I suppose so,' returned Bella. 'I look in the glass often enough, and I chatter like a magpie.'
'I've seen your face and heard your voice at any rate,' said Lizzie,
'and they have tempted me to say to you, with a certainty of not going wrong, what I thought I should never say to any one. Does that look ill?' 'No, I hope it doesn't,'
pouted Bella, stopping herself in something between a humoured laugh and a humoured sob.
'I used once to see pictures in the fire,' said Lizzie playfully, 'to please my brother. Shall I tell you what I see down there where the fire is glowing?'
They had risen and were standing on the hearth, the time being come for separating. Each had drawn an arm around the other to take leave.
'Shall I tell you,' asked Lizzie, 'what I see down there?' 'Limited little bee,'
suggested Bella, with her eyebrows raised.
'A heart well worth winning, and well won. A heart that once won goes through fire and water for the winner, and never changes, and is never daunted.' 'Girl's heart?' asked Bella, with accompanying eyebrows. Lizzie nodded. 'And the figure to which it belongs?' 'Is yours?' suggested Bella. 'No, most clearly and distinctly yours.'
So the interview terminated with pleasant words on both sides, and with many reminders on the part of Bella that they were friends, and pledges that she would soon come down into that part of the country again. Therewith Lizzie returned to her occupation, and Bella ran over to the little inn to rejoin her company. 'You look rather serious, Miss Wilfer,' was the Secretary's first remark.
'I feel rather serious,'
returned Miss Wilfer. She had nothing else to tell him but that Lizzie Hexam's secret had no reference whatever to the cruel charge or its withdrawal. Oh yes, though, said Bella, she might as well mention one other thing. Lizzie was very desirous to thank her unknown friend who had sent her the written retraction. Was she indeed? Observed the Secretary. Ah, Bella asked him, had he any notion who that unknown friend might be? He had no notion whatever. They were on the borders of Oxfordshire, so far had poor old Betty Higden strayed. They were to return by the train presently, and the station being near at hand, the Reverend Frank and Mrs Frank, and Sloppy and Bella and the Secretary set out to walk to it. Few rustic paths are wide enough for five, and Bella and the Secretary dropped behind.
'Can you believe, Mr Rokesmith,' said Bella, 'that I feel as if whole years had passed since I went into Lizzie Hexam's cottage?'
'We have crowded a good deal into the day,' he returned, 'and you were much affected in the churchyard. You are overtired.'
'No, I'm not at all tired. I've not quite expressed what I mean. I don't mean that I feel as if a great space of time had gone by, but that I feel as if much had happened. To myself, you know.'
'For good, I hope?'
'I hope so,' said Bella.
'You are cold. I felt you tremble. Pray let me put this wrapper of mine about you.
May I fold it over this shoulder without injuring your dress? Now, it will be too heavy and too long. Let me carry this end over my arm, as you have no arm to give me.' Yes, she had though. How she got it out, in her muffled state, Heaven knows, but she got it out somehow. There it was, and slipped it through the secretary's.
'I have had a long and interesting talk with Lizzie, Mr Rokesmith, and she gave me her full confidence.'
'She could not withhold it,' said the secretary.
'I wonder how you come,' said Bella, stopping short as she glanced at him, 'to say to me just what she said about it.'
'I infer that it must be because I feel just as she felt about it.'
'And how was that? Do you mean to say, sir?'
asked Bella, moving again. 'That if you were inclined to win her confidence, anybody's confidence, you are sure to do it.' The railway at this point knowingly shutting a green eye and opening a red one, they had to run for it. As Bella could not run easily so wrapped up, the secretary had to help her. When she took her opposite place in the carriage corner, the brightness in her face was so charming to behold, that on her exclaiming,
'What beautiful stars! And what a glorious night!'
the secretary said, 'Yes,' but seemed to prefer to see the night and the stars in the light of her lovely little countenance, to looking out of the window. Oh, Boofer lady, fascinating Boofer lady, if I were but legally executor of Johnny's will, if I had but the right to pay your legacy and to take your receipt. Something to this purpose surely mingled with the blast of the train as it cleared the stations, all knowingly shutting up their green eyes and opening their red ones when they prepared to let the Boofer lady pass. End of Book 3, Chapter 9. Book 3, Chapter 10 of Our Mutual Friend. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 3, A Long Lane. Chapter 10, Scouts Out. 'And so, Miss Wren,' said Mr Eugene Wrayburn, 'I cannot persuade you to dress me a doll?'
'No,' replied Miss Wren, snappishly. 'If you want one, go and buy one at the shop.'
'And my charming young goddaughter,' said Mr Wrayburn, plaintively, 'down in Hertfordshire?'
'Humbugshire, you mean, I think,'
interposed Miss Wren. 'Is to be put upon the cold footing of the general public, and is to derive no advantage from my private acquaintance with the court dressmaker?'
'If it's any advantage to your charming godchild, and oh, a precious godfather she has got,' replied Miss Wren, pricking at him in the air with her needle, 'to be informed that the court dressmaker knows your tricks and your manners, you may tell her so by post, with my compliments.'
Miss Wren was busy at her work by candlelight, and Mr Wrayburn, half amused and half vexed and all idle and shiftless, stood by her bench looking on. Miss Wren's troublesome child was in the corner in deep disgrace, and exhibiting great wretchedness in the shivering stage of prostration from drink.
'Ugh, you disgraceful boy!' exclaimed Miss Wren, attracted by the sound of his chattering teeth. 'I wish they'd all drop down your throat and play at dice in your stomach. Bah! Wicked child! Bee-bah! Black sheep!'
On her accompanying each of these reproaches with a threatening stamp of the foot, the wretched creature protested with a whine.
'Pay 5 shillings for you indeed!' Miss Wren proceeded. 'How many hours do you suppose it costs me to earn 5 shillings, you infamous boy? Don't cry like that, or I'll throw a doll at you. Pay 5 shillings fine for you indeed. Fine in more ways than one. I think I'd give the dustman 5 shillings to carry you off in the dust cart.' 'No, no,'
pleaded the absurd creature.
Please. He's enough to break his mother's heart, is this boy,
said Miss Wren, half appealing to Eugene.
I wish I'd never brought him up. He'd be sharper than a serpent's tooth if he wasn't as dull as ditch water. Look at him. There's a pretty object for a parent's eyes.
Assuredly, in his worse than swinish state, for swine at least fatten on their guzzling and make themselves good to eat, he was a pretty object for any eyes.
A muddling and swipey old child,
said Miss Wren, rating him with great severity.
Fit for nothing but to be preserved in the liquor that destroys him, and put in a great glass bottle as a sight for other swipey children of his own pattern. If he has no consideration for his liver, has he none for his mother?
Yes, generation, oh, don't,
cried the subject of these angry remarks.
Oh, don't, and oh, don't,
pursued Miss Wren.
It's oh, do, and oh, do, and why do you?
Won't do so any more, won't indeed, pray.
There,
said Miss Wren, covering her eyes with her hand.
I can't bear to look at you. Go upstairs and get me my bonnet and shawl. Make yourself useful in some way, bad boy, and let me have your room instead of your company for half a minute.
Obeying her, he shambled out, and Eugene Wrayburn saw the tears exude from between the little creature's fingers as she kept her hand before her eyes. He was sorry, but his sympathy did not move his carelessness to do anything but feel sorry.
I'm going to the Italian opera to try on,
said Miss Wren, taking away her hand after a little while, and laughing satirically to hide that she had been crying.
I must see your back before I go, Mr Wrayburn. Let me first tell you, once for all, that it's of no use your paying visits to me. You wouldn't get what you want of me. No, not if you brought pincers with you to tear it out.
Are you so obstinate on the subject of a doll's dress for my godchild?
Ha!
returned Miss Wren with a hitch of her chin.
I am so obstinate. And of course it's on the subject of a doll's dress, or address, whichever you like. Get along and give it up.
Her degraded charge had come back, and was standing behind her with the bonnet and shawl.
Give 'em to me, and get back into your corner, you naughty old thing, said Miss Wren, as she turned and espied him. No, no, I won't have your help. Go into your corner this minute.
The miserable man, feebly rubbing the back of his faltering hands downward from the wrists, shuffled on to his post of disgrace, but not without a curious glance at Eugene in passing him, accompanied with what seemed as if it might have been an action of his elbow, if any action of any limb or joint he had would have answered truly to his will. Taking no more particular notice of him than instinctively falling away from the disagreeable contact, Eugene, with a lazy compliment or so to Miss Wren, begged leave to light his cigar, and departed.
'Now, you prodigal old son,' said Jenny, shaking her head and her emphatic little forefinger at her burden, 'you sit there till I come back. You dare to move out of your corner for a single instant while I'm gone, and I'll know the reason why.'
With this admonition, she blew her work candles out, leaving him to the light of the fire, and, taking her big door key in her pocket and her crutch stick in her hand, marched off. Eugene lounged slowly towards the Temple, smoking his cigar, but saw no more of the doll's dressmaker through the accident of their taking opposite sides of the street. He lounged along moodily, and stopped at Charing Cross to look about him, with as little interest in the crowd as any man might take, and was lounging on again when the most unexpected object caught his eyes. No less an object than Jenny Wren's bad boy, trying to make up his mind to cross the road. A more ridiculous and feeble spectacle than this tottering wretch making unsteady sallies into the roadway, and as often staggering back again, oppressed by terrors of vehicles that were a long way off, or were nowhere, the streets could not have shown. Over and over again, when the course was perfectly clear, he set out, got half-way, described a loop, turned, and went back again, when he might have crossed and recrossed half a dozen times. Then he would stand shivering on the edge of the pavement, looking up the street and looking down, while scores of people jostled him, and crossed, and went on. Stimulated in course of time by the sight of so many successes, he would make another sally, make another loop, would all but have his foot on the opposite pavement, would see or imagine something coming, and would stagger back again. There he would stand, making spasmodic preparations as if for a great leap, and at last would decide on a start at precisely the wrong moment, and would be roared at by drivers, and would shrink back once more, and stand in the old spot shivering, with the whole of the proceedings to go through again. 'It strikes me,' remarked Eugene coolly, after watching him for some minutes, 'that my friend is likely to be rather behind time if he has any appointment on hand.' With which remark he strolled on, and took no further thought of him. Lightwood was at home when he got to the chambers, and had dined alone there. Eugene drew a chair to the fire by which he was having his wine and reading the evening paper, and brought a glass and filled it for good fellowship's sake. 'My dear Mortimer, you are the express picture of contented industry, reposing on credit after the virtuous labours of the day.' 'My dear Eugene, you are the express picture of discontented idleness, not reposing at all. Where have you been?' 'I have been,' replied Wrayburn, 'about town. I have turned up at the present juncture with the intention of consulting my highly intelligent and respected solicitor on the position of my affairs.' 'Your highly intelligent and respected solicitor is of opinion that your affairs are in a bad way, Eugene. Though whether,' said Eugene thoughtfully, 'that can be intelligently said, now, of the affairs of a client who has nothing to lose and who cannot possibly be made to pay, may be open to question. You have fallen into the hands of the Jews, Eugene.' 'My dear boy,' returned the debtor, very composedly taking up his glass, 'having previously fallen into the hands of some of the Christians, I can bear it with philosophy. I have had an interview today, Eugene, with a Jew who seems determined to press us hard. Quite a Shylock, and quite a patriarch. A picturesque, grey-headed and grey-bearded old Jew, in a shovel hat and gabardine.' 'Not,' said Eugene, pausing and setting down his glass, 'surely not my worthy friend, Mr Aaron?' 'He calls himself Mr Riah.' 'By the by,' said Eugene, 'it comes into my mind that, no doubt with an instinctive desire to receive him into the bosom of our church, I gave him the name of Aaron.' 'Eugene, Eugene,' returned Lightwood, 'you are more ridiculous than usual. Say what you mean.' 'Merely, my dear fellow, that I have the honour and pleasure of a speaking acquaintance with such a patriarch as you describe, and that I address him as Mr Aaron, because it appears to me Hebraic, expressive, appropriate, and complimentary, notwithstanding which strong reasons for its being his name. It may not be his name.' 'I believe you are the absurdest man on the face of the earth,' said Lightwood, laughing. 'Not at all, I assure you. Did he mention that he knew me?' 'He did not. He only said of you that he expected to be paid by you.' 'Which looks,' remarked Eugene with much gravity, 'like not knowing me. I hope it may not be my worthy friend Mr Aaron, for, to tell you the truth, Mortimer, I doubt he may have a prepossession against me. I strongly suspect him of having had a hand in spiriting away Lizzie.' 'Everything,' returned Lightwood impatiently, 'seems by a fatality to bring us round to Lizzie. About town meant about Lizzie just now, Eugene.' 'My solicitor, do you know,' observed Eugene, turning round to the furniture, 'is a man of infinite discernment.' 'Did it not, Eugene?' 'Yes, it did, Mortimer.' 'And yet, Eugene, you know you do not really care for her.' Eugene Wrayburn rose and put his hands in his pockets, and stood with a foot on the fender, indolently rocking his body and looking at the fire. After a prolonged pause, he replied, 'I don't know that. I must ask you not to say that, as if we took it for granted.
But if you do care for her, so much the more should you leave her to herself.' Having again paused as before, Eugene said, 'I don't know that either. But tell me, did you ever see me take so much trouble about anything as about this disappearance of hers? I ask for information.' 'My dear Eugene, I wish I ever had.' 'Then you have not. Just so. You confirm my own impression. Does that look as if I cared for her? I ask for information.' 'I ask you for information, Eugene,' said Mortimer reproachfully. 'Dear boy, I know it, but I can't give it. I thirst for information. What do I mean? If my taking so much trouble to recover her does not mean that I care for her, what does it mean? If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled pepper, where's the peck, and etc.' Though he said this gaily, he said it with a perplexed and inquisitive face, as if he actually did not know what to make of himself. 'Look on to the end,' Lightwood was beginning to remonstrate, when he caught at the words. 'Ah! See now, that's exactly what I am incapable of doing. How very acute you are, Mortimer, in finding my weak place. When we were at school together, I got up my lessons at the last moment, day by day and bit by bit. Now we are out in life together, I get up my lessons in the same way. In the present task, I have not got beyond this. I am bent on finding Lizzie, and I mean to find her, and I will take any means of finding her that offer themselves. Fair means or foul means are all alike to me. I ask you for information. What does that mean? When I have found her, I may ask you also for information. What do I mean now? But it would be premature in this stage, and it's not the character of my mind.' Lightwood was shaking his head over the air with which his friend held forth thus, an air so whimsically open and argumentative as almost to deprive what he said of the appearance of evasion, when a shuffling was heard at the outer door, and then an undecided knock, as though some hand were groping for the knocker. 'The frolicsome youth of the neighbourhood,' said Eugene, 'whom I should be delighted to pitch from this elevation into the churchyard below, without any intermediate ceremonies, have probably turned the lamp out. I am on duty to night, and will see to the door.' His friend had barely had time to recall the unprecedented gleam of determination with which he had spoken of finding this girl, and which had faded out of him with the breath of the spoken words, when Eugene came back, ushering in a most disgraceful shadow of a man, shaking from head to foot, and clothed in shabby grease and smear. 'This interesting gentleman,' said Eugene, 'is the son, the occasionally rather trying son, for he has his failings, of a lady of my acquaintance. My dear Mortimer, Mr Dolls.' Eugene had no idea what his name was, knowing the little dressmaker's to be assumed, but presented him with easy confidence under the first appellation that his association suggested. 'I gather, my dear Mortimer,' pursued Eugene, as Lightwood stared at the obscene visitor, 'from the manner of Mr Dolls, which is occasionally complicated, that he desires to make some communication to me. I have mentioned to Mr Dolls that you and I are on terms of confidence, and have requested Mr Dolls to develop his views here.' The wretched object being much embarrassed by holding what remained of his hat, Eugene airily tossed it to the door, and put him down in a chair. 'It will be necessary, I think,' he observed, 'to wind up Mr Dolls before anything to any mortal purpose can be got out of him. Brandy, Mr Dolls, or
3 penn'orth rum,'
said Mr Dolls. A judiciously small quantity of the spirit was given him in a wine glass, and he began to convey it to his mouth with all kinds of falterings and gyrations on the road. 'The nerves of Mr Dolls,' remarked Eugene to Lightwood, 'are considerably unstrung, and I deem it on the whole expedient to fumigate Mr Dolls.'
He took the shovel from the grate, sprinkled a few live ashes on it, and from a box on the chimney-piece took a few pastils, which he set upon them. Then, with great composure, began placidly waving the shovel in front of Mr Dolls to cut him off from his company. 'Lord bless my soul, Eugene!' cried Lightwood, laughing again. 'What a mad fellow you are! Why does this creature come to see you?' 'We shall hear,' said Wrayburn, very observant of his face withal. 'Now then, speak out. Don't be afraid. State your business, Dolls.'
'Mist Wrayburn,' said the visitor, thickly and huskily. ''Tis Mist Wrayburn, ain't?'
With a stupid stare. 'Of course it is. Look at me. What do you want?' Mr Dolls collapsed in his chair, and faintly said,
3 rum.
'Will you do me the favour, my dear Mortimer, to wind up Mr Dolls again?' said Eugene. 'I am occupied with the fumigation.' A similar quantity was poured into his glass, and he got it to his lips by similar circuitous ways. Having drunk it, Mr Dolls, with an evident fear of running down again unless he made haste, proceeded to business.
'Mist Wrayburn, tried to nudge you, but you wouldn't. You want that direction. You want to know where she lives. Do you, Mr Wrayburn?'
With a glance at his friend, Eugene replied to the question sternly. 'I do.'
'I am her man,'
said Mr Dolls, trying to smite himself on the breast, but bringing his hand to bear upon the vicinity of his eye.
'Do it. I am her man. Do it.'
'What are you the man to do?' demanded Eugene, still sternly.
Give up that direction.'
'Have you got it?' With a most laborious attempt at pride and dignity, Mr Dolls rolled his head for some time, awakening the highest expectations, and then answered as if it were the happiest point that could possibly be expected of him.
'No.'
'What do you mean, then?' Mr Dolls, collapsing in the drowsiest manner after his late intellectual triumph, replied,
3 rum.
'Wind him up again, my dear Mortimer,' said Wrayburn. 'Wind him up again.'
'Eugene, Eugene,'
urged Lightwood in a low voice as he complied.
'can you stoop to the use of such an instrument as this?'
'I said,' was the reply, made with that former gleam of determination, 'that I would find her out by any means, fair or foul. These are foul, and I'll take them, if I am not first tempted to break the head of Mr Dolls with the fumigator. Can you get the direction? Do you mean that? Speak. If that's what you have come for, say how much you want.'
10 shillings, 3 rum,
said Mr Dolls. 'You shall have it.'
15 shillings, 3 rum,
said Mr Dolls, making an attempt to stiffen himself. 'You shall have it. Stop at that. How will you get the direction you talk of?'
'I am her man,'
said Mr Dolls with majesty.
Get it, sir.'
'How will you get it, I ask you?'
'I am ill-used vigil,' said Mr Dolls. 'Blown up morning, night. Called names. She makes mint money, sir, and never stands 3 rum.'
'Get on,' rejoined Eugene, tapping his palsied head with the fire shovel as it sank on his breast. 'What comes next?' Making a dignified attempt to gather himself together, but, as it were, dropping half a dozen pieces of himself while he tried in vain to pick up one, Mr Dolls, swaying his head from side to side, regarded his questioner with what he supposed to be a haughty smile and a scornful glance.
'She looks upon me as mere child, sir. I am not mere child, sir. Man, talent. Letters pass betwixt 'em. Postman letters. Easy for man talent get direction, as get his own direction.'
'Get it, then,' said Eugene,
adding very heartily under his breath, 'You brute, get it, and bring it here to me, and earn the money for 63 penn'orths of rum, and drink them all, one atop of another, and drink yourself dead with all possible expedition.' The latter clauses of these special instructions he addressed to the fire, as he gave it back the ashes he had taken from it, and replaced the shovel. Mr Dolls now struck out the highly unexpected discovery that he had been insulted by Lightwood, and stated his desire to 'have it out with him' on the spot, and defied him to come on, upon the liberal terms of a sovereign to a halfpenny. Mr Dolls then fell a crying, and then exhibited a tendency to fall asleep. This last manifestation, as by far the most alarming, by reason of its threatening his prolonged stay on the premises, necessitated vigorous measures. Eugene picked up his worn-out hat with the tongs, clapped it on his head, and, taking him by the collar, all this at arm's length, conducted him downstairs and out of the precincts into Fleet Street. There he turned his face westward, and left him. When he got back, Lightwood was standing over the fire, brooding in a sufficiently low-spirited manner. 'I'll wash my hands of Mr Dolls physically,' said Eugene, 'and be with you again directly, Mortimer.' 'I would much prefer,' retorted Mortimer, 'your washing your hands of Mr Dolls morally, Eugene.' 'So would I,' said Eugene, 'but you see, dear boy, I can't do without him.' In a minute or two he resumed his chair, as perfectly unconcerned as usual, and rallied his friend on having so narrowly escaped the prowess of their muscular visitor. 'I can't be amused on this theme,' said Mortimer restlessly. 'You can make almost any theme amusing to me, Eugene, but not this.' 'Well,' cried Eugene, 'I am a little ashamed of it myself, and therefore let us change the subject.' 'It is so deplorably underhanded,' said Mortimer. 'It is so unworthy of you, this setting on of such a shameful scout.' 'We have changed the subject,' exclaimed Eugene airily. 'We have found a new one in that word, scout. Don't be like Patience on the mantelpiece frowning at dolls, but sit down, and I'll tell you something that you really will find amusing. Take a cigar. Look at this of mine. I light it, draw one puff, breathe the smoke out. There it goes. It's Dolls. It's gone. And being gone, you are a man again.' 'Your subject,' said Mortimer, after lighting a cigar and comforting himself with a whiff or two, 'was scouts, Eugene.' 'Exactly. Isn't it droll that I never go out after dark, but I find myself attended, always by one scout, and often by two?' Lightwood took his cigar from his lips in surprise, and looked at his friend, as if with a latent suspicion that there must be a jest or a hidden meaning in his words. 'On my honour, no,' said Wrayburn, answering the look and smiling carelessly. 'I don't wonder at your supposing so, but on my honour, no. I say what I mean. I never go out after dark, but I find myself in the ludicrous situation of being followed and observed at a distance, always by one scout, and often by two.' 'Are you sure, Eugene?' 'Sure, my dear boy. They're always the same.' 'But there's no process out against you. The Jews only threaten. They have done nothing. Besides, they know where to find you, and I represent you. Why take the trouble?' 'Observe the legal mind,' remarked Eugene, turning round to the furniture again with an air of indolent rapture. 'Observe the dyer's hand assimilating itself to what it works in, or would work in, if anybody would give it anything to do. Respected solicitor, it's not that. The schoolmaster's abroad.' 'The schoolmaster?' 'Ay, sometimes the schoolmaster and the pupil are both abroad. Why, how soon you rust in my absence! You don't understand yet. Those fellows who were here one night, they are the scouts I speak of as doing me the honour to attend me after dark.' 'How long has this been going on?' asked Lightwood, opposing a serious face to the laugh of his friend. 'I apprehend it has been going on ever since a certain person went off,' Probably it had been going on some little time before I noticed it, which would bring it to about that time. Do you think they suppose you to have inveigled her away? My dear Mortimer, you know the absorbing nature of my professional occupations. I really have not had leisure to think about it. Have you asked them what they want? Have you objected? Why should I ask them what they want, dear fellow, when I am indifferent to what they want? Why should I express objection when I don't object? You are in your most reckless mood, but you called the situation just now a ludicrous one, and most men object to that, even those who are utterly indifferent to everything else. You charm me, Mortimer, with your reading of my weaknesses. By the by, that very word, reading, in its critical use, always charms me. An actress's reading of a chambermaid, a dancer's reading of a hornpipe, a singer's reading of a song, a marine painter's reading of the sea, the kettledrum's reading of an instrumental passage, are phrases ever youthful and delightful. I was mentioning your perception of my weaknesses. I own to the weakness of objecting to occupy a ludicrous position, and therefore I transfer the position to the Scouts. I wish, Eugene, you would speak a little more soberly and plainly, if it were only out of consideration for my feeling less at ease than you do. Then soberly and plainly, Mortimer, I goad the schoolmaster to madness. I make the schoolmaster so ridiculous, and so aware of being made ridiculous, that I see him chafe and fret at every pore when we cross one another. The amiable occupation has been the solace of my life, since I was balked in the manner unnecessary to recall. I have derived inexpressible comfort from it. I do it thus. I stroll out after dark, stroll a little way, look in at a window, and furtively look out for the schoolmaster. Sooner or later I perceive the schoolmaster on the watch, sometimes accompanied by his hopeful pupil, oftener pupilless. Having made sure he is watching me, I tempt him on, all over London. One night I go east, another night north, and a few nights I go all round the compass. Sometimes I walk. Sometimes I proceed in cabs, draining the pocket of the schoolmaster, who then follows in cabs. I study and get up abstruse no thoroughfares in the course of the day. With Venetian mystery I seek those no thoroughfares at night, glide into them by means of dark courts, tempt the schoolmaster to follow, turn suddenly, and catch him before he can retreat. Then we face one another, and I pass him as unaware of his existence, and he undergoes grinding torments. Similarly, I walk at a great pace down a short street, rapidly turn the corner, and getting out of his view, as rapidly turn back. I catch him coming on post, again pass him as unaware of his existence, and again he undergoes grinding torments. Night after night his disappointment is acute, but hope springs eternal in the scholastic breast, and he follows me again tomorrow. Thus I enjoy the pleasures of the chase, and derive great benefit from the healthful exercise. When I do not enjoy the pleasures of the chase, for anything I know, he watches at the Temple Gate all night. This is an extraordinary story, observed Lightwood, who had heard it out with serious attention. I don't like it. You are a little hipped, dear fellow, said Eugene. You have been too sedentary. Come and enjoy the pleasures of the chase. Do you mean that you believe he is watching now? I have not the slightest doubt he is. Have you seen him tonight? I forgot to look for him when I was last out, returned Eugene with the calmest indifference, but I dare say he was there. Come, be a British sportsman and enjoy the pleasures of the chase. It will do you good. Lightwood hesitated, but, yielding to his curiosity, rose. Bravo! Cried Eugene, rising too. Or, if yoicks would be in better keeping, consider that I said yoicks. Look to your feet, Mortimer, for we shall try your boots. When you are ready, I am, need I say, with a hey-ho-chivvy, and likewise with a hark forward, 10 tivvy. Will nothing make you serious? said Mortimer, laughing through his gravity. 'I am always serious, but just now I am a little excited by the glorious fact that a southerly wind and a cloudy sky proclaim a hunting evening. Ready? So, we turn out the lamp and shut the door and take the field.' As the two friends passed out of the Temple into the public street, Eugene demanded with a show of courteous patronage, 'In which direction, Mortimer, would you like the run to be?' 'There is a rather difficult country about Bethnal Green,' said Eugene, 'and we have not taken in that direction lately. What is your opinion of Bethnal Green?' Mortimer assented to Bethnal Green, and they turned eastward. 'Now, when we come to St Paul's Churchyard,' pursued Eugene, 'we'll loiter artfully, and I'll show you the schoolmaster.' But they both saw him before they got there, alone and stealing after them in the shadow of the houses on the opposite side of the way. 'Get your wind,' said Eugene, 'for I am off directly. Does it occur to you that the boys of Merry England will begin to deteriorate in an educational light if this lasts long? The schoolmaster can't attend to me and the boys too. Got your wind? I am off.' At what a rate he went, to breathe the schoolmaster, and how he then lounged and loitered to put his patience to another kind of wear! What preposterous ways he took, with no other object on earth than to disappoint and punish him! And how he wore him out by every piece of ingenuity that his eccentric humour could devise! All this Lightwood noted with a feeling of astonishment that so careless a man could be so wary, and that so idle a man could take so much trouble. At last, far on in the third hour of the pleasures of the chase, when he had brought the poor dogging wretch round again into the city, he twisted Mortimer up a few dark entries, twisted him into a little square court, twisted him sharp round again, and they almost ran against Bradley Headstone. 'And you see, as I was saying, Mortimer,' remarked Eugene aloud with the utmost coolness, as though there were no one within hearing by themselves, 'and you see, as I was saying, undergoing grinding torments.' It was not too strong a phrase for the occasion. Looking like the hunted and not the hunter, baffled, worn, with the exhaustion of deferred hope and consuming hate and anger in his face, white-lipped, wild-eyed, draggle-haired, seamed with jealousy and anger, and torturing himself with the conviction that he showed it all and they exulted in it, he went by them in the dark, like a haggard head suspended in the air, so completely did the force of his expression cancel his figure. Mortimer Lightwood was not an extraordinarily impressible man, but this face impressed him. He spoke of it more than once on the remainder of the way home, and more than once when they got home. They had been abed in their respective rooms 2 or 3 hours, when Eugene was partly awakened by hearing a footstep going about, and was fully awakened by seeing Lightwood standing at his bedside. 'Nothing wrong, Mortimer?' 'No.' 'What fancy takes you, then, for walking about in the night?' 'I am horribly wakeful.' 'How comes that about, I wonder?' 'Eugene, I cannot lose sight of that fellow's face.' 'Odd,' said Eugene with a light laugh. 'I can,' and turned over and fell asleep again. End of Book 3, Chapter 10. Book 3, Chapter 11 of Our Mutual Friend. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 3, A Long Lane. Chapter 11, In the Dark. There was no sleep for Bradley Headstone on that night when Eugene Wrayburn turned so easily in his bed. There was no sleep for little Miss Peecher. Bradley consumed the lonely hours, and consumed himself in haunting the spot where his careless rival lay a-dreaming. Little Miss Peecher wore them away in listening for the return home of the master of her heart, and in sorrowfully presaging that much was amiss with him. Yet more was amiss with him than Miss Peecher's simply arranged little workbox of thoughts, fitted with no gloomy and dark recesses, could hold. For the state of the man was murderous. The state of the man was murderous, and he knew it. More, he irritated it with a kind of perverse pleasure, akin to that which a sick man sometimes has in irritating a wound upon his body. Tied up all day with his disciplined show upon him, subdued to the performance of his routine of educational tricks, encircled by a gabbling crowd, he broke loose at night like an ill-tamed wild animal. Under his daily restraint, it was his compensation, not his trouble, to give a glance towards his state at night, and to the freedom of its being indulged. If great criminals told the truth, which, being great criminals, they do not, they would very rarely tell of their struggles against the crime. Their struggles are towards it. They buffet with opposing waves to gain the bloody shore, not to recede from it. This man perfectly comprehended that he hated his rival with his strongest and worst forces, and that if he tracked him to Lizzie Hexam, his so doing would never serve himself with her, or serve her. All his pains were taken to the end that he might incense himself with the sight of the detested figure in her company and favour, in her place of concealment. And he knew as well what act of his would follow if he did, as he knew that his mother had borne him. Granted that he may not have held it necessary to make express mention to himself of the one familiar truth any more than of the other. He knew equally well that he fed his wrath and hatred, and that he accumulated provocation and self-justification by being made the nightly sport of the reckless and insolent Eugene. Knowing all this, and still always going on with infinite endurance, pains, and perseverance, could his dark soul doubt whither he went? Baffled, exasperated, and weary, he lingered opposite the Temple gate when it closed on Wrayburn and Lightwood, debating with himself should he go home for that time, or should he watch longer. Possessed in his jealousy by the fixed idea that Wrayburn was in the secret if it were not altogether of his contriving, Bradley was as confident of getting the better of him at last by sullenly sticking to him, as he would have been, and often had been, of mastering any piece of study in the way of his vocation by the like slow persistent process. A man of rapid passions and sluggish intelligence, it had served him often, and should serve him again. The suspicion crossed him as he rested in a doorway with his eyes upon the Temple gate, that perhaps she was even concealed in that set of chambers. It would furnish another reason for Wrayburn's purposeless walks, and it might be. He thought of it, and thought of it, until he resolved to steal up the stairs, if the gatekeeper would let him through, and listen. So the haggard head suspended in the air flitted across the road like the spectre of one of the many heads erst hoisted upon the neighbouring Temple bar, and stopped before the watchman. The watchman looked at it, and asked, "Who for?" "Mr Wrayburn." "He's very late." "He came back with Mr Lightwood, I know, near upon 2 hours ago, but if he has gone to bed, I'll put a paper in his letter box. I am expected." The watchman said no more, but opened the gate, though rather doubtfully. Seeing, however, that the visitor went straight and fast in the right direction, he seemed satisfied. The haggard head floated up the dark staircase, and softly descended nearer to the floor outside the outer door of the chambers. The doors of the rooms within appeared to be standing open. There were rays of candlelight from one of them, and there was the sound of a footstep going about. There were 2 voices. The words they uttered were not distinguishable, but they were both the voices of men. In a few moments the voices were silent, and there was no sound of footstep, and the inner light went out. If Lightwood could have seen the face which kept him awake, staring and listening in the darkness outside the door as he spoke of it, he might have been less disposed to sleep through the remainder of the night. "Not there," said Bradley, "but she might have been." The head arose to its former height from the ground, floated down the staircase again, and passed on to the gate. A man was standing there in parley with the watchman. "Oh," said the watchman, "here he is." Perceiving himself to be the antecedent, Bradley looked from the watchman to the man. "This man is leaving a letter for Mr Lightwood," the watchman explained. showing it in his hand, 'and I was mentioning that a person had just gone up to Mr Lightwood's chambers. It might be the same business, perhaps.' 'No,' said Bradley, glancing at the man, who was a stranger to him.
'No,'
The man assented in a surly way.
'My letter. It's wrote by my daughter, but it's mine. It's about my business, and my business ain't nobody else's business.'
As Bradley passed out at the gate with an undecided foot, he heard it shut behind him, and heard the footstep of the man coming after him.
''Scuse me,'
said the man, who appeared to have been drinking, and rather stumbled at him than touched him, to attract his attention,
'but might you be acquainted with the t'other governor?'
'With whom?' asked Bradley.
'With,'
returned the man, pointing backward over his right shoulder with his right thumb,
'the t'other governor.'
'I don't know what you mean.'
'Why, look here,'
hooking his proposition on his left-hand fingers with the forefinger of his right.
'there's two governors, ain't there? One and one, two. Lawyer Lightwood, my first finger, he's one, ain't he? Well, might you be acquainted with my middle finger, the t'other?'
'I know quite as much of him,' said Bradley, with a frown and a distant look before him, 'as I want to know.'
'Hooroar!' cried the man. 'Hooroar, t'other governor! Hooroar, t'otherest governor! I am of your way of thinking.'
'Don't make such a noise at this dead hour of the night. What are you talking about?'
'Look here, t'otherest governor,'
replied the man, becoming hoarsely confidential.
'The t'other governor, he's always joked his jokes agin me, owing, as I believe, to my being a honest man as gets my living by the sweat of my brow, which he ain't, and he don't.'
'What is that to me?'
'T'otherest governor,'
returned the man in a tone of injured innocence.
'If you don't care to hear no more, don't hear no more. You begun it. You said, and likewise showed pretty plain, as you warn't by no means friendly to him. But I don't seek to force my company, nor yet my opinions, on no man. I am a honest man, that's why I am. Put me in the dock anywhere, I don't care where, and I says, "My lord, I am a honest man." Put me in the witness box anywhere, I don't care where, and I says the same to his lordship, and I kisses the book. I don't kiss my coat cuff, I kisses the book.'
It was not so much in deference to these strong testimonials to character, as in his restless casting about for any way or help towards the discovery on which he was concentrated, that Bradley Headstone replied: 'You needn't take offence. I didn't mean to stop you. You were too loud in the open street, that was all.'
'T'otherest governor,'
replied Mr Riderhood, mollified and mysterious.
'I know what it is to be loud, and I know what it is to be soft. Naturally, I do. It would be a wonder if I did not, being by the christened name of Roger, which took it arter my own father, which took it from his own father, which of our family first took it natural, I will not in any ways mislead you by undertaking to say, and wishing that your health may be better than your looks, which your inside must be bad indeed if it's on the footing of your out.'
Startled by the implication that his face revealed too much of his mind, Bradley made an effort to clear his brow. It might be worth knowing what this strange man's business was with Lightwood, or Wrayburn, or both, at such an unseasonable hour. He set himself to find out, for the man might prove to be a messenger between those two. 'You call at the Temple late?' he remarked, with a lumbering show of ease.
'Wish I may die,'
cried Mr Riderhood, with a hoarse laugh,
'if I warn't a going to say the self same words to you, t'otherest governor.'
'It chanced so with me,' said Bradley, looking disconcertedly about him.
'And it chanced so with me,' said Riderhood, 'but I don't mind telling you how. Why should I mind telling you? I'm a deputy lock keeper up the river, and I was off duty yesterday, and I shall be on tomorrow.'
'Yes?'
'Yes, I come to London to look arter my private affairs. My private affairs is to get appointed to the Lock as reg'lar keeper at fust hand, and to have the law of a busted Blow Bridge steamer which drownded of me. I ain't a going to be drownded and not paid for it.'
Bradley looked at him as though he were claiming to be a ghost.
'The steamer,' said Mr Riderhood obstinately, 'run me down and drownded of me. Interference on the part of other parties brought me round, but I never asked 'em to bring me round, nor yet the steamer never asked 'em to it. I mean to be paid for the life as the steamer took.'
'Was that your business at Mr Lightwood's chambers in the middle of the night?' asked Bradley, eyeing him with distrust.
'That, and to get a writing to be fust-hand lock-keeper. A recommendation in writing being looked for, who else ought to give it to me? As I says in the letter in my daughter's hand, with my mark put to it to make it good in law, who but you, Lawyer Lightwood, ought to hand over this here certificate, and who but you ought to go in for damages on my account agin the steamer? For, as I says under my mark, I have had trouble enough along of you and your friend. If you, Lawyer Lightwood, had backed me good and true, and if the t'other governor had took me down correct, I says under my mark, I should have been worth money at the present time, instead of having a barge load of bad names chucked at me, and being forced to eat my words, which is a unsatisfying sort of food, whatever a man's appetite. And when you mention the middle of the night, t'otherest governor,'
growled Mr Riderhood, winding up his monotonous summary of his wrongs,
'throw your eye on this here bundle under my arm, and bear in mind that I'm a walking back to my Lock, and that the temple laid upon my line of road.'
Bradley Headstone's face had changed during this latter recital, and he had observed the speaker with a more sustained attention. 'Do you know,' said he, after a pause, during which they walked on side by side, 'that I believe I could tell you your name if I tried?'
'Prove your opinion,'
was the answer, accompanied with a stop and a stare.
'Try.'
'Your name is Riderhood.'
'I'm blest if it ain't,' returned that gentleman, 'but I don't know yourn.'
'That's quite another thing,' said Bradley. 'I never supposed you did.' As Bradley walked on, meditating, the rogue walked on at his side, muttering. The purport of the muttering was, that Rogue Riderhood, by George, seemed to be made public property on now, and that every man seemed to think himself free to handle his name as if it was a street pump. The purport of the meditating was, here is an instrument, can I use it? They had walked along the Strand and into Pall Mall, and had turned uphill towards Hyde Park Corner, Bradley Headstone waiting on the pace and lead of Riderhood, and leaving him to indicate the course. So slow were the schoolmaster's thoughts, and so indistinct his purpose, when they were but tributary to the one absorbing purpose, or rather when, like dark trees under a stormy sky, they only lined the long vista at the end of which he saw those two figures of Wrayburn and Lizzie on which his eyes were fixed, that at least a good half-mile was traversed before he spoke again. Even then it was only to ask, 'Where is your Lock?'
20 mile and odd. Call it 25 mile and odd, if you like, upstream,' was the sullen reply.
'How is it called?'
'Plashwater Weir Mill Lock.'
'Suppose I was to offer you 5 shillings. What then?'
'Why, then I'd take it,'
said Mr Riderhood. The schoolmaster put his hand in his pocket, and produced 2 half-crowns, and placed them in Mr Riderhood's palm, who stopped at a convenient doorstep to ring them both before acknowledging their receipt.
'There's one thing about you, t'otherest governor,' said Riderhood, faring on again, 'as looks well and goes fur. You're a ready money man. Now,' when he had carefully pocketed the coins on that side of himself which was furthest from his new friend, 'what's this for?'
'For you?'
'Why, of course I know that,'
said Riderhood, as arguing something that was self-evident.
Of course I know very well as no man in his right senses would suppose as anythink would make me give it up again when I'd once got it. But what do you want for it?'
'I don't know that I want anything for it, or if I do want anything for it, I don't know what it is.' Bradley gave this answer in a stolid, vacant, and self-communing manner, which Mr Riderhood found very extraordinary. 'You have no good will towards this
Wrayburn,'
said Bradley, coming to the name in a reluctant and forced way, as if he were dragged to it.
'No.'
'Neither have I.' Riderhood nodded and asked,
'Is it for that?'
'It's as much for that as anything else. It's something to be agreed with on a subject that occupies so much of one's thoughts.'
'It don't agree with you,' returned Mr Riderhood bluntly. 'No, it don't, T'otherest Governor, and it's no use a looking as if you wanted to make out that it did. I tell you, it rankles in you. It rankles in you, rusts in you, and poisons you.'
'Say that it does so,' returned Bradley with quivering lips. 'Is there no cause for it?'
'Cause enough, I'll bet a pound,' cried Mr Riderhood.
'Haven't you yourself declared that the fellow has heaped provocations, insults, and affronts on you, or something to that effect? He has done the same by me. He has made of venomous insults and affronts, from the crown of his head to the sole of his foot. Are you so hopeful or so stupid as not to know that he and the other will treat your application with contempt, and light their cigars with it?'
'I shouldn't wonder if they did, by George,' said Riderhood, turning angry.
'If they did, they will. Let me ask you a question. I know something more than your name about you. I knew something about Gaffer Hexam. When did you last set eyes upon his daughter?'
'When did I last set eyes upon his daughter, T'otherest Governor?'
repeated Mr Riderhood, growing intentionally slower of comprehension as the other quickened in his speech. 'Yes. Not to speak to her, to see her, anywhere.' The rogue had got the clue he wanted, though he held it with a clumsy hand. Looking perplexedly at the passionate face, as if he were trying to work out a sum in his mind, he slowly answered,
'I ain't set eyes upon her, never once, not since the day of Gaffer's death.'
'You know her well by sight?'
'I should think I did. No one better.'
'And you know him as well?'
'Who's him?'
asked Riderhood, taking off his hat and rubbing his forehead as he directed a dull look at his questioner.
'Curse the name!'
'Is it so agreeable to you that you want to hear it again?'
'Oh, him!'
said Riderhood, who had craftily worked the schoolmaster into this corner, that he might again take note of his face under its evil possession.
'I'd know him among 1,000.
Did you,' Bradley tried to ask it quietly, but, do what he might with his voice, he could not subdue his face, 'did you ever see them together?' The rogue had got the clue in both hands now.
'I see 'em together, T'otherest Government, on the very day when Gaffer was towed ashore.'
Bradley could have hidden a reserved piece of information from the sharp eyes of a whole inquisitive class, but he could not veil from the eyes of the ignorant Riderhood the withheld question next in his breast. 'You shall put it plain if you want it answered,' thought the rogue doggedly. 'I ain't a-going a-volunteering.' 'Well, was he insolent to her too?' asked Bradley, after a struggle. 'Or did he make a show of being kind to her?'
'He made a show of being most uncommon kind to her,' said Riderhood. 'By George, now I—' His flying off at a tangent was indisputably natural. Bradley looked at him for the reason. 'Now I think of it,' said Mr Riderhood, evasively, for he was substituting those words for 'now I see you so jealous,' which was the phrase really in his mind. Perhaps he went and took me down wrong a purpose on account of being sweet upon her.
The baseness of confirming him in this suspicion, or pretence of one, for he could not have really entertained it, was a line's breadth beyond the mark the schoolmaster had reached. The baseness of communing and intriguing with the fellow who would have set that stain upon her, and upon her brother too, was attained. The line's breadth further lay beyond. He made no reply, but walked on with a lowering face. What he might gain by this acquaintance he could not work out in his slow and cumbrous thoughts. The man had an injury against the object of his hatred, and that was something, though it was less than he supposed, for there dwelt in the man no such deadly rage and resentment as burned in his own breast. The man knew her, and might by a fortunate chance see her or hear of her. That was something, as enlisting one pair of eyes and ears the more. The man was a bad man, and willing enough to be in his pay. That was something, for his own state and purpose were as bad could be, and he seemed to derive a vague support from the possession of a congenial instrument, though it might never be used. Suddenly he stood still, and asked Riderhood point blank if he knew where she was. Clearly he did not know. He asked Riderhood if he would be willing, in case any intelligence of her or of Wrayburn as seeking her or associating with her should fall in his way, to communicate it if it were paid for. He would be very willing indeed. He was "agin 'em both," he said with an oath. And for why? 'Cause they had both stood betwixt him and his getting his living by the sweat of his brow. "It will not be long then," said Bradley Headstone, after some more discourse to this effect, "before we see one another again. Here is the country road, and here is the day. Both have come upon me by surprise."
"But, T'otherest Governor," urged Mr Riderhood, "I don't know where to find you."
"It is of no consequence. I know where to find you, and I'll come to your lock."
"But, T'otherest Governor," urged Mr Riderhood again, "no luck never come yet of a dry acquaintance. Let's wet it in a mouthful of rum and milk, T'otherest Governor."
Bradley, assenting, went with him into an early public house, haunted by unsavoury smells of musty hay and stale straw, where returning carts, farmers' men, gaunt dogs, fowls of a beery breed, and certain human night birds fluttering home to roost, were solacing themselves after their several manners, and where not one of the night birds hovering about the sloppy bar failed to discern at a glance in the passion-wasted night bird with respectable feathers the worst night bird of all. An inspiration of affection for a half-drunken carter going his way led to Mr Riderhood's being elevated on a high heap of baskets on a waggon, and pursuing his journey recumbent on his back with his head on his bundle. Bradley then turned to retrace his steps, and by struck off through little traversed ways, and by reached school and home. Up came the sun to find him washed and brushed, methodically dressed in decent black coat and waistcoat, decent formal black tie, and pepper and salt pantaloons, with his decent silver watch in its pocket, and its decent hair guard round his neck. A scholastic huntsman clad for the field, with his fresh pack yelping and barking around him. Yet more really bewitched than the miserable creatures of the much lamented times, who accused themselves of impossibilities under a contagion of horror and the strongly suggestive influences of torture, he had been ridden hard by evil spirits in the night that was newly gone. He had been spurred and whipped and heavily sweated. If a record of the sport had usurped the places of the peaceful text from Scripture on the wall, the most advanced of the scholars might have taken fright and run away from the master. End of Book 3, Chapter 11. Book 3, Chapter 12 of Our Mutual Friend. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 3,
A Long Lane. Chapter 12. Meaning Mischief. Up came the sun, steaming all over London, and in its glorious impartiality even condescending to make prismatic sparkles in the whiskers of Mr Alfred Lammle as he sat at breakfast. In need of some brightening from without was Mr Alfred Lammle, for he had the air of being dull enough within, and looked grievously discontented. Mrs Alfred Lammle faced her lord. The happy pair of swindlers, with the comfortable tie between them that each had swindled the other, sat moodily observant of the tablecloth. Things looked so gloomy in the breakfast room, albeit on the sunny side of Sackville Street, that any of the family tradespeople glancing through the blinds might have taken the hint to send in his account and press for it. But this, indeed, most of the family tradespeople had already done, without the hint. 'It seems to me,' said Mrs Lammle, 'that you have had no money at all ever since we have been married.' 'What seems to you,' said Mr Lammle, 'to have been the case, may possibly have been the case. It doesn't matter.' Was it the speciality of Mr and Mrs Lammle, or does it ever obtain with other loving couples? In these matrimonial dialogues they never addressed each other, but always some invisible presence that appeared to take a station about midway between them. Perhaps the skeleton in the cupboard comes out to be talked to on such domestic occasions. 'I have never seen any money in the house,' said Mrs Lammle to the skeleton, 'except my own annuity. That I swear.' 'You needn't take the trouble of swearing,' said Mr Lammle to the skeleton. 'Once more, it doesn't matter. You never turned your annuity to so good an account.' 'Good an account? In what way?' asked Mrs Lammle. 'In the way of getting credit and living well,' said Mr Lammle. Perhaps the skeleton laughed scornfully on being entrusted with this question and this answer. Certainly Mrs Lammle did, and Mr Lammle did. 'And what is to happen next?' asked Mrs Lammle of the skeleton. 'Smash is to happen next,' said Mr Lammle to the same authority. After this, Mrs Lammle looked disdainfully at the skeleton, but without carrying the look on to Mr Lammle, and drooped her eyes. After that, Mr Lammle did exactly the same thing, and drooped his eyes. A servant then entering with toast, the skeleton retired into the closet, and shut itself up. 'Sophronia,' said Mr Lammle, when the servant had withdrawn, and then very much louder, 'Sophronia!' 'Well?' 'Attend to me, if you please.' He eyed her sternly until she did attend, and then went on. 'I want to take counsel with you. Come, come, no more trifling. You know our league and covenant. We are to work together for our joint interest, and you are as knowing a hand as I am. We shouldn't be together if you were not. What's to be done? We are hemmed into a corner. What shall we do?' 'Have you no scheme on foot that will bring in anything?' Mr Lammle plunged into his whiskers for reflection, and came out hopeless. 'No. As adventurers, we are obliged to play rash games for chances of high winnings, and there has been a run of luck against us.' She was resuming, 'Have you nothing?' when he stopped her. 'We, Sophronia, we. Have we nothing to sell?' 'Deuce a bit. I have given a Jew a bill of sale on this furniture, and he could take it to-morrow, to-day, now. He would have taken it before now, I believe, but for Fledgeby.' 'What has Fledgeby to do with him?' 'Knew him. Cautioned me against him before I got into his claws. Couldn't persuade him then, in behalf of somebody else.' 'Do you mean that Fledgeby has at all softened him towards you?' 'Us, Sophronia, us. 'Towards us?' 'I mean that the Jew has not yet done what he might have done, and that Fledgeby takes the credit of having got him to hold his hand.' 'Do you believe Fledgeby?' 'Sophronia, I never believe anybody. I never have, my dear, since I believed you. But it looks like it.' Having given her this backhanded reminder of her mutinous observations to the skeleton, Mr Lammle rose from the table, perhaps the better to conceal a smile and a white dint or two about his nose, and took a turn on the carpet, and came to the hearthrug. 'If we could have packed the brute off with Georgiana! But however, that's spilled milk.
As Lammle, standing gathering up the skirts of his dressing gown with his back to the fire, said this, looking down at his wife, she turned pale and looked down at the ground. With a sense of disloyalty upon her, and perhaps with a sense of personal danger, for she was afraid of him, even afraid of his hand and afraid of his foot, though he had never done her violence, she hastened to put herself right in his eyes.
'If we could borrow money, Alfred?'
'Beg money, borrow money, or steal money, it'd be all one to us, Sophronia,' her husband struck in.
'Then we could weather this?'
'No doubt. To offer another original and undeniable remark, Sophronia, 2 and 2 make 4. But, seeing that she was turning something in her mind, he gathered up the skirts of his dressing gown again, and, tucking them under one arm, and collecting his ample whiskers in his other hand, kept his eye upon her silently.
'It is natural, Alfred,'
she said, looking up with some timidity into his face,
'to think in such an emergency of the richest people we know, and the simplest.'
'Just so, Sophronia.'
'The Boffins?'
'Just so, Sophronia.'
'Is there nothing to be done with them?'
'What is there to be done with them, Sophronia?' She cast about in her thoughts again, and he kept his eye upon her as before. 'Of course I have repeatedly thought of the Boffins, Sophronia,' he resumed, after a fruitless silence, 'but I have seen my way to nothing. They are well guarded. That infernal Secretary stands between them and people of merit.'
'If he could be got rid of,' said she, brightening a little, after more casting about.
'Take time, Sophronia,' observed her watchful husband, in a patronizing manner.
'If working him out of the way could be presented in the light of a service to Mr Boffin.'
'Take time, Sophronia.'
'We have remarked lately, Alfred, that the old man is turning very suspicious and distrustful.'
'Miserly too, my dear, which is far the most unpromising for us. Nevertheless, take time, Sophronia, take time.' She took time, and then said,
'Suppose we should address ourselves to that tendency in him of which we have made ourselves quite sure. Suppose my conscience—'
'And we know what a conscience it is, my soul. Yes?'
'Suppose my conscience should not allow me to keep to myself any longer what that upstart girl told me of the Secretary's having made a declaration to her. Suppose my conscience should oblige me to repeat it to Mr Boffin.'
'I rather like that,' said Lammle.
'Suppose I so repeated it to Mr Boffin as to insinuate that my sensitive delicacy and honour—'
'Very good word, Sophronia.'
'As to insinuate that our sensitive delicacy and honour,' she resumed, with a bitter stress upon the phrase, 'would not allow us to be silent parties to so mercenary and designing a speculation on the Secretary's part, and so gross a breach of faith towards his confiding employer. Suppose I had imparted my virtuous uneasiness to my excellent husband, and he had said, in his integrity, "Sophronia, you must immediately disclose this to Mr Boffin."
'Once more, Sophronia,' observed Lammle, changing the leg on which he stood, 'I rather like that.'
'You remark that he is well guarded,' she pursued. 'I think so too. But if this should lead to his discharging his Secretary, there would be a weak place made.'
'Go on expounding, Sophronia. I begin to like this very much.'
'Having, in our unimpeachable rectitude, done him the service of opening his eyes to the treachery of the person he trusted, we shall have established a claim upon him, and a confidence with him. Whether it can be made much of, or little of, we must wait, because we can't help it, to see. Probably we shall make the most of it that is to be made.'
'Probably,' said Lammle.
'Do you think it impossible,' she asked in the same cold plotting way, 'that you might replace the Secretary?'
'Not impossible, Sophronia. It might be brought about. At any rate, it might be skilfully led up to.' She nodded her understanding of the hint as she looked at the fire.
'Mr Lammle,' she said,
musingly, not without a slight ironical touch, "Mr Lammle would be so delighted to do anything in his power. Mr Lammle, himself a man of business as well as a capitalist. Mr Lammle, accustomed to be entrusted with the most delicate affairs. Mr Lammle, who has managed my own little fortune so admirably, but who, to be sure, began to make his reputation with the advantage of being a man of property, above temptation and beyond suspicion." Mr Lammle smiled, and even patted her on the head. In his sinister relish of the scheme, as he stood above her, making it the subject of his cogitations, he seemed to have twice as much nose on his face as he had ever had in his life. He stood pondering and sat looking at the dusty fire without moving for some time. But, the moment he began to speak again, she looked up with a wince and attended to him, as if that double dealing of hers had been in her mind, and the fear were revived in her of his hand or his foot. "It appears to me, Sophronia, that you have omitted one branch of the subject. Perhaps not, for women understand women. We might oust the girl herself." Mrs Lammle shook her head. "She has an immensely strong hold upon them both, Alfred, not to be compared with that of a paid secretary." "But the dear child," said Lammle with a crooked smile, "ought to have been open with her benefactor and benefactress. The darling love ought to have reposed unbounded confidence in her benefactor and benefactress." Sophronia shook her head again. "Well, women understand women," said her husband, rather disappointed. "I don't press it. It might be the making of our fortune to make a clean sweep of them both, with me to manage the property and my wife to manage the people. Hoo hoo!" Again shaking her head, she returned, "They will never quarrel with the girl. They will never punish the girl. We must accept the girl. Rely upon it." "Well," cried Lammle, shrugging his shoulders, "so be it. Only always remember that we don't want her."
"Now, the sole remaining question is," said Mrs Lammle, "when shall I begin?"
"You cannot begin too soon, Sophronia. As I have told you, the condition of our affairs is desperate, and may be blown upon at any moment."
"I must secure Mr Boffin alone, Alfred. If his wife was present, she would throw oil upon the waters. I know I should fail to move him to an angry outburst if his wife was there. And as to the girl herself, as I am going to betray her confidence, she is equally out of the question."
"It wouldn't do to write for an appointment," said Lammle.
"No, certainly not. They would wonder among themselves why I wrote, and I want to have him wholly unprepared."
"Call and ask to see him alone," suggested Lammle.
"I would rather not do that either. Leave it to me. Spare me the little carriage for to-day and for to-morrow, if I don't succeed to-day, and I'll lie in wait for him."
It was barely settled when a manly form was seen to pass the windows and heard to knock and ring. "Here's Fledgeby," said Lammle. "He admires you, and has a high opinion of you. I'll be out. Coax him to use his influence with the Jew. His name is Riah, of the house of Pubsey and Co." Adding these words under his breath, lest he should be audible in the erect ears of Mr Fledgeby through two keyholes in the hall, Lammle, making signals of discretion to his servant, went softly upstairs. "Mr Fledgeby," said Mrs Lammle, giving him a very gracious reception, "so glad to see you. My poor dear Alfred, who was greatly worried just now about his affairs, went out rather early. Dear Mr Fledgeby, do sit down." Dear Mr Fledgeby did sit down, and satisfied himself, or, judging from the expression of his countenance, dissatisfied himself, that nothing new had occurred in the way of whisker sprout since he came round the corner from the Albany.
"Dear Mr Fledgeby, it was needless to mention to you that my poor dear Alfred is much worried about his affairs at present, for he has told me what a comfort you are to him in his temporary difficulties, and what a great service you have rendered him."
"Oh," said Mr Fledgeby.
"Yes,"
said Mrs Lammle. "I didn't know," remarked Mr Fledgeby, trying a new part of his chair, "but that Lammle might be reserved about his affairs."
"Not to me," said Mrs Lammle with deep feeling.
"Oh, indeed?"
said Fledgeby. 'Not to me, dear Mr Fledgeby. I am his wife.'
'Yes, I always understood so,'
said Mr Fledgeby. 'And as the wife of Alfred, may I, dear Mr Fledgeby, wholly without his authority or knowledge, as I am sure your discernment will perceive, entreat you to continue that great service, and once more use your well-earned influence with Mr Riah for a little more indulgence? The name I have heard Alfred mention, tossing in his dreams, is Riah, is it not?'
'The name of the creditor is Riah,' said Mr Fledgeby, with a rather uncompromising accent on his noun substantive. 'Saint Mary Axe, Pubsby and Co.'
'Oh yes!' exclaimed Mrs Lammle, clasping her hands with a certain gushing wildness. 'Pubsey and Co.'
'The pleading of the feminine,' Mr Fledgeby began, and there stuck so long for a word to get on with that Mrs Lammle offered him sweetly, 'Heart?' 'No,' said Mr Fledgeby. 'Gender is ever what a man is bound to listen to, and I wish it rested with myself. But this Riah is a nasty one, Mrs Lammle. He really is.'
'Not if you speak to him, dear Mr Fledgeby.'
'Upon my soul and body he is,' said Fledgeby.
'Try once more, dearest Mr Fledgeby. What is there you cannot do, if you will?'
'Thank you,' said Fledgeby. 'You're very complimentary to say so. I don't mind trying him again at your request, but of course I can't answer for the consequences. Riah is a tough subject, and when he says he'll do a thing, he'll do it.'
'Exactly so!' cried Mrs Lammle. 'And when he says to you he'll wait, he'll wait.'
'She is a devilish clever woman,' thought Fledgeby. 'I didn't see that opening, but she spies it out and cuts into it as soon as it's made.'
'In point of fact, dear Mr Fledgeby,' Mrs Lammle went on in a very interesting manner, 'not to affect concealment of Alfred's hopes, to you who are so much his friend, there is a distant break in his horizon.' This figure of speech seemed rather mysterious to Fascination Fledgeby, who said, 'There is a what in his Alfred, dear Mr Fledgeby, discussed with me this very morning before he went out some prospects he has, which might entirely change the aspect of his present troubles.'
'Really?'
said Fledgeby. 'Oh yes.' Here Mrs Lammle brought her handkerchief into play. 'And you know, dear Mr Fledgeby, you who study the human heart and study the world, what an affliction it would be to lose position and to lose credit, when ability to tide over a very short time might save all appearances.'
'Oh!' said Fledgeby. 'Then you think, Mrs Lammle, that if Lammle got time, he wouldn't burst up? To use an expression,' Mr Fledgeby apologetically explained, 'which is adopted in the money market.'
'Indeed, yes. Truly, truly, yes.'
'That makes all the difference,' said Fledgeby. 'I'll make a point of seeing Riah at once.'
'Blessings on you, dearest Mr Fledgeby.'
'Not at all,' said Fledgeby. She gave him her hand. 'The hand,' said Mr Fledgeby, 'of a lovely and superior minded female is ever the repayment of a
noble action,'
said Mrs Lammle, extremely anxious to get rid of him. 'It wasn't what I was going to say,' returned Fledgeby, who never would, under any circumstances, accept a suggested expression. 'But you're very complimentary. May I imprint a one upon it? Good morning.'
'I may depend upon your promptitude, dearest Mr Fledgeby?' said Fledgeby, looking back at the door, and respectfully kissing his hand.
'You may depend upon it.'
In fact, Mr Fledgeby sped on his errand of mercy through the streets, at so brisk a rate that his feet might have been winged by all the good spirits that wait on generosity. They might have taken him up their station in his breast too, for he was blithe and merry. There was quite a fresh trill in his voice, when, arriving at the counting house in Saint Mary Axe, and finding it for the moment empty, he trilled forth at the foot of the staircase, 'Now, Judah, what are you up to there? The old man appeared with his accustomed deference. 'Halloa!' said Fledgeby, falling back with a wink. 'You mean Mischief Jerusalem?' The old man raised his eyes inquiringly. 'Yes, you do,' said Fledgeby. 'Oh, you sinner! Oh, you dodger! What! You're going to act upon that bill of sale at Lammle's, are you? Nothing will turn you, won't it? You won't be put off for another single minute, won't you?' Ordered to immediate action by the master's tone and look, the old man took up his hat from the little counter where it lay. 'You have been told that he might pull through it, if you didn't go in to win. Wide awake, have you?' said Fledgeby. 'And it's not your game that he should pull through it, ain't it? You having got security, and there being enough to pay you. Oh, you Jew!' The old man stood irresolute and uncertain for a moment, as if there might be further instructions for him in reserve. 'Do I go, sir?' he at length asked in a low voice. 'Asks me if he is going!' exclaimed Fledgeby. 'Asks me as if he didn't know his own purpose! Asks me as if he hadn't got his hat on ready! Asks me as if his sharp old eye why, it cuts like a knife wasn't looking at his walking stick by the door!'
'Do I go, sir?'
'Do you go?' sneered Fledgeby. 'Yes, you do go. Toddle Judah!'
End of Book 3, Chapter 12. Book 3, Chapter 13 of Our Mutual Friend. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend, by Charles Dickens. Book 3, A Long Lane. Chapter 13, Give a Dog a Bad Name and Hang Him. Fascination Fledgeby, left alone in the counting house, strolled about with his hat on one side, whistling and investigating the drawers, and prying here and there for any small evidences of his being cheated, but could find none.
'Not his merit that he don't cheat me,'
was Mr Fledgeby's commentary, delivered with a wink,
'but my precaution.'
He then, with a lazy grandeur, asserted his rights as Lord of Pubsey and Co. by poking his cane at the stools and boxes, and spitting in the fireplace, and so loitered royally to the window and looked out into the narrow street, with his small eyes just peering over the top of Pubsey and Co.'s blind. As a blind in more senses than one, it reminded him that he was alone in the counting house with the front door open. He was moving away to shut it, lest he should be injudiciously identified with the establishment, when he was stopped by some one coming to the door. This some one was the doll's dressmaker, with a little basket on her arm and her crutch stick in her hand. Her keen eyes had espied Mr Fledgeby before Mr Fledgeby had espied her, and he was paralysed in his purpose of shutting her out, not so much by her approaching the door as by her favouring him with a shower of nods the instant he saw her. This advantage she improved by hobbling up the steps with such dispatch that before Mr Fledgeby could take measures for her finding nobody at home, she was face to face with him in the counting house.
'I hope I see you well, sir,' said Miss Wren. 'Mr Riah in?'
Fledgeby had dropped into a chair in the attitude of one waiting wearily.
'I suppose he will be back soon,' he replied. 'He has cut out and left me expecting him back, in an odd way. Haven't I seen you before?'
'Once before, if you had your eyesight,'
replied Miss Wren, the conditional clause in an undertone.
'When you were carrying on some games up at the top of the house? I remember. How's your friend?'
'I have more friends than one, sir, I hope,' replied Miss Wren. 'Which friend?'
'Never mind,' said Mr Fledgeby, shutting up one eye. 'Any of your friends, all your friends, are they pretty tolerable?'
Somewhat confounded, Miss Wren parried the pleasantry, and sat down in a corner behind the door, with her basket in her lap. By and by, she said, breaking a long and patient silence:
'I beg your pardon, sir, but I'm used to find Mr Riah at this time, and so I generally come at this time. I only want to buy my poor little 2 shillings worth of waste. Perhaps you'll kindly let me have it, and I'll trot off to my work.'
'I let you have it?'
said Fledgeby, turning his head towards her, for he had been sitting blinking at the light, and feeling his cheek.
'Why, you don't really suppose that I have anything to do with the place or the business, do you?'
'Suppose!'
exclaimed Miss Wren.
'He said that day you were the master.'
'The old cock in black said, Riah said. Why, he'd say anything.'
'Well, but you said so too,'
returned Miss Wren.
'or at least you took on like the master, and didn't contradict him.'
'One of his dodges,' said Mr Fledgeby, with a cool and contemptuous shrug. 'He's made of dodges. He said to me, "Come up to the top of the house, sir, and I'll show you a handsome girl, but I shall call you the master." So I went up to the top of the house, and he showed me the handsome girl, very well worth looking at she was, and I was called the master. I don't know why. I dare say he don't. He loves the dodge for its own sake, being,' added Mr Fledgeby, after casting about for an expressive phrase, 'the dodgerest of all the dodgers.'
'Oh, my head!'
cried the doll's dressmaker, holding it with both her hands as if it were cracking.
'You can't mean what you say.'
'I can, my little woman,' retorted Fledgeby, 'and I do, I assure you.'
This repudiation was not only an act of deliberate policy on Fledgeby's part, in case of his being surprised by any other caller, but was also a retort upon Miss Wren for her over sharpness, and a pleasant instance of his humour as regarded the old Jew. He has got a bad name as an old Jew, and he has paid for the use of it, and I'll have my money's worth out of him. This was Fledgeby's habitual reflection in the way of business, and it was sharpened just now by the old man's presuming to have a secret from him, though of the secret itself, as annoying somebody else whom he disliked, he by no means disapproved. Miss Wren, with a fallen countenance, sat behind the door looking thoughtfully at the ground, and the long and patient silence had again set in for some time, when the expression of Mr Fledgeby's face betokened that through the upper portion of the door, which was of glass, he saw some one faltering on the brink of the counting house. Presently there was a rustle and a tap, and then some more rustling and another tap. Fledgeby taking no notice, the door was at length softly opened, and the dried face of a mild little elderly gentleman looked in.
'Mr Riah?'
said this visitor, very politely.
'I am waiting for him, sir,' returned Mr Fledgeby. 'He went out and left me here. I expect him back every minute. Perhaps you had better take a chair.' The gentleman took a chair, and put his hand to his forehead, as if he were in a melancholy frame of mind. Mr Fledgeby eyed him aside, and seemed to relish his attitude. 'A fine day, sir,' remarked Fledgeby. The little dried gentleman was so occupied with his own depressed reflections, that he did not notice the remark until the sound of Mr Fledgeby's voice had died out of the counting house. Then he started, and said, 'I beg your pardon, sir. I fear you spoke to me?' 'I said,' remarked Fledgeby, a little louder than before, 'it was a fine day.'
'I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Yes.' Again the little dried gentleman put his hand to his forehead, and again Mr Fledgeby seemed to enjoy his doing it. When the gentleman changed his attitude with a sigh, Fledgeby spake with a grin.
'Mr Twemlow, I think?'
The dried gentleman seemed much surprised.
'Had the pleasure of dining with you at Lammle's,' said Fledgeby. 'Even have the honour of being a connection of yours. An unexpected sort of place this to meet in, but one never knows when one gets into the city what people one may knock up against. I hope you have your health, and are enjoying yourself.' There might have been a touch of impertinence in the last words; on the other hand, it might have been but the native grace of Mr Fledgeby's manner. Mr Fledgeby sat on a stool with a foot on the rail of another stool, and his hat on. Mr Twemlow had uncovered on looking in at the door, and remained so. Now the conscientious Twemlow, knowing what he had done to thwart the gracious Fledgeby, was particularly disconcerted by this encounter. He was as ill at ease as a gentleman well could be. He felt himself bound to conduct himself stiffly towards Fledgeby, and he made him a distant bow. Fledgeby made his small eyes smaller,
and taking special note of his manner. The doll dressmaker sat in her corner behind the door, with her eyes on the ground and her hands folded on her basket, holding her crutch stick between them, and appearing to take no heed of anything. 'He's a long time,' muttered Mr Fledgeby, looking at his watch. 'What time may you make it, Mr Twemlow?' Mr Twemlow made it 10 minutes past 12, sir. 'As near as a toucher,' assented Fledgeby. 'I hope, Mr Twemlow, your business here may be of a more agreeable character than mine.'
'Thank you, sir,' said Mr Twemlow.
Fledgeby again made his small eyes smaller as he glanced with great complacency at Twemlow, who was timorously tapping the table with a folded letter.
'What I know of Mr Riah,' said Fledgeby, with a very disparaging utterance of his name, 'leads me to believe that this is about the shop for disagreeable business. I have always found him the bitingest and tightest screw in London.' Mr Twemlow acknowledged the remark with a little distant bow. It evidently made him nervous. 'So much so,' pursued Fledgeby, 'that if it wasn't to be true to a friend, nobody should catch me waiting here a single minute. But if you have friends in adversity, stand by them. That's what I say, and act up too.'
The equitable Twemlow felt that this sentiment, irrespective of the utterer, demanded his cordial assent.
'You are very right, sir,' he rejoined with spirit. 'You indicate the generous and manly course.'
'Glad to have your approbation,' returned Fledgeby. 'It's a coincidence, Mr Twemlow,' here he descended from his perch, and sauntered towards him, 'that the friends I am standing by to-day are the friends at whose house I met you, the Lammells. She's a very taking and agreeable woman.'
Conscience smote the gentle Twemlow pale.
'Yes,' he said, 'she is.'
'And when she appealed to me this morning to come and try what I could do to pacify their creditor, this Mr Riah, that I certainly have gained some little influence with in transacting business for another friend, but nothing like so much as she supposes, and when a woman like that spoke to me as her dearest Mr Fledgeby, and shed tears, why, what could I do, you know?'
Twemlow gasped.
'Nothing but come.'
'Nothing but come. And so I came. But why?' said Fledgeby, putting his hands in his pockets and counterfeiting deep meditation. 'Why, Riah should have started up when I told him that the Lammells entreated him to hold over a bill of sale he has on all their effects, and why he should have cut out, saying he would be back directly, and why he should have left me here alone so long, I cannot understand.'
The chivalrous Twemlow, knight of the simple heart, was not in a condition to offer any suggestion. He was too penitent, too remorseful. For the first time in his life he had done an underhanded action, and he had done wrong. He had secretly interposed against this confiding young man, for no better reason than because the young man's ways were not his ways. But the confiding young man proceeded to heap coals of fire on his sensitive head.
'I beg your pardon, Mr Twemlow. You see I am acquainted with the nature of the affairs that are transacted here. Is there anything I can do for you here? You have always been brought up as a gentleman, never as a man of business.' Another touch of possible impertinence in this place. 'And perhaps you are but a poor man of business. What else is to be expected?'
'I am even a poorer man of business than I am a man, sir,' returned Twemlow, 'and I could hardly express my deficiency in a stronger way. I really do not so much as clearly understand my position in the matter on which I am brought here, but there are reasons which make me very delicate of accepting your assistance. I am greatly, greatly disinclined to profit by it. I don't deserve it.'
Good, childish creature, condemned to a passage through the world by such narrow little dimly lighted ways, and picking up so few specks or spots on the road. 'Perhaps,' said Fledgeby, 'you may be a little proud of entering on the topic, having been brought up as a gentleman.'
'It's not that, sir,' returned Twemlow. 'It's not that. I hope I distinguish between true pride and false pride.'
'I have no pride at all myself,' said Fledgeby, 'and perhaps I don't cut things so fine as to know one from t'other. But I know this is a place where even a man of business needs his wits about him, and if mine can be of any use to you here, you're welcome to them.'
'You are very good,' said Twemlow, faltering, 'but I am most unwilling.'
'I don't, you know,' proceeded Fledgeby, with an ill-favoured glance, 'entertain the vanity of supposing that my wits could be of any use to you in society, but they might be here. You cultivate society, and society cultivates you, but Mr Riah's not society. In society, Mr Riah is kept dark, eh, Mr Twemlow?'
Twemlow, much disturbed, and with his hand fluttering about his forehead, replied, 'Quite true.' The confiding young man besought him to state his case. The innocent Twemlow, expecting Fledgeby to be astounded by what he should unfold, and not for an instant conceiving the possibility of its happening every day, but treating of it as a terrible phenomenon occurring in the course of ages, related how that he had had a deceased friend, a married civil officer with a family, who had wanted money for change of place on change of post, and how he, Twemlow, had given him his name, with the usual, but in the eyes of Twemlow almost incredible result, that he had been left to repay what he had never had. How in the course of years he had reduced the principal by trifling sums, having, said Twemlow, always to observe great economy, being in the enjoyment of a fixed income limited in extent, and that depending on the munificence of a certain nobleman, and had always pinched the full interest out of himself with punctual pinches. How he had come, in course of time, to look upon this one only debt of his life as a regular quarterly drawback, and no worse, when his name had some way fallen into the possession of Mr Riah, who had sent him notice to redeem it by paying up in full, in one plump sum, or take tremendous consequences. This, with hazy remembrances of how he had been carried to some office to confess judgment, as he recollected the phrase, and how he had been carried to another office where his life was assured for somebody not wholly unconnected with the sherry trade, whom he remembered by the remarkable circumstance that he had a Stradivarius violin to dispose of, and also a Madonna, formed the sum and substance of Mr Twemlow's narrative. Through which stalked the shadow of the awful Snigsworth, eyed afar off by money-lenders as security in the mist, and menacing Twemlow with his baronial truncheon. To all Mr Fledgeby listened with a modest gravity becoming a confiding young man who knew it all beforehand, and, when it was finished, seriously shook his head. 'I don't like Mr Twemlow,' said Fledgeby. 'I don't like Riah's calling in the principal. If he's determined to call it in, it must come.' 'But supposing, sir,' said Twemlow, downcast, 'that it can't come?'
'Then,' retorted Fledgeby, 'you must go, you know.'
'Where?'
asked Twemlow faintly. 'To prison,' returned Fledgeby. Whereat Mr Twemlow leaned his innocent head upon his hand, and moaned a little moan of distress and disgrace. 'However,' said Fledgeby, appearing to pluck up his spirits, 'we'll hope it's not so bad as that comes to. If you'll allow me, I'll mention to Mr Riah when he comes in who you are, and I'll tell him you're my friend, and I'll say my say for you, instead of your saying it for yourself. I may be able to do it in a more business-like way. You won't consider it a liberty?'
'I thank you again and again, sir,' said Twemlow. 'I am strongly disinclined to avail myself of your generosity, though my helplessness yields, for I cannot but feel that to put it in the mildest form of speech, that I have done nothing to deserve it.'
'Where can he be? muttered Fledgeby, referring to his watch again. 'What CAN he have gone out for? Did you ever see him, Mr Twemlow?'
'Never.'
'He is a thorough Jew to look at, but he is a more thorough Jew to deal with. He is worst when he's quiet. If he's quiet, I shall take it as a very bad sign. Keep your eye upon him when he comes in, and if he's quiet, don't be hopeful. Here he is. He looks quiet.' With these words, which had the effect of causing the harmless Twemlow painful agitation, Mr Fledgeby withdrew to his former post, and the old man entered the counting-house. 'Why, Mr Riah,' said Fledgeby, 'I thought you were lost.' The old man, glancing at the stranger, stood stock still. He perceived that his master was leading up to the orders he was to take, and he waited to understand them. 'I really thought,' repeated Fledgeby slowly, 'that you were lost, Mr Riah. Why, now I look at you. But no, you can't have done it. No, you can't have done it.' Hat in hand, the old man lifted his head and looked distressfully at Fledgeby, as seeking to know what new moral burden he was to bear. 'You can't have rushed out to get the start of everybody else, and put in that bill of sale at Lammle's?' said Fledgeby. 'Say you haven't, Mr Riah.'
'Sir, I have,' replied the old man in a low voice.
'Oh my eye!' cried Fledgeby. 'Dear, dear, dear! Well, I knew you were a hard customer, Mr Riah, but I never thought you were as hard as that.'
'Sir,' said the old man with great uneasiness, 'I do as I am directed. I am not the principal here. I am but the agent of a superior, and I have no choice, no power.'
'Don't say so,' retorted Fledgeby, secretly exultant, as the old man stretched out his hands with a shrinking action of defending himself against the sharp construction of the two observers. 'Don't play the tune of the trade, Mr Riah. You've a right to get in your debts, if you're determined to do it, but don't pretend what every one in your line regularly pretends. At least don't do it to me. Why should you, Mr Riah? You know I know all about you.' The old man clasped the skirt of his long coat with his disengaged hand, and directed a wistful look at Fledgeby. 'And don't,' said Fledgeby, 'don't, I entreat you as a favour, Mr Riah, be so devilish meek, for I know what'll follow if you are. Look here, Mr Riah. This gentleman is Mr Twemlow.' The Jew turned to him and bowed. That poor lamb bowed in return, polite and terrified. 'I have made such a failure,' proceeded Fledgeby, 'in trying to do anything with you for my friend Lammle, that I've hardly a hope of doing anything with you for my friend and connection indeed, Mr Twemlow. But I do think that if you would do a favour for anybody, you would for me, and I won't fail for want of trying, and I've passed my promise to Mr Twemlow besides. Now, Mr Riah, here is Mr Twemlow. Always good for his interest, always coming up to time, always paying his little way. Now why should you press Mr Twemlow? You can't have any spite against Mr Twemlow. Why not be easy with Mr Twemlow?' The old man looked into Fledgeby's little eyes for any sign of leave to be easy with Mr Twemlow, but there was no sign in them. 'Mr Twemlow is no connection of yours, Mr Riah,' said Fledgeby. 'You can't want to be even with him for having through life gone in for a gentleman and hung on to his family. If Mr Twemlow has a contempt for business, what can it matter to you?'
'But, pardon me,' interposed the gentle victim, 'I have not. I should consider it presumption.'
'There, Mr Riah,' said Fledgeby, 'isn't that handsomely said? Come, make terms with me for Mr Twemlow.' The old man looked again for any sign of permission to spare the poor little gentleman. No, Mr Fledgeby meant him to be racked. 'I am very sorry, Mr Twemlow,' said Riah. 'I have my instructions. I am invested with no authority for diverging from them. The money must be paid.'
'In full and slapped down, do you mean, Mr Riah?'
asked Fledgeby, to make things quite explicit. 'In full, sir, and at once,' was Riah's answer. Mr Fledgeby shook his head deploringly at Twemlow, and mutely expressed in reference to the venerable figure standing before him with eyes upon the ground,
'What a monster of an Israelite this is!' 'Mr Riah,' said Fledgeby.
The old man lifted up his eyes once more to the little eyes in Mr Fledgeby's head, with some reviving hope that the sign might be coming yet.
'Mr Riah, it's of no use my holding back the fact. There's a certain great party in the background in Mr Twemlow's case, and you know it.'
'I know it,' the old man admitted.
'Now, I'll put it as a plain point of business, Mr Riah. Are you fully determined, as a plain point of business, either to have that said great party's security, or that said great party's money?'
'Fully determined,' answered Riah, as he read his master's face, and learnt the book.
'Not at all caring for, and indeed, as it seems to me, rather enjoying,' said Fledgeby, with peculiar unction, 'the precious kick-up and row that will come off between Mr Twemlow and the said great party?'
This required no answer, and received none. Poor Mr Twemlow, who had betrayed the keenest mental terrors since his noble kinsman loomed in the perspective, rose with a sigh to take his departure. 'I thank you very much, sir,' he said, offering Fledgeby his feverish hand. 'You have done me an unmerited service. Thank you, thank you.'
'Don't mention it,' answered Fledgeby. 'It's a failure so far, but I'll stay behind and make another touch at Mr Riah.'
'Do not deceive yourself, Mr Twemlow,' said the Jew, then addressing him directly for the first time. 'There is no hope for you. You must expect no leniency here. You must pay in full, and you cannot pay too promptly, or you will be put to heavy charges. Trust nothing to me, sir. Money, money, money.' When he had said these words in an emphatic manner, he acknowledged Mr Twemlow's still polite motion of his head, and that amiable little worthy took his departure in the lowest spirits. Fascination Fledgeby was in such a merry vein when the counting house was cleared of him, that he had nothing for it but to go to the window and lean his arms on the frame of the blind, and have his silent laugh out, with his back to his subordinate. When he turned round again with a composed countenance, his subordinate still stood in the same place, and the dolls' dressmaker sat behind the door with a look of horror.
'Halloa!' cried Mr Fledgeby. 'You're forgetting this young lady, Mr Riah, and she has been waiting long enough too. Sell her waist, please, and give her good measure, if you can make up your mind to do the liberal thing for once.'
He looked on for a time, as the Jew filled her little basket with such scraps as she was used to buy, but, his merry vein coming on again, he was obliged to turn round to the window once more, and lean his arms on the blind. 'There, my Cinderella dear,' said the old man in a whisper, and with a worn-out look. 'The basket's full now, bless you, and get you gone.'
'Don't call me your Cinderella, dear,'
returned Miss Wren.
'Oh, you cruel godmother!'
She shook that emphatic little forefinger of hers in his face at parting, as earnestly and reproachfully as she had ever shaken it at her grim old child at home.
'You are not the godmother at all,' said she. 'You are the wolf in the forest, the wicked wolf. And if ever my dear Lizzie is sold and betrayed, I shall know who sold and betrayed her.'
End of Book 3, Chapter 13. Book 3, Chapter 14 of Our Mutual Friend. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 3, A Long Lane. Chapter 14. Mr Wegg prepares a grindstone for Mr Boffin's nose. Having assisted at a few more expositions of the lives of misers, Mr Venus became almost indispensable to the evenings at the Bower. The circumstance of having another listener to the wonders unfolded by Wegg, or, as it were, another calculator to cast up the guineas found in teapots, chimneys, racks, and mangers, and other such banks of deposit, seemed greatly to heighten Mr Boffin's enjoyment; while Silas Wegg, for his part, though of a jealous temperament which might under ordinary circumstances have resented the anatomist's getting into favour, was so very anxious to keep his eye on that gentleman, lest being too much left to himself he should be tempted to play any tricks with the precious document in his keeping, that he never lost an opportunity of commending him to Mr Boffin's notice as a third party whose company was much to be desired. Another friendly demonstration towards him Mr Wegg now regularly gratified. After each sitting was over, and the patron had departed, Mr Wegg invariably saw Mr Venus home. To be sure, he as invariably requested to be refreshed with a sight of the paper in which he was a joint proprietor. But he never failed to remark that it was the great pleasure he derived from Mr Venus's improving society which had insensibly lured him round to Clerkenwell again, and that, finding himself once more attracted to the spot by the social powers of Mr V., he would beg leave to go through that little incidental procedure as a matter of form. 'For well I know, sir,' Mr Wegg would add, 'that a man of your delicate mind would wish to be checked off whenever the opportunity arises, and it is not for me to balk your feelings.' A certain rustiness in Mr Venus, which never became so lubricated by the oil of Mr Wegg but that he turned under the screw in a creaking and stiff manner, was very noticeable at about this period. While assisting at the literary evenings, he even went so far, on 2 or 3 occasions, as to correct Mr Wegg when he grossly mispronounced a word, or made nonsense of a passage; insomuch that Mr Wegg took to surveying his course in the day, and to making arrangements for getting round rocks at night instead of running straight upon them. Of the slightest anatomical reference he became particularly shy, and, if he saw a bone ahead, would go any distance out of his way rather than mention it by name. The adverse destinies ordained that one evening Mr Wegg's labouring bark became beset by polysyllables, and embarrassed among a perfect archipelago of hard words. It being necessary to take soundings every minute, and to feel the way with the greatest caution, Mr Wegg's attention was fully employed. Advantage was taken of this dilemma by Mr Venus, to pass a scrap of paper into Mr Boffin's hand, and lay his finger on his own lip. When Mr Boffin got home at night, he found that the paper contained Mr Venus's card, and these words: 'Should be glad to be honoured with a call respecting business of your own, about dusk on an early evening.' The very next evening saw Mr Boffin peeping in at the preserved frogs in Mr Venus's shop window, and saw Mr Venus espying Mr Boffin with the readiness of one on the alert, and beckoning that gentleman into his interior. Responding, Mr Boffin was invited to seat himself on the box of human miscellanies before the fire, and did so, looking round the place with admiring eyes. The fire being low and fitful, and the dusk gloomy, the whole stock seemed to be winking and blinking with both eyes, as Mr Venus did. The French gentleman, though he had no eyes, was not at all behindhand, but appeared, as the flame rose and fell, to open and shut his no eyes, with the regularity of the glass-eyed dogs and ducks and birds. The big-headed babies were equally obliging in lending their grotesque aid to the general effect. 'You see, Mr Venus, I've lost no time,' said Mr Boffin. 'Here I am.' 'Here you are, sir,' assented Mr Venus. 'I don't like secrecy,' pursued Mr Boffin. 'At least, not in a general way, I don't. But I dare say you'll show me good reason for being secret so far.' 'I think I shall, sir,' returned Venus. 'Good,' said Mr Boffin. 'You don't expect Wegg, I take it for granted?' 'No, sir, I expect no one but the present company.'
Mr Boffin glanced about him, as accepting under that inclusive denomination the French gentleman and the circle in which he didn't move, and repeated, 'The present company.' 'Sir,' said Mr Venus, 'before entering upon business, I shall have to ask you for your word and honour that we are in confidence.' 'Let's wait a bit, and understand what the expression means,' answered Mr Boffin. 'In confidence for how long? In confidence for ever and a day?' 'I take your hint, sir,' said Venus. 'You think you might consider the business, when you came to know it, to be of a nature incompatible with confidence on your part?' 'I might,' said Mr Boffin, with a cautious look. 'True, sir.' 'Well, sir,' observed Venus, after clutching at his dusty hair to brighten his ideas, 'let us put it another way. I open the business with you, relying upon your honour not to do anything in it, and not to mention me in it, without my knowledge.' 'That sounds fair,' said Mr Boffin. 'I agree to that.' 'I have your word and honour, sir.' 'My good fellow,' retorted Mr Boffin, 'you have my word, and how you can have that, without my honour too, I don't know. I've sorted a lot of dust in my time, but I never knew the two things go into separate heaps.' This remark seemed rather to abash Mr Venus. He hesitated, and said, 'Very true, sir,' and again, 'Very true, sir,' before resuming the thread of his discourse. 'Mr Boffin, if I confess to you that I fell into a proposal of which you were the subject, and of which you oughtn't to have been the subject, you will allow me to mention, and will please take into favourable consideration, that I was in a crushed state of mind at the time.' The Golden Dustman, with his hands folded on the top of his stout stick, with his chin resting upon them, and with something leering and whimsical in his eyes, gave a nod, and said, 'Quite so, Venus.' 'That proposal, sir, was a conspiring breach of your confidence to such an extent that I ought at once to have made it known to you, but I didn't, Mr Boffin, and I fell into it.' Without moving eye or finger, Mr Boffin gave another nod, and placidly repeated, 'Quite so, Venus.' 'Not that I was ever hearty in it, sir,' the penitent anatomist went on, 'or that I ever viewed myself with anything but reproach for having turned out of the paths of science into the paths of—' he was going to say villainy, but, unwilling to press too hard upon himself, substituted with great emphasis, 'Weggery.' Placid and whimsical of look as ever, Mr Boffin answered, 'Quite so, Venus.' 'And now, sir,' said Venus, 'having prepared your mind in the rough, I will articulate the details.' With which brief professional exordium he entered on the history of the friendly move, and truly recounted it. One might have thought that it would have extracted some show of surprise or anger or other emotion from Mr Boffin, but it extracted nothing beyond his former comment, 'Quite so, Venus.' 'I have astonished you, sir, I believe?' said Mr Venus, pausing dubiously. Mr Boffin simply answered as aforesaid, 'Quite so, Venus.' By this time the astonishment was all on the other side. It did not, however, so continue; for when Venus passed to Wegg's discovery, and from that to their having both seen Mr Boffin dig up the Dutch bottle, that gentleman changed colour, changed his attitude, became extremely restless, and ended, when Venus ended, by being in a state of manifest anxiety, trepidation, and confusion. 'Now, sir,' said Venus, finishing off, 'you best know what was in that Dutch bottle, and why you dug it up and took it away. I don't pretend to know anything more about it than I saw. All I know is this. I am proud of my calling after all, though it has been attended by one dreadful drawback, which has told upon my heart and almost equally upon my skeleton. And I mean to live by my calling. Putting the same meaning into other words, I do not mean to turn a single dishonest penny by this affair. As the best amends I can make to you for having ever gone into it, I make known to you, as a warning, what Wegg has found out. My opinion is, that Wegg is not to be silenced at a modest price, and I build that opinion on his beginning to dispose of your property the moment he knew his power. Whether it's worth your while to silence him at any price, you will decide for yourself, and take your measures accordingly. As far as I am concerned, I have no price. If I am ever called upon for the truth, I'll tell it, but I want to do no more than I have now done and ended.' Thank'ee, Venus,' said Mr Boffin, with a hearty grip of his hand. 'Thank'ee, Venus, thank'ee, Venus!' And then walked up and down the little shop in great agitation. 'But look here, Venus,' he by and by resumed, nervously sitting down again, 'if I have to buy Wegg up, I shan't buy him any cheaper for your being out of it. Instead of his having half the money, it was to have been half, I suppose? Share and share alike?' 'It was to have been half, sir,' answered Venus. 'Instead of that, you now have all. I should pay the same, if not more, for you tell me he's an unconscionable dog, a ravenous rascal.' 'He is,' said Venus. 'Don't you think, Venus,' insinuated Mr Boffin, after looking at the fire for a while, 'don't you feel as if you might like to pretend to be in it till Wegg was brought up, and then ease your mind by handing over to me what you had made believe to pocket?' 'No, I don't, sir,' returned Venus, very positively. 'Not to make amends?' insinuated Mr Boffin. 'No, sir. It seems to me, after maturely thinking it over, that the best amends for having got out of the square is to get back into the square.' 'Hum!' mused Mr Boffin. 'When you say the square, you mean—' 'I mean,' said Venus, stoutly and shortly, 'the right.' 'It appears to me,' said Mr Boffin, grumbling over the fire in an injured manner, 'that the right is with me, if it's anywhere. I have much more right to the old man's money than the Crown can ever have. What was the Crown to him, except the King's taxes? Whereas me and my wife, we was all in all to him.' Mr Venus, with his head upon his hands, rendered melancholy by the contemplation of Mr Boffin's avarice, only murmured, to steep himself in the luxury of that frame of mind, 'She did not wish so to regard herself, nor yet to be so regarded.' 'And how am I to live,' asked Mr Boffin piteously, 'if I'm to be going buying fellows up out of the little that I've got? And how am I to set about it? When am I to get my money ready? When am I to make a bid? You haven't told me when he threatens to drop down upon me.' Venus explained under what conditions, and with what views, the dropping down upon Mr Boffin was held over until the mounds should be cleared away. Mr Boffin listened attentively. 'I suppose,' said he, with a gleam of hope, 'there's no doubt about the genuineness and date of this confounded will?' 'None whatever,' said Mr Venus. 'Where might it be deposited at present?' asked Mr Boffin, in a wheedling tone. 'It's in my possession, sir.' 'Is it?' he cried with great eagerness. 'Now, for any liberal sum of money that could be agreed upon, Venus, would you put it in the fire?' 'No, sir, I wouldn't,' interrupted Mr Venus. 'Nor pass it over to me?' 'That would be the same thing. No, sir,' said Mr Venus. The Golden Dustman seemed about to pursue these questions, when a stumping noise was heard outside, coming towards the door.
'Hush! Here's Wegg,' said Venus. 'Get behind the young alligator in the corner, Mr Boffin, and judge him for yourself. I won't light a candle till he's gone. There'll only be the glow of the fire. Wegg's well acquainted with the alligator, and he won't take particular notice of him. Draw your legs in, Mr Boffin. At present I see a pair of shoes at the end of his tail. Get your head well behind his smile, Mr Boffin, and you'll lie comfortable there. You'll find plenty of room behind his smile. He's a little dusty, but he's very like you in tone. Are you right, sir?' Mr Boffin had but whispered an affirmative response when Wegg came stumping in. 'Partner,' said that gentleman in a sprightly manner, 'how's yourself?' 'Tolerable,' returned Mr Venus. 'Not much to boast of.' 'Indeed?' said Wegg. 'Sorry, partner, that you're not picking up faster, but your soul's too large for your body, sir. That's where it is. And how's our stock in trade, partner? Safe bind, safe find, partner? Is that about it?' 'Do you wish to see it?' asked Venus. 'If you please, partner,' said Wegg, rubbing his hands. 'I wish to see it jintly with yourself. Or, in similar words to some that was set to music some time back, I wish you to see it with your eyes, and I will pledge with mine.' Turning his back and turning a key, Mr Venus produced the document, holding on by his usual corner. Mr Wegg, holding on by the opposite corner, sat down on the seat so lately vacated by Mr Boffin, and looked it over. 'All right, sir,' he slowly and unwillingly admitted, in his reluctance to lose his hold. 'All right.
and greedily watched his partner as he turned his back again and turned his key again. 'There's nothing new, I suppose?' said Venus, resuming his low chair behind the counter. 'Yes, there is, sir,' replied Wegg. 'There was something new this morning. That foxy old grasper and griper.' 'Mr Boffin?' inquired Venus, with a glance towards the alligator's yard or two of smile. 'Mister be blowed!' cried Wegg, yielding to his honest indignation. 'Boffin, Dusty Boffin. That foxy old grunter and grinder, sir, turns into the yard this morning to meddle with our property. A menial, too, of his own, a young man by the name of Sloppy. Egod, when I say to him, "What do you want here, young man? This is your private yard," he pulls out a paper from Boffin's other blackguard, the one I was passed over for. This is to authorise Sloppy to overlook the carting and to watch the work. That's pretty strong, I think, Mr Venus.' 'Remember, he doesn't know yet of our claim on the property,' suggested Venus. 'Then he must have a hint of it,' said Wegg, 'and a strong one that'll jog his terrors a bit. Give him an inch, and he'll take an ell. Let him alone this time, and what'll he do with our property next? I tell you what, Mr Venus, it comes to this. I must be overbearing with Boffin, or I shall fly into several pieces. I can't contain myself when I look at him. Every time I see him putting his hand in his pocket, I see him putting it into my pocket. Every time I hear him jingling his money, I hear him taking liberties with my money. Flesh and blood can't bear it. No,' said Mr Wegg, greatly exasperated, 'and I go further. A wooden leg can't bear it.' 'But, Mr Wegg,' urged Venus, 'it was your own idea that he should not be exploded upon till the mounds were carted away.' 'But it was likewise my idea, Mr Venus,' retorted Wegg, 'that if he came sneaking and sniffing about the property, he should be threatened, given to understand that he has no right to it, and be made our slave. Wasn't that my idea, Mr Venus?' 'It certainly was, Mr Wegg.' 'It certainly was, as you say, partner,' assented Wegg, put into a better humour by the ready admission. 'Very well. I consider he's planting one of his menial tools in the yard, an act of sneaking and sniffing, and his nose shall be put to the grindstone for it.' 'It was not your fault, Mr Wegg, I must admit,' said Venus, 'that he got off with the Dutch bottle that night.' 'As you handsomely say again, partner. No, it was not my fault. I'd have had that bottle out of him. Was it to be borne that he should come, like a thief in the dark, digging among stuff that was far more ours than his, seeing that we could deprive him of every grain of it if he didn't buy us at our own figure, and carry off treasure from its bowels? No, it was not to be borne, and for that too his nose shall be put to the grindstone.' 'How do you propose to do it, Mr Wegg?' 'To put his nose to the grindstone? I propose,' returned that estimable man, 'to insult him openly. And if, looking into this eye of mine, he dares to offer a word in answer, to retort upon him before he can take his breath, "Add another word to that, you dusty old dog, and you're a beggar." 'Suppose he says nothing, Mr Wegg?' 'Then,' replied Wegg, 'we shall have come to an understanding with very little trouble, and I'll break him and drive him, Mr Venus. I'll put him in harness, and I'll bear him up tight, and I'll break him and drive him. The harder the old dust is driven, sir, the higher he'll pay, and I mean to be paid high, Mr Venus, I promise you.' 'You speak quite revengefully, Mr Wegg.' 'Revengefully, sir? Is it for him that I have declined and falled night after night? Is it for his pleasure that I've waited at home of an evening like a set of skittles to be set up and knocked over by whatever balls or books he chose to bring against me? Why, I'm 100 times the man he is, sir. 500 times.' Perhaps it was with the malicious intent of urging him on to his worst that Mr Venus looked as if he doubted that. 'What? Was it outside the house, at present occupied, to its disgrace, by that minion of fortune and worm of the hour,' said Wegg, falling back upon his strongest terms of reprobation, and slapping the counter, 'that I,
Silas Wegg, 500 times the man he ever was, sat in all weathers, waiting for a errand or a customer? Was it outside that very house as I first set eyes upon him, rolling in the lap of luxury when I was selling halfpenny ballads there for a living? And am I to grovel in the dust for him to walk over? No.
There was a grin upon the ghastly countenance of the French gentleman under the influence of the firelight, as if he were computing how many thousand slanderers and traitors array themselves against the fortunate on premises exactly answering to those of Mr Wegg. One might have fancied that the big-headed babies were toppling over with their hydrocephalic attempts to reckon up the children of men who transform their benefactors into their injurers by the same process. The yard or two of smile on the part of the alligator might have been invested with the meaning, all about this was quite familiar knowledge down in the depths of the slime, ages ago.
'But,'
said Wegg, possibly with some slight perception to the foregoing effect,
'your speaking countenance remarks, Mr Venus, that I'm duller and savager than usual. Perhaps I have allowed myself to brood too much. Begone, dull care. 'Tis gone, sir. I've looked in upon you, and empire resumes her sway. For, as the song says, subject to your correction, sir, when the heart of a man is depressed with cares, the mist is dispelled if Venus appears. Like the notes of a fiddle, you sweetly, sir, sweetly, raises our spirits and charms our ears. Good night, sir. I shall have a word or two to say to you, Mr Wegg, before long,' remarked Venus, 'respecting my share in the project we've been speaking of.' 'My time, sir,' returned Wegg, 'is yours. In the meanwhile, let it be fully understood that I shall not neglect bringing the grindstone to bear, nor yet bringing Dusty Boffin's nose to it. His nose once brought to it, shall be held to it by these hands, Mr Venus, till the sparks flies out in showers.'
With this agreeable promise, Wegg stumped out, and shut the shop door after him.
'Wait till I light a candle, Mr Boffin,' said Venus, 'and you'll come out more comfortable.' So, he lighting a candle and holding it up at arm's length, Mr Boffin disengaged himself from behind the alligator's smile, with an expression of countenance so very downcast that it not only appeared as if the alligator had the whole of the joke to himself, but further as if it had been conceived and executed at Mr Boffin's expense. 'That's a treacherous fellow,'
said Mr Boffin, dusting his arms and legs as he came forth, the alligator having been but musty company.
'That's a dreadful fellow.'
'The alligator, sir?' said Venus.
'No, Venus, no, the serpent.'
'You'll have the goodness to notice, Mr Boffin,' remarked Venus, 'that I said nothing to him about my going out of the affair altogether, because I didn't wish to take you anyways by surprise. But I can't be too soon out of it for my satisfaction, Mr Boffin, and I now put it to you when it will suit your views for me to retire.'
'Thank ye, Venus, thank ye, Venus, but I don't know what to say,' returned Mr Boffin. 'I don't know what to do. He'll drop down on me anyway. He seems fully determined to drop down, don't he?'
Mr Venus opined that such was clearly his intention.
'You might be sort of a protection for me if you remained in it,' said Mr Boffin. 'You might stand betwixt him and me, and take the edge off him. Don't you feel as if you could make a show of remaining in it, Venus, till I had time to turn myself round?'
Venus naturally inquired how long Mr Boffin thought it might take him to turn himself round.
'I'm sure I don't know,'
was the answer, given quite at a loss.
'Everything is so at sixes and sevens. If I had never come into the property, I shouldn't have minded, but being in it, it would be very trying to be turned out. Now, don't you acknowledge that it would, Venus?'
Mr Venus preferred, he said, to leave Mr Boffin to arrive at his own conclusions on that delicate question.
'I am sure I don't know what to do,' said Mr Boffin. 'If I ask advice of anyone else, it's only letting in another person to be bought out, and then I shall be ruined that way, and might as well have given up the property and gone slap to the workhouse. If I was to take advice of my young man Rokesmith, I should have to buy him out. Sooner or later, of course, he'd drop down upon me, like Wegg. I was brought into the world to be dropped down upon, it appears to me.'
Mr Venus listened to these lamentations in silence,
while Mr Boffin jogged to and fro, holding his pockets as if he had a pain in them. 'After all, you haven't said what you mean to do yourself, Venus. When you do go out of it, how do you mean to go?' Venus replied that as Wegg had found the document and handed it to him, it was his intention to hand it back to Wegg, with the declaration that he himself would have nothing to say to it or do with it, and that Wegg must act as he chose and take the consequences. 'And then he drops down with his whole weight upon me!' cried Mr Boffin ruefully. 'I'd sooner be dropped upon by you than by him, or even by you jointly than by him alone.' Mr Venus could only repeat that it was his fixed intention to betake himself to the paths of science, and to walk in the same all the days of his life, not dropping down upon his fellow creatures until they were deceased, and then only to articulate them to the best of his humble ability. 'How long could you be persuaded to keep up the appearance of remaining in it?' asked Mr Boffin, retiring on his other idea. 'Could you be got to do so till the mounds are gone?' 'No. That would protract the mental uneasiness of Mr Venus too long,' he said. 'Not if I was to show you reason now?' demanded Mr Boffin. 'Not if I was to show you good and sufficient reason?' If by good and sufficient reason Mr Boffin meant honest and unimpeachable reason, that might weigh with Mr Venus against his personal wishes and convenience, but he must add that he saw no opening to the possibility of such reason being shown him. 'Come and see me, Mr Venus,' said Boffin, 'at my house.' 'Is the reason there, sir?' asked Mr Venus, with an incredulous smile and blink. 'It may be, or may not be,' said Mr Boffin, 'just as you view it. But in the meantime, don't go out of the matter. Look here. Do this. Give me your word that you won't take any steps with Wegg without my knowledge, just as I have given you my word that I won't without yours.' 'Done, Mr Boffin,' said Venus, after brief consideration. 'Thank you, Venus. Thank you, Venus. Done. When shall I come to see you, Mr Boffin?' 'When you like. The sooner the better. I must be going now. Good night, Venus.' 'Good night, sir.' 'And good night to the rest of the present company,' said Mr Boffin, glancing round the shop. 'They make a queer show, Venus, and I should like to be better acquainted with them some day. Good night, Venus. Good night. Thank you, Venus. Thank you, Venus.' With that he jogged out into the street, and jogged upon his homeward way. 'Now I wonder,' he meditated as he went along, nursing his stick, 'whether it can be that Venus is setting himself to get the better of Wegg. Whether it can be that he means, when I have bought Wegg out, to have me all to himself, and to pick me clean to the bones.' It was a cunning and suspicious idea, quite in the way of his school of misers, and he looked very cunning and suspicious as he went jogging through the streets. More than once or twice, more than twice or thrice, say half a dozen times, he took his stick from the arm on which he nursed it, and hit a straight sharp rap at the air with its head. Possibly the wooden countenance of Mr Silas Wegg was incorporeally before him at those moments, for he hit with intense satisfaction. He was within a few streets of his own house, when a little private carriage, coming in the contrary direction, passed him, turned round, and passed him again. It was a little carriage of eccentric movement, for again he heard it stop behind him and turn round, and again he saw it pass him. Then it stopped, and then went on, out of sight. But not far out of sight, for, when he came to the corner of his own street, there it stood again. There was a lady's face at the window as he came up with this carriage, and he was passing it when the lady softly called to him by his name. 'I beg your pardon, ma'am,' said Mr Boffin, coming to a stop. 'It is Mrs Lammle,' said the lady. Mr Boffin went up to the window and hoped Mrs Lammle was well. 'Not very well, dear Mr Boffin. I have fluttered myself by being, perhaps foolishly, uneasy and anxious. I have been waiting for you some time. Can I speak to you?' Mr Boffin proposed that Mrs Lammle should drive on to his house a few hundred yards further. 'I would rather not, Mr Boffin, unless you particularly wish it. I feel the difficulty and delicacy of the matter so much that I would rather avoid speaking to you at your own home. You must think this very strange.' Mr Boffin said no, but meant yes. It is because I am so grateful for the good opinion of all my friends, and am so touched by it, that I cannot bear to run the risk of forfeiting it in any case, even in the cause of duty. I have asked my husband, my dear Alfred, Mr Boffin, whether it is the cause of duty, and he has most emphatically said yes. I wish I had asked him sooner. It would have spared me much distress. Can this be more dropping down upon me? Thought Mr Boffin, quite bewildered. It was Alfred who sent me to you, Mr Boffin. Alfred said, "Don't come back, Sophronia, until you have seen Mr Boffin, and told him all. Whatever he may think of it, he ought certainly to know it. Would you mind coming into the carriage?" Mr Boffin answered, "Not at all," and took his seat at Mrs Lammle's side. "Drive slowly anywhere," Mrs Lammle called to her coachman, "and don't let the carriage rattle." It must be more dropping down, I think, said Mr Boffin to himself. What next? End of Book 3, Chapter 14. Book 3, Chapter 15 of Our Mutual Friend. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 3, A Long Lane. Chapter 15, The Golden Dustman at his Worst. The breakfast table at Mr Boffin's was usually a very pleasant one, and was always presided over by Bella. As though he began each new day in his healthy natural character, and some waking hours were necessary to his relapse into the corrupting influences of his wealth, the face and the demeanour of the Golden Dustman were generally unclouded at that meal. It would have been easy to believe then that there was no change in him. It was as the day went on that the clouds gathered, and the brightness of the morning became obscured. One might have said that the shadows of avarice and distrust lengthened as his own shadow lengthened, and that the night closed around him gradually. But one morning long afterwards to be remembered, it was black midnight with the Golden Dustman when he first appeared. His altered character had never been so grossly marked. His bearing towards his secretary was so charged with insolent distrust and arrogance that the latter rose and left the table before breakfast was half done. The look he directed at the secretary's retiring figure was so cunningly malignant that Bella would have sat astounded and indignant, even though he had not gone the length of secretly threatening Rokesmith with his clenched fist as he closed the door. This unlucky morning, of all mornings in the year, was the morning next after Mr Boffin's interview with Mrs Lammle in her little carriage. Bella looked to Mrs Boffin's face for comment on, or explanation of, this stormy humour in her husband, but none was there. An anxious and a distressed observation of her own face was all she could read in it. When they were left alone together, which was not until noon, for Mr Boffin sat long in his easy chair, by turns jogging up and down the breakfast room, clenching his fist and muttering, Bella, in consternation, asked her what had happened, what was wrong.
"I am forbidden to speak to you about it, Bella dear. I mustn't tell you," was all the answer she could get. And still, whenever, in her wonder and dismay, she raised her eyes to Mrs Boffin's face, she saw in it the same anxious and distressed observation of her own. Oppressed by her sense that trouble was impending, and lost in speculations why Mrs Boffin should look at her as if she had any part in it, Bella found the day long and dreary. It was far on in the afternoon when, she being in her own room, a servant brought her a message from Mr Boffin begging her to come to his. Mrs Boffin was there, seated on a sofa, and Mr Boffin was jogging up and down. On seeing Bella he stopped, beckoned her to him, and drew her arm through his. "Don't be alarmed, my dear," he said, gently. "I am not angry with you. Why, you actually tremble! Don't be alarmed, Bella, my dear. I'll see you righted."
See me righted, thought Bella, and then repeated aloud in a tone of astonishment,
'See me righted, sir?'
'Aye, aye,' said Mr Boffin. 'See you righted. Send Mr Rokesmith here, you sir.' Bella would have been lost in perplexity if there had been pause enough, but the servant found Mr Rokesmith near at hand, and he almost immediately presented himself. 'Shut the door, sir,' said Mr Boffin. 'I've got something to say to you, which I fancy you'll not be pleased to hear.' 'I am sorry to reply, Mr Boffin,' returned the Secretary, as, having closed the door, he turned and faced him, 'that I think that very likely.' 'What do you mean?' blustered Mr Boffin. 'I mean that it has become no novelty to me to hear from your lips what I would rather not hear.' 'Oh! Perhaps we shall change that,' said Mr Boffin, with a threatening roll of his head. 'I hope so,' returned the Secretary. He was quiet and respectful, but stood, as Bella thought, and was glad to think, on his manhood too. 'Now, sir,' said Mr Boffin, 'look at this young lady on my arm.' Bella, involuntarily raising her eyes when this sudden reference was made to herself, met those of Mr Rokesmith. He was pale and seemed agitated. Then her eyes passed on to Mrs Boffin's, and she met the look again. In a flash it enlightened her, and she began to understand what she had done. 'I say to you, sir,' Mr Boffin repeated, 'look at this young lady on my arm.' 'I do so,' returned the Secretary. As his glance rested again on Bella for a moment, she thought there was reproach in it. But it is possible that the reproach was within herself. 'How dare you, sir,' said Mr Boffin, 'tamper, unknown to me, with this young lady? How dare you come out of your station and your place in my house to pester this young lady with your impudent addresses?' 'I must decline to answer questions,' said the Secretary, 'that are so offensively asked.' 'You decline to answer?' retorted Mr Boffin. 'You decline to answer, do you? Then I'll tell you what it is, Rokesmith. I'll answer for you. There are two sides to this matter, and I'll take them separately. The first side is sheer insolence. That's the first side.' The Secretary smiled with some bitterness, as though he would have said, 'So I see and hear.' 'It was sheer insolence in you, I tell you,' said Mr Boffin, 'even to think of this young lady. This young lady was far above you. This young lady was no match for you. This young lady was lying in wait, as she was qualified to do, for money, and you had no money.' Bella hung her head, and seemed to shrink a little from Mr Boffin's protecting arm. 'What are you, I should like to know,' pursued Mr Boffin, 'that you were to have the audacity to follow up this young lady? This young lady was looking about the market for a good bid. She wasn't in it to be snapped up by fellows that had no money to lay out, nothing to buy with.' 'Oh, Mr Boffin, Mrs Boffin, pray say something for me,' murmured Bella, disengaging her arm and covering her face with her hands. 'Old lady,' said Mr Boffin, anticipating his wrath, 'you hold your tongue. Bella, my dear, don't you let yourself be put out. I'll right you.' 'But you don't right me!' exclaimed Bella, with great emphasis. 'You wrong me, wrong me!' 'Don't you be put out, my dear,' complacently retorted Mr Boffin. 'I'll bring this young man to book. Now, you Rokesmith, you can't decline to hear, you know, as well as to answer. You hear me tell you that the first side of your conduct was insolence. Insolence and presumption. Answer me one thing, if you can. Didn't this young lady tell you so herself?' 'Did I, Mr Rokesmith?' asked Bella, with her face still covered. 'Oh say, Mr Rokesmith, did I?' 'Don't be distressed, Miss Wilfer. It matters very little now.' 'Ah! You can't deny it, though,' said Mr Boffin, with a knowing shake of his head. 'But I have asked him to forgive me since,' cried Bella, 'and I would ask him to forgive me now again, upon my knees, if it would spare him.' Here Mrs Boffin broke out a crying. 'Old lady,' said Mr Boffin, 'stop that noise. Tender hearted in you, Miss Bella, But I mean to have it out, right through, with this young man, having got him into a corner. Now, you Rokesmith, I tell you that's one side of your conduct, insolence and presumption. Now, I'm a coming to the other, which is much worse. This was a speculation of yours.' 'I indignantly deny it.' 'It's of no use your denying it. It doesn't signify a bit whether you deny it or not. I've got a head upon my shoulders, and it ain't a baby's. What?' said Mr Boffin, gathering himself together in his most suspicious attitude, and wrinkling his face into a very map of curves and corners.
'Don't I know what grabs are made at a man with money? If I didn't keep my eyes open and my pockets buttoned, shouldn't I be brought to the workhouse before I knew where I was? Wasn't the experience of Dancer, and Elwes, and Hopkins, and Blueberry Jones, and ever so many more of 'em similar to mine? Didn't everybody want to make grabs at what they'd got, and bring 'em to poverty and ruin? Weren't they forced to hide everything belonging to 'em, for fear it should be snatched from 'em? Of course they was. I shall be told next that they didn't know human nature.'
'They, poor creatures,' murmured the Secretary.
'What do you say?'
asked Mr Boffin, snapping at him.
'However, you needn't be at the trouble of repeating it, for it ain't worth hearing, and won't go down with me. I'm a going to unfold your plan before this young lady. I'm a going to show this young lady the second view of you, and nothing you can say will stave it off. Now attend here, Bella, my dear. Rokesmith, you're a needy chap. You're a chap that I pick up in the street. Are you, or ain't you?'
'Go on, Mr Boffin. Don't appeal to me.'
'Not appeal to you?'
retorted Mr Boffin, as if he hadn't done so.
'No, I should hope not. Appealing to you would be rather a rum course. As I was saying, you're a needy chap that I pick up in the street. You come and ask me in the street to take you for a secretary, and I take you. Very good.'
'Very bad,' murmured the Secretary.
'What do you say?'
asked Mr Boffin, snapping at him again. He returned no answer. Mr Boffin, after eyeing him with a comical look of discomfited curiosity, was fain to begin afresh.
'This Rokesmith is a needy young man that I take for my secretary out of the open street. This Rokesmith gets acquainted with my affairs, and gets to know that I mean to settle a sum of money on this young lady. "Oh ho!" says this Rokesmith.' Here Mr Boffin clapped a finger against his nose, and tapped it several times with a sneaking air, as embodying Rokesmith confidentially confabulating with his own nose. 'This will be a good haul. I'll go in for this." And so this Rokesmith, greedy and hungering, begins a creeping on his hands and knees towards the money. Not so bad a speculation either. For, if this young lady had had less spirit, or had had less sense, through being at all in the romantic line, by George he might have worked it out and made it pay. But fortunately she was too many for him, and a pretty figure he cuts now he is exposed. There he stands,' said Mr Boffin, addressing Rokesmith himself with ridiculous inconsistency. 'Look at him.'
'Your unfortunate suspicions, Mr Boffin,' began the Secretary.
'Precious unfortunate for you, I can tell you,' said Mr Boffin.
'Are not to be combated by any one, and I address myself to no such hopeless task. But I will say a word upon the truth.'
'Yah! Much you care about the truth,'
said Mr Boffin, with a snap of his fingers.
'Noddy, my dear love,' expostulated his wife. 'Old lady,' returned Mr Boffin, 'you keep still. I say to this Rokesmith here, much he cares about the truth. I tell him again, much he cares about the truth.'
'Our connection being at an end, Mr Boffin,' said the Secretary, 'it can be of very little moment to me what you say.'
'Oh! You're knowing enough,' retorted Mr Boffin with a sly look, 'to have found out that our connection's at an end, eh? But you can't get beforehand with me. Look at this in my hand. This is your pay, on your discharge. You can only follow suit. You can't deprive me of the lead. Let's have no pretending that you discharge yourself. I discharge you.'
'So that I go,' remarked the Secretary, waving the point aside with his hand, 'it is all one to me.'
'Is it?' said Mr Boffin. 'But it's two to me, let me tell you. Allowing a fellow that's found out to discharge himself is one thing.
Discharging him for insolence and presumption, and likewise for designs upon his master's money, is another. 1 and 1's 2, not 1. Old lady, don't you cut in. You keep still.' 'Have you said all you wish to say to me?' demanded the Secretary. 'I don't know whether I have or not,' answered Mr Boffin. 'It depends. Perhaps you will consider whether there are any other strong expressions that you would like to bestow upon me.' 'I'll consider that,' said Mr Boffin, obstinately, 'at my convenience, and not at yours. You want the last word? It may not be suitable to let you have it.'
'Noddy, my dear, dear Noddy, you sound so hard!'
cried poor Mrs Boffin, not to be quite repressed. 'Old lady,' said her husband, but without harshness, 'if you cut in when requested not, I'll get a pillow and carry you out of the room upon it. What do you want to say, you Rokesmith?' 'To you, Mr Boffin, nothing. But to Miss Wilfer, and to your good kind wife, a word.' 'Out with it then,' replied Mr Boffin, 'and cut it short, for we've had enough of you.' 'I have borne,' said the Secretary in a low voice, 'with my false position here, that I might not be separated from Miss Wilfer. To be near her has been a recompense to me from day to day, even for the undeserved treatment I have had here, and for the degraded aspect in which she has often seen me. Since Miss Wilfer rejected me, I have never again urged my suit, to the best of my belief, with a spoken syllable or a look. But I have never changed in my devotion to her, except, if she will forgive my saying so, that it is deeper than it was, and better founded.'
'Now, mark this chap's saying Miss Wilfer when he means L.S.D.' cried Mr Boffin with a cunning wink. 'Now, mark this chap's making Miss Wilfer stand for pound, shilling, and pence.'
'My feeling for Miss Wilfer,' pursued the Secretary, without deigning to notice him, 'is not one to be ashamed of. I avow it. I love her. Let me go where I may when I presently leave this house, I shall go into a blank life, leaving her.'
'Leaving L.S.D. behind me,'
said Mr Boffin, by way of commentary, with another wink. 'That I am incapable,' the Secretary went on, still without heeding him, 'of a mercenary project, or a mercenary thought, in connexion with Miss Wilfer, is nothing meritorious in me, because any prize that I could put before my fancy would sink into insignificance beside her. If the greatest wealth or the highest rank were hers, it would only be important in my sight as removing her still farther from me, and making me more hopeless, if that could be. Say,' remarked the Secretary, looking full at his late master, 'say that with a word she could strip Mr Boffin of his fortune, and take possession of it, she would be of no greater worth in my eyes than she is.'
'What do you think by this time, old lady?'
asked Mr Boffin, turning to his wife in a bantering tone, 'about this Rokesmith here, and his caring for the truth? You needn't say what you think, my dear, because I don't want you to cut in, but you can think it all the same. As to taking possession of my property, I warrant you he wouldn't do that himself if he could.' 'No,' returned the Secretary with another full look.
'Ha ha ha!'
laughed Mr Boffin. 'There's nothing like a good 'un while you are about it.' 'I have been for a moment,' said the Secretary, turning from him, and falling into his former manner, 'diverted from the little I have to say. My interest in Miss Wilfer began when I first saw her, even began when I had only heard of her. It was, in fact, the cause of my throwing myself in Mr Boffin's way, and entering his service. Miss Wilfer has never known this until now. I mention it now only as a corroboration, though I hope it may be needless, of my being free from the sordid design attributed to me.'
'Now, this is a very artful dog,' said Mr Boffin, with a deep look. 'This is a longer headed schemer than I thought him. See how patiently and methodically he goes to work. He gets to know about me, and my property, and about this young lady, and her share in poor young John's story, and he puts this and that together, and he says to himself, "I'll get in with Boffin, and I'll get in with this young lady, and I'll work them both at the same time, and I'll bring my pigs to market somewhere.
I hear him say it. Bless you, I look at him now, and I see him say it.' Mr Boffin pointed at the culprit, as it were in the act, and hugged himself in his great penetration. 'But luckily he hadn't to deal with the people he supposed, Bella, my dear,' said Mr Boffin. 'No, luckily he had to deal with you, and with me, and with Daniel, and Miss Dancer, and with Elwes, and with Vulture Hopkins, and with Blueberry Jones, and all the rest of us, one down t'other come on. And he's beat. That's what he is. Regularly beat. He thought to squeeze money out of us, and he has done for himself instead. Bella, my dear.' Bella, my dear, made no response, gave no sign of acquiescence. When she had first covered her face, she had sunk upon a chair with her hands resting on the back of it, and had never moved since. There was a short silence at this point, and Mrs Boffin softly rose as if to go to her. But Mr Boffin stopped her with a gesture, and she obediently sat down again, and stayed where she was. 'There's your pay, Mr Rokesmith,' said the Golden Dustman, jerking the folded scrap of paper he had in his hand towards his late secretary. 'I dare say you can stoop to pick it up, after what you have stooped to here.' 'I have stooped to nothing but this,' Rokesmith answered, as he took it from the ground. 'And this is mine, for I have earned it by the hardest of hard labour.' 'You're a pretty quick packer, I hope,' said Mr Boffin, 'because the sooner you are gone, bag and baggage, the better for all parties.' 'You need have no fear of my lingering.' 'There's just one thing, though,' said Mr Boffin, 'that I should like to ask you, before we come to a good riddance. If it was only to show this young lady how conceited you schemers are in thinking that nobody finds out how you contradict yourselves.' 'Ask me anything you wish to ask,' returned Rokesmith, 'but use the expedition that you recommend.' 'You pretend to have a mighty admiration for this young lady,' said Mr Boffin, laying his hand protectingly on Bella's head without looking down at her. 'I do not pretend.' 'Oh, well, you have a mighty admiration for this young lady, since you are so particular.' 'Yes.' 'How do you reconcile that with this young lady's being a weak-spirited, improvident idiot, not knowing what was due to herself, flinging up her money to the church weathercocks, and racing off at a spitting space for the workhouse?' 'I don't understand you.' 'Don't you? Or won't you? What else could you have made this young lady out to be, if she had listened to such addresses as yours?' 'What else, if I had been so happy as to win her affections and possess her heart?' 'Win her affections?' retorted Mr Boffin with ineffable contempt. 'And possess her heart? Mew, says the cat. Quack, quack, says the duck. Bow, wow, wow, says the dog. Win her affections and possess her heart. Mew, quack, quack, bow, wow.' John Rokesmith stared at him in his outburst, as if with some faint idea that he had gone mad. 'What is due to this young lady,' said Mr Boffin, 'is money, and this young lady right well knows it.' 'You slander the young lady.' 'You slander the young lady, you with your affections and hearts and trumpery,' returned Mr Boffin. 'It's of a piece with the rest of your behaviour. I heard of these doings of yours only last night, or you should have heard of 'em from me sooner, take your oath of it. I heard of 'em from a lady with as good a headpiece as the best, and she knows this young lady, and I know this young lady, and we all three know that it's money she makes a stand for. Money, money, money. And that you and your affections and hearts are a lie, sir.' 'Mrs Boffin,' said Rokesmith, quietly turning to her, 'for your delicate and unvarying kindness, I thank you with the warmest gratitude. Good bye. Miss Wilfer, good bye.' 'And now, my dear,' said Mr Boffin, laying his hand on Bella's head again, 'you may begin to make yourself quite comfortable, and I hope you feel that you've been righted.' But Bella was so far from appearing to feel it, that she shrank from his hand and from the chair, and starting up in an incoherent passion of tears, and stretching out her arms, cried, 'Oh, Mr Rokesmith, before you go,
If you could but make me poor again. Oh, make me poor again, somebody! I beg and pray, or my heart will break if this goes on. Pa, dear, make me poor again and take me home. I was bad enough there, but I have been so much worse here. Don't give me money, Mr Boffin. I won't have money. Keep it away from me, and only let me speak to good little Pa, and lay my head upon his shoulder, and tell him all my griefs. Nobody else can understand me. Nobody else can comfort me. Nobody else knows how unworthy I am, and yet can love me like a little child. I am better with Pa than any one, more innocent, more sorry, more glad.
So crying out in a wild way that she could not bear this, Bella drooped her head on Mrs Boffin's ready breast. John Rokesmith from his place in the room, and Mr Boffin from his, looked on at her in silence until she was silent herself. Then Mr Boffin observed in a soothing and comfortable tone, "There, my dear, there! You're righted now, and it's all right. I don't wonder, I'm sure, at your being a little flurried by having a scene with this fellow, but it's all over, my dear, and you're righted, and it's all right." Which Mr Boffin repeated with a highly satisfied air of completeness and finality.
I hate you,
cried Bella, turning suddenly upon him with a stamp of her little foot.
At least, I can't hate you, but I don't like you.
"Hallo!" exclaimed Mr Boffin in an amazed undertone.
You're a scolding, unjust, abusive, aggravating, bad old creature, cried Bella. I am angry with my ungrateful self for calling you names, but you are, you know you are.
Mr Boffin stared here, and stared there, as misdoubting that he must be in some sort of fit.
I have heard you with shame, said Bella, with shame for myself, and with shame for you. You ought to be above the base tale-bearing of a time-serving woman, but you are above nothing now.
Mr Boffin, seeming to become convinced that this was a fit, rolled his eyes and loosened his neckcloth.
When I came here, I respected you and honoured you, and I soon loved you, cried Bella. And now I can't bear the sight of you. At least, I don't know that I ought to go so far as that. Only you're a monster.
Having shot this bolt out with a great expenditure of force, Bella hysterically laughed and cried together.
The best wish I can wish you is, said Bella, returning to the charge, that you had not one single farthing in the world. If any true friend and well-wisher could make you a bankrupt, you would be a duck. But as a man of property, you are a demon.
After dispatching this second bolt with a still greater expenditure of force, Bella laughed and cried still more.
Mr Rokesmith, pray stay one moment. Pray hear one word from me before you go. I am deeply sorry for the reproaches you have borne on my account. Out of the depths of my heart I earnestly and truly beg your pardon.
As she stepped towards him, he met her. As she gave him her hand, he put it to his lips and said, "God bless you." No laughing was mixed with Bella's crying then. Her tears were pure and fervent.
There is not an ungenerous word that I have heard addressed to you, heard with scorn and indignation, Mr Rokesmith, but it has wounded me far more than you, for I have deserved it, and you never have. Mr Rokesmith, it is to me you owe this perverted account of what passed between us that night. I parted with the secret, even while I was angry with myself for doing so. It was very bad in me, but indeed it was not wicked. I did it in a moment of conceit and folly, one of my many such moments, one of my many such hours, years, as I am punished for it severely. Try to forgive it.
I do, with all my soul.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Don't part from me till I have said one other word to do you justice. The only fault you can be truly charged with in having spoken to me as you did that night, with how much delicacy and how much forbearance no one but I can know or be grateful to you for, is that you laid yourself open to be slighted by a worldly, shallow girl, whose head was turned, and who was quite unable to rise to the worth of what you offered her. Mr Rokesmith, that girl has often seen herself in a pitiful and poor light since, but never in so pitiful and poor a light as now, when the mean tone in which she answered you, sordid and vain girl that she was, has been echoed in her ears by Mr Boffin.
He kissed her hand again.
Mr Boffin's speeches were detestable to me, shocking to me,
said Bella, startling that gentleman with another stamp of her little foot.
It is quite true that there was a time, and very lately, when I deserved to be so righted, Mr Rokesmith, but I hope that I shall never deserve it again.
He once more put her hand to his lips, and then relinquished it, and left the room. Bella was hurrying back to the chair in which she had hidden her face so long, when, catching sight of Mrs Boffin by the way, she stopped at her.
'He is gone,'
sobbed Bella indignantly, despairingly, in 50 ways at once, with her arms round Mrs Boffin's neck.
'He has been most shamefully abused, and most unjustly and most basely driven away, and I am the cause of it.'
All this time Mr Boffin had been rolling his eyes over his loosened neckerchief, as if his fit were still upon him. Appearing now to think that he was coming to, he stared straight before him for a while, tied his neckerchief again, took several long inspirations, swallowed several times, and ultimately exclaimed with a deep sigh, as if he felt himself on the whole better, 'Well!' No word, good or bad, did Mrs Boffin say, but she tenderly took care of Bella, and glanced at her husband as if for orders. Mr Boffin, without imparting any, took his seat on a chair over against them, and there sat leaning forward with a fixed countenance, his legs apart, a hand on each knee, and his elbows squared, until Bella should dry her eyes and raise her head, which in the fullness of time she did.
'I must go home,'
said Bella, rising hurriedly.
'I am very grateful to you for all you have done for me, but I can't stay here.'
'My darling girl!' remonstrated Mrs Boffin.
'No, I can't stay here,' said Bella. 'I can't indeed. Oh, you vicious old thing!' This to Mr Boffin.
'Don't be rash, my love,'
urged Mrs Boffin.
'Think well of what you do.'
'Yes, you'd better think well,' said Mr Boffin.
'I shall never more think well of you,'
cried Bella, cutting him short, with intense defiance in her expressive little eyebrows, and championship of the late Secretary in every dimple.
'No, never again. Your money has changed you to marble. You are a hard-hearted miser. You are worse than Dancer, worse than Hopkins, worse than Blackberry Jones, worse than any of the wretches, and more,' proceeded Bella, breaking into tears again. 'You were wholly undeserving of the gentleman you have lost.'
'Why, you don't mean to say, Miss Bella,' the Golden Dustman slowly remonstrated, 'that you set up Rokesmith against me?'
'I do,'
said Bella.
'He is worth 1,000,000 of you.'
Very pretty she looked, though very angry, as she made herself as tall as she possibly could, which was not extremely tall, and utterly renounced her patron with a lofty toss of her rich brown head.
'I would rather he thought well of me,' said Bella, 'though he swept the street for bread, than that you did, though you splashed the mud upon him from the wheels of a chariot of pure gold. There!'
'Well, I'm sure!' cried Mr Boffin, staring.
'And for a long time past, when you have thought you set yourself above him, I have only seen you under his feet,' said Bella. 'There! And throughout, I saw in him the master, and I saw in you the man. There! And when you used him shamefully, I took his part and loved him. There! I boast of it.'
After which strong avowal, Bella underwent reaction, and cried to any extent, with her face on the back of her chair. 'Now look here,'
said Mr Boffin, as soon as he could find an opening for breaking the silence and striking in. 'Give me your attention, Bella. I am not angry.'
'I am,'
said Bella. 'I say,' resumed the Golden Dustman, 'I am not angry, and I mean kindly to you, and I want to overlook this. So, you'll stay where you are, and we'll agree to say no more about it.'
'No, I can't stay here,'
cried Bella, rising hurriedly again.
'I can't think of staying here. I must go home for good.'
'Now, don't be silly,' Mr Boffin reasoned. 'Don't do what you can't undo. Don't do what you're sure to be sorry for.'
'I shall never be sorry for it,'
said Bella.
'And I should always be sorry, and should every minute of my life despise myself, if I remained here, after what has happened.'
'At least, Bella,' argued Mr Boffin, 'let there be no mistake about it. Look before you leap, you know. Stay where you are, and all's well, and all's as it was to be. Go away, and you can never come back.'
'I know that I can never come back, and that's what I mean,'
said Bella. 'You mustn't expect,' Mr Boffin pursued, 'that I'm a going to settle money on you if you leave us like this, because I'm not. No, Bella. Be careful. Not one brass farthing.'
'Expect!'
said Bella, haughtily.
'Do you think that any power on earth could make me take it, if you did, sir?'
But there was Mrs Boffin to part from, and, in the full flush of her dignity, the impressible little soul collapsed again. Down upon her knees before that good woman, she rocked herself upon her breast, and cried, and sobbed, and folded her in her arms with all her might.
'You're a dear, the best of dears!' cried Bella. 'You're the best of human creatures. I can never be thankful enough to you, and I can never forget you. If I should live to be blind and deaf, I know I shall see and hear you in my fancy, to the last of my dim old days.'
Mrs Boffin wept most heartily, and embraced her with all fondness, but said not one single word, except that she was her dear girl. She said that often enough to be sure, for she said it over and over again, but not one word else. Bella broke from her at length, and was going weeping out of the room, when in her own little queer affectionate way, she half relented towards Mr Boffin.
'I am very glad,'
sobbed Bella,
'that I called you names, sir, because you richly deserved it. But I am very sorry that I called you names, because you used to be so different. Say good-bye.'
'Good-bye,' said Mr Boffin, shortly.
'If I knew which of your hands was the least spoilt, I would ask you to let me touch it,'
said Bella,
'for the last time. But not because I repent of what I have said to you, for I don't. It's true.'
'Try the left hand,' said Mr Boffin, holding it out in a stolid manner. 'It's the least used.'
'You have been wonderfully good and kind to me,' said Bella, 'and I kiss it for that. You have been as bad could be to Mr Rokesmith, and I throw it away for that. Thank you for myself, and good-bye.'
'Good-bye,' said Mr Boffin as before. Bella caught him round the neck and kissed him, and ran out for ever. She ran upstairs, and sat down on the floor in her own room, and cried abundantly. But the day was declining, and she had no time to lose. She opened all the places where she kept her dresses, selected only those she had brought with her, leaving all the rest, and made a great misshapen bundle of them to be sent for afterwards.
'I won't take one of the others,'
said Bella, tying the knots of the bundle very tight in the severity of her resolution.
'I'll leave all the presents behind, and begin again entirely on my own account.'
That the resolution might be thoroughly carried into practice, she even changed the dress she wore for that in which she had come to the grand mansion. Even the bonnet she put on was the bonnet that had mounted into the Boffin chariot at Holloway.
'Now I am complete,' said Bella. 'It's a little trying, but I have steeped my eyes in cold water, and I won't cry any more. You have been a pleasant room to me, dear room. Adieu. We shall never see each other again.' With a parting kiss of her fingers to it, she softly closed the door,
and went with a light foot down the great staircase, pausing and listening as she went, that she might meet none of the household. No one chanced to be about, and she got down to the hall in quiet. The door of the late Secretary's room stood open. She peeped in as she passed, and divined from the emptiness of his table, and the general appearance of things, that he was already gone. Softly opening the great hall door, and softly closing it upon herself, she turned and kissed it on the outside, insensible old combination of wood and iron that it was, before she ran away from the house at a swift pace.
That was well done,
panted Bella, slackening in the next street and subsiding into a walk.
If I had left myself any breath to cry with, I should have cried again. Now, poor dear darling little Pa, you are going to see your lovely woman unexpectedly.
End of Book 3, Chapter 15. Book 3, Chapter 16 of Our Mutual Friend. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 3, A Long Lane. Chapter 16, The Feast of the Three Hobgoblins. The city looked unpromising enough as Bella made her way along its gritty streets. Most of its money mills were slackening sail, or had left off grinding for the day. The master millers had already departed, and the journeymen were departing. There was a jaded aspect on the business lanes and courts, and the very pavements had a weary appearance, confused by the tread of 1,000,000 feet. There must be hours of night to temper down the day's distraction of so feverish a place. As yet the worry of the newly stopped whirling and grinding on the part of the money mills seemed to linger in the air, and the quiet was more like the prostration of a spent giant than the repose of one who was renewing his strength. If Bella thought, as she glanced at the mighty bank, how agreeable it would be to have an hour's gardening there, with a bright copper shovel, among the money, still she was not in an avaricious vein. Much improved in that respect, and with certain half-formed images which had little gold in their composition dancing before her bright eyes, she arrived in the drug-flavoured region of Mincing Lane, with the sensation of having just opened a drawer in a chemist's shop. The counting-house of Chicksey, Veneering, and Stobbles was pointed out by an elderly female accustomed to the care of officers, who dropped upon Bella out of a public-house, wiping her mouth, and accounted for its humidity on natural principles well known to the physical sciences, by explaining that she had looked in at the door to see what o'clock it was. The counting-house was a wall-eyed ground floor by a dark gateway, and Bella was considering, as she approached it, could there be any precedent in the city for her going in and asking for R. Wilfer, when whom should she see, sitting at one of the windows with the plate-glass sash raised, but R. Wilfer himself, preparing to take a slight refection. On approaching nearer, Bella discerned that the refection had the appearance of a small cottage loaf and a pennyworth of milk. Simultaneously with this discovery on her part, her father discovered her, and invoked the echoes of Mincing Lane to exclaim, "My gracious me!" He then came cherubically flying out without a hat, and embraced her, and handed her in. "For it's after hours, and I am all alone, my dear," he explained, "and am having, as I sometimes do when they are all gone, a quiet tea." Looking round the office as if her father were a captive, and this his cell, Bella hugged him and choked him to her heart's content. "I never was so surprised, my dear," said her father. "I couldn't believe my eyes. Upon my life, I thought they had taken to lying. The idea of your coming down the lane yourself! Why didn't you send the footman down the lane, my dear?"
I have brought no footman with me, Pa.
"Oh, indeed! But you have brought the elegant turnout, my love?"
No, Pa.
You never can have walked, my dear?'
'Yes, I have, Pa.'
He looked so very much astonished that Bella could not make up her mind to break it to him just yet.
'The consequence is, Pa, that your lovely woman feels a little faint, and would very much like to share your tea.'
The cottage loaf and the pennyworth of milk had been set forth on a sheet of paper on the window seat. The cherubic pocket knife, with the first bit of the loaf still on its point, lay beside them where it had been hastily thrown down. Bella took the bit off and put it in her mouth. 'My dear child,' said her father, 'the idea of your partaking of such lowly fare! But at least you must have your own loaf and your own pennyworth. One moment, my dear. The dairy is just over the way and round the corner.' Regardless of Bella's dissuasions, he ran out, and quickly returned with the new supply. 'My dear child,' he said, as he spread it on another piece of paper before her, 'the idea of a splendid—' and then looked at her figure and stopped short.
'What's the matter, Pa?'
'Of a splendid female,' he resumed more slowly, 'putting up with such accommodation as the present. Is that a new dress you have on, my dear?'
'No, Pa, an old one. Don't you remember it?'
'Why, I thought I remembered it, my dear.'
'You should, for you bought it, Pa.'
'Yes, I thought I bought it, my dear,' said the cherub, giving himself a little shake, as if to rouse his faculties.
'And have you grown so fickle that you don't like your own taste, Pa dear?'
'Well, my love,' he returned, swallowing a bit of the cottage loaf with considerable effort, for it seemed to stick by the way, 'I should have thought it was hardly sufficiently splendid for existing circumstances.'
'And so, Pa,'
said Bella, moving coaxingly to his side instead of remaining opposite,
'you sometimes have a quiet tea here all alone? I'm not in the tea's way if I draw my arm over your shoulder like this, Pa?'
'Yes, my dear, and no, my dear. Yes to the first question, and certainly not to the second. Respecting the quiet tea, my dear, why, you see, the occupations of the day are sometimes a little wearing, and if there's nothing interposed between the day and your mother, why, she is sometimes a little wearing too.'
'I know, Pa.'
'Yes, my dear. So sometimes I put a quiet tea at the window here, with a little quiet contemplation of the lane, which comes soothing between the day and domestic—
'Bliss,'
suggested Bella sorrowfully.
'and domestic bliss,' said her father, quite contented to accept the phrase. Bella kissed him.
'And it is in this dark, dingy place of captivity, poor dear, that you pass all the hours of your life when you are not at home?'
'Not at home, or not on the road there, or on the road here, my love. Yes. You see that little desk in the corner?'
'In the dark corner, furthest both from the light and from the fireplace? The shabbiest desk of all the desks?'
'Now, does it really strike you in that point of view, my dear?' said her father, surveying it artistically with his head on one side. 'That's mine. That's called Rumty's perch.'
'Whose perch?'
asked Bella with great indignation.
'Rumty's. You see, being rather high and up 2 steps, they call it a perch. And they call me Rumty.'
'How dare they!'
exclaimed Bella. 'They're playful, Bella, my dear, they're playful. They're more or less younger than I am, and they're playful. What does it matter? It might be surly, or sulky, or 50 disagreeable things that I really shouldn't like to be considered. But Rumty, law, why not Rumty?' To inflict a heavy disappointment on this sweet nature, which had been through all her caprices the object of her recognition, love, and admiration from infancy, Bella felt to be the hardest task of her hard day. 'I should have done better,' she thought, to tell him at first. I should have done better to tell him just now, when he had some slight misgiving. He is quite happy again, and I shall make him wretched.' He was falling back on his loaf and milk, with the pleasantest composure, and Bella stealing her arm a little closer about him, and at the same time sticking up his hair with an irresistible propensity to play with him, founded on the habit of her whole life, had prepared herself to say,
'Pa, dear, don't be cast down, but I must tell you something disagreeable,'
when he interrupted her in an unlooked for manner. 'My gracious me!' he exclaimed, invoking the Mincing Lane echoes as before. 'This is very extraordinary.'
'What is, Pa?'
'Why, here's Mr Rokesmith now!'
'No, no, Pa, no!' cried Bella, greatly flurried. 'Surely not!'
'Yes, there is. Look here.' Sooth to say, Mr Rokesmith not only passed the window, but came into the counting house. And not only came into the counting house, but, finding himself alone there with Bella and her father, rushed at Bella and caught her in his arms with the rapturous words, 'My dear, dear girl, my gallant, generous, disinterested, courageous, noble girl!' And not only that even, which one might have thought astonishment enough for one dose. But Bella, after hanging her head for a moment, lifted it up and laid it on his breast, as if that were her head's chosen and lasting resting place. 'I knew you would come to him, and I followed you,' said Rokesmith. 'My love, my life, you are mine.' To which Bella responded,
'Yes, I am yours, if you think me worth taking.'
And after that seemed to shrink to next to nothing in the clasp of his arms, partly because it was such a strong one on his part, and partly because there was such a yielding to it on hers. The cherub, whose hair would have done for itself under the influence of this amazing spectacle what Bella had just now done for it, staggered back into the window seat from which he had risen, and surveyed the pair with his eyes dilated to their utmost.
'But we must think of dear Pa,' said Bella. 'I haven't told dear Pa. Let us speak to Pa.'
Upon which they turned to do so. 'I wish first, my dear,' remarked the cherub faintly, 'that you'd have the kindness to sprinkle me with a little milk, for I feel as if I was going.' In fact, the good little fellow had become alarmingly limp, and his senses seemed to be rapidly escaping, from the knees upward. Bella sprinkled him with kisses instead of milk, but gave him a little of that article to drink, and he gradually revived under her caressing care.
'We'll break it to you gently, dearest Pa,'
said Bella. 'My dear,' returned the cherub, looking at them both, 'you broke so much in the first gush, if I may so express myself, that I think I am equal to a good large breakage now.' 'Mr Wilfer,' said John Rokesmith, excitedly and joyfully, 'Bella takes me, though I have no fortune, even no present occupation, nothing but what I can get in the life before us. Bella takes me.' 'Yes, I should rather have inferred, my dear sir,' returned the cherub feebly, 'that Bella took you, from what I have within these few minutes remarked.'
'You don't know, Pa,'
said Bella,
'how ill I have used him.'
'You don't know, sir,' said Rokesmith, 'what a heart she has.'
'You don't know, Pa,' said Bella, 'what a shocking creature I was growing, when he saved me from myself.'
'You don't know, sir,' said Rokesmith, 'what a sacrifice she has made for me.' 'My dear Bella,' replied the cherub, still pathetically scared, 'and my dear John Rokesmith, if you will allow me so to call you.'
'Yes, do, Pa, do,' urged Bella. 'I allow you, and my will is his law, isn't it, dear John Rokesmith?'
There was an engaging shyness in Bella, coupled with an engaging tenderness of love and confidence and pride, in thus first calling him by name, which made it quite excusable in John Rokesmith to do what he did. What he did was, once more, to give her the appearance of vanishing as aforesaid. 'I think, my dears,' observed the cherub, that if you could make it convenient to sit one on one side of me and the other on the other, we should get on rather more consecutively, and make things rather plainer. John Rokesmith mentioned a while ago that he had no present occupation.' 'None,' said Rokesmith.
'No, Pa, none,'
said Bella. 'From which I argue,' proceeded the cherub, 'that he has left Mr Boffin?'
'Yes, Pa, and so—'
'Stop a bit, my dear. I wish to lead up to it by degrees. And that Mr Boffin has not treated him well.'
'Has treated him most shamefully, dear Pa,'
cried Bella, with a flashing face. 'Of which,' pursued the cherub, enjoining patience with his hand, 'a certain mercenary young person, distantly related to myself, could not approve. Am I leading up to it right?'
'Could not approve, sweet Pa,'
said Bella, with a tearful laugh and a joyful kiss. 'Upon which,' pursued the cherub, 'the certain mercenary young person, distantly related to myself, having previously observed and mentioned to myself that prosperity was spoiling Mr Boffin, felt that she must not sell her sense of what was right and what was wrong, and what was true and what was false, and what was just and what was unjust, for any price that could be paid to her by any one alive. Am I leading up to it right?' With another tearful laugh, Bella joyfully kissed him again. 'And therefore, the cherub went on in a glowing voice, as Bella's hand stole gradually up his waistcoat to his neck, 'this mercenary young person, distantly related to myself, refused the price, took off the splendid fashions that were part of it, put on the comparatively poor dress that I had last given her, and trusting to my supporting her in what was right, came straight to me. Have I led up to it?' Bella's hand was round his neck by this time, and her face was on it. 'The mercenary young person, distantly related to myself,' said her good father, 'did well. The mercenary young person, distantly related to myself, did not trust to me in vain. I admire this mercenary young person, distantly related to myself, more in this dress than if she had come to me in China silks, cashmere shawls, and Golconda diamonds. I love this young person dearly. I say to the man of this young person's heart, out of my heart and with all of it, my blessing on this engagement betwixt you, and she brings you a good fortune when she brings you the poverty she has accepted for your sake, and the honest truths.' The staunch little man's voice failed him as he gave John Rokesmith his hand, and he was silent, bending his face low over his daughter. But, not for long. He soon looked up, saying in a sprightly tone, 'And now, my dear child, if you think you can entertain John Rokesmith for a minute and a half, I'll run over to the dairy and fetch him a cottage loaf and a drink of milk, that we may all have tea together.' It was, as Bella gaily said, like the supper provided for the 3 nursery hobgoblins at their house in the forest, without their thunderous low growlings of the alarming discovery, 'Somebody's been drinking my milk.' It was a delicious repast, by far the most delicious that Bella, or John Rokesmith, or even R. Wilfer, had ever made. The uncongenial oddity of its surroundings, with the 2 brass knobs of the iron safe of Chicksey, Veneering, and Stobbles staring from a corner like the eyes of some dull dragon, only made it the more delightful. 'To think,' said the cherub, looking round the office with unspeakable enjoyment, 'that anything of a tender nature should come off here, is what tickles me. To think that ever I should have seen my Bella folded in the arms of her future husband, here, you know.' It was not until the cottage loaves and the milk had for some time disappeared, and the foreshadowings of night were creeping over Mincing Lane, that the cherub by degrees became a little nervous, and said to Bella as he cleared his throat, 'Have you thought at all about your mother, my dear?'
'Yes, Pa.'
'And your sister Lavvy, for instance, my dear?'
'Yes, Pa.
I think we had better not enter into particulars at home. I think it will be quite enough to say that I had a difference with Mr Boffin and have left for good.'
'John Rokesmith being acquainted with your Ma, my love,' said her father, after some slight hesitation, 'I need have no delicacy in hinting before him that you may perhaps find your Ma a little wearing.'
'A little patient, Pa?'
said Bella, with a tuneful laugh, the tunefuller for being so loving in its tone. 'Well, we'll say, strictly in confidence among ourselves, wearing. We won't qualify it,' the cherub stoutly admitted. 'And your sister's temper is wearing.'
'I don't mind, Pa.'
'And you must prepare yourself, you know, my precious,' said her father, with much gentleness, 'for our looking very poor and meagre at home, and being at the best but very uncomfortable after Mr Boffin's house.'
'I don't mind, Pa. I could bear much harder trials for John.'
The closing words were not so softly and blushingly said, but that John heard them, and showed that he heard them by again assisting Bella to another of those mysterious disappearances. 'Well,' said the cherub gaily, and not expressing disapproval, 'when you come back from retirement, my love, and reappear on the surface, I think it will be time to lock up and go.' If the counting house of Chicksey, Veneering, and Stobbles had ever been shut up by three happier people, glad as most people were to shut it up, they must have been superlatively happy indeed. But first Bella mounted upon Rumty's perch, and said,
'Show me what you do here all day long, dear Pa. Do you write like this?'
laying her round cheek upon her plump left arm, and losing sight of her pen in waves of hair in a highly unbusinesslike manner, though John Rokesmith seemed to like it. So the three hobgoblins, having effaced all traces of their feast, and swept up the crumbs, came out of Mincing Lane to walk to Holloway. And if two of the hobgoblins didn't wish the distance twice as long as it was, the third hobgoblin was much mistaken. Indeed, that modest spirit deemed himself so much in the way of their deep enjoyment of the journey, that he apologetically remarked, 'I think, my dears, I'll take the lead on the other side of the road, and seem not to belong to you.' Which he did, cherubically strewing the path with smiles in the absence of flowers. It was almost 10 o'clock when they stopped within view of Wilfer Castle, and then, the spot being quiet and deserted, Bella began a series of disappearances which threatened to last all night. 'I think, John,' the cherub hinted at last, 'that if you can spare me the young person distantly related to myself, I'll take her in.' 'I can't spare her,' answered John, 'but I must lend her to you. My darling!' A word of magic which caused Bella instantly to disappear again.
'Now, dearest Pa,'
said Bella, when she became visible,
'put your hand in mine, and we'll run home as fast as ever we can run, and get it over. Now, Pa, once—'
'My dear,' the cherub faltered with something of a craven air, 'I was going to observe that if your mother—'
'You mustn't hang back, sir, to gain time,'
cried Bella, putting out her right foot.
'Do you see that, sir? That's the mark. Come up to the mark, sir. Once, twice, 3 times, and away, Pa!'
Off she skimmed, bearing the cherub along, nor ever stopped, nor suffered him to stop, until she had pulled at the bell.
'Now, dear Pa,'
said Bella, taking him by both ears as if he were a pitcher, and conveying his face to her rosy lips,
'we are in for it.'
Miss Lavvy came out to open the gate, waited on by that attentive cavalier and friend of the family, Mr George Sampson.
'Why, it's never Bella!'
exclaimed Miss Lavvy, starting back at the sight, and then bawled,
'Ma, here's Bella!'
This produced, before they could get into the house, Mrs Wilfer, who, standing in the portal, received them with ghostly gloom and all her other appliances of ceremony. 'My child is welcome, though unlooked for,' said she, at the time presenting her cheek as if it were a cool slate for visitors to enrol themselves upon. 'You too, R. W., are welcome, though late. Does the male domestic of Mrs Boffin hear me there?' This deep-toned inquiry was cast forth into the night for response from the menial in question.
'There is no one waiting, Ma dear,'
said Bella. 'There is no one waiting?' repeated Mrs Wilfer in majestic accents.
'No, Ma dear.'
A dignified shiver pervaded Mrs Wilfer's shoulders and gloves, as who should say, an enigma, and then she marched at the head of the procession to the family keeping room, where she observed, 'Unless, R.W.' who started on being solemnly turned upon, 'you have taken the precaution of making some addition to our frugal supper on your way home, it will prove but a distasteful one to Bella. Cold neck of mutton and a lettuce can ill compete with the luxuries of Mr Boffin's board.'
'Pray don't talk like that, Ma dear,' said Bella. 'Mr Boffin's board is nothing to me.'
But, here Miss Lavinia, who had been intently eyeing Bella's bonnet, struck in with,
'Why, Bella!'
'Yes,
Lavvy, I know.'
The irrepressible lowered her eyes to Bella's dress, and stooped to look at it, exclaiming again,
'Why, Bella!' 'Yes, Lavvy, I know what I have got on. I was going to tell Ma when you interrupted. I have left Mr Boffin's house for good, Ma, and I have come home again.'
Mrs Wilfer spake no word, but, having glared at her offspring for a minute or two in an awful silence, retired into her corner of state backward, and sat down, like a frozen article on sale in a Russian market.
'In short, dear Ma,'
said Bella, taking off the depreciated bonnet, and shaking out her hair,
'I have had a very serious difference with Mr Boffin on the subject of his treatment of a member of his household, and it's a final difference, and there's an end of all.'
'And I am bound to tell you, my dear,' added R. W. submissively, 'that Bella has acted in a truly brave spirit and with a truly right feeling, and therefore I hope, my dear, you'll not allow yourself to be greatly disappointed.'
'George,'
said Miss Lavvy, in a sepulchral warning voice, founded on her mother's,
'George Sampson, speak. What did I tell you about those Boffins?'
Mr Sampson, perceiving his frail bark to be labouring among shoals and breakers, thought it safest not to refer back to any particular thing that he had been told, lest he should refer back to the wrong thing. With admirable seamanship, he got his bark into deep water by murmuring, 'Yes, indeed.'
'Yes, I told George Sampson, as George Sampson tells you,' said Miss Lavvy, 'that those hateful Boffins would pick a quarrel with Bella as soon as her novelty had worn off. Have they done it, or have they not? Was I right, or was I wrong? And what do you say to us, Bella, of your Boffins now?'
'Lavvy and Ma,' said Bella, 'I say of Mr and Mrs Boffin
what I always have said, and I always shall say of them what I always have said. But nothing will induce me to quarrel with any one to night. I hope you're not sorry to see me, Ma dear,' kissing her, 'and I hope you're not sorry to see me, Lavvy,' kissing her too. 'And as I notice the lettuce Ma mentioned on the table, I'll make the salad.'
Bella playfully setting herself about the task, Mrs Wilfer's impressive countenance followed her with glaring eyes, presenting a combination of the once popular sign of the Saracen's Head with a piece of Dutch clockwork, and suggesting to an imaginative mind that from the composition of the salad her daughter might prudently omit the vinegar. But no word issued from the majestic matron's lips, and this was more terrific to her husband, as perhaps she knew, than any flow of eloquence with which she could have edified the company.
'Now, Ma dear,'
said Bella in due course,
'the salad's ready, and it's past supper time.'
Mrs Wilfer rose, but remained speechless.
'George,'
said Miss Lavinia in her voice of warning,
'Ma's chair.'
Mr Sampson flew to the excellent lady's back, and followed her up close, chair in hand, as she stalked to the banquet. Arrived at the table, she took her rigid seat, after favouring Mr Sampson with a glare for himself, which caused the young gentleman to retire to his place in much confusion. The cherub, not presuming to address so tremendous an object, transacted her supper through the agency of a third person, as 'Mutton to your Ma, Bella, my dear,' and 'Lavvy, I dare say your ma would take some lettuce if you were to put it on her plate.' Mrs Wilfer's manner of receiving those viands was marked by petrified absence of mind, in which state, likewise, she partook of them, occasionally laying down her knife and fork, as saying within her own spirit, 'What is this I am doing?' and glaring at one or other of the party, as if in indignant search of information. A magnetic result of such glaring was, that the person glared at could not by any means successfully pretend to be ignorant of the fact, so that a bystander, without beholding Mrs Wilfer at all, must have known at whom she was glaring, by seeing her refracted from the countenance of the beglared one. Miss Lavinia was extremely affable to Mr Sampson on this special occasion, and took the opportunity of informing her sister why.
'It was not worth troubling you about, Bella, when you were in a sphere so far removed from your family as to make it a matter in which you could be expected to take very little interest,' said Lavinia, with a toss of her chin. 'But George Sampson is paying his addresses to me.'
Bella was glad to hear it. Mr Sampson became thoughtfully red, and felt called upon to encircle Miss Lavinia's waist with his arm, but, encountering a large pin in the young lady's belt, scarified a finger, uttered a sharp exclamation, and attracted the lightning of Mrs Wilfer's glare.
'George is getting on very well,' said Miss Lavinia, which might not have been supposed at the moment, 'and I dare say we shall be married one of these days. I didn't care to mention it when you were with your here Miss Lavinia checked herself in a bounce, and added more placidly, when you were with Mr and Mrs Boffin, but now I think it sisterly to name the circumstance.'
'Thank you, Lavvy dear. I congratulate you.'
'Thank you, Bella. The truth is, George and I did discuss whether I should tell you, but I said to George that you wouldn't be much interested in so paltry an affair, and that it was far more likely you would rather detach yourself from us altogether than have him added to the rest of us.'
'That was a mistake, dear Lavvy,' said Bella.
'It turns out to be,'
replied Miss Lavinia.
'But circumstances have changed, you know, my dear. George is in a new situation, and his prospects are very good indeed. I shouldn't have had the courage to tell you so yesterday, when you would have thought his prospects poor and not worth notice, but I feel quite bold to-night.'
'When did you begin to feel timid, Lavvy?' inquired Bella with a smile.
'I didn't say that I ever felt timid, Bella,' replied the irrepressible, 'but perhaps I might have said, if I had not been restrained by delicacy towards a sister's feelings, that I have for some time felt independent. Too independent, my dear, to subject myself to have my intended match (you'll prick yourself again, George) looked down upon. It is not that I could have blamed you for looking down upon it when you were looking up to a rich and great match, Bella. It is only that I was independent.'
Whether the irrepressible felt slighted by Bella's declaration that she would not quarrel, or whether her spitefulness was evoked by Bella's return to the sphere of Mr George Sampson's courtship, or whether it was a necessary fillip to her spirits that she should come into collision with somebody on the present occasion, anyhow she made a dash at her stately parent now, with the greatest impetuosity.
'Ma, pray don't sit staring at me in that intensely aggravating manner. If you see a black on my nose, tell me so. If you don't, leave me alone.'
'Do you address me in those words?' said Mrs Wilfer. 'Do you presume?'
'Don't talk about presuming, Ma, for goodness' sake. A girl who is old enough to be engaged is quite old enough to object to be stared at as if she was a clock.'
'Audacious one!' said Mrs Wilfer. 'Your grandmamma, if so addressed by one of her daughters at any age, would have insisted on her retiring to a dark apartment.'
'My grandmamma,'
returned Lavvy, folding her arms and leaning back in her chair,
'wouldn't have sat staring people out of countenance, I think.'
'She would,' said Mrs Wilfer.
'Then it's a pity she didn't know better,' said Lavvy. 'And if my grandmamma wasn't in her dotage when she took to insisting on people's retiring to dark apartments, she ought to have been. A pretty exhibition my grandmamma must have made of herself. I wonder whether she ever insisted on people's retiring into the Ball of St Paul's, and if she did, how she got them there.'
'Silence!' proclaimed Mrs Wilfer. 'I command silence!'
'I have not the slightest intention of being silent, Ma,'
returned Lavinia coolly.
But quite the contrary. I'm not going to be eyed as if I had come from the Boffins and sit silent under it. I'm not going to have George Sampson eyed as if he had come from the Boffins and sit silent under it. If Pa thinks proper to be eyed as if he had come from the Boffins also, well and good. I don't choose to, and I won't.
Lavinia's engineering having made this crooked opening at Bella, Mrs Wilfer strode into it. "You rebellious girl, you mutinous child, tell me this, Lavinia. If in violation of your mother's sentiments you had condescended to allow yourself to be patronized by the Boffins, and if you had come from those halls of slavery—"
"That's mere nonsense, Ma,"
said Lavinia. "How?" exclaimed Mrs Wilfer with sublime severity.
"Halls of slavery, Ma, is mere stuff and nonsense," returned the unmoved Irrepressible.
"I say, presumptuous child, if you had come from the neighbourhood of Portland Place, bending under the yoke of patronage and attended by its domestics in glittering garb to visit me, do you think my deep-seated feelings could have been expressed in looks?"
"All I think about it is," returned Lavinia, "that I should wish them expressed to the right person."
"And if," pursued her mother, "if making light of my warnings that the face of Mrs Boffin alone was a face teeming with evil, you had clung to Mrs Boffin instead of to me, and had after all come home rejected by Mrs Boffin, trampled underfoot by Mrs Boffin, and cast out by Mrs Boffin, do you think my feelings could have been expressed in looks?" Lavinia was about replying to her honoured parent that she might as well have dispensed with her looks altogether then, when Bella rose and said,
"Good night, dear Ma. I have had a tiring day, and I'll go to bed."
This broke up the agreeable party. Mr George Sampson shortly afterwards took his leave, accompanied by Miss Lavinia with a candle as far as the hall, and without a candle as far as the garden gate. Mrs Wilfer, washing her hands of the Boffins, went to bed after the manner of Lady Macbeth, and R. W. was left alone among the dilapidations of the supper table in a melancholy attitude. But, a light footstep roused him from his meditations, and it was Bella's. Her pretty hair was hanging all about her, and she had tripped down softly, brush in hand, and barefoot, to say good night to him. "My dear, you most unquestionably are a lovely woman," said the cherub, taking up a tress in his hand.
"Look here, sir," said Bella. "When your lovely woman marries, you shall have that piece if you like, and she'll make you a chain of it. Would you prize that remembrance of the dear creature?"
"Yes, my precious."
"Then you shall have it if you're good, sir. I am very, very sorry, dearest Pa, to have brought home all this trouble."
"My pet," returned her father, in the simplest good faith, "don't make yourself uneasy about that. It really is not worth mentioning, because things at home would have taken pretty much the same turn anyway. If your mother and sister don't find one subject to get at times a little wearing on, they find another. We're never out of a wearing subject, my dear, I assure you. I'm afraid you find your old room with Lavvy dreadfully inconvenient, Bella?"
"No, I don't, Pa. I don't mind. Why don't I mind, do you think, Pa?"
"Well, my child, you used to complain of it when it wasn't such a contrast as it must be now. Upon my word, I can only answer, because you are so much improved."
"No, Pa, because I am so thankful and so happy."
Here she choked him until her long hair made him sneeze, and then she laughed until she made him laugh, and then she choked him again, that they might not be overheard.
"Listen, sir,"
said Bella.
"Your lovely woman was told her fortune to-night on her way home. It won't be a large fortune, because if the lovely woman's intended gets a certain appointment that he hopes to get soon, she will marry on £150 a year. But that's at first, and even if it should never be more, the lovely woman will make it quite enough. But that's not all, sir. In the fortune there's a certain fair man, a little man, the fortune teller said, who, it seems, will always find himself near the lovely woman, and will always have kept, expressly for him, such a peaceful corner in the lovely woman's little house as never was. Tell me the name of that man, sir.'
'Is he a knave in the pack of cards?' inquired the cherub, with a twinkle in his eyes.
'Yes,'
cried Bella, in high glee, choking him again.
'He's the knave of Wilfers. Dear Pa, the lovely woman means to look forward to this fortune that has been told for her, so delightfully, and to cause it to make her a much better lovely woman than she ever has been yet. What the little fair man is expected to do, sir, is to look forward to it also by saying to himself, when he is in danger of being over-worried, "I see land at last."
'I see land at last,' repeated her father.
'There's a dear knave of Wilfers!'
exclaimed Bella, then putting out her small white bare foot.
'That's the mark, sir. Come to the mark. Put your boot against it. We keep to it together, mind. Now, sir, you may kiss the lovely woman before she runs away, so thankful and so happy. Oh yes, fair little man, so thankful and so happy.'
End of Book 3, Chapter 16. Book 3, Chapter 17 of Our Mutual Friend. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 3, A Long Lane. Chapter 17, A Social Chorus. Amazement sits enthroned upon the countenances of Mr and Mrs Alfred Lammle's circle of acquaintance, when the disposal of their first-class furniture and effects, including a billiard-table in capital letters, by auction under a bill of sale, is publicly announced on a waving hearthrug in Sackville Street. But, nobody is half so much amazed as Hamilton Veneering, Esquire, M.P., for pocket breeches, who instantly begins to find out that the Lammles are the only people ever entered on his soul's register who are not the oldest and dearest friends he has in the world. Mrs Veneering, W.M.P., for pocket breeches, like a faithful wife, shares her husband's discovery and inexpressible astonishment. Perhaps the Veneerings twain may deem the last unutterable feeling particularly due to their reputation, by reason that once upon a time some of the longer heads in the city are whispered to have shaken themselves when Veneering's extensive dealings and great wealth were mentioned. But it is certain that neither Mr nor Mrs Veneering can find words to wonder in, and it becomes necessary that they give to the oldest and dearest friends they have in the world a wondering dinner. For it is by this time noticeable that, whatever befalls, the Veneerings must give a dinner upon it. Lady Tippins lives in a chronic state of invitation to dine with the Veneerings, and in a chronic state of inflammation arising from the dinners. Boots and Brewer go about in cabs, with no other intelligible business on earth than to beat up people to come and dine with the Veneerings. Veneering pervades the legislative lobbies, intent upon entrapping his fellow legislators to dinner. Mrs Veneering dined with 25 brand-new faces overnight, calls upon them all to-day, sends them every one a dinner-card to-morrow, for the week after next. Before that dinner is digested, calls upon their brothers and sisters, their sons and daughters, their nephews and nieces, their aunts and uncles and cousins, and invites them all to dinner. And still, as at first, howsoever the dining circle widens, it is to be observed that all the diners are consistent in appearing to go to the Veneerings, not to dine with Mr and Mrs Veneering, which would seem to be the last thing in their minds, but to dine with one another. Perhaps, after all, who knows? Veneering may find this dining, though expensive, remunerative in the sense that it makes champions. Mr Podsnap, as a representative man, is not alone in caring very particularly for his own dignity, if not for that of his acquaintances, and therefore in angrily supporting the acquaintances who have taken out his permit, lest in their being lessened he should be. gold and silver camels, and the ice pails, and the rest of the Veneering table decorations make a brilliant show. And when I, Podsnap, casually remark elsewhere that I dined last Monday with a gorgeous caravan of camels, I find it personally offensive to have it hinted to me that they are broken-kneed camels, or camels labouring under the suspicion of any sort. I don't display camels myself. I am above them. I am a more solid man. But these camels are vast to the light of my countenance, and how dare you, sir, insinuate to me that I have irradiated any but unimpeachable camels? The camels are polishing up in the Analytical's pantry for the dinner of wonderment, on the occasion of the Lammles going to pieces, and Mr Twemlow feels a little queer on the sofa at his lodgings over the stable yard in Duke Street, St James's, in consequence of having taken 2 advertised pills at about midday, on the faith of the printed representation accompanying the box, price 1 1/2 halfpenny, government stamp included, that the same will be found highly salutary as a precautionary measure in connection with the pleasures of the table. To whom, while sickly with the fancy of an insoluble pill sticking in his gullet, and also with the sensation of a deposit of warm gum languidly wandering within him a little lower down, a servant enters with the announcement that a lady wishes to speak with him. 'A lady?' says Twemlow, pluming his ruffled feathers. 'Ask the favour of the lady's name.' The lady's name is Lammle. The lady will not detain Mr Twemlow longer than a very few minutes. The lady is sure that Mr Twemlow will do her the kindness to see her, on being told that she particularly desires a short interview. The lady has no doubt whatever of Mr Twemlow's compliance when he hears her name, has begged the servant to be particular not to mistake her name, would have sent in a card, but has none. 'Show the lady in.' Lady shown in, comes in. Mr Twemlow's little rooms are modestly furnished, in an old-fashioned manner, rather like the housekeeper's room at Snigsworthy Park, and would be bare of mere ornament, were it not for a full-length engraving of the sublime Snigsworth over the chimney-piece, snorting at a Corinthian column with an enormous roll of paper at his feet, and a heavy curtain going to tumble down on his head, those accessories being understood to represent the noble lord as somehow in the act of saving his country. 'Pray take a seat, Mrs Lammle.' Mrs Lammle takes a seat, and opens the conversation. 'I have no doubt, Mr Twemlow, that you have heard of a reverse of fortune having befallen us. Of course you have heard of it, for no kind of news travels so fast, among one's friends especially.' Mindful of the wondering dinner, Twemlow, with a little twinge, admits the imputation. 'Probably it will not,' says Mrs Lammle, with a certain hardened manner upon her that makes Twemlow shrink, 'have surprised you so much as some others. After what passed between us at the house which is now turned out at windows, I have taken the liberty of calling upon you, Mr Twemlow, to add a sort of postscript to what I said that day.' Mr Twemlow's dry and hollow cheeks become more dry and hollow at the prospect of some new complication. 'Really,' says the uneasy little gentleman, 'really, Mrs Lammle, I should take it as a favour if you could excuse me from any further confidence. It has ever been one of the objects of my life, which unfortunately has not had many objects, to be inoffensive, and to keep out of cabals and interferences.' Mrs Lammle, by far the more observant of the two, scarcely finds it necessary to look at Twemlow while he speaks, so easily does she read him. 'My postscript, to retain the term I have used,' says Mrs Lammle, fixing her eyes on his face to enforce what she says herself, 'coincides exactly with what you say, Mr Twemlow. So far from troubling you with any new confidence, I merely wish to remind you what the old one was. So far from asking you for interference, I merely wish to claim your strict neutrality.' Twemlow going on to reply, she rests her eyes again, knowing her ears to be quite enough for the contents of so weak a vessel. 'I can, I suppose,' says Twemlow, nervously, offer no reasonable objection to hearing anything that you do me the honour to wish to say to me under those heads. But if I may, with all possible delicacy and politeness, entreat you not to range beyond them, I beg to do so.' 'Sir,' says Mrs Lammle, raising her eyes to his face again, and quite daunting him with her hardened manner, 'I imparted to you a certain piece of knowledge, to be imparted again, as you thought best, to a certain person.' 'Which I did,' says Twemlow, 'and for doing which I thank you, though indeed I scarcely know why I turned traitress to my husband in the matter, for the girl is a poor little fool. I was a poor little fool once myself. I can find no better reason.' Seeing the effect she produces on him by her indifferent laugh and cold look, she keeps her eyes upon him as she proceeds. 'Mr Twemlow, if you should chance to see my husband, or to see me, or to see both of us, in the favour or confidence of any one else, whether of our common acquaintance or not, is of no consequence. You have no right to use against us the knowledge I entrusted you with, for one special purpose, which has been accomplished. This is what I came to say. It is not a stipulation. To a gentleman it is simply a reminder.' Twemlow sits murmuring to himself with his hand to his forehead. 'It is so plain a case,' Mrs Lammle goes on, 'as between me, from the first relying on your honour, and you, that I will not waste another word upon it.' She looks steadily at Mr Twemlow, until, with a shrug, he makes her a little one-sided bow, as though saying, 'Yes, I think you have a right to rely upon me,' and then she moistens her lips, and shows a sense of relief. 'I trust I have kept the promise I made through your servant, that I would detain you a very few minutes. I need trouble you no longer, Mr Twemlow.' 'Stay,' says Twemlow, rising as she rises. 'Pardon me a moment. I should never have sought you out, madam, to say what I am going to say, but since you have sought me out and are here, I will throw it off my mind. Was it quite consistent in candour with our taking that resolution against Mr Fledgeby, that you should afterwards address Mr Fledgeby as your dear and confidential friend, and entreat a favour of Mr Fledgeby? Always supposing that you did, I assert no knowledge of my own on the subject. It has been represented to me that you did.' 'Then he told you?' retorts Mrs Lammle, who again has saved her eyes while listening, and uses them with strong effect while speaking. 'Yes.' 'It is strange that he should have told you the truth,' says Mrs Lammle, seriously pondering. 'Pray, where did a circumstance so very extraordinary happen?' Twemlow hesitates. He is shorter than the lady, as well as weaker, and, as she stands above him with her hardened manner and her well-used eyes, he finds himself at such a disadvantage that he would like to be of the opposite sex. 'May I ask where it happened, Mr Twemlow, in strict confidence?' 'I must confess,' says the mild little gentleman, coming to his answer by degrees, 'that I felt some compunctions when Mr Fledgeby mentioned it. I must admit that I could not regard myself in an agreeable light, more particularly as Mr Fledgeby did, with great civility, which I could not feel that I deserved from him, render me the same service that you had entreated him to render you.' It is a part of the true nobility of the poor gentleman's soul to say this last sentence. Otherwise, he has reflected, I shall assume the superior position of having no difficulties of my own while I know of hers, which would be mean, very mean.
Was Mr Fledgeby's advocacy as effectual in your case as in ours? Mrs Lammle demands.
As ineffectual.
Can you make up your mind to tell me where you saw Mr Fledgeby, Mr Twemlow?
I beg your pardon. I fully intended to have done so. The reservation was not intentional. I encountered Mr Fledgeby quite by accident on the spot. By the expression 'on the spot' I mean at Mr Riah's in St Mary Axe.
Have you the misfortune to be in Mr Riah's hands, then?
Unfortunately, madam, returns Twemlow, the one money obligation to which I stand committed, the one debt of my life, but it is a just debt, pray observe that I don't dispute it, has fallen into Mr Riah's hands.
Mr Twemlow, says Mrs Lammle, fixing his eyes with hers, which he would prevent her doing if he could, but he can't. It has fallen into Mr Fledgeby's hands. Mr Riah is his mask. It has fallen into Mr Fledgeby's hands. Let me tell you that, for your guidance. The information may be of use to you, if only to prevent your credulity in judging another man's truthfulness by your own, from being imposed upon.
Impossible! Cries Twemlow, standing aghast. How do you know it?
I scarcely know how I know it. The whole train of circumstances seemed to take fire at once, and show it to me.
Oh, then you have no proof?
It is very strange, says Mrs Lammle, coldly and boldly, and with some disdain, how like men are to one another in some things, though their characters are as different as can be. No two men can have less affinity between them, one would say, than Mr Twemlow and my husband, yet my husband replies to me, "You have no proof," and Mr Twemlow replies to me with the very same words.
But why, madam? Twemlow ventures gently to argue. Consider why the very same words. Because they state the fact. Because you have no proof.
Men are very wise in their way, quoth Mrs Lammle, glancing haughtily at the Snigsworth portrait, and shaking out her dress before departing. But they have wisdom to learn. My husband, who is not over-confiding, ingenuous, or inexperienced, sees this plain thing no more than Mr Twemlow does, because there is no proof. Yet I believe 5 women out of 6 in my place would see it as clearly as I do. However, I will never rest, if only in remembrance of Mr Fledgeby's having kissed my hand, until my husband does see it. And you will do well for yourself to see it from this time forth, Mr Twemlow, though I can give you no proof. As she moves towards the door, Mr Twemlow, attending on her, expresses his soothing hope that the condition of Mr Lammle's affairs is not irretrievable. I don't know, Mrs Lammle answers, stopping and sketching out the pattern of the paper on the wall with the point of her parasol. It depends. There may be an opening for him dawning now, or there may be none. We shall soon find out. If none, we are bankrupt here, and must go abroad, I suppose. Mr Twemlow, in his good-natured desire to make the best of it, remarks that there are pleasant lives abroad. Yes, returns Mrs Lammle, still sketching on the wall, but I doubt whether billiard-playing, card-playing, and so forth, for the means to live under suspicion at a dirty table d'hote, is one of them. It is much for Mr Lammle, Twemlow politely intimates, though greatly shocked, to have one always beside him who is attached to him in all his fortunes, and whose restraining influence will prevent him from courses that would be discreditable and ruinous. As he says it, Mrs Lammle leaves off sketching and looks at him. 'Restraining influence, Mr Twemlow. We must eat and drink and dress and have a roof over our heads. Always beside him and attached in all his fortunes? Not much to boast of in that. What can a woman at my age do? My husband and I deceived one another when we married. We must bear the consequences of the deception, that is to say, bear one another, and bear the burden of scheming together for to-day's dinner and to-morrow's breakfast, till death divorces us.' With those words, she walks out into Duke Street, St James's. Mr Twemlow, returning to his sofa, lays down his aching head on its slippery little horsehair bolster, with a strong internal conviction that a painful interview is not the kind of thing to be taken after the dinner pills which are so highly salutary in connection with the pleasures of the table. But 6 o'clock in the evening finds the worthy little gentleman getting better, and also getting himself into his obsolete little silk stockings and pumps for the wondering dinner at the Veneerings, and 7 o'clock in the evening finds him trotting out into Duke Street to trot to the corner and save a sixpence in coach hire. Tippins the divine has dined herself into such a condition by this time, that a morbid mind might desire her for a blessed change to sup at last and turn into bed. Such a mind has Mr Eugene Wrayburn, whom Twemlow finds contemplating Tippins with the moodiest of visages, while that playful creature rallies him on being so long overdue at the woolsack. Skittish is Tippins with Mortimer Lightwood too, and has raps to give him with her fan for having been best man at the nuptials of these deceiving what's-their-names who have gone to pieces. Though indeed the fan is generally lively, and taps away at the men in all directions, with something of a grisly sound suggestive of the clattering of Lady Tippins's bones. A new race of intimate friends has sprung up at Veneerings since he went into Parliament for the public good, to whom Mrs Veneering is very attentive. These friends, like astronomical distances, are only to be spoken of in the very largest figures. Boots says that one of them is a contractor who, it has been calculated, gives employment, directly and indirectly, to 500,000 men. Brewer says that another of them is a chairman, in such request at so many boards, so far apart, that he never travels less by railway than 3,000 miles a week. Buffer says that another of them hadn't a sixpence 18 months ago, and through the brilliancy of his genius in getting those shares issued at 85, and buying them all up with no money and selling them at par for cash, has now £375,000. Buffer particularly insisting on the odd 75, and declining to take a farthing less. With Buffer, Boots, and Brewer, Lady Tippins is eminently facetious on the subject of these fathers of the Script Church, surveying them through her eyeglass, and inquiring whether Boots and Brewer and Buffer think they will make her fortune if she makes love to them, with other pleasantries of that nature. Veneering, in his different way, is much occupied with the fathers too, piously retiring with them into the conservatory, from which retreat the word committee is occasionally heard, and where the fathers instruct Veneering how he must leave the valley of the piano on his left, take the level of the mantelpiece, cross by an open cutting at the candelabra, seize the carrying traffic at the console, and cut up the opposition root and branch at the window curtains. Mr and Mrs Podsnap are of the company, and the fathers descry in Mrs Podsnap a fine woman. She is consigned to a father, Boots's father, who employs 500,000 men, and is brought to anchor on Veneering's left, thus affording opportunity to the sportive Tippins on his right, he, as usual, being mere vacant space, to entreat to be told something about those loves of navvies, and whether they really do live on raw beefsteaks and drink porter out of their barrows. But, in spite of such little skirmishes, it is felt that this was to be a wondering dinner, and that the wondering must not be neglected. Accordingly, Brewer, as the man who has the greatest reputation to sustain, becomes the interpreter of the general instinct. 'I took,' said Brewer, in a favourable pause, 'a cab this morning, and I rattled off to that sale.' Boots, devoured by envy, says, 'So did I.' Buffer says, 'So did I,' but can find nobody to care whether he did or not. 'And what was it like?' inquires Veneering. 'I assure you,'
replies Brewer, looking about for anybody else to address his answer to, and giving the preference to Lightwood. 'I assure you the things were going for a song. Handsome things enough, but fetching nothing.' 'So I heard this afternoon,' says Lightwood. Brewer begs to know now, would it be fair to ask a professional man how on earth these people ever did come to such a total smash? Brewer's divisions being for emphasis. Lightwood replies that he was consulted certainly, but could give no opinion which would pay off the bill of sale, and therefore violates no confidence in supposing that it came of their living beyond their means. 'But how,' says Veneering, 'can people do that?' Ha! That is felt on all hands to be a shot in the bull's eye. How can people do that? The analytical chemist, going round with champagne, looks very much as if he could give them a pretty good idea how people did that, if he had a mind.
'How?'
says Mrs Veneering, laying down her fork to press her aquiline hands together at the tips of the fingers, and addressing the father who travels the 3,000 miles per week.
'How a mother can look at her baby and know that she lives beyond her husband's means, I cannot imagine.'
Eugene suggests that Mrs Lammle, not being a mother, had no baby to look at.
'True,' says Mrs Veneering, 'but the principle is the same.'
Boots is clear that the principle is the same. So is Buffer. It is the unfortunate destiny of Buffer to damage a cause by espousing it. The rest of the company have meekly yielded to the proposition that the principle is the same, until Buffer says it, when instantly a general murmur arises that the principle is not the same. 'But I don't understand,' says the father of the £375,000. 'If these people spoke of, occupied the position of being in society, they were in society?' Veneering is bound to confess that they dined here, and were even married from here. 'Then I don't understand,' pursues the father, 'how even their living beyond their means could bring them to what has been termed a total smash. Because there is always such a thing as an adjustment of affairs in the case of people of any standing at all.' Eugene, who would seem to be in a gloomy state of suggestiveness, suggests, 'Suppose you have no means, and live beyond them.' This is too insolvent a state of things for the father to entertain. It is too insolvent a state of things for any one with any self-respect to entertain, and is universally scouted. But it is so amazing how any people can have come to a total smash, that everybody feels bound to account for it specially. One of the fathers says, 'Gaming table.' Another of the fathers says, 'Speculated without knowing that speculation is a science.' Boots says, 'Horses.' Lady Tippins says to her fan, 'Two establishments.' Mr Podsnap, saying nothing, is referred to for his opinion, which he delivers as follows, much flushed and extremely angry. 'Don't ask me. I desire to take no part in the discussion of these people's affairs. I abhor the subject. It is an odious subject, an offensive subject, a subject that makes me sick. And I,' and with his favourite right arm flourish, which sweeps away everything and settles it for ever, Mr Podsnap sweeps these inconveniently unexplainable wretches who have lived beyond their means and gone to total smash, off the face of the universe. Eugene, leaning back in his chair, is observing Mr Podsnap with an irreverent face, and may be about to offer a new suggestion, when the Analytical is beheld in collision with the coachman. The coachman manifesting a purpose of coming at the company with a silver salver, as though intent upon making a collection for his wife and family, the Analytical cutting him off at the sideboard. The superior stateliness, if not the superior generalship, of the Analytical prevails over a man who is as nothing off the box, and the coachman, yielding up his salver, retires defeated. Then, the Analytical, perusing a scrap of paper lying on the salver, with the air of a literary censor, adjusts it, takes his time about going to the table with it, and presents it to Mr Eugene Wrayburn, whereupon the pleasant Tippins says aloud, 'The Lord Chancellor has resigned.' With distracting coolness and slowness, for he knows the curiosity of the charmer to be always devouring, Eugene makes a pretence of getting out an eyeglass, polishing it, and reading the paper with difficulty, long after he has seen what is written on it. What is written on it, in wet ink, is Young Blight. 'Waiting,' says Eugene over his shoulder in confidence with the Analytical. 'Waiting,' returns the Analytical in responsive confidence. Eugene looks, excuse me, towards Mrs Veneering, goes out, and finds young Blight, Mortimer's clerk, at the hall door.
'You told me to bring him, sir, to wherever you was, if he come while you was out and I was in,' says that discreet young gentleman, standing on tiptoe to whisper, 'and I brought him.'
'Sharp boy! Where is he?' asks Eugene.
'He's in a cab, sir, at the door. I thought it best not to show him, you see, if it could be helped, for he's a shaking all over like,' Blight's simile is perhaps inspired by the surrounding dishes of sweets, 'like glue monge.'
'Sharp boy again,' returns Eugene. 'I'll go to him.' Goes out straightway, and leisurely leaning his arms on the open window of a cab in waiting, looks in at Mr Dolls, who has brought his own atmosphere with him, and would seem from its odour to have brought it, for convenience of carriage, in a rum cask. 'Now, Dolls, wake up.'
'Mist Wrayburn, Drection, 15 shillings.
After carefully reading the dingy scrap of paper handed to him, and as carefully tucking it into his waistcoat pocket, Eugene tells out the money, beginning incautiously by telling the first shilling into Mr Doll's hand, which instantly jerks it out of window, and ending by telling the 15 shillings on the seat. 'Give him a ride back to Charing Cross, sharp boy, and there get rid of him.' Returning to the dining room, and pausing for an instant behind the screen at the door, Eugene overhears, above the hum and clatter, the fair Tippins say,
'I am dying to ask him what he was called out for.'
'Are you?' mutters Eugene. 'Then perhaps if you can't ask him, you'll die. So I'll be a benefactor to society, and go. A stroll and a cigar, and I can think this over. Think this over.' Thus, with a thoughtful face, he finds his hat and cloak, unseen of the Analytical, and goes his way. End of Book 3, Chapter 17. Book 4, Chapter 1 of Our Mutual Friend. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 4, A Turning. Chapter 1, Setting Traps. Plashwater Weir Mill Lock looked tranquil and pretty on an evening in the summer time. A soft air stirred the leaves of the fresh green trees, and passed like a smooth shadow over the river, and like a smoother shadow over the yielding grass. The voice of the falling water, like the voices of the sea and the wind, were as an outer memory to a contemplative listener, but not particularly so to Mr Riderhood, who sat on one of the blunt wooden levers of his lock gates, dozing. Wine must be got into a butt, by some agency, before it can be drawn out. And the wine of sentiment never having got into Mr Riderhood by any agency, nothing in nature tapped him. As the rogue sat, ever and again nodding himself off his balance, his recovery was always attended by an angry stare and growl, as if, in the absence of any one else, he had aggressive inclinations towards himself. In one of these starts, the cry of 'Lock ho! Lock!' prevented his relapse into a doze. Shaking himself as he got up, like the surly brute he was, he gave his growl a responsive twist at the end, and turned his face downstream to see who hailed. It was an amateur sculler, well up to his work, though taking it easily, in so light a boat that Rogue remarked, 'A little less on you, and you'd most have been a wager butt,' then went to work at his windlass handles and sluices to let the sculler in. As the latter stood in his boat, holding on by the boat-hook to the woodwork at the lock side, waiting for the gates to open, Rogue Riderhood recognized his t'other governor, Mr Eugene Wrayburn, who was, however, too indifferent or too much engaged to recognize him. The creaking lock gates opened slowly, and the light boat passed in as soon as there was room enough, and the creaking lock gates closed upon it, and it floated low down in the dock between the two sets of gates, until the water should rise, and the second gate should open and let it out. When Riderhood had run to his second windlass and turned it, and while he leaned against the lever of that gate to help it to swing open presently, he noticed, lying to rest under the green hedge by the towing path astern of the lock, a bargeman. The water rose and rose as the sluice poured in, dispersing the scum which had formed behind the lumbering gates, and sending the boat up, so that the sculler gradually rose like an apparition against the light from the bargeman's point of view. Riderhood observed that the bargeman rose too, leaning on his arm, and seemed to have his eyes fastened on the rising figure. But there was the toll to be taken, as the gates were now complaining and opening. The t'other governor tossed it ashore, twisted in a piece of paper, and as he did so, knew his man.
"Aye, aye, it's you, is it, honest friend?" said Eugene, seating himself preparatory to resuming his sculls. "You got the place, then?"
I got the place, and no thanks to you for it, nor yet not to Lawyer Lightwood," gruffly answered Riderhood.
"We saved our recommendation, honest fellow," said Eugene, "for the next candidate, the one who will offer himself when you are transported or hanged. Don't be long about it, will you be so good?" So imperturbable was the air with which he gravely bent to his work, that Riderhood remained staring at him, without having found a retort, until he had rowed past a line of wooden objects by the weir, which showed like huge teetotums standing at rest in the water, and was almost hidden by the drooping boughs on the left bank as he rowed away, keeping out of the opposing current. It being then too late to retort with any effect, if that could ever have been done, the honest man confined himself to cursing and growling in a grim undertone. Having then got his gates shut, he crossed back by his plank lock-bridge to the towing path side of the river. If, in so doing, he took another glance at the bargeman, he did it by stealth. He cast himself on the grass by the lock side in an indolent way, with his back in that direction, and, having gathered a few blades, fell to chewing them. The dip of Eugene Wrayburn's sculls had become hardly audible in his ears when the bargeman passed him, putting the utmost width that he could between them, and keeping under the hedge. Then Riderhood sat up, and took a long look at his figure, and then cried,
"Aye, Lock, ho, Lock, Plashwater Weir Mill Lock."
The bargeman stopped and looked back.
"Plashwater Weir Mill Lock, T'otherest Governor," cried Mr Riderhood, with his hands to his mouth. The bargeman turned back. Approaching nearer and nearer, the bargeman became Bradley Headstone, in rough waterside second-hand clothing. "Wish I may die,"
said Riderhood, smiting his right leg, and laughing as he sat on the grass,
"if you ain't a been imitating me. T'otherest Governor. Never thought myself so good-looking afore."
Truly, Bradley Headstone had taken careful note of the honest man's dress in the course of that night walk they had had together. He must have committed it to memory, and slowly got it by heart. It was exactly reproduced in the dress he now wore. And whereas in his own schoolmaster clothes he usually looked as if they were the clothes of some other man, he now looked, in the clothes of some other man or men, as if they were his own. "This your Lock?" said Bradley, whose surprise had a genuine air. "They told me, where I last inquired, it was the third I should come to. This is only the second."
"It's my belief, Governor," returned Riderhood, with a wink and shake of his head, "that you've dropped one in your counting. It ain't locks as you've been giving your mind to. No, no."
As he expressively jerked his pointing finger in the direction the boat had taken, a flush of impatience mounted into Bradley's face, and he looked anxiously up the river.
"It ain't locks looks as you've been a reckoning up,' said Riderhood, when the schoolmaster's eyes came back again. 'No, no.'
'What other calculations do you suppose I have been occupied with? Mathematics?'
'I never heard it called that. It's a long word for it. Hows'ever, perhaps you call it so,' said Riderhood, stubbornly chewing his grass.
'It? What?'
'I'll say them, instead of it, if you like,'
was the coolly growled reply.
'It's safer talk, too.'
'What do you mean that I should understand by them?'
'Spites, affronts, offences give and took, deadly aggravations, such like,'
answered Riderhood. Do what Bradley Headstone would, he could not keep that former flush of impatience out of his face, or so master his eyes as to prevent their again looking anxiously up the river.
'Ha ha! Don't be afeard, T'otherest,' said Riderhood. 'The T'other's got to make way agin the stream, and he takes it easy. You can soon come up with him. But what's the good of saying that to you? You know how fur you could have outwalked him twixt anywheres about where he lost the tide, say Richmond, and this, if you had a mind to it.'
'You think I have been following him?' said Bradley.
'I know you have,'
said Riderhood. 'Well, I have. I have,' Bradley admitted. 'But,' with another anxious look up the river, 'he may land.'
'Easy you. He won't be lost if he does land,' said Riderhood. 'He must leave his boat behind him. He can't make a bundle or a parcel on it and carry it ashore with him under his arm.'
'He was speaking to you just now,' said Bradley, kneeling on one knee on the grass beside the lock keeper. 'What did he say?'
'Cheek,' said Riderhood.
'What?'
'Cheek,'
repeated Riderhood, with an angry oath.
'Cheek is what he said. He can't say nothing but cheek. I'd have liked to plump down aboard of him, neck and crop, with a heavy jump, and sunk him.'
Bradley turned away his haggard face for a few moments, and then said, tearing up a tuft of grass,
'Damn him!' 'Hoorah!' cried Riderhood. 'Does you credit, hoorah! I cry chorus to the T'otherest.'
'What turn,' said Bradley, with an effort at self-repression that forced him to wipe his face, 'did his insolence take to-day?'
'It took the turn,' answered Riderhood with a sullen ferocity, 'of hoping as I was getting ready to be hanged.'
'Let him look to that!' cried Bradley. 'Let him look to that! It will be bad for him when men he has injured, and at whom he has jeered, are thinking of getting hanged. Let him get ready for his fate when that comes about. There was more meaning in what he said than he knew of, or he wouldn't have had brains enough to say it. Let him look to it. Let him look to it. When men he has wronged, and on whom he has bestowed his insolence, are getting ready to be hanged, there is a death bell ringing, and not for them.' Riderhood, looking fixedly at him, gradually arose from his recumbent posture, while the schoolmaster said these words with the utmost concentration of rage and hatred. So, when the words were all spoken, he too kneeled on one knee on the grass, and the two men looked at one another. 'Oh!' said Riderhood, very deliberately spitting out the grass he had been chewing.
'Then I make out, T'otherest, as he is a-going to her.'
'He left London,' answered Bradley, 'yesterday. I have hardly a doubt this time that at last he is going to her.'
'You ain't sure, then?'
'I am as sure here,' said Bradley, with a clutch at the breast of his coarse shirt, 'as if it was written there,' with a blow or a stab at the sky.
'Ah, but judging from the looks on you,'
retorted Riderhood, completely ridding himself of his grass, and drawing his sleeve across his mouth,
'you've made equally sure afore, and have got disappointed. It is told upon you.'
'Listen,' said Bradley, in a low voice, bending forward to lay his hand upon the lock keeper's shoulder.
These are my holidays.'
'Are they, by George?'
muttered Riderhood, with his eyes on the passion-wasted face.
'Your working days must be stiff 'uns, if these is your holidays.'
'And I have never left him,' pursued Bradley, waving the interruption aside with an impatient hand, 'since they began. And I never will leave him now, till I have seen him with her.'
'And when you have seen him with her,'
said Riderhood, 'I'll come back to you.' Riderhood stiffened the knee on which he had been resting, got up, and looked gloomily at his new friend. After a few moments they walked side by side, in the direction the boat had taken, as if by tacit consent. Bradley pressing forward, and Riderhood holding back. Bradley getting out his neat prim purse into his hand, a present made him by penny subscription among his pupils, and Riderhood unfolding his arms to smear his coat cuff across his mouth with a thoughtful air. 'I have £1 for you,' said Bradley.
'You've two,'
said Riderhood. Bradley held a sovereign between his fingers. Slouching at his side with his eyes upon the towing path, Riderhood held his left hand open with a certain slight drawing action towards himself. Bradley dipped in his purse for another sovereign, and two chinked in Riderhood's hand, the drawing action of which, promptly strengthening, drew them home to his pocket. 'Now I must follow him,' said Bradley Headstone. 'He takes this river road, the fool, to confuse observation, or divert attention, if not solely to baffle me. But he must have the power of making himself invisible before he can shake me off.' Riderhood stopped.
'If you don't get disappointed again, T'otherest, maybe you'll put up at the Lockhouse when you come back.'
'I will.' Riderhood nodded, and the figure of the bargeman went its way along the soft turf by the side of the towing path, keeping near the hedge and moving quickly. They had turned a point from which a long stretch of river was visible. A stranger to the scene might have been certain that here and there along the line of hedge a figure stood, watching the bargeman and waiting for him to come up. So he himself had often believed at first, until his eyes became used to the posts bearing the dagger that slew Wat Tyler in the City of London Shield. Within Mr Riderhood's knowledge all daggers were as one, even to Bradley Headstone, who could have told to the letter without book all about Wat Tyler, Lord Mayor Walworth, and the King, that it is dutiful for youth to know, there was but one subject living in the world for every sharp destructive instrument that summer evening. So, Riderhood looking after him as he went, and he with his furtive hand laid upon the dagger as he passed it, and his eyes upon the boat, were much upon a par. The boat went on, under the arching trees, and over their tranquil shadows in the water. The bargeman, skulking on the opposite bank of the stream, went on after it. Sparkles of light showed Riderhood when and where the rower dipped his blades, until, even as he stood idly watching, the sun went down, and the landscape was dyed red. And then the red had the appearance of fading out of it and mounting up to heaven, as we say that blood, guiltily shed, does. Turning back towards his lock (he had not gone out of view of it), the rogue pondered as deeply as it was within the contracted power of such a fellow to do. Why did he copy my clothes? He could have looked like what he wanted to look like, without that. This was the subject matter in his thoughts, in which, too, there came lumbering up by times, like any half-floating and half-sinking rubbish in the river, the question, was it done by accident? The setting of a trap for finding out whether it was accidentally done, soon superseded, as a practical piece of cunning, the abstruser inquiry why otherwise it was done, and he devised a means. Rogue Riderhood went into his lockhouse, and brought forth into the now sober grey light his chest of clothes. Sitting on the grass beside it, he turned out, one by one, the articles it contained, until he came to a conspicuous bright red neckerchief, stained black here and there by wear. It arrested his attention, and he sat pausing over it, until he took off the rusty colourless wisp that he wore round his throat, and substituted the red neckerchief, leaving the long ends flowing.
'Now,' said the rogue, 'if arter He sees me in this neck-handkercher. I see him in a similar neck-handkercher. It won't be accident.'
Elated by his device, he carried his chest in again, and went to supper.
Lock, ho, lock!
It was a light night, and a barge coming down summoned him out of a long doze. In due course he had let the barge through, and was alone again, looking to the closing of his gates, when Bradley Headstone appeared before him, standing on the brink of the lock.
'Halloa!' said Riderhood. 'Back already, T'otherest?'
'He has put up for the night at an angler's inn,' was the fatigued and hoarse reply. 'He goes on up the river at 6 in the morning. I have come back for a couple of hours' rest.'
'You want 'em?'
said Riderhood, making towards the schoolmaster by his plank bridge.
'I don't want them,' returned Bradley irritably, 'because I would rather not have them, but would much prefer to follow him all night. However, if he won't lead, I can't follow. I've been waiting about until I could discover for a certainty at what time he starts. If I couldn't have made sure of it, I should have stayed there. This would be a bad pit for a man to be flung into with his hands tied. These slippery smooth walls would give him no chance, and I suppose those gates would suck him down.'
'Suck him down or swaller him up, he wouldn't get out,' said Riderhood. 'Not even if his hands warn't tied, he wouldn't. Shut him in at both ends, and I'd give him a pint of old ale ever to come up to me standing here.'
Bradley looked down with a ghastly relish.
'You run about the brink, and run across it, in this uncertain light, on a few inches' width of rotten wood,' said he. 'I wonder you have no thought of being drowned.'
'I can't be,' said Riderhood.
'You can't be drowned?'
'No,'
said Riderhood, shaking his head with an air of thorough conviction.
'It's well known. I've been brought out of drowning, and I can't be drowned. I wouldn't have that there busted blow bridge aware on it, or her people might make it tell agin the damages I mean to get. But it's well known to waterside characters like myself that him as has been brought out of drowning can never be drowned.'
Bradley smiled sourly at the ignorance he would have corrected in one of his pupils, and continued to look down into the water as if the place had a gloomy fascination for him.
'You seem to like it,' said Riderhood.
He took no notice, but stood looking down, as if he had not heard the words. There was a very dark expression on his face, an expression that the rogue found it hard to understand. It was fierce and full of purpose, but the purpose might have been as much against himself as against another. If he had stepped back for a spring, taken a leap, and thrown himself in, it would have been no surprising sequel to the look. Perhaps his troubled soul, set upon some violence, did hover for the moment between that violence and another.
'Didn't you say,' asked Riderhood, after watching him for a while with a sidelong glance, 'as you had come back for a couple of hours' rest?'
But even then he had to jog him with his elbow before he answered.
'Eh? Yes.'
'Hadn't you better come in and take your couple of hours' rest?'
'Thank you, yes.'
With the look of one just awakened, he followed Riderhood into the lock-house, where the latter produced from a cupboard some cold salt beef and half a loaf, some gin in a bottle, and some water in a jug. The last he brought in, cool and dripping, from the river.
'There, T'otherest,'
said Riderhood, stooping over him to put it on the table.
'You better take a bite and a sup afore you takes your snooze.'
The draggling ends of the red neckerchief caught the schoolmaster's eyes. Riderhood saw him look at it. 'Oh!' thought that worthy. 'You're a taking notice, are you? Come, you shall have a good squint at it then.' With which reflection he sat down on the other side of the table, threw open his vest, and made a pretence of retying the neckerchief with much deliberation. Bradley ate and drank, as he sat at his platter and mug. Riderhood saw him, again and yet again, steal a look at the neckerchief, as if he were correcting his slow observation and prompting his sluggish memory.
'When you're ready for your snooze,'
said that honest creature. 'Chuck yourself on my bed in the corner, T'otherest. It'll be broad day afore 3. I'll call you early.' 'I shall require no calling,' answered Bradley, and soon afterwards, divesting himself only of his shoes and coat, laid himself down. Riderhood, leaning back in his wooden armchair with his arms folded on his breast, looked at him lying with his right hand clenched in his sleep and his teeth set, until a film came over his own sight, and he slept too. He awoke to find that it was daylight, and that his visitor was already astir, and going out to the river side to cool his head. 'Though I'm blessed,' muttered Riderhood at the Lock-house door, looking after him, 'if I think there's water enough in all the Thames to do that for you.' Within 5 minutes he had taken his departure, and was passing on into the calm distance as he had passed yesterday. Riderhood knew when a fish leaped, by his starting and glancing round. 'Lock-ho! Lock!' at intervals all day, and 'Lock-ho! Lock!' thrice in the ensuing night, but no return of Bradley. The second day was sultry and oppressive. In the afternoon a thunderstorm came up, and had but newly broken into a furious sweep of rain when he rushed in at the door, like the storm itself. 'You've seen him with her?' exclaimed Riderhood, starting up. 'I have.' 'Where?' 'At his journey's end. His boat's hauled up for 3 days. I heard him give the order, and I saw him wait for her and meet her. I saw them.' He stopped as though he were suffocating, and began again. 'I saw them walking side by side last night.' 'What did you do?' 'Nothing.' 'What are you going to do?' He dropped into a chair and laughed. Immediately afterwards, a great spurt of blood burst from his nose. 'How does that happen?' asked Riderhood. 'I don't know. I can't keep it back. It has happened twice, 3 times, 4 times, I don't know how many times, since last night. I taste it, smell it, see it. It chokes me, and it breaks out like this.' He went into the pelting rain again, with his head bare, and, bending low over the river, and scooping up the water with his 2 hands, washed the blood away. All beyond his figure, as Riderhood looked from the door, was a vast dark curtain in solemn movement towards one quarter of the heavens. He raised his head and came back, wet from head to foot, but with the lower parts of his sleeves, where he had dipped into the river, streaming water. 'Your face is like a ghost's,' said Riderhood. 'Did you ever see a ghost?' was the sullen retort. 'I mean to say, you're quite wore out.' 'That may well be. I have had no rest since I left here. I don't remember that I have so much as sat down since I left here.' 'Lie down now, then,' said Riderhood. 'I will, if you'll give me something to quench my thirst first.' The bottle and jug were again produced, and he mixed a weak draught, and another, and drank both in quick succession. 'You asked me something,' he said then. 'No, I didn't,' replied Riderhood. 'I tell you,' retorted Bradley, turning upon him in a wild and desperate manner, 'you asked me something before I went out to wash my face in the river.' 'Oh, then,' said Riderhood, backing a little, 'I asked you what you was a going to do.' 'How can a man in this state know?' he answered, protesting with both his tremulous hands, with an action so vigorously angry that he shook the water from his sleeves upon the floor as if he had wrung them. 'How can I plan anything if I haven't sleep?' 'Why, that's what I as good as said,' returned the other. 'Didn't I say lie down?' 'Well, perhaps you did.' 'Well, anyways, I says it again. Sleep where you slept last. The sounder and longer you can sleep, the better you'll know arterwards what you're up to.' His pointing to the truckle bed in the corner seemed gradually to bring that poor couch to Bradley's wandering remembrance. He slipped off his worn, downtrodden shoes, and cast himself heavily, all wet as he was, upon the bed. Riderhood sat down in his wooden armchair, and looked through the window at the lightning, and listened to the thunder. But his thoughts were far from being absorbed by the thunder and the lightning, for again and again and again he looked very curiously at the exhausted man upon the bed.
The man had turned up the collar of the rough coat he wore, to shelter himself from the storm, and had buttoned it about his neck. Unconscious of that, and of most things, he had left the coat so, both when he had laved his face in the river, and when he had cast himself upon the bed, though it would have been much easier to him if he had unloosened it. The thunder rolled heavily, and the forked lightning seemed to make jagged rents in every part of the vast curtain without, as Riderhood sat by the window, glancing at the bed. Sometimes he saw the man upon the bed by a red light, sometimes by a blue. Sometimes he scarcely saw him in the darkness of the storm. Sometimes he saw nothing of him in the blinding glare of palpitating white fire. Anon the rain would come again with a tremendous rush, and the river would seem to rise to meet it, and a blast of wind bursting open the door would flutter the hair and dress of the man, as if invisible messengers were come around the bed to carry him away. From all these phases of the storm, Riderhood would turn, as if they were interruptions, rather striking interruptions possibly, but interruptions still, of his scrutiny of the sleeper. He sleeps sound, he said within himself, yet he's that up to me, and that noticing of me, that my getting out of my chair may wake him, when a rattling peal won't, let alone my touching of him. He very cautiously rose to his feet.
"T'otherest," he
said in a low calm voice,
"are you a lying easy? There's a chill in the air, governor. Shall I put a coat over you?"
No answer.
"That's about what it is already, you see," muttered Riderhood in a lower and a different voice. "A coat over you, a coat over you." The sleeper moving an arm, he sat down again in his chair, and feigned to watch the storm from the window. It was a grand spectacle, but not so grand as to keep his eyes for half a minute together from stealing a look at the man upon the bed. It was at the concealed throat of the sleeper that Riderhood so often looked so curiously, until the sleep seemed to deepen into the stupor of the dead tired in mind and body. Then Riderhood came from the window cautiously and stood by the bed. "Poor man,"
he murmured in a low tone, with a crafty face, and a very watchful eye and ready foot, lest he should start up.
"This here coat of his must make him uneasy in his sleep. Shall I loosen it for him and make him more comfortable? Ah, I think I ought to do it, poor man. I think I will."
He touched the first button with a very cautious hand, and a step backwards. But, the sleeper remaining in profound unconsciousness, he touched the other buttons with a more assured hand, and perhaps the more lightly on that account. Softly and slowly he opened the coat and drew it back. The draggling ends of a bright red neckerchief were then disclosed, and he had even been at the pains of dipping parts of it in some liquid to give it the appearance of having become stained by wear. With a much perplexed face, Riderhood looked from it to the sleeper, and from the sleeper to it, and finally crept back to his chair, and there, with his hand to his chin, sat long in a brown study, looking at both. End of Book 4, Chapter 1. Book 4, Chapter 2 of Our Mutual Friend. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 4, A Turning. Chapter 2, The Golden Dustman Rises a Little. Mr and Mrs Lammle had come to breakfast with Mr and Mrs Boffin. They were not absolutely uninvited, but had pressed themselves with so much urgency on the golden couple, that evasion of the honour and pleasure of their company would have been difficult if desired. They were in a charming state of mind, were Mr and Mrs Lammle, and almost as fond of Mr and Mrs Boffin as of one another. 'My dear Mrs Boffin,' said Mrs Lammle. 'It imparts new life to me to see my Alfred in confidential communication with Mr Boffin. The two were formed to become intimate. So much simplicity combined with so much force of character, such natural sagacity united to such amiability and gentleness. These are the distinguishing characteristics of both.' This being said aloud, gave Mr Lammle an opportunity, as he came with Mr Boffin from the window to the breakfast table, of taking up his dear and honoured wife. 'My Sophronia,' said that gentleman, 'your too partial estimate of your husband's character—' 'No, not too partial, Alfred,' urged the lady, tenderly moved. 'Never say that.' 'My child, your favourable opinion, then, of your husband. You don't object to that phrase, darling?' 'How can I, Alfred?' 'Your favourable opinion, then, my precious, does less than justice to Mr Boffin, and more than justice to me.' 'To the first charge, Alfred, I plead guilty. But to the second, oh no, no!' 'Less than justice to Mr Boffin, Sophronia,' said Mr Lammle, soaring into a tone of moral grandeur, 'because it represents Mr Boffin as on my lower level. More than justice to me, Sophronia, because it represents me as on Mr Boffin's higher level. Mr Boffin bears and forbears far more than I could.' 'Far more than you could for yourself, Alfred?' 'My love, that is not the question.' 'Not the question, lawyer?' said Mrs Lammle, archly. 'No, dear Sophronia. From my lower level I regard Mr Boffin as too generous, as possessed of too much clemency, as being too good to persons who are unworthy of him and ungrateful to him. To those noble qualities I can lay no claim. On the contrary, they rouse my indignation when I see them in action.' 'Alfred!' 'They rouse my indignation, my dear, against the unworthy persons, and give me a combative desire to stand between Mr Boffin and all such persons. Why? Because in my lower nature I am more worldly and less delicate. Not being so magnanimous as Mr Boffin, I feel his injuries more than he does himself, and feel more capable of opposing his injurers.' It struck Mrs Lammle that it appeared rather difficult this morning to bring Mr and Mrs Boffin into agreeable conversation. Here had been several lures thrown out, and neither of them had uttered a word. Here were she, Mrs Lammle, and her husband discoursing at once affectingly and effectively, but discoursing alone. Assuming that the dear old creatures were impressed by what they heard, still one would like to be sure of it, the more so as at least one of the dear old creatures was somewhat pointedly referred to. If the dear old creatures were too bashful or too dull to assume their required places in the discussion, why then it would seem desirable that the dear old creatures should be taken by their heads and shoulders and brought into it. 'But is not my husband saying, in effect,' asked Mrs Lammle, therefore, with an innocent air, of Mr and Mrs Boffin, 'that he becomes unmindful of his own temporary misfortunes in his admiration of another whom he is burning to serve? And is not that making an admission that his nature is a generous one? I am wretched in argument, but surely this is so, dear Mr and Mrs Boffin.' Still, neither Mr and Mrs Boffin said a word. He sat with his eyes on his plate, eating his muffins and ham, and she sat shyly looking at the teapot. Mrs Lammle's innocent appeal was merely thrown into the air, to mingle with the steam of the urn. Glancing towards Mr and Mrs Boffin, she very slightly raised her eyebrows, as though inquiring of her husband, 'Do I notice anything wrong here?' Mr Lammle, who had found his chest effective on a variety of occasions, manoeuvred his capacious shirt front into the largest demonstration possible, and then smiling, retorted on his wife thus: 'Sophronia, darling, Mr and Mrs Boffin will remind you of the old adage that self-praise is no recommendation.' 'Self-praise, Alfred? Do you mean because we are one and the same?' 'No, My dear child, I mean that you cannot fail to remember, if you reflect for a single moment, that what you are pleased to compliment me upon feeling in the case of Mr Boffin, you have yourself confided to me as your own feeling in the case of Mrs Boffin.'
'I shall be beaten by this lawyer,' Mrs Lammle gaily whispered to Mrs Boffin. 'I am afraid I must admit it, if he presses me, for it's damagingly true.' Several white dints began to come and go upon Mr Lammle's nose, as he observed that Mrs Boffin merely looked up from the teapot for a moment with an embarrassed smile, which was no smile, and then looked down again.
'Do you admit the charge, Sophronia?' inquired Alfred, in a rallying tone.
'Really, I think,' said Mrs Lammle, still gaily, 'I must throw myself on the protection of the court. Am I bound to answer that question, my lord?' to Mr Boffin.
'You needn't, if you don't like it, ma'am,' was his answer. 'It's not of the least consequence.' Both husband and wife glanced at him very doubtfully. His manner was grave, but not coarse, and derived some dignity from a certain repressed dislike of the tone of the conversation. Again Mrs Lammle raised her eyebrows for instruction from her husband. He replied in a slight nod, 'Try him again.'
'To protect myself against the suspicion of covert self-laudation, my dear Mrs Boffin,' said the airy Mrs Lammle therefore, 'I must tell you how it was.'
'No, pray don't,'
Mr Boffin interposed.
Mrs Lammle turned to him laughingly.
'The court objects.'
'Ma'am,' said Mr Boffin, 'the court, if I am the court, does object. The court objects for two reasons. First, because the court don't think it fair. Secondly, because the dear old lady, Mrs Court, if I am Mr, gets distressed by it.' A very remarkable wavering between two bearings, between her propitiatory bearing there, and her defiant bearing at Mr Twemlow's, was observable on the part of Mrs Lammle, as she said, 'What does the court not consider fair?' 'Letting you go on,' replied Mr Boffin, nodding his head soothingly, as who should say, 'We won't be harder on you than we can help. We'll make the best of it. It's not above board, and it's not fair. When the old lady is uncomfortable, there's sure to be good reason for it. I see she is uncomfortable, and I plainly see this is the good reason wherefore. Have you breakfasted, ma'am?' Mrs Lammle, settling into her defiant manner, pushed her plate away, looked at her husband, and laughed, but by no means gaily. 'Have you breakfasted, sir?' inquired Mr Boffin. 'Thank you,' replied Alfred, showing all his teeth. 'If Mrs Boffin will oblige me, I'll take another cup of tea.' He spilled a little of it over the chest which ought to have been so effective, and which had done so little, but on the whole drank it with something of an air, though the coming and going dints got almost as large the while as if they had been made by pressure of the teaspoon. 1,000 thanks,' he then observed. 'I have breakfasted. Now, which,' said Mr Boffin softly, taking out a pocket book, 'which of you two is cashier?' 'Sophronia, my dear,' remarked her husband, as he leaned back in his chair, waving his right hand towards her while he hung his left hand by the thumb in the armhole of his waistcoat, 'it shall be your department.' 'I would rather,' said Mr Boffin, 'that it was your husband's, ma'am, because but never mind, because I would rather have to do with him. However, what I have to say, I will say with as little offence as possible. If I can say it without any, I shall be heartily glad. You two have done me a service, a very great service, in doing what you did. My old lady knows what it was, and I have put into this envelope a bank note for £100. I consider the service well worth £100, and I am well pleased to pay the money. Would you do me the favour to take it, and likewise to accept my thanks?' With a haughty action, and without looking towards him, Mrs Lammle held out her left hand, and into it Mr Boffin put the little packet. When she had conveyed it to her bosom, Mr Lammle had the appearance of feeling relieved and breathing more freely, as not having been quite certain that the £100 were his, until the note had been safely transferred out of Mr Boffin's keeping into his own Sophronia's. 'It is not impossible,' said Mr Boffin, addressing Alfred, 'that you have had some general idea, sir, of replacing Rokesmith in course of time.' 'It is not,' assented Alfred, with a glittering smile and a great deal of nose, 'not impossible.' 'And perhaps, ma'am,' pursued Mr Boffin, addressing Sophronia, 'you have been so kind as to take up my old lady in your own mind, and to do her the honour of turning the question over whether you mightn't, one of these days, have her in charge like. Whether you mightn't be a sort of Miss Bella Wilfer to her, and something more.' 'I should hope,' returned Mrs Lammle, with a scornful look and in a loud voice, 'that if I were anything to your wife, sir, I could hardly fail to be something more than Miss Bella Wilfer, as you call her.' 'What do you call her, ma'am?' asked Mr Boffin. Mrs Lammle disdained to reply, and sat defiantly beating one foot on the ground. 'Again, I think I may say that's not impossible, is it, sir?' asked Mr Boffin, turning to Alfred. 'It is not,' said Alfred, smiling assent as before. 'Not impossible.' 'Now,' said Mr Boffin, gently, 'it won't do. I don't wish to say a single word that might be afterwards remembered as unpleasant, but it won't do.' 'Sophronia, my love,' her husband repeated in a bantering manner, 'you hear. It won't do.' 'No,' said Mr Boffin, with his voice still dropped, 'it really won't. You positively must excuse us. If you'll go your way, we'll go ours, and so I hope this affair ends to the satisfaction of all parties.' Mrs Lammle gave him the look of a decidedly dissatisfied party demanding exemption from the category, but said nothing. 'The best thing we can make of the affair,' said Mr Boffin, 'is a matter of business, and as a matter of business it's brought to a conclusion. You have done me a great service, a very great service, and I have paid for it. Is there any objection to the price?' Mr and Mrs Lammle looked at one another across the table, but neither could say that there was. Mr Lammle shrugged his shoulders, and Mrs Lammle sat rigid. 'Very good,' said Mr Boffin. 'We hope, my old lady and me, that you'll give us credit for taking the plainest and honestest short cut that could be taken under the circumstances. We have talked it over with a deal of care, my old lady and me, and we have felt that at all to lead you on, or even at all to let you go on of your own selves, wouldn't be the right thing. So I have openly given you to understand that,' Mr Boffin sought for a new turn of speech, but could find none, so expressive as his former one, repeated in a confidential tone, 'that it won't do. If I could have put the case more pleasantly, I would, but I hope I haven't put it very unpleasantly. At all events, I haven't meant to. So,' said Mr Boffin by way of peroration, 'wishing you well in the way you go, we now conclude with the observation that perhaps you'll go it.' Mr Lammle rose with an impudent laugh on his side of the table, and Mrs Lammle rose with a disdainful frown on hers. At this moment a hasty foot was heard on the staircase, and Georgiana Podsnap broke into the room, unannounced and in tears.
'Oh, my dear Sophronia,'
cried Georgiana, wringing her hands as she ran up to embrace her,
'to think that you and Alfred should be ruined! Oh, my poor dear Sophronia, to think that you should have had a sale at your house after all your kindness to me! Oh, Mr and Mrs Boffin, pray forgive me for this intrusion, but you don't know how fond I was of Sophronia when Pa wouldn't let me go there any more, or what I have felt for Sophronia since I heard from Ma of her having been brought low in the world. You don't, you can't, you never can think how I have lain awake at night and cried for my good Sophronia, my first and only friend.'
Mrs Lammle's manner changed under the poor silly girl's embraces, and she turned extremely pale, directing one appealing look first to Mrs Boffin and then to Mr Boffin. Both understood her instantly, with a more delicate subtlety than much better educated people, whose perception came less directly from the heart, could have brought to bear upon the case.
'I haven't a minute,'
said poor little Georgiana,
'to stay, I'm out shopping early with Ma, and I said I had a headache, and got Ma to leave me outside in the phaeton in Piccadilly, and ran round to Sackville Street, and heard that Sophronia was here, and then Ma came to see, oh, such a dreadful old stony woman from the country in a turban and Portland Place, and I said I wouldn't go up with Ma, but would drive round and leave cards for the Boffins, which is taking a liberty with the name, but oh my goodness, I am distracted, and the phaeton's at the door, and what would Pa say if he knew it?
Don't you be timid, my dear, said Mrs Boffin. You came in to see us.
Oh, no, I didn't,
cried Georgiana.
It's very impolite, I know, but I came to see my poor Sophronia, my only friend. Oh, how I felt the separation, my dear Sophronia, before I knew you were brought low in the world, and how much more I feel it now.
There were actually tears in the bold woman's eyes, as the soft-headed and soft-hearted girl twined her arms about her neck.
But I've come on business,
said Georgiana, sobbing and drying her face, and then searching in a little reticule.
And if I don't dispatch it, I shall have come for nothing. And oh, good gracious, what would Pa say if he knew of Sackville Street? And what would Ma say if she was kept waiting on the doorsteps of that dreadful turban? And there never were such pawing horses as ours, unsettling my mind every moment more and more, when I want more mind than I have got, by pawing up Mr Boffin Street, where they have no business to be. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Oh, I can't find it.
All this time, sobbing and searching in the little reticule. What do you miss, my dear? asked Mr Boffin, stepping forward.
Oh, it's little enough,
replied Georgiana.
Because Ma always treats me as if I was in the nursery. I am sure I wish I was, but I hardly ever spend it, and it has mounted up to £15, Sophronia, and I hope 3 £5 notes are better than nothing, though so little, so little. And now I have found that, oh my goodness, there's the other gone next. Oh, no, it isn't. Here it is.
With that, always sobbing and searching in the reticule, Georgiana produced a necklace.
Ma says chits and jewels have no business together,
pursued Georgiana,
and that's the reason why I have no trinkets except this. But I suppose my Aunt Hawkinson was of a different opinion, because she left me this, though I used to think she might just as well have buried it, for it's always kept in jeweller's cotton. However, here it is. I am thankful to say, and of use at last, and you'll sell it, dear Sophronia, and buy things with it.
And give it to me, said Mr Boffin, gently taking it. I'll see that it's properly disposed of.
Oh, are you such a friend of Sophronia's, Mr Boffin?
cried Georgiana.
Oh, how good of you! Oh, my gracious, there was something else, and it's gone out of my head. Oh, no, it isn't. I remember what it was. My grandmamma's property, that'll come to me when I am of age, Mr Boffin, will be all my own, and neither Pa nor Ma nor anybody else will have any control over it, and what I wish to do with it. So make some of it over somehow to Sophronia and Alfred by signing something somewhere that'll prevail on somebody to advance them something. I want them to have something handsome to bring them up in the world again. Oh, my goodness me! Being such a friend of my dear Sophronia's, you won't refuse me, will you?
No, no, said Mr Boffin. It shall be seen to.
Oh, thank you,
cried Georgiana.
If my maid had a little note and half a crown, I could run round to the pastry cook's to sign something, or I could sign something in the square if somebody would come and cough for me to let him in with the key, and would bring a pen and ink with them, and a bit of blotting paper. Oh, my gracious, I must tear myself away, or Pa and Ma will both find out. Dear, dear Sophronia, goodbye.
The credulous little creature again embraced Mrs Lammle most affectionately, and then held out her hand to Mr Lammle.
Goodbye, dear Mr Lammle. I mean, Alfred. You won't think after today that I have deserted you and Sophronia because you have been brought low in the world, will you? Oh me, I've been crying my eyes out of my head, and Ma will be sure to ask me what's the matter. Oh, take me down, somebody, please, please, please.
Mr Boffin took her down, and saw her driven away, with her poor little red eyes and weak chin peering over the great apron of the custard-coloured phaeton, as if she had been ordered to expiate some childish misdemeanour by going to bed in the daylight, and were peeping over the counterpane in a miserable flutter of repentance and low spirits. Returning to the breakfast-room, he found Mrs Lammle still standing on her side of the table, and Mr Lammle on his. "I'll take care," said Mr Boffin, showing the money and the necklace, "that these are soon given back."
Mrs Lammle had taken up her parasol from a side table, and stood sketching with it on the pattern of the damask cloth, as she had sketched on the pattern of Mr Twemlow's papered wall. 'You will not undeceive her, I hope, Mr Boffin?' she said, turning her head towards him, but not her eyes. 'No,' said Mr Boffin. 'I mean, as to the worth and value of her friend,' Mrs Lammle explained, in a measured voice, and with an emphasis on her last word. 'No,' he returned. 'I may try to give a hint at her home that she is in want of kind and careful protection, but I shall say no more than that to her parents, and I shall say nothing to the young lady herself.' 'Mr and Mrs Boffin,' said Mrs Lammle, still sketching, and seeming to bestow great pains upon it, 'there are not many people, I think, who, under the circumstances, would have been so considerate and sparing as you have been to me just now. Do you care to be thanked?'
'Thanks are always worth having,'
said Mrs Boffin, in her ready good nature. 'Then thank you, both.'
'Sophronia,' asked her husband mockingly, 'are you sentimental?' 'Well, well, my good sir,' Mr Boffin interposed, 'it's a very good thing to think well of another person, and it's a very good thing to be thought well of by another person. Mrs Lammle would be none the worse for it, if she is.' 'Much obliged, but I asked Mrs Lammle if she was.' She stood sketching on the tablecloth, with her face clouded and set, and was silent. 'Because,' said Alfred, 'I am disposed to be sentimental myself on your appropriation of the jewels and the money, Mr Boffin. As our little Georgiana said, 3 5-pound notes are better than nothing, and if you sell a necklace you can buy things with the produce. If you sell it,' was Mr Boffin's comment, as he put it in his pocket. Alfred followed it with his looks, and also greedily pursued the notes until they vanished into Mr Boffin's waistcoat pocket. Then he directed a look, half exasperated and half jeering, at his wife. She still stood sketching, but, as she sketched, there was a struggle within her, which found expression in the depth of the few last lines the parasol point indented into the tablecloth, and then some tears fell from her eyes. 'Why, confound the woman!' exclaimed Lammle. 'She is sentimental.' She walked to the window, flinching under his angry stare, looked out for a moment, and turned round quite coldly. 'You have had no former cause of complaint on the sentimental score, Alfred, and you will have none in future. It is not worth your noticing. We go abroad soon, with the money we have earned here.' 'You know we do. You know we must.' 'There is no fear of my taking any sentiment with me. I should soon be eased of it if I did. But it will be all left behind. It is all left behind. Are you ready, Alfred?' 'What the deuce have I been waiting for, but you, Sophronia?' 'Let us go then. I am sorry I have delayed our dignified departure.' She passed out, and he followed her. Mr and Mrs Boffin had the curiosity softly to raise a window and look after them as they went down the long street. They walked arm in arm, showily enough, but without appearing to interchange a syllable. It might have been fanciful to suppose that under their outer bearing there was something of the shamed air of two cheats who were linked together by concealed handcuffs, but not so to suppose that they were haggardly weary of one another, of themselves, and of all this world. In turning the street corner they might have turned out of this world, for anything Mr and Mrs Boffin ever saw of them to the contrary, for they set eyes on the Lammles never more. End of Book 4, Chapter 2. Book 4, Chapter 3 of Our Mutual Friend. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 4, A Turning. Chapter 3, the Golden Dustman sinks again. The evening of that day being one of the reading evenings at the Bower, Mr Boffin kissed Mrs Boffin after a 5 o'clock dinner, and trotted out, nursing his big stick in both arms, so that, as of old, it seemed to be whispering in his ear. He carried so very attentive an expression on his countenance, that it appeared as if the confidential discourse of the big stick required to be followed closely. Mr Boffin's face was like the face of a thoughtful listener to an intricate communication, and in trotting along he occasionally glanced at that companion with the look of a man who was interposing the remark, "You don't mean it." Mr Boffin and his stick went on alone together, until they arrived at certain crossways, where they would be likely to fall in with any one coming, at about the same time, from Clerkenwell to the Bower. Here they stopped, and Mr Boffin consulted his watch. "It wants 5 minutes good to Venus's appointment," said he. "I'm rather early." But Venus was a punctual man, and even as Mr Boffin replaced his watch in its pocket, was to be descried coming towards him. He quickened his pace on seeing Mr Boffin already at the place of meeting, and was soon at his side. "Thank'ee, Venus," said Mr Boffin. "Thank'ee, thank'ee, thank'ee." It would not have been very evident why he thanked the anatomist, but for his furnishing the explanation in what he went on to say. "All right, Venus, all right. Now that you've been to see me, and have consented to keep up the appearance before Wegg of remaining in it for a time, I've got a sort of a backer. All right, Venus. Thank'ee, Venus. Thank'ee, thank'ee, thank'ee." Mr Venus shook the proffered hand with a modest air, and they pursued the direction of the Bower. "Do you think Wegg is likely to drop down upon me to-night, Venus?" inquired Mr Boffin wistfully as they went along. "I think he is, sir." "Have you any particular reason for thinking so, Venus?"
"Well, sir," returned that personage, "the fact is, he has given me another look in, to make sure of what he calls our stock in trade being correct, and he has mentioned his intention that he was not to be put off beginning with you the very next time you should come, and this," hinted Mr Venus delicately, "being the very next time, you know, sir."
"Why, therefore you suppose he'll turn to at the grindstone, eh, Wegg?" said Mr Boffin.
"Just so, sir."
Mr Boffin took his nose in his hand, as if it were already excoriated, and the sparks were beginning to fly out of that feature. "He's a terrible fellow, Venus. He's an awful fellow. I don't know how ever I shall go through with it. You must stand by me, Venus, like a good man and true. You'll do all you can to stand by me, Venus, won't you?" Mr Venus replied with the assurance that he would, and Mr Boffin, looking anxious and dispirited, pursued the way in silence until they rang at the Bower gate. The stumping approach of Wegg was soon heard behind it, and as it turned upon its hinges, he became visible with his hand on the lock. "Mr Boffin, sir," he remarked. "You're quite a stranger." "Yes, I've been otherwise occupied, Wegg."
"Have you indeed, sir?"
returned the literary gentleman with a threatening sneer.
"Ha! I've been looking for you, sir, rather what I may call specially."
"You don't say so, Wegg?"
"Yes, I do say so, sir. And if you hadn't come round to me to-night, dash my wig if I wouldn't have come round to you to-morrow. Now, I tell you."
"Nothing wrong, I hope, Wegg?"
"Oh no, Mr Boffin," was the ironical answer. "Nothing wrong. What should be wrong in Boffin's Bower? Step in, sir. If you'll come to the Bower I've shaded for you, your bed shan't be roses all spangled with dew. Will you, will you, will you, will you come to the Bower? Oh, won't you, won't you, won't you, won't you come to the Bower?"
An unholy glare of contradiction and offence shone in the eyes of Mr Wegg as he turned the key on his patron, after ushering him into the yard with this vocal quotation. Mr Boffin's air was crestfallen and submissive. Whispered Wegg to Venus as they crossed the yard behind him.
"Look at the worm and minion. He's down in the mouth already," whispered Venus to Wegg.
'That's because I've told him. I've prepared the way for you.' Mr Boffin, entering the usual chamber, laid his stick upon the settle usually reserved for him, thrust his hands into his pockets, and with his shoulders raised and his hat drooping back upon them, looking disconsolately at Wegg. 'My friend and partner, Mr Venus, gives me to understand,' remarked that man of might, addressing him, 'that you are aware of our power over you. Now, when you have took your hat off, we'll go into that pint.' Mr Boffin shook it off with one shake, so that it dropped on the floor behind him, and remained in his former attitude with his former rueful look upon him. 'First of all, I'm a going to call you Boffin for short,' said Wegg. 'If you don't like it, it's open to you to lump it.' 'I don't mind it, Wegg,' Mr Boffin replied. 'That's lucky for you, Boffin. Now, do you want to be read to?' 'I don't particularly care about it tonight, Wegg.' 'Because if you did want to,' pursued Mr Wegg, the brilliancy of whose point was dimmed by his having been unexpectedly answered, 'you wouldn't be. I've been your slave long enough. I'm not to be trampled underfoot by a dustman any more. With the single exception of the salary, I renounce the whole and total situation.' 'Since you say it is to be so, Wegg,' returned Mr Boffin with folded hands, 'I suppose it must be.' 'I suppose it must be,' Wegg retorted. 'Next, to clear the ground before coming to business, you've placed in this yard a skulking, a sneaking, and a sniffing menial.' 'He hadn't a cold in his head when I sent him here,' said Mr Boffin. 'Boffin,' retorted Wegg, 'I warn you not to attempt a joke with me.' Here Mr Venus interposed, and remarked that he conceived Mr Boffin to have taken the description literally, the rather forasmuch as he, Mr Venus, had himself supposed the menial to have contracted an affliction or a habit of the nose involving a serious drawback on the pleasures of social intercourse, until he had discovered that Mr Wegg's description of him was to be accepted as merely figurative. 'Anyhow, and everyhow,' said Wegg, 'he has been planted here, and he is here. Now, I won't have him here. So I call upon Boffin, before I say another word, to fetch him in and send him packing to the right about.' The unsuspecting Sloppy was at that moment airing his many buttons within view of the window. Mr Boffin, after a short interval of impassive discomfiture, opened the window and beckoned him to come in. 'I call upon Boffin,' said Wegg, with one arm akimbo, and his head on one side, like a bullying counsel pausing for an answer from a witness, 'to inform that menial that I am master here.' In humble obedience, when the button gleaming Sloppy entered, Mr Boffin said to him, 'Sloppy, my fine fellow, Mr Wegg is master here. He doesn't want you, and you are to go from here.' 'For good,' Mr Wegg severely stipulated. 'For good,' said Mr Boffin. Sloppy stared, with both his eyes and all his buttons, and his mouth wide open, but was without loss of time escorted forth by Silas Wegg, pushed out at the yard gate by the shoulders, and locked out. 'The atmosphere,' said Wegg, stumping back into the room again, a little reddened by his late exertion, 'is now freer for the purposes of respiration. Mr Venus, sir, take a chair. Boffin, you may sit down.' Mr Boffin, still with his hands ruefully stuck in his pockets, sat on the edge of the settle, shrunk into a small compass, and eyed the potent Silas with conciliatory looks. 'This gentleman,' said Silas Wegg, pointing out Venus, 'this gentleman, Boffin, is more milk and watery with you than I'll be, but he hasn't borne the Roman yoke as I have, nor yet he hasn't been required to pander to your depraved appetite for miserly characters.' 'I never meant, my dear Wegg,' Mr Boffin was beginning, when Silas stopped him. 'Hold your tongue, Boffin. Answer when you're called upon to answer. You'll find you've got quite enough to do. Now, you're aware, are you, that you're in possession of property to which you've no right at all? Are you aware of that?' 'Venus tells me so,' said Mr Boffin, glancing towards him for any support he could give. 'I tell you so,' returned Silas. Now, here's my hat, Boffin, and here's my walking stick. Trifle with me, and instead of making a bargain with you, I'll put on my hat, and take up my walking stick, and go out, and make a bargain with the rightful owner. Now, what do you say?' 'I say,' returned Mr Boffin, leaning forward in alarmed appeal, with his hands on his knees, 'that I am sure I don't want to trifle, Wegg. I have said so to Venus.'
'You certainly have, sir,' said Venus.
'You're too milk and watery with our friend, you are indeed,' remonstrated Silas, with a disapproving shake of his wooden head. 'Then at once you confess yourself desirous to come to terms, do you, Boffin? Before you answer, keep this hat well in your mind, and also this walking stick.' 'I am willing, Wegg, to come to terms.' 'Willing won't do, Boffin. I won't take willing. Are you desirous to come to terms? Do you ask to be allowed, as a favour, to come to terms?' Mr Wegg again planted his arm, and put his head on one side. 'Yes.' 'Yes, what?' said the inexorable Wegg. 'I won't take yes. I'll have it out of you in full, Boffin.' 'Dear me!' cried that unfortunate gentleman. 'I'm so worrited. I ask to be allowed to come to terms, supposing your document is all correct.' 'Don't you be afraid of that,' said Silas, poking his head at him. 'You shall be satisfied by seeing it. Mr Venus will show it you, and I'll hold you the while. Then you want to know what the terms are. Is that about the sum and substance of it? Will you or won't you answer, Boffin?' For he had paused a moment. 'Dear me!' cried that unfortunate gentleman again. 'I am worrited to that degree that I'm almost off my head. You hurry me so. Be so good as name the terms, Wegg.' 'Now mark, Boffin,' returned Silas. 'Mark 'em well, because they're the lowest terms and the only terms. You'll throw your mound, the little mound as comes to you anyway, into the general estate, and then you'll divide the whole property into 3 parts, and you'll keep one and hand over the others.' Mr Venus's mouth screwed itself up as Mr Boffin's face lengthened itself, Mr Venus not having been prepared for such a rapacious demand. 'Now, wait a bit, Boffin,' Wegg proceeded. 'There's something more. You've been a squandering this property, laying some of it out on yourself. That won't do. You've bought a house. You'll be charged for it.' 'I shall be ruined, Wegg,' Mr Boffin faintly protested. 'Now, wait a bit, Boffin. There's something more. You leave me in sole custody of these mounds till they're all laid low. If any waluables should be found in 'em, I'll take care of such waluables. You produce your contract for the sale of the mounds, that we may know to a penny what they're worth, and you'll make out likewise an exact list of all the other property. When the mounds is cleared away to the last shovelful, the final diwision will come off.' 'Dreadful, dreadful, dreadful! I shall die in a workhouse!' cried the Golden Dustman, with his hands to his head. 'Now, wait a bit, Boffin. There's something more. You've been unlawfully ferreting about this yard. You've been seen in the act of ferreting about this yard. 2 pair of eyes, at the present moment brought to bear upon you, have seen you dig up a Dutch bottle.' 'It was mine, Wegg,' protested Mr Boffin. 'I put it there myself.' 'What was in it, Boffin?' inquired Silas. 'Not gold, not silver, not bank notes, not jewels, nothing that you could turn into money, Wegg, upon my soul.' 'Prepared, Mr Venus,' said Wegg, turning to his partner with a knowing and superior air, 'for an evasive answer on the part of our dusty friend here. I have hit out a little idea which I think will meet your views. We charge that bottle against our dusty friend at £1,000. Mr Boffin drew a deep groan. 'Now, wait a bit, Boffin. There's something more. In your employment is an underhanded sneak named Rokesmith. It won't answer to have him about,
while this business of ours is about. He must be discharged.'
'Rokesmith is already discharged,' said Mr Boffin, speaking in a muffled voice, with his hands before his face, as he rocked himself on the settle.
'Already discharged, is he?' returned Wegg, surprised. 'Oh! Then, Boffin, I believe there's nothing more at present.' The unlucky gentleman continuing to rock himself to and fro, and to utter an occasional moan, Mr Venus besought him to bear up against his reverses, and to take time to accustom himself to the thought of his new position. But, his taking time was exactly the thing of all others that Silas Wegg could not be induced to hear of. 'Yes or no, and no half measures,' was the motto which that obdurate person many times repeated, shaking his fist at Mr Boffin, and pegging his motto into the floor with his wooden leg, in a threatening and alarming manner. At length, Mr Boffin entreated to be allowed a quarter of an hour's grace, and a cooling walk of that duration in the yard. With some difficulty, Mr Wegg granted this great favour, but only on condition that he accompanied Mr Boffin in his walk, as not knowing what he might fraudulently unearth if he were left to himself. A more absurd sight than Mr Boffin in his mental irritation trotting very nimbly, and Mr Wegg hopping after him with great exertion, eager to watch the slightest turn of an eyelash, lest it should indicate a spot rich with some secret, assuredly had never been seen in the shadow of the Mounds. Mr Wegg was much distressed when the quarter of an hour expired, and came hopping in, a very bad second.
'I can't help myself,' cried Mr Boffin, flouncing on the settle in a forlorn manner, with his hands deep in his pockets, as if his pockets had sunk. 'What's the good of my pretending to stand out, when I can't help myself? I must give in to the terms, but I should like to see the document.' Wegg, who was all for clinching the nail he had so strongly driven home, announced that Boffin should see it without an hour's delay. Taking him into custody for that purpose, or overshadowing him as if he really were his evil genius in visible form, Mr Wegg clapped Mr Boffin's hat upon the back of his head, and walked him out by the arm, asserting a proprietorship over his soul and body that was at once more grim and more ridiculous than anything in Mr Venus's rare collection. That light-haired gentleman followed close upon their heels, at least backing up Mr Boffin in a literal sense, if he had not had recent opportunities of doing so spiritually; while Mr Boffin, trotting on as hard as he could trot, involved Silas Wegg in frequent collisions with the public, much as a preoccupied blind man's dog may be seen to involve his master. Thus they reached Mr Venus's establishment, somewhat heated by the nature of their progress thither. Mr Wegg especially was in a flaming glow, and stood in the little shop, panting and mopping his head with his pocket handkerchief, speechless for several minutes. Meanwhile, Mr Venus, who had left the duelling frogs to fight it out in his absence, by candlelight, for the public delectation, put the shutters up. When all was snug, and the shop door fastened, he said to the perspiring Silas, 'I suppose, Mr Wegg, we may now produce the paper?' 'Hold on a minute, sir,' replied that discreet character. 'Hold on a minute. Will you obligingly shove that box, which you mentioned on a former occasion as containing miscellanies, towards me in the midst of the shop here?' Mr Venus did as he was asked. 'Very good,' said Silas, looking about. 'Very good. Will you hand me that chair, sir, to put atop of it?' Venus handed him the chair. 'Now, Boffin,' said Wegg, 'mount up here, and take your seat, will you?' Mr Boffin, as if he were about to have his portrait painted, or to be electrified, or to be made a Freemason, or to be placed at any other solitary disadvantage, ascended the rostrum prepared for him. 'Now, Mr Venus,' said Silas, taking off his coat, 'when I catches our friend here round the arms and body, and pins him tight to the back of the chair, you may show him what he wants to see. If you'll open it, and hold it well up in one hand, sir, and a candle in the other, he can read it charming.' Mr Boffin seemed rather inclined to object to these precautionary arrangements, but, being immediately embraced by Wegg, resigned himself. Venus then produced the document, and Mr Boffin slowly spelt it out aloud, so very slowly that Wegg, who was holding him in the chair with the grip of a wrestler, became again exceedingly the worse for his exertions. 'Say, when you put it safe back, Mr Venus,' he uttered with difficulty, 'for the strain of this is terrimenjious.' At length the document was restored to its place, and Wegg, whose uncomfortable attitude had been that of a very persevering man unsuccessfully attempting to stand upon his head, took a seat to recover himself. Mr Boffin, for his part, made no attempt to come down, but remained aloft, disconsolate. 'Well, Boffin,' said Wegg, as soon as he was in a condition to speak, 'now you know.'
'Yes, Wegg,' said Mr Boffin, meekly. 'Now I know.'
'You have no doubts about it, Boffin?'
'No, Wegg. No, Wegg. None,' was the slow and sad reply.
'Then take care, you,' said Wegg, 'that you stick to your conditions. Mr Venus, if on this auspicious occasion you should happen to have a drop of anything not quite so mild as tea in the house, I think I'd take the friendly liberty of asking you for a specimen of it.' Mr Venus, reminded of the duties of hospitality, produced some rum in answer to the inquiry.
'Will you mix it, Mr Wegg?' that gentleman pleasantly rejoined.
'I think not, sir. On so auspicious an occasion, I prefer to take it in the form of a gum tickler.'
Mr Boffin, declining rum, being still elevated on his pedestal, was in a convenient position to be addressed. Wegg, having eyed him with an impudent air at leisure, addressed him therefore while refreshing himself with his dram.
'Boffin.'
'Yes, Wegg,' he answered, coming out of a fit of abstraction with a sigh.
'I haven't mentioned one thing, because it's a detail that comes, of course. You must be followed up, you know. You must be kept under inspection.'
'I don't quite understand,' said Mr Boffin.
'Don't you?' sneered Wegg. 'Where's your wits, Boffin? Till the Mounds is down, and this business completed, you're accountable for all the property, recollect. Consider yourself accountable to me. Mr Venus here being too milk and watery with you, I am the boy for you.'
'I've been a thinking,' said Mr Boffin, in a tone of despondency, 'that I must keep the knowledge from my old lady.'
'The knowledge of the diwision, do you mean?'
inquired Wegg, helping himself to a third gum tickler, for he had already taken a second. 'Yes. If she was to die first of us two, she might then think all her life, poor thing, that I had got the rest of the fortune still, and was saving it.'
'I suspect, Boffin,' returned Wegg, shaking his head sagaciously, and bestowing a wooden wink upon him, 'that you've found out some account of some old chap, supposed to be a miser, who got himself the credit of having much more money than he had. However, I don't mind.'
'Don't you see, Wegg,' Mr Boffin feelingly represented to him, 'don't you see? My old lady has got so used to the property, it would be such a hard surprise.'
'I don't see it at all,' blustered Wegg. 'You'll have as much as I shall. And who are you?'
'But then again,' Mr Boffin gently represented, 'my old lady has very upright principles.'
'Who's your old lady,' returned Wegg, 'to set herself up for having uprighter principles than mine?'
Mr Boffin seemed a little less patient at this point than at any other of the negotiations, but he commanded himself, and said tamely enough, 'I think it must be kept from my old lady, Wegg.'
'Well,'
said Wegg, contemptuously, though perhaps perceiving some hint of danger otherwise,
'keep it from your old lady. I ain't going to tell her. I can have you under close inspection without that. I'm as good a man as you, and better. Ask me to dinner. Give me the run of your house. I was good enough for you and your old lady once, when I helped you out with your wheel and hammers. Was there no Miss Elizabeth, Master George, Aunt Jane, and Uncle Parker before you two?'
'Gently, Mr Wegg, gently,' Venus urged.
'Milk and waterily, you mean, sir,' he returned, with some little thickness of speech in consequence of the gum ticklers having tickled it. 'I've got him under inspection, and I'll inspect him. Along the line the signal ran, England expects as this present man will keep Boffin to his duty. Boffin, I'll see you home.' Mr Boffin descended with an air of resignation, and gave himself up, after taking friendly leave of Mr Venus. Once more, inspector and inspected went through the streets together, and so arrived at Mr Boffin's door. But even there, when Mr Boffin had given his keeper good night, and had let himself in with his key, and had softly closed the door, even there and then, the all-powerful Silas must needs claim another assertion of his newly asserted power. 'Boffin!' he called through the keyhole. 'Yes, Wegg?' was the reply through the same channel. 'Come out. Show yourself again. Let's have another look at you.' Mr Boffin, how fallen from the high estate of his honest simplicity, opened the door and obeyed. 'Go in. You may get to bed now,' said Wegg with a grin. The door was hardly closed when he again called through the keyhole, 'Boffin!' 'Yes, Wegg?' This time Silas made no reply, but laboured with a will at turning an imaginary grindstone outside the keyhole. While Mr Boffin stooped at it within, he then laughed silently and stumped home. End of Book 4, Chapter 3. Book 4, Chapter 4 of Our Mutual Friend. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 4, A Turning. Chapter 4, A Runaway Match. Cherubic Pa arose with as little noise as possible from beside majestic Ma, one morning early, having a holiday before him. Pa and the lovely woman had a rather particular appointment to keep. Yet Pa and the lovely woman were not going out together. Bella was up before 4, but had no bonnet on. She was waiting at the foot of the stairs, was sitting on the bottom stair, in fact, to receive Pa when he came down, but her only object seemed to be to get Pa well out of the house.
'Your breakfast is ready, sir,'
whispered Bella, after greeting him with a hug,
'and all you have to do is to eat it up, and drink it up, and escape. How do you feel, Pa?'
'To the best of my judgment, like a housebreaker new to the business, my dear, who can't make himself quite comfortable till he's off the premises.' Bella tucked her arm in his with a merry noiseless laugh, and they went down to the kitchen on tiptoe. She stopping on every separate stair to put the tip of her forefinger on her rosy lips, and then lay it on his lips, according to her favourite petting way of kissing Pa. 'How do you feel, my love?' asked R. W., as she gave him his breakfast.
'I feel as if the fortune teller was coming true, dear Pa, and the fair little man was turning out as was predicted.'
'Oh, only the fair little man?' said her father. Bella put another of those finger seals upon his lips, and then said, kneeling down by him as he sat at the table,
'Now, look here, sir. If you keep well up to the mark this day, what do you think you deserve? What did I promise you should have, if you were good upon a certain occasion?'
'Upon my word, I don't remember, precious. Yes, I do, though. Wasn't it one of those beautiful tresses?' with his caressing hand upon her hair.
'Wasn't it, too?'
returned Bella, pretending to pout.
'Upon my word, do you know, sir, that the fortune teller would give 5,000 guineas, if it was quite convenient to him, which it isn't, for the lovely piece I have cut off for you? You can form no idea, sir, of the number of times he kissed quite a scrubby little piece, in comparison, that I cut off for him, and he wears it too, round his neck, I can tell you, near his heart,' said Bella, nodding. 'Ah, very near his heart. However, you have been a good, good boy, and you are the best of all the dearest boys that ever were. This morning,
and here's the chain I have made of it, Pa, and you must let me put it round your neck with my own loving hands.'
As Pa bent his head, she cried over him a little, and then said, after having stopped to dry her eyes on his white waistcoat, the discovery of which incongruous circumstance made her laugh,
'Now, darling Pa, give me your hands that I may fold them together, and do you say after me, "My little Bella"?'
'My little Bella,' repeated Pa.
'I am very fond of you.'
'I am very fond of you, my darling,' said Pa.
'You mustn't say anything not dictated to you, sir. You daren't do it in your responses at church, and you mustn't do it in your responses out of church.'
'I withdraw the darling,' said Pa.
'That's a pious boy. Now, again. You were always,'
'You were always,' repeated Pa.
'a vexatious,'
'No, you weren't,' said Pa.
'a vexatious. Do you hear, sir? A vexatious, capricious, thankless, troublesome animal. But I hope you'll do better in the time to come, and I bless you and forgive you.'
Here she quite forgot that it was Pa's turn to make the response, and clung to his neck.
'Dear Pa, if you knew how much I think this morning of what you told me once, about the first time of our seeing old Mr Harmon, when I stamped and screamed and beat you with my detestable little bonnet. I feel as if I had been stamping and screaming and beating you with my hateful little bonnet ever since I was born, darling.'
'Nonsense, my love. And as to your bonnets, they have always been nice bonnets, for they have always become you, or you have become them perhaps it was that at every age.'
'Did I hurt you much, poor little Pa?'
asked Bella, laughing, notwithstanding her repentance, with fantastic pleasure in the picture.
'When I beat you with my bonnet?'
'No, my child. Wouldn't have hurt a fly.'
'Ay, but I am afraid I shouldn't have beat you at all, unless I had meant to hurt you,' said Bella. 'Did I pinch your legs, Pa?'
'Not much, my dear. But I think it's almost time I—'
'Oh yes!' cried Bella. 'If I go on chattering, you'll be taken alive. Fly, Pa, fly!'
So they went softly up the kitchen stairs on tiptoe, and Bella with her light hand softly removed the fastenings of the house door, and Pa, having received a parting hug, made off. When he had gone a little way, he looked back. Upon which Bella set another of those finger seals upon the air, and thrust out her little foot expressive of the mark. Pa, in appropriate action, expressed fidelity to the mark, and made off as fast as he could. Bella walked thoughtfully in the garden for an hour and more, and then, returning to the bedroom where Lavvy the irrepressible still slumbered, put on a little bonnet of quiet, but on the whole of sly appearance, which she had yesterday made.
'I am going for a walk, Lavvy,'
she said, as she stooped down and kissed her. The irrepressible, with a bounce in the bed, and a remark that it wasn't time to get up yet, relapsed into unconsciousness, if she had come out of it. Behold Bella, tripping along the streets, the dearest girl afoot under the summer sun. Behold Pa waiting for Bella behind a pump, at least 3 miles from the parental roof-tree. Behold Bella and Pa aboard an early steamboat for Greenwich. Were they expected at Greenwich? Probably. At least, Mr John Rokesmith was on the pier looking out, about a couple of hours before the coaly, but to him gold-dusty, little steamboat got her steam up in London. Probably. At least, Mr Rokesmith seemed perfectly satisfied when he descried them on board. Probably. At least, Bella no sooner stepped ashore than she took Mr John Rokesmith's arm without evincing surprise, and the two walked away together with an ethereal air of happiness, which, as it were, wafted up from the earth, and drew after them a gruff and glum old pensioner to see it out. 2 wooden legs had this gruff and glum old pensioner, and, a minute before Bella stepped out of the boat and drew that confiding little arm of hers through Rokesmith's, he had had no object in life but tobacco, and not enough of that. Stranded was gruff and glum in a harbour of everlasting mud, when all in an instant Bella floated him, and away he went. Say, cherubic parent taking the lead, in what direction do we steer first? With some such inquiry in his thoughts, Gruff and Glum, stricken by so sudden an interest that he perked his neck and looked over the intervening people, as if he were trying to stand on tiptoe with his 2 wooden legs, took an observation of R.W. There was no first in the case. Gruff and Glum made out. The cherubic parent was bearing down and crowding on direct for Greenwich Church to see his relations. For Gruff and Glum, though most events acted on him simply as tobacco stoppers, pressing down and condensing the quids within him, might be imagined to trace a family resemblance between the cherubs in the church architecture and the cherub in the white waistcoat. Some remembrance of old Valentines, wherein a cherub, less appropriately attired for a proverbial uncertain climate, had been seen conducting lovers to the altar, might have been fancied to inflame the ardour of his timber toes. Be it as it might, he gave his moorings the slip, and followed in chase. The cherub went before, all beaming smiles. Bella and John Rokesmith followed. Gruff and Glum stuck to them like wax. For years the wings of his mind had gone to look after the legs of his body, but Bella had brought them back for him per steamer, and they were spread again. He was a slow sailor on a wind of happiness, but he took a cross-cut for the rendezvous, and pegged away as if he were scoring furiously at cribbage. When the shadow of the church porch swallowed them up, victorious Gruff and Glum likewise presented himself to be swallowed up. And by this time the cherubic parent was so fearful of surprise that but for the 2 wooden legs on which Gruff and Glum was reassuringly mounted, his conscience might have introduced, in the person of that pensioner, his own stately lady disguised, arrived at Greenwich in a car and griffins, like the spiteful fairy at the christenings of the princesses, to do something dreadful to the marriage service. And truly he had a momentary reason to be pale of face, and to whisper to Bella, "You don't think that can be your Ma, do you, my dear?" on account of a mysterious rustling, and a stealthy movement somewhere in the remote neighbourhood of the organ, though it was gone directly and was heard no more. Albeit it was heard of afterwards, as will afterwards be read in this veracious register of marriage. Who taketh? I, John, and so do I, Bella. Who giveth? I, R.W. Forasmuch, Gruff and Glum, as John and Bella have consented together in holy wedlock, you may, in short, consider it done, and withdraw your 2 wooden legs from this temple. To the foregoing purport, the minister speaking as directed by the rubric to the people, selectly represented in the present instance by G and G above mentioned. And now, the church porch having swallowed up Bella Wilfer for ever and ever, had it not in its power to relinquish that young woman, but slid into the happy sunlight Mrs John Rokesmith instead. And long on the bright steps stood Gruff and Glum, looking after the pretty bride with a narcotic consciousness of having dreamed a dream. After which Bella took out from her pocket a little letter, and read it aloud to Pa and John, this being a true copy of the same.
Dearest Ma, I hope you won't be angry, but I am most happily married to Mr John Rokesmith, who loves me better than I can ever deserve, except by loving him with all my heart. I thought it best not to mention it beforehand, in case it should cause any little difference at home. Please tell darling Pa, with love to Lavvy. Ever dearest Ma, your affectionate daughter, Bella. P.S. Rokesmith.
Then John Rokesmith put the Queen's countenance on the letter. When had her gracious Majesty looked so benign as on that blessed morning? And then Bella popped it into the post office, and said merrily, "Now, dearest Pa, you are safe, and will never be taken alive." Pa was, at first, in the stirred depths of his conscience, so far from sure of being safe yet, that he made out majestic matrons lurking in ambush among the harmless trees of Greenwich Park, and seemed to see a stately countenance tied up in a well-known pocket-handkerchief glooming down at him from a window of the observatory, where the familiars of the Astronomer Royal nightly outwatched the winking stars. But, the minutes passing on, and no Mrs Wilfer, in the flesh, appearing, he became more confident, and so repaired with good heart and appetite to Mr and Mrs John Rokesmith's cottage on Blackheath, where breakfast was ready. A modest little cottage, but a bright and a fresh, and on the snowy tablecloth the prettiest of little breakfasts. In waiting, too, like an attendant summer breeze, a fluttering young damsel, all pink and ribbons, blushing as if she had been married instead of Bella, and yet asserting the triumph of her sex over both John and Pa, in an exulting and exalted flurry, as who should say, "This is what you must all come to, gentlemen, when we choose to bring you to book." This same young damsel was Bella's serving maid, and unto her did deliver a bunch of keys, commanding treasures in the way of dry saltery, groceries, jams, and pickles, the investigation of which made pastime after breakfast, when Bella declared that
Pa must taste everything, John dear, or it will never be lucky.
And when Pa had all sorts of things poked into his mouth, and didn't quite know what to do with them when they were put there. Then they all three out for a charming ride, and for a charming stroll among heath in bloom, and there behold the identical Gruff and Glum, with his wooden legs horizontally disposed before him, apparently sitting meditating on the vicissitudes of life. To whom said Bella, in her light-hearted surprise,
"Oh, how do you do again? What a dear old pensioner you are!"
To which Gruff and Glum responded that he see her married this morning, my beauty, and that if it warn't a liberty he wished her jye, and the fairest of fair wind and weather, further in a general way requesting to know what cheer, and scrambling up on his two wooden legs to salute, hat in hand, ship-shape, with the gallantry of a man-of-warsman and a heart of oak. It was a pleasant sight, in the midst of the golden bloom, to see this salt old Gruff and Glum waving his shovel hat at Bella, while his thin white hair flowed free, as if she had once more launched him into blue water again.
"You are a charming old pensioner," said Bella, "and I am so happy that I wish I could make you happy too,"
answered Gruff and Glum.
"Give me leave to kiss your hand, my lovely, and it's done."
So it was done to the general contentment, and if Gruff and Glum didn't in the course of the afternoon splice the main brace, it was not for want of the means of inflicting that outrage on the feelings of the infant bands of hope. But the marriage dinner was the crowning success, for what had bride and bridegroom plotted to do, but to have and to hold that dinner in the very room of the very hotel where Pa and the lovely woman had once dined together. Bella sat between Pa and John, and divided her attentions pretty equally, but felt it necessary, in the waiter's absence before dinner, to remind Pa that she was his lovely woman no longer. "I am well aware of it, my dear," returned the cherub, "and I resign you willingly."
"Willingly, sir? You ought to be broken-hearted."
"So I should be, my dear, if I thought that I was going to lose you."
"But you know you are not, don't you, poor dear Pa? You know that you have only made a new relation who will be as fond of you and as thankful to you, for my sake and your own sake both, as I am. Don't you, dear little Pa? Look here, Pa."
Bella put her finger on her own lip, and then on Pa's, and then on her own lip again, and then on her husband's.
"Now, we are a partnership of 3, dear Pa."
The appearance of dinner here cut Bella short in one of her disappearances, the more effectual because it was put on under the auspices of a solemn gentleman in black clothes and a white cravat, who looked much more like a clergyman than the clergyman, and seemed to have mounted a great deal higher in the church, not to say scaled the steeple. This dignitary, conferring in secrecy with John Rokesmith on the subject of punch and wines, bent his head as though stooping to the papistical practice of receiving auricular confession. Likewise, on John's offering a suggestion which didn't meet his views, his face became overcast and reproachful, as enjoining penance. What a dinner! Specimens of all the fishes that swim in the sea surely had swum their way to it. And if samples of the fishes of divers colours had made a speech in the Arabian Nights, quite a ministerial explanation in respect of cloudiness, and then jumped out of the frying pan, were not to be recognized, it was only because they had all become of one hue by being cooked in batter among the white bait, and the dishes being seasoned with bliss, an article which they are sometimes out of at Greenwich, were of perfect flavour, and the golden drinks had been bottled in the golden age and hoarding up their sparkles ever since. The best of it was that Bella and John and the cherub had made a covenant that they would not reveal to mortal eyes any appearance whatever of being a wedding party. Now, the supervising dignitary, the Archbishop of Greenwich, knew this as well as if he had performed the nuptial ceremony, and the loftiness with which his Grace entered into their confidence without being invited, and insisted on a show of keeping the waiters out of it, was the crowning glory of the entertainment. There was an innocent young waiter of a slender form and with weakish legs, as yet unversed in the wiles of waiterhood, and but too evidently of a romantic temperament, and deeply, it were not too much to add hopelessly, in love with some young female, not aware of his merit. This guileless youth, descrying the position of affairs, which even his innocence could not mistake, limited his waiting to languishing admiringly against the sideboard when Bella didn't want anything, and swooping at her when she did. Him, his Grace the Archbishop perpetually obstructed, cutting him out with his elbow in the moment of success, dispatching him in degrading quest of melted butter, and, when by any chance he got hold of any dish worth having, bereaving him of it, and ordering him to stand back. "Pray excuse him, madam," said the Archbishop in a low stately voice. "He is a very young man on liking, and we don't like him." This induced John Rokesmith to observe, by way of making the thing more natural, "Bella, my love, this is so much more successful than any of our past anniversaries. I think we must keep our future anniversaries here." Whereunto Bella replied, with probably the least successful attempt at looking matronly than ever was seen,
"Indeed, I think so, John dear."
Here the Archbishop of Greenwich coughed a stately cough to attract the attention of three of his ministers present, and staring at them seemed to say, "I call upon you by your fealty to believe this." With his own hands he afterwards put on the dessert, as remarking to the three guests, "The period has now arrived at which we can dispense with the assistance of those fellows who are not in our confidence," and would have retired with complete dignity but for a daring action issuing from the misguided brain of the young man on liking. He finding, by ill fortune, a piece of orange flower somewhere in the lobbies, now approached, undetected, with the same in a finger glass, and placed it on Bella's right hand. The Archbishop instantly ejected and excommunicated him, but the thing was done. "I trust, madam," said his Grace, returning alone, "that you will have the kindness to overlook it, in consideration of its being the act of a very young man who is merely here on liking, and who will never answer." With that he solemnly bowed and retired, and they all burst into laughter, long and merry.
"Disguise is of no use," said Bella. "They all find me out. I think it must be, Pa and John dear, because I look so happy."
Her husband, feeling it necessary at this point to demand one of those mysterious disappearances on Bella's part, she dutifully obeyed, saying in a softened voice from her place of concealment,
"You remember how we talked about the ships that day, Pa?"
"Yes, my dear."
"Isn't it strange, now, to think that there was no John in all the ships, Pa?"
"Not at all, my dear."
"Oh, Pa, not at all?"
"No, my dear. How can we tell what coming people are aboard the ships that may be sailing to us now from the unknown seas?"
Bella remaining invisible and silent, her father remained at his dessert and wine, until he remembered it was time for him to get home to Holloway.
"Though I positively cannot tear myself away," he cherubically added, "it would be a sin without drinking to many, many happy returns of this most happy day."
"Here, 10,000 times!" cried John.
I fill my glass and my precious wife's. Gentlemen,' said the cherub, inaudibly addressing, in his Anglo-Saxon tendency to throw his feelings into the form of a speech, the boys down below, who were bidding against each other to put their heads in the mud for sixpence. 'Gentlemen, and Bella and John, you will readily suppose that it is not my intention to trouble you with many observations on the present occasion. You will also at once infer the nature and even the terms of the toast I am about to propose on the present occasion. Gentlemen, and Bella and John, the present occasion is an occasion fraught with feelings that I cannot trust myself to express. But, gentlemen, and Bella and John, for the part I have had in it, for the confidence you have placed in me, and for the affectionate good nature and kindness with which you have determined not to find me in the way, when I am well aware that I cannot be otherwise than in it, more or less, I do most heartily thank you. Gentlemen, and Bella and John, my love to you, and may we meet, as on the present occasion, on many future occasions, that is to say, gentlemen, and Bella and John, on many happy returns of the present happy occasion. Having thus concluded his address, the amiable cherub embraced his daughter and took his flight to the steamboat which was to convey him to London, and was then lying at the floating pier, doing its best to bump the same to bits. But the happy couple were not going to part with him in that way, and before he had been on board 2 minutes, there they were, looking down at him from the wharf above.
'Pa, dear,'
cried Bella, beckoning him with her parasol to approach the side, and bending gracefully to whisper, 'Yes, my darling?'
'Did I beat you much with that horrible little bonnet, Pa?'
'Nothing to speak of, my dear.'
'Did I pinch your legs, Pa?'
'Only nicely, my pet.'
'You're quite sure you quite forgive me, Pa? Please, Pa, please forgive me quite.'
Half laughing at him, and half crying to him, Bella besought him in the prettiest manner, in a manner so engaging and so playful and so natural, that her cherubic parent made a coaxing face as if she had never grown up, and said, 'What a silly little mouse it is!'
'But you do forgive me that, and everything else, don't you, Pa?'
'Yes, my dearest.'
'And you don't feel solitary or neglected, going away by yourself, do you, Pa?'
'Lord bless you, no, my life.'
'Good-bye, dearest Pa. Good-bye.'
'Good-bye, my darling. Take her away, my dear John. Take her home.' So, she leaning on her husband's arm, they turned homeward by a rosy path, which the gracious sun struck out for them in its setting. And oh, there are days in this life and worth death, and oh, what a bright old song it is, that "Oh, 'tis love, 'tis love, 'tis love, that makes the world go round." End of Book 4, Chapter 4. Book 4, Chapter 5 of Our Mutual Friend. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 4, A Turning. Chapter 5, Concerning the Mendicant's Bride. The impressive gloom with which Mrs Wilfer received her husband on his return from the wedding knocked so hard at the door of the cherubic conscience, and likewise so impaired the firmness of the cherubic legs, that the culprit's tottering condition of mind and body might have roused suspicion in less occupied persons than the grimly heroic lady, Miss Lavinia, and that esteemed friend of the family, Mr George Sampson. But the attention of all three being fully possessed by the main fact of the marriage, they had happily none to bestow on the guilty conspirator, to which fortunate circumstance he owed the escape for which he was in no wise indebted to himself. You do not, R.W., said Mrs Wilfer from her stately corner, inquire for your daughter Bella? To be sure, my dear, he returned, with the most flagrant assumption of unconsciousness, I did omit it. How, or perhaps I should rather say where, is Bella? Not here, Mrs Wilfer proclaimed with folded arms. The cherub faintly muttered something to the abortive effect of, "Oh, indeed, my dear." "Not here," repeated Mrs Wilfer, in a stern, sonorous voice. "In a word, R.W., you have no daughter Bella." "No daughter Bella, my dear?" "No, your daughter Bella," said Mrs Wilfer, with a lofty air of never having had the least co-partnership in that young lady, of whom she now made reproachful mention as an article of luxury which her husband had set up entirely on his own account, and in direct opposition to her advice. "Your daughter Bella has bestowed herself upon a mendicant." "Good gracious, my dear!" "Show your father his daughter Bella's letter, Lavinia," said Mrs Wilfer, in her monotonous Act of Parliament tone, and waving her hand. "I think your father will admit it to be documentary proof of what I tell him. I believe your father is acquainted with his daughter Bella's writing, but I do not know. He may tell you he is not. Nothing will surprise me."
"Posted at Greenwich, and dated this morning," said the irrepressible, flouncing at her father and handing him the evidence. "Hopes Ma won't be angry, but is happily married to Mr John Rokesmith, and didn't mention it beforehand to avoid words. And please tell darling you and love to me, and I should like to know what you'd have said if any other unmarried member of the family had done it."
He read the letter, and faintly exclaimed, "Dear me!" "You may well say dear me," rejoined Mrs Wilfer in a deep tone; upon which encouragement he said it again, though scarcely with the success he had expected, for the scornful lady then remarked with extreme bitterness, "You said that before." "It's very surprising, but I suppose, my dear," hinted the cherub, as he folded the letter after a disconcerting silence, "that we must make the best of it. Would you object to my pointing out, my dear, that Mr John Rokesmith is not, so far as I am acquainted with him, strictly speaking, a mendicant?" "Indeed," returned Mrs Wilfer, with an awful air of politeness. "Truly so. I was not aware that Mr John Rokesmith was a gentleman of landed property, but I am much relieved to hear it." "I doubt if you have heard it, my dear," the cherub submitted with hesitation. "Thank you," said Mrs Wilfer. "I make false statements, it appears. So be it. If my daughter flies in my face, surely my husband may. The one thing is not more unnatural than the other. There seems a fitness in the arrangement. By all means," assuming with a shiver of resignation a deadly cheerfulness. But here the irrepressible skirmished into the conflict, dragging the reluctant form of Mr Sampson after her.
"Ma,"
interposed the young lady,
"I must say I think it would be much better if you would keep to the point, and not hold forth about people's flying into people's faces, which is nothing more nor less than impossible nonsense."
"How?" exclaimed Mrs Wilfer, knitting her dark brows.
"Just impossible nonsense, Ma," returned Lavvy, "and George Sampson knows it is as well as I do."
Mrs Wilfer, suddenly becoming petrified, fixed her indignant eyes upon the wretched George, who, divided between the support due from him to his love, and the support due from him to his love's mamma, supported nobody, not even himself.
"The true point is," pursued Lavinia, "that Bella has behaved in a most unsisterly way to me, and might have severely compromised me with George and with George's family, by making off and getting married in this very low and disreputable manner, with some pew opener or other, I suppose, for a bridesmaid, when she ought to have confided in me, and ought to have said, "If, Lavvy, you consider it due to your engagement with George that you should countenance the occasion by being present, then, Lavvy, I beg you to be present," keeping my secret from Ma and Pa, as of course I should have done.
As of course you would have done, ingrate!' exclaimed Mrs Wilfer. 'Viper!' 'I say, you know, ma'am, upon my honour you mustn't,' Mr Sampson remonstrated, shaking his head seriously. 'With the highest respect for you, ma'am, upon my life you mustn't. No, really, you know, when a man with the feelings of a gentleman finds himself engaged to a young lady, and it comes, even on the part of a member of the family, to vipers, you know, I would merely put it to your own good feeling, you know,' said Mr Sampson, in rather lame conclusion. Mrs Wilfer's baleful stare at the young gentleman in acknowledgment of his obliging interference was of such a nature that Miss Lavinia burst into tears and caught him round the neck for his protection.
'My own unnatural mother,' screamed the young lady, 'wants to annihilate George. But you shan't be annihilated, George. I'll die first.'
Mr Sampson, in the arms of his mistress, still struggled to shake his head at Mrs Wilfer, and to remark, 'With every sentiment of respect for you, you know, ma'am, vipers really doesn't do you credit.'
'You shall not be annihilated, George,' cried Miss Lavinia. 'Ma shall destroy me first, and then she'll be contented. Oh, oh, oh! Have I lured George from his happy home to expose him to this? George dear, be free. Leave me, ever dearest George, to Ma and to my fate. Give my love to your aunt, George dear, and implore her not to curse the viper that has crossed your path and blighted your existence. Oh, oh, oh!'
The young lady, who, hysterically speaking, was only just come of age, and had never gone off yet, here fell into a highly creditable crisis, which, regarded as a first performance, was very successful. Mr Sampson, bending over the body meanwhile, in a state of distraction, which induced him to address Mrs Wilfer in the inconsistent expressions, 'Demon, with the highest respect for you, behold your work!' The cherub stood helplessly rubbing his chin and looking on, but on the whole was inclined to welcome this diversion as one in which, by reason of the absorbent properties of hysterics, the previous question would become absorbed. And so indeed it proved, for the irrepressible gradually coming to herself, and asking with wild emotion,
'George dear, are you safe?'
and further,
'George love, what has happened? Where is Ma?'
Mr Sampson, with words of comfort, raised her prostrate form, and handed her to Mrs Wilfer, as if the young lady were something in the nature of refreshments. Mrs Wilfer, with dignity, partaking of the refreshments by kissing her once on the brow, as if accepting an oyster, Miss Lavvy, tottering, returned to the protection of Mr Sampson, to whom she said,
'George dear, I'm afraid I've been foolish, but I'm still a little weak and giddy. Don't let go my hand, George.'
And whom she afterwards greatly agitated, at intervals, by giving utterance, when least expected, to a sound between a sob and a bottle of soda water, that seemed to rend the bosom of her frock. Among the most remarkable effects of this crisis may be mentioned its having, when peace was restored, an inexplicable moral influence, of an elevating kind, on Miss Lavinia, Mrs Wilfer, and Mr George Sampson, from which R. W. was altogether excluded as an outsider and non-sympathizer. Miss Lavinia assumed a modest air of having distinguished herself, Mrs Wilfer a serene air of forgiveness and resignation, Mr Sampson an air of having been improved and chastened. The influence pervaded the spirit in which they returned to the previous question.
'George dear,' said Lavvy, with a melancholy smile, 'after what has passed, I am sure Ma will tell Pa that he may tell Bella we shall all be glad to see her and her husband.'
Mr Sampson said he was sure of it too, murmuring how eminently he respected Mrs Wilfer, and ever must, and ever would. Never more eminently, he added, than after what had passed. 'Far be it from me,' said Mrs Wilfer, making deep proclamation from her corner, to run counter to the feelings of a child of mine and of a youth,' Mr Sampson hardly seemed to like that word, 'who is the object of her maiden preference, I may feel, nay, know, that I have been deluded and deceived. I may feel, nay, know, that I have been set aside and passed over. I may feel, nay, know, that after having so far overcome my repugnance towards Mr and Mrs Boffin as to receive them under this roof and to consent to your daughter Bella's,' here turning to her husband, 'residing under theirs, it were well if your daughter Bella,' again turning to her husband, 'had profited in a worldly point of view by a connection so distasteful, so disreputable. I may feel, nay, know, that in uniting herself to Mr Rokesmith she has united herself to one who is, in spite of shallow sophistry, a mendicant. And I may feel well assured that your daughter Bella,' again turning to her husband, 'does not exalt her family by becoming a mendicant's bride. But I suppress what I feel, and say nothing of it.' Mr Sampson murmured that this was the sort of thing you might expect from one who had ever in her own family been an example and never an outrage. And ever more so, Mr Sampson added with some degree of obscurity, and never more so than in and through what had passed. He must take the liberty of adding that what was true of the mother was true of the youngest daughter, and that he could never forget the touching feelings that the conduct of both had awakened within him. In conclusion, he did hope that there wasn't a man with a beating heart who was capable of something that remained undescribed in consequence of Miss Lavinia's stopping him as he reeled in his speech. 'Therefore, R.W.,' said Mrs Wilfer, resuming her discourse and turning to her lord again, 'let your daughter Bella come when she will, and she will be received. So,' after a short pause and an air of having taken medicine in it, 'so will her husband.'
'And I beg, Pa,' said Lavinia, 'that you will not tell Bella what I have undergone. It can do no good, and it might cause her to reproach herself.'
'My dearest girl,' urged Mr Sampson, 'she ought to know it.'
'No, George,'
said Lavinia, in a tone of resolute self-denial.
'No, dearest George, let it be buried in oblivion.'
Mr Sampson considered that too noble.
'Nothing is too noble, dearest George,'
returned Lavinia.
'And, Pa, I hope you will be careful not to refer before Bella, if you can help it, to my engagement to George. It might seem like reminding her of her having cast herself away. And I hope, Pa, that you will think it equally right to avoid mentioning George's rising prospects when Bella is present. It might seem like taunting her with her own poor fortunes. Let me ever remember that I am her younger sister, and ever spare her painful contrasts, which could not but wound her sharply.'
Mr Sampson expressed his belief that such was the demeanour of angels. Miss Lavvy replied with solemnity,
'No, dearest George, I am but too well aware that I am merely human.'
Mrs Wilfer, for her part, still further improved the occasion by sitting with her eyes fastened on her husband, like two great black notes of interrogation, severely inquiring, 'Are you looking into your breast? Do you deserve your blessings? Can you lay your hand upon your heart and say that you are worthy of so hysterical a daughter? I do not ask you if you are worthy of such a wife. Put me out of the question. But are you sufficiently conscious of, and thankful for, the pervading moral grandeur of the family spectacle on which you are gazing?' These inquiries proved very harassing to R. W., who, besides being a little disturbed by wine, was in perpetual terror of committing himself by the utterance of stray words that would betray his guilty foreknowledge. However, the scene being over, and, all things considered, well over, he sought refuge in a doze, which gave his lady immense offence. 'Can you think of your daughter Bella and sleep?' she disdainfully inquired. To which he mildly answered, 'Yes, I think I can, my dear.' 'Then,' said Mrs Wilfer with solemn indignation, 'I would recommend you, if you have a human feeling, to retire to bed.' 'Thank you, my dear,' he replied. 'I think it is the best place for me.
and with these unsympathetic words very gladly withdrew. Within a few weeks afterwards, the mendicant's bride, arm in arm with the mendicant, came to tea in fulfilment of an engagement made through her father. And the way in which the mendicant's bride dashed at the unassailable position so considerately to be held by Miss Lavvy, and scattered the whole of the works in all directions in a moment, was triumphant.
'Dearest Ma!'
cried Bella, running into the room with a radiant face.
'How do you do, dearest Ma?'
And then embraced her joyously.
'And Lavvy, darling, how do you do? And how's George Sampson? And how is he getting on? And when are you going to be married? And how rich are you going to grow? You must tell me all about it, Lavvy dear, immediately. John, love, kiss Ma and Lavvy, and then we shall all be at home and comfortable.'
Mrs Wilfer stared, but was helpless. Miss Lavinia stared, but was helpless. Apparently with no compunction, and assuredly with no ceremony, Bella tossed her bonnet away, and sat down to make the tea.
'Dearest Ma and Lavvy, you both take sugar, I know. And Pa, you good little Pa, you don't take milk. John does. I didn't before I was married, but I do now, because John does. John dear, did you kiss Ma and Lavvy? Oh, you did. Quite correct, John dear, but I didn't see you do it, so I asked. Cut some bread and butter, John, that's a love. Ma likes it doubled. And now, you must tell me, dearest Ma and Lavvy, upon your words and honours, didn't you for a moment, just a moment, think I was a dreadful little wretch when I wrote to say I'd run away?
Before Mrs Wilfer could wave her gloves, the mendicant's bride, in her merriest affectionate manner, went on again.
'I think it must have made you rather cross, dear Ma and Lavvy, and I know I deserved that you should be very cross, but you see I had been such a heedless, heartless creature, and had led you so to expect that I should marry for money, and so to make sure that I was incapable of marrying for love, that I thought you couldn't believe me. Because, you see, you didn't know how much of good I had learned from John. Well, so I was sly about it, and ashamed of what you supposed me to be, and fearful that we couldn't understand one another and might come to words which we should all be sorry for afterwards, and so I said to John that if he liked to take me without any fuss he might, and as he did like, I let him, and we married at Greenwich Church in the presence of nobody, except an unknown individual who dropped in.
Here her eyes sparkled more brightly.
And half a pensioner. And now isn't it nice, dearest Ma and Lavvy, to know that no words have been said which any of us can be sorry for, and that we are all the best of friends at the pleasantest of teas?
Having got up and kissed them again, she slipped back to her chair, after a loop on the road to squeeze her husband round the neck, and again went on.
And now you will naturally want to know, dearest Ma and Lavvy, how we live, and what we have got to live upon. Well, and so we live on Blackheath, in the charmingest of dolls' houses, delightfully furnished, and we have a clever little servant who is decidedly pretty, and we are economical and orderly, and do everything by clockwork, and we have £150 a year, and we have all we want and more. And lastly, if you would like to know in confidence, as perhaps you may, what is my opinion of my husband, my opinion is that I almost love him.
And if you would like to know in confidence, as perhaps you may, said her husband, smiling as he stood by her side, without her having detected his approach, my opinion of my wife, my opinion is. But Bella started up, and put her hand upon his lips.
Stop, sir. No, John, dear, seriously. Please, not yet a while. I want to be something so much worthier than the doll in the doll's house.
My darling, are you not?
Not half, not a quarter so much worthier as I hope you may some day find me. Try me through some reverse, John. Try me through some trial, and tell them after that what you think of me.
I will, my life, said John. I promise it.
That's my dear John. And you won't speak a word now, will you?
And I won't, said John, with a very expressive look of admiration around him, speak a word now. She laid her laughing cheek upon his breast to thank him, and said, looking at the rest of them sideways out of her bright eyes, I'll go farther, Pa and Ma and Lavvy. John don't suspect it, he has no idea of it, but I quite love him. Even Mrs Wilfer relaxed under the influence of her married daughter, and seemed in a majestic manner to imply remotely that if R.W. had been a more deserving object, she too might have condescended to come down from her pedestal for his beguilement. Miss Lavinia, on the other hand, had strong doubts of the policy of the course of treatment, and whether it might not spoil Mr Sampson, if experimented on in the case of that young gentleman. R. W. himself was for his part convinced that he was father of one of the most charming of girls, and that Rokesmith was the most favoured of men, which opinion, if propounded to him, Rokesmith would probably not have contested. The newly married pair left early, so that they might walk at leisure to their starting place from London for Greenwich. At first they were very cheerful and talked much, but after a while Bella fancied that her husband was turning somewhat thoughtful, so she asked him,
'John dear, what's the matter?'
'Matter, my love?'
'Won't you tell me,'
said Bella, looking up into his face,
'what you are thinking of?'
'There's not much in the thought, my soul. I was thinking whether you wouldn't like me to be rich.'
'You rich, John?'
repeated Bella, shrinking a little.
'I mean really rich. Say, as rich as Mr Boffin. Would you like that?'
'I should be almost afraid to try, John dear. Was he much the better for his wealth? Was I much the better for the little part I once had in it?'
'But all people are not the worse for riches, my own.'
'Most people?'
Bella musingly suggested, with raised eyebrows.
'Nor even most people, it may be hoped. If you were rich, for instance, you would have a great power of doing good to others.'
'Yes, sir, for instance,'
Bella playfully rejoined.
'But should I exercise the power, for instance? And again, sir, for instance, should I at the same time have a great power of doing harm to myself?'
Laughing and pressing her arm, he retorted,
'But still, again, for instance, would you exercise that power?'
'I don't know,'
said Bella, thoughtfully shaking her head.
'I hope not. I think not. But it's so easy to hope not and think not, without the riches.'
'Why don't you say, my darling, instead of that phrase, being poor?' he asked, looking earnestly at her.
'Why don't I say being poor? Because I'm not poor. Dear John, it's not possible that you suppose I think we are poor.'
'I do, my love.'
'Oh, John!'
'Understand me, sweetheart. I know that I am rich beyond all wealth in having you, but I think of you and think for you. In such a dress as you are wearing now, you first charmed me, and in no dress could you ever look, to my thinking, more graceful or more beautiful. But you have admired many finer dresses this very day, and is it not natural that I wish I could give them to you?'
'It's very nice that you should wish it, John. It brings these tears of grateful pleasure into my eyes to hear you say so with such tenderness, but I don't want them.'
'Again,' he pursued, 'we are now walking through the muddy streets. I love those pretty feet so dearly that I feel as if I could not bear the dirt to soil the sole of your shoe. Is it not natural that I wish you could ride in a carriage?'
'It's very nice,'
said Bella, glancing downward at the feet in question,
'to know that you admire them so much, John dear, and since you do, I am sorry that these shoes are a full size too large, but I don't want a carriage, believe me.'
'You would like one, if you could have one, Bella?'
'I shouldn't like it for its own sake half so well as such a wish for it. Dear John, your wishes are as real to me as the wishes in the fairy story, that were all fulfilled as soon as spoken. Wish me everything that you can wish for the woman you dearly love, and I have as good as got it, John. I have better than got it, John.'
They were not the less happy for such talk, and home was not the less home for coming after it. Bella was fast developing a perfect genius for home. All the loves and graces seemed, her husband thought, to have taken domestic service with her, and to help her to make home engaging. Her married life glided happily on. She was alone all day, for after an early breakfast her husband repaired every morning to the city, and did not return until their late dinner hour. He was in a china house, he explained to Bella,
which she found quite satisfactory without pursuing the china house into minuter details than a wholesale vision of tea, rice, odd-smelling silks, carved boxes, and tight-eyed people in more than double-soled shoes, with their pigtails pulling their heads of hair off, painted on transparent porcelain. She always walked with her husband to the railroad, and was always there again to meet him, her old coquettish ways a little sobered down, but not much, and her dress as daintily managed as if she managed nothing else. But, John gone to business and Bella returned home, the dress would be laid aside, trim little wrappers and aprons would be substituted, and Bella, putting back her hair with both hands, as if she were making the most business-like arrangements for going dramatically distracted, would enter on the household affairs of the day. Such weighing and mixing and chopping and grating, such dusting and washing and polishing, such snipping and weeding and troweling, and other small gardening, such making and mending and folding and airing, such diverse arrangements, and above all such severe study. For Mrs J.R., who had never been wont to do much at home, as Miss B.W., was under the constant necessity of referring for advice and support to a sage volume entitled The Complete British Family Housewife, which she would sit consulting, with her elbows on the table and her temples on her hands, like some perplexed enchantress poring over the black art. This principally because the Complete British Housewife, however sound a Briton at heart, was by no means an expert Briton at expressing herself with clearness in the British tongue, and sometimes might have issued her directions to equal purpose in the Kamskatchan language. In any crisis of this nature, Bella would suddenly exclaim aloud,
"Oh, you ridiculous old thing! What do you mean by that? You must have been drinking."
And having made this marginal note, would try the housewife again, with all her dimples screwed into an expression of profound research. There was likewise a coolness on the part of the British housewife which Mrs John Rokesmith found highly exasperating. She would say,
"Take a salamander,"
as if a general should command a private to catch a Tartar, or she would casually issue the order,
"Throw in a handful,"
of something entirely unattainable. In these, the housewife's most glaring moments of unreason, Bella would shut her up and knock her on the table, apostrophizing her with the compliment,
"Oh, you are a stupid old donkey! Where am I to get it, do you think?"
Another branch of study claimed the attention of Mrs John Rokesmith for a regular period every day. This was the mastering of the newspaper, so that she might be close up with John on general topics when John came home. In her desire to be in all things his companion, she would have set herself with equal zeal to master algebra or Euclid if he had divided his soul between her and either. Wonderful was the way in which she would store up the city intelligence, and beamingly shed it upon John in the course of the evening, incidentally mentioning the commodities that were looking up in the markets, and how much gold had been taken to the bank, and trying to look wise and serious over it, until she would laugh at herself most charmingly, and would say, kissing him,
"It all comes of my love, John dear."
For a city man, John certainly did appear to care as little as might be for the looking up or looking down of things, as well as for the gold that got taken to the bank. But he cared, beyond all expression, for his wife, as a most precious and sweet commodity that was always looking up, and that never was worth less than all the gold in the world. And she, being inspired by her affection, and having a quick wit and a fine ready instinct, made amazing progress in her domestic efficiency, though, as an endearing creature, she made no progress at all. This was her husband's verdict, and he justified it by telling her that she had begun her married life as the most endearing creature that could possibly be. "And you have such a cheerful spirit," he said fondly. "You are like a bright light in the house."
"Am I truly, John?"
"Are you truly? Yes, indeed. Only much more and much better."
"Do you know, John dear,"
said Bella, taking him by a button of his coat,
"that I sometimes, at odd moments, don't laugh, John, please."
Nothing should induce John to do it when she asked him not to do it.
"That I sometimes think, John, I feel a little serious."
"Are you too much alone, my darling?"
"Oh dear no, John. The time is so short that I have not a moment too much in the week."
"Why serious, my life, then? When serious?"
"When I laugh, I think."
said Bella, laughing as she laid her head upon his shoulder.
'You wouldn't believe it, sir, that I feel serious now. But I do.'
And she laughed again, and something glistened in her eyes. 'Would you like to be rich, pet?' he asked her coaxingly.
'Rich, John? How can you ask such goose's questions?'
'Do you regret anything, my love?'
'Regret anything? No.'
Bella confidently answered. But then, suddenly changing, she said, between laughing and glistening,
'Oh yes, I do though. I regret Mrs Boffin.'
'I, too, regret that separation very much. But perhaps it is only temporary. Perhaps things may so fall out as that you may sometimes see her again, as that we may sometimes see her again.' Bella might be very anxious on the subject, but she scarcely seemed so at the moment. With an absent air, she was investigating that button on her husband's coat, when Pa came in to spend the evening. Pa had his special chair and his special corner reserved for him on all occasions, and, without disparagement of his domestic joys, was far happier there than anywhere. It was always pleasantly droll to see Pa and Bella together, but on this present evening her husband thought her more than usually fantastic with him.
'You are a very good little boy,' said Bella, 'to come unexpectedly as soon as you could get out of school. And how have they used you at school to-day, you dear?'
'Well, my pet,' replied the cherub, smiling and rubbing his hands as she sat him down in his chair, 'I attend 2 schools. There's the Mincing Lane establishment, and there's your mother's academy. Which might you mean, my dear?'
'Both,'
said Bella. 'Both, eh? Why, to say the truth, both have taken a little out of me to-day, my dear, but that was to be expected. There's no royal road to learning, and what is life but learning?'
'And what do you do with yourself when you have got your learning by heart, you silly child?'
'Why then, my dear,' said the cherub, after a little consideration, 'I suppose I die.'
'You are a very bad boy,' retorted Bella, 'to talk about dismal things and be out of spirits.'
'My Bella,' rejoined her father, 'I am not out of spirits. I am as gay as a lark,' which his face confirmed.
'Then, if you are sure and certain it's not you, I suppose it must be I,' said Bella, 'so I won't do so any more. John dear, we must give this little fellow his supper, you know.'
'Of course we must, my darling.'
'He has been grubbing and grubbing at school,'
said Bella, looking at her father's hand and lightly slapping it,
'till he's not fit to be seen. Oh, what a grubby little child!'
'Indeed, my dear,' said her father, 'I was going to ask to be allowed to wash my hands, only you find me out so soon.'
'Come here, sir,'
cried Bella, taking him by the front of his coat.
'Come here and be washed directly. You are not to be trusted to do it for yourself. Come here, sir.'
The cherub, to his genial amusement, was accordingly conducted to a little washing room, where Bella soaped his face and rubbed his face, and soaped his hands and rubbed his hands, and splashed him and rinsed him and towelled him, until he was as red as beetroot, even to his very ears.
'Now you must be brushed and combed, sir,'
said Bella busily.
'Hold the light, John. Shut your eyes, sir, and let me take hold of your chin. Be good directly, and do as you're told.'
Her father being more than willing to obey, she dressed his hair in her most elaborate manner, brushing it out straight, parting it, winding it over her fingers, sticking it up on end, and constantly falling back on John to get a good look at the effect of it, who always received her on his disengaged arm and detained her, while the patient cherub stood waiting to be finished.
'There,'
said Bella, when she had at last completed the final touches.
'Now you are something like a genteel boy. Put your jacket on, and come and have your supper.'
The cherub, investing himself with his coat, was led back to his corner, where, but for having no egotism in his pleasant nature, he would have answered well enough for that radiant though self-sufficient boy, Jack Horner. Bella with her own hands laid a cloth for him, and brought him his supper on a tray.
'Stop a moment,' said she. 'We must keep his little clothes clean,'
and tied a napkin under his chin in a very methodical manner. While he took his supper, Bella sat by him, sometimes admonishing him to hold his fork by the handle like a polite child, and at other times carving for him or pouring out his drink. Fantastic as it all was, and accustomed as she ever had been to make a plaything of her good father, ever delighted that she should put him to that account, still there was an occasional something on Bella's part that was new. It could not be said that she was less playful, whimsical, or natural than she always had been, but it seemed, her husband thought, as if there were some rather graver reason than he had supposed for what she had so lately said, and as if throughout all this there were glimpses of an underlying seriousness. It was a circumstance in support of this view of the case, that when she had lighted her father's pipe and mixed him his glass of grog, she sat down on a stool between her father and her husband, leaning her arm upon the latter, and was very quiet. So quiet that when her father rose to take his leave, she looked round with a start, as if she had forgotten his being there.
'You go a little way with Pa, John?'
'Yes, my dear. Do you?'
'I have not written to Lizzie Hexam since I wrote and told her that I really had a lover, a whole one. I have often thought I would like to tell her how right she was when she pretended to read in the live coals that I would go through fire and water for him. I am in the humour to tell her so to-night, John, and I'll stay at home and do it.'
'You are tired?'
'Not at all tired, John dear, but in the humour to write to Lizzie. Good night, dear Pa. Good night, you dear, good, gentle Pa.'
Left to herself, she sat down to write, and wrote Lizzie a long letter. She had but completed it and read it over when her husband came back.
'You are just in time, sir,' said Bella. 'I am going to give you your first curtain lecture. It shall be a parlour curtain lecture. You shall take this chair of mine when I have folded my letter, and I will take the stool, though you ought to take it, I can tell you, sir, if it's the stool of repentance, and you'll soon find yourself taken to task soundly.' Her letter folded, sealed, and directed, and her pen wiped, and her middle finger wiped, and her desk locked up and put away, and these transactions performed with an air of severe business sedateness, which the complete British housewife might have assumed, and certainly would not have rounded off and broken down in with a musical laugh, as Bella did. She placed her husband in his chair, and placed herself upon her stool. 'Now, sir, to begin at the beginning. What is your name?' A question more decidedly rushing at the secret he was keeping from her could not have astounded him. But he kept his countenance and his secret, and answered, 'John Rokesmith, my dear.' 'Good boy. Who gave you that name?' With a returning suspicion that something might have betrayed him to her, he answered interrogatively, 'My godfather's and my godmother's, dear love.' 'Pretty good,' said Bella. 'Not goodest good, because you hesitate about it. However, as you know your catechism fairly, so far, I'll let you off the rest. Now I am going to examine you out of my own head. John dear, why did you go back this evening to the question you once asked me before, would I like to be rich?' Again his secret. He looked down at her as she looked up at him, with her hands folded on his knee, and it was as nearly told as ever secret was. Having no reply ready, he could do no better than embrace her. 'In short, dear John,' said Bella, 'this is the topic of my lecture. I want nothing on earth, and I want you to believe it.' 'If that's all, the lecture may be considered over, for I do.' 'It's not all, John dear.' Bella hesitated. 'It's only firstly. There's a dreadful secondly, and a dreadful thirdly to come, as I used to say to myself in sermon time, when I was a very small-sized sinner at church.' 'Let them come, my dearest.' 'Are you sure, John dear? Are you absolutely certain in your innermost heart of hearts?' 'Which is not in my keeping,' he rejoined. 'No, John, but the key is. Are you absolutely certain that down at the bottom of that heart of hearts, which you have given to me as I have given mine to you, there is no remembrance that I was once very mercenary?'
'Why, if there were no remembrance in me of the time you speak of,' he softly asked her, with his lips to hers, 'could I love you quite as well as I do? Could I have in the calendar of my life the brightest of its days? Could I, whenever I look at your dear face or hear your dear voice, see and hear my noble champion? It can never have been that which made you serious, darling.'
'No, John, it wasn't that. And still less was it Mrs Boffin, though I love her. Wait a moment, and I'll go on with the lecture. Give me a moment, because I like to cry for joy. It's so delicious, John dear, to cry for joy.'
She did so on his neck, and, still clinging there, laughed a little when she said,
'I think I am ready now for thirdly, John.'
'I am ready for thirdly,' said John, 'whatever it is.'
'I believe, John,' pursued Bella, 'that you believe that I believe.'
'My dear child,' cried her husband gaily, 'what a quantity of believing!'
'Isn't there?'
said Bella, with another laugh.
'I never knew such a quantity. It's like verbs in an exercise. But I can't get on with less believing. I'll try again. I believe, dear John, that you believe that I believe that we have as much money as we require, and that we want for nothing.'
'It is strictly true, Bella.'
'But if our money should by any means be rendered not so much, if we had to stint ourselves a little in purchases that we can afford to make now, would you still have the same confidence in my being quite contented, John?'
'Precisely the same confidence, my soul.'
'Thank you, John dear, thousands upon thousands of times. And I may take it for granted, no doubt,' with a little faltering, 'that you would be quite as contented yourself, John? But yes, I know I may. For knowing that I should be so, how surely I may know that you would be so, you who are so much stronger and firmer and more reasonable and more generous than I am.'
'Hush!' said her husband. 'I must not hear that. You're all wrong there, though otherwise as right as can be. And now I am brought to a little piece of news, my dearest, that I might have told you earlier in the evening. I have strong reason for confidently believing that we shall never be in the receipt of a smaller income than our present income.' She might have shown herself more interested in the intelligence, but she had returned to the investigation of the coat button that had engaged her attention a few hours before, and scarcely seemed to heed what he said. 'And now we have got to the bottom of it at last,' cried her husband, rallying her. 'And this is the thing that made you serious?'
'No, dear,'
said Bella, twisting the button and shaking her head.
'It wasn't this.'
'Why then, Lord bless this little wife of mine, there's a fourthly!' exclaimed John.
'This worried me a little, and so did secondly,' said Bella, occupied with the button. 'But it was quite another sort of seriousness, a much deeper and quieter sort of seriousness, that I spoke of, John dear.'
As he bent his face to hers, she raised hers to meet it, and laid her little right hand on his eyes, and kept it there.
'Do you remember, John, on the day we were married, Pa's speaking of the ships that might be sailing towards us from the unknown seas?'
'Perfectly, my darling.'
'I think, among them, there is a ship upon the ocean, bringing to you and me a little baby, John.'
End of Book 4, Chapter 5. Book 4, Chapter 6 of Our Mutual Friend. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson.
Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 4, A Turning. Chapter 6, A Cry for Help. The paper mill had stopped work for the night, and the paths and roads in its neighbourhood were sprinkled with clusters of people going home from their day's labour in it. There were men, women, and children in the groups, and there was no want of lively colour to flutter in the gentle evening wind. The mingling of various voices and the sound of laughter made a cheerful impression upon the ear, analogous to that of the fluttering colours upon the eye. Into the sheet of water reflecting the flushed sky in the foreground of the living picture, a knot of urchins were casting stones, and watching the expansion of the rippling circles. So, in the rosy evening, one might watch the ever-widening beauty of the landscape, beyond the newly released workers wending home, beyond the silver river, beyond the deep green fields of corn so prospering that the loiterers in their narrow threads of pathway seemed to float immersed breast high, beyond the hedgerows and the clumps of trees, beyond the windmills on the ridge, away to where the sky appeared to meet the earth, as if there were no immensity of space between mankind and heaven. It was a Saturday evening, and at such a time the village dogs, always much more interested in the doings of humanity than in the affairs of their own species, were particularly active. At the general shop, at the butcher's, and at the public house, they evinced an inquiring spirit never to be satiated. Their especial interest in the public house would seem to imply some latent rakishness in the canine character, for little was eaten there, and they, having no taste for beer or tobacco (Mrs Hubbard's dog is said to have smoked, but proof is wanting), could only have been attracted by sympathy with loose convivial habits. Moreover, a most wretched fiddle played within, a fiddle so unutterably vile that one lean long-bodied cur, with a better ear than the rest, found himself under compulsion at intervals to go round the corner and howl. Yet even he returned to the public house on each occasion with the tenacity of a confirmed drunkard. Fearful to relate, there was even a sort of little fair in the village. Some despairing gingerbread that had been vainly trying to dispose of itself all over the country, and had cast a quantity of dust upon its head in its mortification, again appealed to the public from an infirm booth. So did a heap of nuts, long exiled from Barcelona, and yet speaking English so indifferently as to call 14 of themselves a pint. A peep show, which had originally started with the Battle of Waterloo, and had since made it every other battle of later date by altering the Duke of Wellington's nose, tempted the student of illustrated history. A fat lady, perhaps in part sustained upon postponed pork, her professional associate being a learned pig, displayed her life-size picture in a low dress as she appeared when presented at court, several yards round. All this was a vicious spectacle, as any poor idea of amusement on the part of the rougher hewers of wood and drawers of water in this land of England ever is and shall be. They must not vary the rheumatism with amusement. They may vary it with fever and ague, or with as many rheumatic variations as they have joints, but positively not with entertainment after their own manner. The various sounds arising from this scene of depravity, and floating away into the still evening air, made the evening at any point which they just reached fitfully, mellowed by the distance, more still by contrast. Such was the stillness of the evening to Eugene Wrayburn, as he walked by the river with his hands behind him. He walked slowly, and with the measured step and preoccupied air of one who was waiting. He walked between the 2 points, an osier bed at this end, and some floating lilies at that, and at each point stopped and looked expectantly in one direction. 'It is very quiet,' said he. It was very quiet. Some sheep were grazing on the grass by the riverside, and it seemed to him that he had never before heard the crisp tearing sound with which they cropped it. He stopped idly and looked at them. 'You are stupid enough, I suppose, but if you are clever enough to get through life tolerably to your satisfaction, you have got the better of me, man as I am, and mutton as you are.' A rustle in a field beyond the hedge attracted his attention. 'What's here to do?' he asked himself leisurely, going towards the gate and looking over.
No jealous paper miller, no pleasures of the chase in this part of the country. Mostly fishing hereabouts. The field had been newly mown, and there were yet the marks of the scythe on the yellow-green ground, and the track of wheels where the hay had been carried. Following the tracks with his eyes, the view closed with the new hayrick in a corner. Now, if he had gone on to the hayrick and gone round it. But say that the event was to be as the event fell out, and how idle are such suppositions! Besides, if he had gone, what is there of warning in a bargeman lying on his face? A bird flying to the hedge was all he thought about it, and came back and resumed his walk. If I had not a reliance on her being truthful, said Eugene, after taking some half-dozen turns, I should begin to think she had given me the slip for the second time. But she promised, and she is a girl of her word. Turning again at the water lilies, he saw her coming, and advanced to meet her. I was saying to myself, Lizzie, that you were sure to come, though you were late.
I had to linger through the village, as if I had no object before me, and I had to speak to several people in passing along, Mr. Wrayburn.
Are the lads of the village and the ladies such scandalmongers? He asked, as he took her hand and drew it through his arm. She submitted to walk slowly on, with downcast eyes. He put her hand to his lips, and she quietly drew it away.
Will you walk beside me, Mr. Wrayburn, and not touch me?
For his arm was already stealing round her waist. She stopped again, and gave him an earnest, supplicating look. Well, Lizzie, well, said he in an easy way, though ill at ease with himself. Don't be unhappy. Don't be reproachful.
I cannot help being unhappy, but I do not mean to be reproachful, Mr. Wrayburn. I implore you to go away from this neighbourhood to-morrow morning.
Lizzie, 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 he remonstrated. As well be reproachful as wholly unreasonable. I can't go away.
Why not?
Faith, said Eugene in his airily candid manner, because you won't let me. Mind, I don't mean to be reproachful either. I don't complain that you design to keep me here, but you do it. You do it.
Will you walk beside me and not touch me? For his arm was coming about her again. While I speak to you very seriously, Mr. Wrayburn.
I will do anything within the limits of possibility for you, Lizzie, he answered with pleasant gaiety as he folded his arms. See here, Napoleon Bonaparte at St. Helena.
When you spoke to me, as I came from the mill the night before last, said Lizzie, fixing her eyes upon him with a look of supplication which troubled his better nature, you told me that you were much surprised to see me, and that you were on a solitary fishing excursion. Was it true?
It was not, replied Eugene composedly. In the least true. I came here because I had information that I should find you here.
Can you imagine why I left London, Mr. Wrayburn?
I am afraid, Lizzie, he openly answered, that you left London to get rid of me. It is not flattering to my self-love, but I am afraid you did.
I did.
How could you be so cruel?
Oh, Mr. Wrayburn, she answered, suddenly breaking into tears, is the cruelty on my side? Oh, Mr. Wrayburn, Mr. Wrayburn, is there no cruelty in your being here tonight?
In the name of all that's good, and that is not conjuring you in my own name, for heaven knows I am not good, said Eugene, don't be distressed.
What else can I be, when I know the distance and the difference between us? What else can I be, when to tell me why you came here is to put me to shame? Said Lizzie, covering her face. He looked at her with a real sentiment of remorseful tenderness and pity. It was not strong enough to impel him to sacrifice himself and spare her, but it was a strong emotion. Lizzie,
I never thought before that there was a woman in the world who could affect me so much by saying so little. Don't be hard in your construction of me. You don't know what my state of mind towards you is. You don't know how you haunt me and bewilder me. You don't know how the cursed carelessness that is over officious in helping me at every other turning of my life won't help me here. You have struck it dead, I think, and I sometimes almost wish you had struck me dead along with it.' She had not been prepared for such passionate expressions, and they awakened some natural sparks of feminine pride and joy in her breast. To consider, wrong as he was, that he could care so much for her, and that she had the power to move him so.
'It grieves you to see me distressed, Mr Wrayburn. It grieves me to see you distressed. I don't reproach you. Indeed, I don't reproach you. You have not felt this as I feel it. Being so different from me, and beginning from another point of view, you have not thought. But I entreat you to think now. Think now.'
'What am I to think of?' asked Eugene bitterly.
'Think of me.'
'Tell me how not to think of you, Lizzie, and you'll change me altogether.'
'I don't mean in that way. Think of me as belonging to another station, and quite cut off from you in honour. Remember that I have no protector near me, unless I have one in your noble heart. Respect my good name. If you feel towards me in one particular, as you might if I was a lady, give me the full claims of a lady upon your generous behaviour. I am removed from you and your family by being a working girl. How true a gentleman to be as considerate of me as if I was removed by being a queen!'
He would have been base indeed to have stood untouched by her appeal. His face expressed contrition and indecision as he asked, 'Have I injured you so much, Lizzie?'
'No, no. You may set me quite right. I don't speak of the past, Mr Wrayburn, but of the present and the future. Are we not here now, because through 2 days you have followed me so closely, where there are so many eyes to see you, that I consented to this appointment as an escape?'
'Again, not very flattering to my self-love,' said Eugene moodily. 'But yes, yes, yes.'
'Then I beseech you, Mr Wrayburn, I beg and pray you, leave this neighbourhood. If you do not, consider to what you will drive me.'
He did consider within himself for a moment or two, and then retorted, 'Drive you? To what shall I drive you, Lizzie?'
'You will drive me away. I live here, peacefully and respected, and I am well employed here. You will force me to quit this place as I quitted London, and, by following me again, will force me to quit the next place, in which I may find refuge as I quitted this.'
'Are you so determined, Lizzie? Forgive the word I am going to use for its literal truth. To fly from a lover?'
'I am so determined,' she answered resolutely, though trembling, 'to fly from such a lover. There was a poor woman died here, but a little while ago, scores of years older than I am, whom I found by chance lying on the wet earth. You may have heard some account of her.'
'I think I have,' he answered. 'If her name was Higden?'
'Her name was Higden. Though she was so weak and old, she kept true to one purpose to the very last. Even at the very last, she made me promise that her purpose should be kept to, after she was dead. So settled was her determination. What she did, I can do. Mr Wrayburn, if I believed, but I do not believe, that you could be so cruel to me as to drive me from place to place to wear me out, you should drive me to death, and not do it.'
He looked full at her handsome face, and in his own handsome face there was a light of blended admiration, anger, and reproach, which she, who loved him so in secret,
whose heart had long been so full, and he the cause of its overflowing, drooped before. She tried hard to retain her firmness, but he saw it melting away under his eyes. In the moment of its dissolution, and of his first full knowledge of his influence upon her, she dropped, and he caught her on his arm. 'Lizzie, rest so a moment. Answer what I ask you. If I had not been what you call removed from you and cut off from you, would you have made this appeal to me to leave you?'
'I don't know. I don't know. Don't ask me, Mr Wrayburn. Let me go back.'
'I swear to you, Lizzie, you shall go directly. I swear to you, you shall go alone. I'll not accompany you. I'll not follow you. If you will reply.'
'How can I, Mr Wrayburn? How can I tell you what I should have done if you had not been what you are?'
'If I had not been what you make me out to be,' he struck in, skilfully changing the form of words, 'would you still have hated me?'
'Oh, Mr Wrayburn,' she replied appealingly, and weeping, 'you know me better than to think I do.'
'If I had not been what you make me out to be, Lizzie, would you still have been indifferent to me?'
'Oh, Mr Wrayburn,' she answered as before, 'you know me better than that too.'
There was something in the attitude of her whole figure as he supported it, and she hung her head, which besought him to be merciful and not force her to disclose her heart. He was not merciful with her, and he made her do it. 'If I know you better than quite to believe, unfortunate dog though I am, that you hate me, or even that you are wholly indifferent to me, Lizzie, let me know so much more from yourself before we separate. Let me know how you would have dealt with me if you had regarded me as being what you would have considered on equal terms with you.'
'It is impossible, Mr Wrayburn. How can I think of you as being on equal terms with me? If my mind could put you on equal terms with me, you could not be yourself. How could I remember, then, the night when I first saw you, and when I went out of the room because you looked at me so attentively? Or the night that passed into the morning when you broke to me that my father was dead? Or the nights when you used to come to see me at my next home? Or your having known how uninstructed I was, and having caused me to be taught better? Or my having so looked up to you, and wondered at you, and at first thought you so good to be at all mindful of me?
'Only at first thought me so good, Lizzie? What did you think of me after at first? So bad?'
'I don't say that. I don't mean that. But after the first wonder and pleasure of being noticed by one so different from any one who had ever spoken to me, I began to feel that it might have been better if I had never seen you.'
'Why?'
'Because you were so different,' she answered in a lower voice. 'Because it was so endless, so hopeless. Spare me.'
'Did you think for me at all, Lizzie?' he asked, as if he were a little stung.
'Not much, Mr Wrayburn. Not much, until to night.'
'Will you tell me why?'
'I never supposed until to night that you needed to be thought for. But if you do need to be, if you do truly feel at heart that you have indeed been towards me what you have called yourself to night, and that there is nothing for us in this life but separation, then Heaven help you, and Heaven bless you.'
The purity with which in these words she expressed something of her own love and her own suffering made a deep impression on him for the passing time. He held her almost as if she were sanctified to him by death, and kissed her, once, almost as he might have kissed the dead. 'I promised that I would not accompany you, nor follow you. Shall I keep you in view? You have been agitated, and it's growing dark.'
'I am used to be out alone at this hour, and I entreat you not to do so.'
'I promise.
I can bring myself to promise nothing more to-night, Lizzie, except that I will try what I can do.'
'There is but one means, Mr Wrayburn, of sparing yourself and of sparing me every way. Leave this neighbourhood to-morrow morning.'
'I will try.' As he spoke the words in a grave voice, she put her hand in his, removed it, and went away by the river side. Now, could Mortimer believe this? Murmured Eugene, still remaining after a while where she had left him. Can I even believe it myself? He referred to the circumstance that there were tears upon his hand as he stood covering his eyes. A most ridiculous position this to be found out in, was his next thought, and his next struck its root in a little rising resentment against the cause of the tears. Yet I have gained a wonderful power over her too, let her be as much in earnest as she will. The reflection brought back the yielding of her face and form as she had drooped under his gaze. Contemplating the reproduction, he seemed to see for the second time, in the appeal and in the confession of weakness, a little fear. And she loves me, and so earnest a character must be very earnest in that passion. She cannot choose for herself to be strong in this fancy, wavering in that, and weak in the other. She must go through with her nature, as I must go through with mine. If mine exacts its pains and penalties all round, so must hers, I suppose. Pursuing the inquiry into his own nature, he thought, now if I married her, if, outfacing the absurdity of the situation in correspondence with M.R.F., I astonished M.R.F. to the utmost extent of his respected powers by informing him that I had married her, how would M.R.F. reason with the legal mind? You wouldn't marry for some money and some station because you were frightfully likely to become bored. Are you less frightfully likely to become bored marrying for no money and no station? Are you sure of yourself? Legal mind, in spite of forensic protestations, must secretly admit good reasoning on the part of M.R.F. Not sure of myself. In the very act of calling this tone of levity to his aid, he felt it to be profligate and worthless, and asserted her against it. 'And yet,' said Eugene, 'I should like to see the fellow, Mortimer excepted, who would undertake to tell me that this was not a real sentiment on my part, won out of me by her beauty and her worth, in spite of myself, and that I would not be true to her. I should particularly like to see the fellow to-night who would tell me so, or would tell me anything that could be construed to her disadvantage, for I am wearily out of sorts with one Wrayburn, who cuts a sorry figure, and I would far rather be out of sorts with somebody else. Eugene, Eugene, Eugene. This is a bad business. Ah! So go the Mortimer Lightwood bells, and they sound melancholy to-night. Strolling on, he thought of something else to take himself to task for. Where is the analogy brute beast? He said impatiently, between a woman whom your father coolly finds out for you, and a woman whom you have found out for yourself, and have ever drifted after with more and more of constancy since you first set eyes upon her? Ass! Can you reason no better than that? But again he subsided into a reminiscence of his first full knowledge of his power just now, and of her disclosure of her heart. To try no more to go away, and to try her again, was the reckless conclusion it turned uppermost, and yet again. Eugene, 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 this is bad business, and I wish I could stop the Lightwood peal, for it sounds like a knell. Looking above, he found that the young moon was up, and that the stars were beginning to shine in the sky, from which the tones of red and yellow were flickering out, in favour of the calm blue of a summer night. He was still by the river side. Turning suddenly, he met a man so close upon him that Eugene, surprised, stepped back to avoid a collision. The man carried something over his shoulder which might have been a broken oar, or spar, or bar, and took no notice of him, but passed on. 'Halloa, friend!' said Eugene, calling after him. 'Are you blind?' The man made no reply, but went his way. Eugene Wrayburn went the opposite way, with his hands behind him and his purpose in his thoughts. He passed the sheep, and passed the gate, and came within hearing of the village sounds, and came to the bridge. The inn where he stayed, like the village and the mill, was not across the river, but on that side of the stream on which he walked. However, knowing the rushy bank and the backwater on the other side to be a retired place, and feeling out of humour for noise or company, he crossed the bridge, and sauntered on, looking up at the stars as they seemed one by one to be kindled in the sky, and looking down at the river as the same stars seemed to be kindled deep in the water. A landing place, overshadowed by a willow, and a pleasure boat lying moored there among some stakes, caught his eye as he passed along. The spot was in such dark shadow that he paused to make out what was there, and then passed on again. The rippling of the river seemed to cause a correspondent stir in his uneasy reflections. He would have laid them to sleep if he could, but they were in movement like the stream, and all tending one way with a strong current. As the ripple under the moon broke unexpectedly now and then, and palely flashed in a new shape, and with a new sound, so parts of his thoughts started unbidden from the rest, and revealed their wickedness. 'Out of the question to marry her,' said Eugene, 'and out of the question to leave her. Oh, the crisis!' He had sauntered far enough. Before turning to retrace his steps, he stopped upon the margin to look down at the reflected night. In an instant, with a dreadful crash, the reflected night turned crooked, flames shot jaggedly across the air, and the moon and stars came bursting from the sky. Was he struck by lightning? With some incoherent half-formed thought to that effect, he turned under the blows that were blinding him and mashing his life, and closed with a murderer whom he caught by a red neckerchief, unless the raining down of his own blood gave it that hue. Eugene was light, active, and expert, but his arms were broken, or he was paralysed, and could do no more than hang on to the man, with his head swung back, so that he could see nothing but the heaving sky. After dragging at the assailant, he fell on the bank with him, and then there was another great crash, and then a splash, and all was done. Lizzie Hexam too had avoided the noise and the Saturday movement of people in the straggling street, and chose to walk alone by the water until her tears should be dry, and she could so compose herself as to escape remark upon her looking ill or unhappy on going home. The peaceful serenity of the hour and place, having no reproaches or evil intentions within her breast to contend against, sank healingly into its depths. She had meditated and taken comfort. She, too, was turning homeward, when she heard a strange sound. It startled her, for it was like a sound of blows. She stood still and listened. It sickened her, for blows fell heavily and cruelly on the quiet of the night. As she listened, undecided, all was silent. As she yet listened, she heard a faint groan, and a fall into the river. Her old bold life and habit instantly inspired her. Without vain waste of breath in crying for help where there were none to hear, she ran towards the spot from which the sounds had come. It lay between her and the bridge, but it was more removed from her than she had thought, the night being so very quiet, and sound travelling far with the help of water. At length she reached a part of the green bank, much and newly trodden, where there lay some broken splintered pieces of wood and some torn fragments of clothes. Stooping, she saw that the grass was bloody. Following the drops and smears, she saw that the watery margin of the bank was bloody. Following the current with her eyes, she saw a bloody face turned up towards the moon and drifting away. Now, merciful Heaven be thanked for that old time, and grant, O blessed Lord, that through thy wonderful workings it may turn to good at last. To whomsoever the drifting face belongs, be it man's or woman's, help my humble hands, Lord God, to raise it from death and restore it to some one to whom it must be dear. It was thought, fervently thought, but not for a moment did the prayer check her. She was away before it, welled up in her mind, away, swift and true, yet steady above all, for without steadiness it could never be done,
to the landing place under the willow tree, where she also had seen the boat lying moored among the stakes. A sure touch of her old practised hand, a sure step of her old practised foot, a sure light balance of her body, and she was in the boat. A quick glance of her practised eye showed her, even through the deep dark shadow, the sculls in a rack against the red brick garden wall. Another moment and she had cast off, taking the line with her, and the boat had shot out into the moonlight, and she was rowing down the stream as never other woman rowed on English water. Intently over her shoulder, without slackening speed, she looked ahead for the driving face. She passed the scene of the struggle. Yonder it was, on her left, well over the boat's stern. She passed on her right, the end of the village street, a hilly street that almost dipped into the river. Its sounds were growing faint again, and she slackened, looking as the boat drove everywhere, everywhere, for the floating face. She merely kept the boat before the stream now, and rested on her oars, knowing well that if the face were not soon visible, it had gone down, and she would overshoot it. An untrained sight would never have seen by the moonlight what she saw at the length of a few strokes astern. She saw the drowning figure rise to the surface, slightly struggle, and as if by instinct turned over on its back to float. Just so had she first dimly seen the face, which she now dimly saw again. Firm of look and firm of purpose, she intently watched its coming on, until it was very near, then with a touch unshipped her sculls, and crept aft in the boat, between kneeling and crouching. Once she let the body evade her, not being sure of her grasp. Twice, and she had seized it by its bloody hair. It was insensible, if not virtually dead. It was mutilated, and streaked the water all about it with dark red streaks. As it could not help itself, it was impossible for her to get it on board. She bent over the stern to secure it with the line, and then the river and its shores rang to the terrible cry she uttered. But, as if possessed by supernatural spirit and strength, she lashed it safe, resumed her seat, and rowed in, desperately, for the nearest shallow water where she might run the boat aground. Desperately, but not wildly, for she knew that if she lost distinctness of intention, all was lost and gone. She ran the boat ashore, went into the water, released him from the line, and by main strength lifted him in her arms and laid him in the bottom of the boat. He had fearful wounds upon him, and she bound them up with her dress torn into strips. Else, supposing him to be still alive, she foresaw that he must bleed to death before he could be landed at his inn, which was the nearest place for succour. This done very rapidly, she kissed his disfigured forehead, looked up in anguish to the stars, and blessed him and forgave him, if she had anything to forgive. It was only in that instant that she thought of herself, and then she thought of herself only for him. Now, merciful Heaven be thanked for that old time, enabling me without a wasted moment to have got the boat afloat again, and to row back against the stream. And grant, O blessed Lord God, that through poor me he may be raised from death, and preserved to some one else to whom he may be dear one day, though never dearer than to me. She rowed hard, rowed desperately, but never wildly, and seldom removed her eyes from him in the bottom of the boat. She had so laid him there, as that she might see his disfigured face. It was so much disfigured that his mother might have covered it, but it was above and beyond disfigurement in her eyes. The boat touched the edge of the patch of inn lawn, sloping gently to the water. There were lights in the windows, but there chanced to be no one out of doors. She made the boat fast, and again by main strength took him up, and never laid him down until she laid him down in the house. Surgeons were sent for, and she sat supporting his head. She had oftentimes heard in days that were gone how doctors would lift the hand of an insensible wounded person, and would drop it if the person were dead. She waited for the awful moment when the doctors might lift his hand, all broken and bruised, and let it fall. The first of the surgeons came and asked, before proceeding to his examination, "Who brought him in?"
"I brought him in, sir,"
answered Lizzie, at whom all present looked.
"You, my dear? You could not lift, far less carry his weight."
"I think I could not at another time, sir, but I am sure I did."
The surgeon looked at her with great attention, and with some compassion. Having with a grave face touched the wounds upon the head and the broken arms, he took the hand. Oh, would he let it drop? He appeared irresolute. He did not retain it, but laid it gently down, took a candle, looked more closely at the injuries on the head and at the pupils of the eyes. That done, he replaced the candle and took the hand again. Another surgeon then coming in, the two exchanged a whisper, and the second took the hand. Neither did he let it fall at once, but kept it for a while, and laid it gently down. 'Attend to the poor girl,' said the first surgeon then. 'She is quite unconscious. She sees nothing and hears nothing. All the better for her. Don't rouse her if you can help it, only move her. Poor girl, poor girl! She must be amazingly strong of heart, but it is much to be feared that she has set her heart upon the dead. Be gentle with her.' End of Book 4, Chapter 6. Book 4, Chapter 7 of Our Mutual Friend. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 4, A Turning. Chapter 7, Better to be Abel than Cain. Day was breaking at Plashwater Weir Mill Lock. Stars were yet visible, but there was dull light in the east that was not the light of night. The moon had gone down, and a mist crept along the banks of the river, seen through which the trees were the ghosts of trees, and the water was the ghost of water. This earth looked spectral, and so did the pale stars, while the cold eastern glare, expressionless as to heat or colour, with the eye of the firmament quenched, might have been likened to the stare of the dead. Perhaps it was so likened by the lonely bargeman standing on the brink of the loch. For certain, Bradley Headstone looked that way, when a chill air came up, and when it passed on, murmuring as if it whispered something that made the phantom trees and water tremble, or threaten, for fancy might have made it either. He turned away, and tried the lock-house door. It was fastened on the inside. 'Is he afraid of me?' he muttered, knocking. Rogue Riderhood was soon roused, and soon undrew the bolt and let him in. 'Why, T'otherest, I thought you had been and got lost. 2 nights away. I almost believed as you'd give me the slip, and I had as good as half a mind for to advertise you in the newspapers to come for'ard.' Bradley's face turned so dark on this hint that Riderhood deemed it expedient to soften it into a compliment. 'But not you, governor, not you,' he went on, stolidly shaking his head. 'For what did I say to myself arter having amused myself with that there stretch of a comic idea as a sort of a playful game? Why, I says to myself, he's a man of honour. That's what I says to myself. He's a man of double honour.' Very remarkably, Riderhood put no question to him. He had looked at him on opening the door, and he now looked at him again, stealthily this time, and the result of his looking was that he asked him no question. 'You'll be for another 40 on 'em, governor, as I judges, afore you turns your mind to breakfast,' said Riderhood, when his visitor had sat down, resting his chin on his hand with his eyes on the ground. And very remarkably again, Riderhood feigned to set the scanty furniture in order while he spoke, to have a show of reason for not looking at him. 'Yes, I had better sleep, I think,' said Bradley, without changing his position. 'I myself should recommend it, governor,' assented Riderhood. 'Might you be anyways dry?' 'Yes, I should like a drink,' said Bradley, but without appearing to attend much. Mr Riderhood got out his bottle, and fetched his jugful of water, and administered a potation. Then he shook the coverlet of his bed and spread it smooth, and Bradley stretched himself upon it in the clothes he wore. Mr Riderhood poetically remarking that he would pick the bones of his night's rest in his wooden chair, sat in the window as before, but, as before, watched the sleeper narrowly,
until he was very sound asleep. Then he rose and looked at him close in the bright daylight on every side with great minuteness. He went out to his lock to sum up what he had seen.
One of his sleeves is tore right away below the elbow, and the t'other's had a good rip at the shoulder. He's been hung on to pretty tight, for his shirt's all tore out of the neck-gatherers. He's been in the grass, and he's been in the water, and he's spotted, and I know with what, and with whose. Hurrah!
Bradley slept long. Early in the afternoon a barge came down. Other barges had passed through both ways before it, but the lock-keeper hailed only this particular barge for news, as if he had made a time calculation with some nicety. The men on board told him a piece of news, and there was a lingering on their part to enlarge upon it. 12 hours had intervened since Bradley's lying down, when he got up.
Not that I swaller it,
said Riderhood, squinting at his lock, when he saw Bradley coming out of the house,
as you've been asleeping all the time, old boy.
Bradley came to him, sitting on his wooden lever, and asked what o'clock it was. Riderhood told him it was between 2 and 3. 'When are you relieved?' asked Bradley.
'Day arter tomorrow, governor.'
'Not sooner?'
'Not an inch sooner, governor.'
On both sides, importance seemed attached to this question of relief. Riderhood quite petted his reply, saying a second time, and prolonging a negative roll of his head,
'Not an inch sooner, governor.'
'Did I tell you I was going on to-night?' asked Bradley.
'No, governor,'
returned Riderhood, in a cheerful, affable, and conversational manner.
'You did not tell me so, but most like you meant to it, and forgot to it. How otherwise could a doubt have come into your head about it, governor?'
'As the sun goes down, I intend to go on,' said Bradley.
'So much the more necessary is a peck,' returned Riderhood. 'Come in and have it, T'otherest.'
The formality of spreading a tablecloth not being observed in Mr Riderhood's establishment, the serving of the peck was the affair of a moment, it merely consisting in the handing down of a capacious baking dish with 3/4 of an immense meat pie in it, and the production of 2 pocket knives, an earthenware mug, and a large brown bottle of beer. Both ate and drank, but Riderhood much the more abundantly. In lieu of plates, that honest man cut 2 triangular pieces from the thick crust of the pie, and laid them inside uppermost upon the table, the one before himself, and the other before his guest. Upon these platters he placed 2 goodly portions of the contents of the pie, thus imparting the unusual interest to the entertainment that each partaker scooped out the inside of his plate, and consumed it with his other fare. Besides having the sport of pursuing the clots of congealed gravy over the plane of the table, and successfully taking them into his mouth at last from the blade of his knife, in case of their not first sliding off it. Bradley Headstone was so remarkably awkward at these exercises that the rogue observed it.
'Look out, T'otherest!' he cried. 'You'll cut your hand.'
But the caution came too late, for Bradley gashed it at the instant, and, what was more unlucky, in asking Riderhood to tie it up, and in standing close to him for the purpose, he shook his hand under the smart of the wound, and shook blood over Riderhood's dress. When dinner was done, and when what remained of the platters and what remained of the congealed gravy had been put back into what remained of the pie, which served as an economical investment for all miscellaneous savings, Riderhood filled the mug with beer and took a long drink, and now he did look at Bradley, and with an evil eye.
'T'otherest,'
he said hoarsely, as he bent across the table to touch his arm,
'the news has gone down the river afore you.'
'What news?'
'Who do you think,'
said Riderhood, with a hitch of his head, as if he disdainfully jerked the feint away,
'picked up the body? Guess.'
'I am not good at guessing anything.'
'She did. Hurrah! You had him there again. She did.'
The convulsive twitching of Bradley Headstone's face, and the sudden hot humour that broke out upon it, showed how grimly the intelligence touched him. But he said not a single word, good or bad. He only smiled in a lowering manner, and got up and stood leaning at the window, looking through it. Riderhood followed him with his eyes. Riderhood cast down his eyes on his own besprinkled clothes. Riderhood began to have an air of being better at a guess than Bradley owned to being. 'I have been so long in want of rest,' said the schoolmaster, 'that with your leave I'll lie down again.'
'And welcome, T'otherest,'
was the hospitable answer of his host. He had laid himself down without waiting for it, and he remained upon the bed until the sun was low. When he arose and came out to resume his journey, he found his host waiting for him on the grass by the towing path outside the door. 'Whenever it may be necessary that you and I should have any further communication together,' said Bradley, 'I will come back. Good night.'
'Well, since no better can be,' said Riderhood, turning on his heel, 'good night.'
But he turned again as the other set forth, and added under his breath, looking after him with a leer,
'You wouldn't be let to go like that if my relief warn't as good as come. I'll catch you up in a mile.'
In a word, his real time of relief being that evening at sunset, his mate came lounging in within a quarter of an hour. Not staying to fill up the utmost margin of his time, but borrowing an hour or so to be repaid again when he should relieve his reliever, Riderhood straightway followed on the track of Bradley Headstone. He was a better follower than Bradley. It had been the calling of his life to slink and skulk and dog and waylay, and he knew his calling well. He effected such a forced march on leaving the Lock House that he was close up with him, that is to say, as close up with him as he deemed it convenient to be, before another lock was passed. His man looked back pretty often as he went, but got no hint of him. He knew how to take advantage of the ground, and where to put the hedge between them, and where the wall, and when to duck, and when to drop, and had 1,000 arts beyond the doomed Bradley's slow conception. But all his arts were brought to a standstill, like himself when Bradley, turning into a green lane or riding by the river side, a solitary spot run wild in nettles, briars, and brambles, and encumbered with the scathed trunks of a whole hedgerow of felled trees on the outskirts of a little wood, began stepping on these trunks, and dropping down among them, and stepping on them again, apparently as a schoolboy might have done, but assuredly with no schoolboy purpose or want of purpose.
'What are you up to?'
muttered Riderhood down in the ditch, and holding the hedge a little open with both hands, and soon his actions made a most extraordinary reply.
'By George and the Dragon!'
cried Riderhood,
'if he ain't a-going to bathe!'
He had passed back, on and among the trunks of trees again, and has passed on to the water side, and had begun undressing on the grass. For a moment it had a suspicious look of suicide, arranged to counterfeit accident.
'But you wouldn't have fetched a bundle under your arm from among that timber, if such was your game,'
said Riderhood. Nevertheless, it was a relief to him when the bather, after a plunge and a few strokes, came out.
'For I shouldn't,'
he said in a feeling manner,
'have liked to lose you till I'd made more money out of you, neither.'
Prone in another ditch, he had changed his ditch as his man had changed his position, and holding apart so small a patch of the hedge that the sharpest eyes could not have detected him, Rogue Riderhood watched the bather dressing. And now gradually came the wonder that he stood up, completely clothed, another man, and not the bargeman.
'Aha!' said Riderhood. 'Much as you was dressed that night, I see. You're a-taking me with you now. You're deep, but I knows a deeper.'
When the bather had finished dressing, he kneeled on the grass, doing something with his hands, and again stood up with his bundle under his arm. Looking all around him with great attention, he then went to the river's edge and flung it in as far and yet as lightly as he could. It was not until he was so decidedly upon his way again as to be beyond a bend of the river and for the time out of view, that Riderhood scrambled from the ditch.
'Now,' was his debate with himself, 'shall I follow you on, or shall I let you loose for this once and go a fishing?' The debate continuing, he followed, as a precautionary measure in any case, and got him again in sight. 'If I was to let you loose this once,' said Riderhood then, still following, 'I could make you come to me again, or I could find you out in one way or another. If I wasn't to go a fishing, others might. I'll let you loose this once, and go a fishing.' With that, he suddenly dropped the pursuit, and turned. The miserable man whom he had released for the time, but not for long, went on towards London. Bradley was suspicious of every sound he heard, and of every face he saw, but was under a spell which very commonly falls upon the shedder of blood, and had no suspicion of the real danger that lurked in his life, and would have it yet. Riderhood was much in his thoughts. He had never been out of his thoughts since the night adventure of their first meeting, but Riderhood occupied a very different place there from the place of pursuer, and Bradley had been at the pains of devising so many means of fitting that place to him, and of wedging him into it, that his mind could not compass the possibility of his occupying any other. And this is another spell against which the shedder of blood for ever strives in vain. There are 50 doors by which discovery may enter. With infinite pains and cunning, he double locks and bars 49 of them, and cannot see the 50th standing wide open. Now, too, was he cursed with a state of mind more wearing and more wearisome than remorse. He had no remorse, but the evildoer who can hold that avenger at bay cannot escape the slower torture of incessantly doing the evil deed again, and doing it more efficiently. In the defensive declarations and pretended confessions of murderers, the pursuing shadow of this torture may be traced through every lie they tell. If I had done it as alleged, is it conceivable that I would have made this and this mistake? If I had done it as alleged, should I have left that unguarded place which that false and wicked witness against me so infamously deposed to? The state of that wretch who continually finds the weak spots in his own crime, and strives to strengthen them when it is unchangeable, is a state that aggravates the offence by doing the deed 1,000 times instead of once. But it is a state, too, that tauntingly visits the offence upon a sullen, unrepentant nature with its heaviest punishment every time. Bradley toiled on, chained heavily to the idea of his hatred and his vengeance, and thinking how he might have satiated both in many better ways than the way he had taken. The instrument might have been better, the spot and the hour might have been better chosen. To batter a man down from behind in the dark on the brink of a river was well enough, but he ought to have been instantly disabled, whereas he had turned and seized his assailant, and so to end it before chance help came, and to be rid of him he had been hurriedly thrown backward into the river before the life was fully beaten out of him. Now, if it could be done again, it must not be so done. Supposing his head had been held down under water for a while? Supposing the first blow had been truer? Supposing he had been shot? Supposing he had been strangled? Suppose this way, that way, the other way? Suppose anything but getting unchained from the one idea, for that was inexorably impossible. The school reopened next day. The scholars saw little or no change in their master's face, for it always wore its slowly labouring expression. But, as he heard his classes, he was always doing the deed, and doing it better. As he paused with his piece of chalk at the blackboard before writing on it, he was thinking of the spot, and whether the water was not deeper and the fall straighter, a little higher up or a little lower down. He had half a mind to draw a line or two upon the board, and show himself what he meant. He was doing it again, and improving on the manner, at prayers, in his mental arithmetic, all through his questioning, all through the day. Charley Hexam was a master now in another school, under another head. It was evening, and Bradley was walking in his garden, observed from behind a blind by gentle little Miss Peecher, who contemplated offering him a loan of her smelling salts for headache, when Mary Ann, in faithful attendance, held up her arm.
'Yes, Mary Ann?'
Young Mr Hexam, if you please, ma'am, coming to see Mr Headstone. Very good, Mary Anne.
Again Mary Anne held up her arm.
You may speak, Mary Anne. Mr Headstone has beckoned young Mr Hexam into his house, ma'am, and he has gone in himself without waiting for young Mr Hexam to come up, and now he has gone in too, ma'am, and has shut the door. With all my heart, Mary Anne.
Again Mary Anne's telegraphic arm worked.
What more, Mary Anne? They must find it rather dull and dark, Miss Peecher, for the parlour blind's down, and neither of them pulls it up. There is no accounting,
said good Miss Peecher, with a little sad sigh, which she repressed by laying her hand on her neat methodical bodice.
There is no accounting for tastes, Mary Anne.
Charley, entering the dark room, stopped short when he saw his old friend in its yellow shade. Come in, Hexam, come in. Charley advanced to take the hand that was held out to him, but stopped again short of it. The heavy, bloodshot eyes of the schoolmaster, rising to his face with an effort, met his look of scrutiny.
Mr Headstone, what's the matter?
Matter? Where?
Mr Headstone, have you heard the news? This news about the fellow, Mr Eugene Wrayburn, that he is killed?
He is dead, then? Exclaimed Bradley. Young Hexam standing looking at him, he moistened his lips with his tongue, looked about the room, glanced at his former pupil, and looked down. I heard of the outrage, said Bradley, trying to constrain his working mouth, but I had not heard the end of it.
Where were you,
said the boy, advancing a step as he lowered his voice,
when it was done?
Stop! I don't ask that.
Don't tell me. If you force your confidence upon me, Mr Headstone, I'll give up every word of it. Mind, take notice, I'll give up it, and I'll give up you. I will.
The wretched creature seemed to suffer acutely under this renunciation. A desolate air of utter and complete loneliness fell upon him like a visible shade.
It's for me to speak, not you, said the boy. If you do, you'll do it at your peril. I am going to put your selfishness before you, Miss Headstone, your passionate, violent, and ungovernable selfishness, to show you why I can, and why I will, have nothing more to do with you.
He looked at young Hexam as if he were waiting for a scholar to go on with a lesson that he knew by heart and was deadly tired of. But he had said his last word to him.
If you had any part, I don't say what, in this attack,
pursued the boy,
or if you know anything about it, I don't say how much, or if you know who did it, I go no closer. You did an injury to me that's never to be forgiven. You know that I took you with me to his chambers in the Temple, when I told him my opinion of him, and made myself responsible for my opinion of you. You know that I took you with me when I was watching him with a view to recovering my sister and bringing her to her senses. You know that I have allowed myself to be mixed up with you all through this business in favouring your desire to marry my sister. And how do you know that, pursuing the ends of your own violent temper, you have not laid me open to suspicion? Is that your gratitude to me, Mr Headstone?
Bradley sat looking steadily before him at the vacant air. As often as young Hexam stopped, he turned his eyes towards him, as if he were waiting for him to go on with the lesson and get it done. As often as the boy resumed, Bradley resumed his fixed face.
I am going to be plain with you, Mr Headstone, said young Hexam, shaking his head in a half-threatening manner, because this is no time for affecting not to know things that I do know, except certain things at which it might not be very safe for you to hint again. What I mean is this. If you were a good master, I was a good pupil. I have done you plenty of credit, and in improving my own reputation, I have improved yours quite as much. Very well then, starting on equal terms, I want to put before you how you have shown your gratitude to me for doing all I could to further your wishes with reference to my sister. You have compromised me by being seen about with me, endeavouring to counteract this Mr Eugene Wrayburn. That's the first thing you have done. If my character and my now dropping you help me out of that, Mr Headstone, the deliverance is to be attributed to me and not to you, No thanks to you for it.'
The boy stopping again, he moved his eyes again.
'I am going on, Miss Headstone. Don't you be afraid. I am going on to the end, and I have told you beforehand what the end is. Now, you know my story. You are as well aware as I am that I have had many disadvantages to leave behind me in life. You have heard me mention my father, and you are sufficiently acquainted with the fact that the home from which I, as I may say, escaped, might have been a more creditable one than it was. My father died, and then it might have been supposed that my way to respectability was pretty clear. No. Well, then my sister begins.'
He spoke as confidently, and with as entire an absence of any tell-tale colour in his cheek, as if there were no softening old time behind him. Not wonderful, for there was none in his hollow, empty heart. What is there but self, for selfishness to see behind it?
'When I speak of my sister, I devoutly wish that you had never seen her, Mr Headstone. However, you did see her, and that's useless now. I confided in you about her. I explained her character to you, and how she interposed some ridiculous fanciful notions in the way of our being as respectable as I tried for. You fell in love with her, and I favoured you with all my might. She could not be induced to favour you, and so we came into collision with this Mr Eugene Wrayburn. Now, what have you done? Why, you have justified my sister in being firmly set against you from first to last, and you have put me in the wrong again. And why have you done it? Because, Mr Headstone, you are in all your passions so selfish, and so concentrated upon yourself, that you have not yet bestowed one proper thought on me.'
The cool conviction with which the boy took up and held his position could have been derived from no other vice in human nature.
'It is,'
he went on, actually with tears,
'an extraordinary circumstance attendant on my life. Every effort I make towards perfect respectability is impeded by somebody else through no fault of mine. Not content with doing what I have put before you, you will drag my name into notoriety through dragging my sister's, which you are pretty sure to do, if my suspicions have any foundation at all. And the worse you prove to be, the harder it will be for me to detach myself from being associated with you in people's minds.'
When he had dried his eyes and heaved a sob over his injuries, he began moving towards the door.
'However, I have made up my mind that I will become respectable in the scale of society, and that I will not be dragged down by others. I have done with my sister, as well as with you. Since she cares so little for me as to care nothing for undermining my respectability, she shall go her way, and I will go mine. My prospects are very good, and I mean to follow them alone. Mr Headstone, I don't say what you have got upon your conscience, for I don't know. Whatever lies upon it, I hope you will see the justice of keeping wide and clear of me, and will find a consolation in completely exonerating all but yourself. I hope, before many years are out, to succeed the master in my present school, and the mistress being a single woman, though some years older than I am, I might even marry her. If it is any comfort to you to know what plans I may work out by keeping myself strictly respectable in the scale of society, these are the plans at present occurring to me. In conclusion, if you feel a sense of having injured me, and a desire to make some small reparation, I hope you will think how respectable you might have been yourself, and will contemplate your blighted existence.'
Was it strange that the wretched man should take this heavily to heart? Perhaps he had taken the boy to heart first, through some long laborious years. Perhaps through the same years he had found his drudgery lightened by communication with a brighter and more apprehensive spirit than his own. Perhaps a family resemblance of face and voice between the boy and his sister smote him hard in the gloom of his fallen state. For whichsoever reason, or for all, he drooped his devoted head when the boy was gone, and shrank together on the floor, and grovelled there, with the palms of his hands tight clasping his hot temples in unutterable misery, and unrelieved by a single tear. Rogue Riderhood had been busy with the river that day. He had fished with assiduity on the previous evening,
but the light was short, and he had fished unsuccessfully. He had fished again that day with better luck, and had carried his fish home to Plashwater Weir Mill Lockhouse in a bundle. End of Book 4, Chapter 7. Book 4, Chapter 8 of Our Mutual Friend. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 4, A Turning. Chapter 8, A Few Grains of Pepper. The doll's dressmaker went no more to the business premises of Pubsey and Co. in St. Mary Axe, after chance had disclosed to her, as she supposed, the flinty and hypocritical character of Mr Riah. She often moralized over her work on the tricks and the manners of that venerable cheat, but made her little purchases elsewhere, and lived a secluded life. After much consultation with herself, she decided not to put Lizzie Hexam on her guard against the old man, arguing that the disappointment of finding him out would come upon her quite soon enough. Therefore, in her communication with her friend by letter, she was silent on this theme, and principally dilated on the backslidings of her bad child, who every day grew worse and worse.
'You wicked old boy,' Miss Wren would say to him, with a menacing forefinger, 'you'll force me to run away from you, after all, you will. And then you'll shake to bits, and there'll be nobody to pick up the pieces.'
At this foreshadowing of a desolate decease, the wicked old boy would whine and whimper, and would sit shaking himself into the lowest of low spirits, until such time as he could shake himself out of the house, and shake another threepennyworth into himself. But dead drunk or dead sober, he had come to such a pass that he was least alive in the latter state. It was always on the conscience of the paralytic scarecrow that he had betrayed his sharp parent for 60 threepennyworths of rum, which were all gone, and that her sharpness would infallibly detect his having done it, sooner or later. All things considered, therefore, and addition made of the state of his body to the state of his mind, the bed on which Mr Dolls reposed was a bed of roses, from which the flowers and leaves had entirely faded, leaving him to lie upon the thorns and stalks. On a certain day, Miss Wren was alone at her work, with the house door set open for coolness, and was trolling in a small sweet voice a mournful little song, which might have been the song of the doll she was dressing, bemoaning the brittleness and meltability of wax, when whom should she descry standing on the pavement looking in at her, but Mr Fledgeby. 'I thought it was you,' said Fledgeby, coming up the 2 steps.
'Did you?'
Miss Wren retorted.
'And I thought it was you, young man. Quite a coincidence. You're not mistaken, and I'm not mistaken. How clever we are!'
'Well, and how are you?' said Fledgeby.
'I am pretty much as usual, sir,' replied Miss Wren. 'A very unfortunate parent, worried out of my life and senses by a very bad child.'
Fledgeby's small eyes opened so wide that they might have passed for ordinary sized eyes, as he stared about him for the very young person whom he supposed to be in question.
'But you're not a parent,' said Miss Wren, 'and consequently it's of no use talking to you upon a family subject. To what am I to attribute the honour and favour?'
'To wish to improve your acquaintance,' Mr Fledgeby replied. Miss Wren, stopping to bite her thread, looked at him very knowingly. 'We never meet now,' said Fledgeby, 'do we?'
'No,'
said Miss Wren, chopping off the word.
'So I had a mind,' pursued Fledgeby, 'to come and have a talk with you about our dodging friend, the child of Israel.'
'So he gave you my address, did he?'
asked Miss Wren.
'I got it out of him,'
said Fledgeby with a stammer.
'You seem to see a good deal of him,'
remarked Miss Wren with shrewd distrust.
'A good deal of him, you seem to see, considering.'
'Yes, I do,' said Fledgeby, 'considering.'
'Haven't you,'
inquired the dressmaker, bending over the doll on which her art was being exercised,
'done interceding with him yet?'
'No,' said Fledgeby, shaking his head.
'La! Been interceding with him all this time, and sticking to him still,'
said Miss Wren, busy with her work. 'Sticking to him is the word,' said Fledgeby. Miss Wren pursued her occupation with a concentrated air, and asked, after an interval of silent industry,
'Are you in the army?'
'Not exactly,' said Fledgeby, rather flattered by the question.
'Navy?'
asked Miss Wren. 'No,' said Fledgeby. He qualified these two negatives as if he were not absolutely in either service, but was almost in both.
'What are you then?'
demanded Miss Wren. 'I am a gentleman, I am,' said Fledgeby.
'Oh!'
assented Jenny, screwing up her mouth with an appearance of conviction.
'Yes, to be sure. That accounts for your having so much time to give to interceding. But only to think how kind and friendly a gentleman you must be!'
Mr Fledgeby found that he was skating round a board marked dangerous, and had better cut out a fresh track. 'Let's get back to the dodgerest of the dodgers,' said he. 'What's he up to in the case of your friend the handsome gal? He must have some object. What's his object?'
'Cannot undertake to say, sir, I'm sure,'
returned Miss Wren composedly. 'He won't acknowledge where she's gone,' said Fledgeby, 'and I've a fancy that I should like to have another look at her. Now, I know he knows where she has gone.'
'Cannot undertake to say, sir, I'm sure,'
Miss Wren again rejoined. 'And you know where she has gone?' hazarded Fledgeby.
'Cannot undertake to say, sir, really,'
replied Miss Wren. The quaint little chin met Mr Fledgeby's gaze with such a baffling hitch that that agreeable gentleman was for some time at a loss how to resume his fascinating part in the dialogue. At length he said, 'Miss Jenny, that's your name, if I don't mistake?'
'Probably you don't mistake, sir,'
was Miss Wren's cool answer,
'because you had it on the best authority. Mine, you know.'
'Miss Jenny, instead of coming up and being dead, let's come out and look alive. It'll pay better, I assure you,' said Fledgeby, bestowing an inveigling twinkle or two upon the dressmaker. 'You'll find it pay better.'
'Perhaps,'
said Miss Jenny, holding out her doll at arm's length, and critically contemplating the effect of her art with her scissors on her lips and her head thrown back, as if her interest lay there and not in the conversation.
'Perhaps you'll explain your meaning, young man, which is Greek to me. You must have another touch of blue in your trimming, my dear.'
Having addressed the last remark to her fair client, Miss Wren proceeded to snip at some blue fragments that lay before her, among fragments of all colours, and to thread a needle from a skein of blue silk. 'Look here,' said Fledgeby, 'are you attending?'
'I am attending, sir,'
replied Miss Wren, without the slightest appearance of so doing.
'Another touch of blue in your trimming, my dear.'
'Well, look here,' said Fledgeby, rather discouraged by the circumstances under which he found himself pursuing the conversation. 'If you're attending—'
'Light blue, my sweet young lady,'
remarked Miss Wren in a sprightly tone,
'being best suited to your fair complexion and your flaxen curls.'
'I say, if you're attending,' proceeded Fledgeby, 'it'll pay better in this way. It'll lead in a roundabout manner to your buying damage and waste of Pubsey and Co. at a nominal price, or even getting it for nothing.' 'Aha!' thought the dressmaker. 'But you are not so roundabout, Little Eyes, that I don't notice your answering for Pubsey and Co. after all. Little Eyes, you're too cunning by half.' 'And I take it for granted,' pursued Fledgeby, 'that to get the most of your materials for nothing would be well worth your while, Miss Jenny?'
'You may take it for granted,'
returned the dressmaker with many knowing nods,
'that it's always well worth my while to make money.'
'Now,' said Fledgeby approvingly, 'you're answering to a sensible purpose. Now you're coming out and looking alive. So I make so free, Miss Jenny, as to offer the remark that you and Judah were too thick together to last. You can't come to be intimate with such a deep file as Judah without beginning to see a little way into him, you know,' said Fledgeby with a wink.
'I must own,'
returned the dressmaker with her eyes upon her work,
'that we are not good friends at present.
'I know you're not good friends at present,' said Fledgeby. 'I know all about it. I should like to pay off Judah by not letting him have his own deep way in everything. In most things he'll get it by hook or by crook, but, hang it all, don't let him have his own deep way in everything. That's too much.' Mr Fledgeby said this with some display of indignant warmth, as if he was counsel in the cause for virtue.
'How can I prevent his having his own way?'
began the dressmaker. 'Deep way, I called it,' said Fledgeby.
'His own deep way in anything?'
'I'll tell you,' said Fledgeby. 'I like to hear you ask it, because it's looking alive. It's what I should expect to find in one of your sagacious understanding. Now, candidly.'
'Eh?'
cried Miss Jenny. 'I said, now, candidly,' Mr Fledgeby explained, a little put out.
'Oh!'
'I should be glad to countermine him respecting the handsome gal, your friend. He means something there. You may depend upon it, Judah means something there. He has a motive, and of course his motive is a dark motive. Now, whatever his motive is, it's necessary to his motive.' Mr Fledgeby's constructive powers were not equal to the avoidance of some tautology here. 'That it should be kept from me what he has done with her. So I put it to you who know. What has he done with her? I ask no more, and is that asking much when you understand that it will pay?' Miss Jenny Wren, who had cast her eyes upon the bench again after her last interruption, sat looking at it, needle in hand but not working, for some moments. She then briskly resumed her work, and said with a sidelong glance of her eyes and chin at Mr Fledgeby,
'Where do you live?'
'Albany, Piccadilly,' replied Fledgeby.
'When are you at home?'
'When you like.'
'Breakfast time?'
said Jenny in her abruptest and shortest manner. 'No better time in the day,' said Fledgeby.
'I'll look in upon you to-morrow, young man. Those two ladies,' pointing to dolls, 'have an appointment in Bond Street at 10 precisely. When I've dropped 'em there, I'll drive round to you.'
With a weird little laugh, Miss Jenny pointed to her crutch stick as her equipage. 'This is looking alive indeed!' cried Fledgeby, rising.
'Mark you, I promise you nothing,'
said the doll's dressmaker, dabbing 2 dabs at him with the needle, as if she put out both his eyes. 'No, no, I understand,' returned Fledgeby. 'The damage and waste question shall be settled first. It shall be made to pay. Don't you be afraid. Good day, Miss Jenny.'
'Good day, young man.'
Mr Fledgeby's prepossessing form withdrew itself, and the little dressmaker, clipping and snipping and stitching, and stitching and snipping and clipping, fell to work at a great rate, musing and muttering all the time.
'Misty, misty, misty. Can't make it out. Little Eyes and the Wolf in a conspiracy, or Little Eyes and the Wolf against one another. Can't make it out. My poor Lizzie, are they both designs against you either way? Can't make it out. Is Little Eyes Pubsy, and the Wolf Co? Can't make it out. Pubsy true to Co, and Co to Pubsy. Pubsy false to Co, and Co to Pubsy. Can't make it out. What said Little Eyes? Now, candidly. Ah! However the cat jumps, he's a liar. That's all I can make out at present. But you may go to bed in the Albany Piccadilly with that for your pillow, young man.'
Thereupon the little dressmaker again dabbed out his eyes separately, and making a loop in the air of her thread and deftly catching it into a knot with her needle, seemed to bowstring him into the bargain. For the terrors undergone by Mr Dolls that evening when his little parent sat profoundly meditating over her work, and when he imagined himself found out as often as she changed her attitude or turned her eyes towards him, there is no adequate name. Moreover, it was her habit to shake her head at that wretched old boy whenever she caught his eye as he shivered and shook. What are popularly called the trembles being in full force upon him that evening, and likewise what are popularly called the horrors, he had a very bad time of it, which was not made better by his being so remorseful as frequently to moan.
63 penn'orths.
This imperfect sentence, not being at all intelligible as a confession, but sounding like a gargantuan order for a dram, brought him into new difficulties by occasioning his parent to pounce at him in a more than usually snappish manner, and to overwhelm him with bitter reproaches. What was a bad time for Mr Dolls could not fail to be a bad time for the dolls' dressmaker. However, she was on the alert next morning, and drove to Bond Street, and set down the two ladies punctually, and then directed her equipage to conduct her to the Albany. Arrived at the doorway of the house in which Mr Fledgeby's chambers were, she found a lady standing there in a travelling dress, holding in her hand, of all things in the world, a gentleman's hat. 'You want some one?' said the lady in a stern manner.
'I am going upstairs to Mr Fledgeby's.'
'You cannot do that at this moment. There is a gentleman with him. I am waiting for the gentleman. His business with Mr Fledgeby will very soon be transacted, and then you can go up. Until the gentleman comes down, you must wait here.' While speaking, and afterwards, the lady kept watchfully between her and the staircase, as if prepared to oppose her going up by force. The lady being of a stature to stop her with a hand, and looking mightily determined, the dressmaker stood still. 'Well, why do you listen?' asked the lady.
'I am not listening,'
said the dressmaker. 'What do you hear?' asked the lady, altering her phrase.
'Is it a kind of a spluttering somewhere?'
said the dressmaker, with an inquiring look. 'Mr Fledgeby in his shower bath, perhaps?' remarked the lady, smiling.
'And somebody is beating a carpet, I think.'
'Mr Fledgeby's carpet, I dare say,' replied the smiling lady. Miss Wren had a reasonably good eye for smiles, being well accustomed to them on the part of her young friends, though their smiles mostly ran smaller than in nature. But she had never seen so singular a smile as that upon this lady's face. It twitched her nostrils open in a remarkable manner, and contracted her lips and eyebrows. It was a smile of enjoyment too, though of such a fierce kind that Miss Wren thought she would rather not enjoy herself than do it in that way. 'Well,' said the lady, watching her, 'what now?'
'I hope there is nothing the matter,'
said the dressmaker. 'Where?' inquired the lady.
'I don't know where,'
said Miss Wren, staring about her,
'but I never heard such odd noises. Don't you think I'd better call somebody?'
'I think you had better not,' returned the lady with a significant frown, and drawing closer. On this hint the dressmaker relinquished the idea, and stood looking at the lady as hard as the lady looked at her. Meanwhile the dressmaker listened with amazement to the odd noises which still continued, and the lady listened too, but with a coolness in which there was no trace of amazement. Soon afterwards came a slamming and banging of doors, and then came running downstairs a gentleman with whiskers and out of breath, who seemed to be red hot. 'Is your business done, Alfred?' inquired the lady. 'Very thoroughly done,' replied the gentleman, as he took his hat from her. 'You can go up to Mr Fledgeby as soon as you like,' said the lady, moving haughtily away. 'Oh, and you can take these 3 pieces of stick with you,' added the gentleman politely, 'and say, if you please, that they come from Mr Alfred Lammle, with his compliments on leaving England. Mr Alfred Lammle. Be so good as not to forget the name.' The 3 pieces of stick were 3 broken and frayed fragments of a stout lithe cane. Miss Jenny taking them wonderingly, and the gentleman repeating with a grin, 'Mr Alfred Lammle, if you'll be so good. Compliments on leaving England.' The lady and gentleman walked away quite deliberately, and Miss Jenny and her crutch stick went upstairs.
'Lammle, Lammle, Lammle?'
Miss Jenny repeated, as she panted from stair to stair.
'Where have I heard that name? Lammle, Lammle. I know. St Mary Axe.'
With a gleam of new intelligence in her sharp face, the doll's dressmaker pulled at Fledgeby's bell. No one answered, but from within the chambers there proceeded a continuous spluttering sound of a highly singular and unintelligible nature.
'Good gracious! Is Little Eyes choking?'
cried Miss Jenny. Pulling at the bell again and getting no reply, she pushed the outer door, and found it standing ajar.
No one being visible on her opening it wider, and the spluttering continuing, she took the liberty of opening an inner door, and then beheld the extraordinary spectacle of Mr Fledgeby in a shirt, a pair of Turkish trousers, and a Turkish cap, rolling over and over on his carpet, and spluttering wonderfully.
'Oh, Lord!' gasped Mr Fledgeby. 'Oh, my eyes! Stop, thief! I'm strangling! Fire! Oh, my eye! A glass of water! Give me a glass of water! Shut the door! Murder! Oh, Lord!'
And then rolled and spluttered more than ever. Hurrying into another room, Miss Jenny got a glass of water, and brought it for Fledgeby's relief, who, gasping, spluttering, and rattling in his throat between whiles, drank some water and laid his head faintly on her arm.
'Oh, my eye!'
cried Fledgeby, struggling anew. '
'It's salt and snuff! It's up my nose, and down my throat, and in my windpipe! Ow! 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 Ow!
And here, crowing fearfully, with his eyes starting out of his head, appeared to be contending with every mortal disease incidental to poultry.
'And oh, my eye! I'm so sore!'
cried Fledgeby, starting over on his back in a spasmodic way that caused the dressmaker to retreat to the wall.
'Oh, I smart so! Do put something on my back and arms and legs and shoulders. Oh, it's down my throat again and can't come up. Ow! 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 Oh, I smart so!'
Here Mr Fledgeby bounded up, and bounded down, and went rolling over and over again. The doll's dressmaker looked on until he rolled himself into a corner, with his Turkish slippers uppermost, and then, resolving in the first place to address her ministration to the salt and snuff, gave him more water and slapped his back. But the latter application was by no means a success, causing Mr Fledgeby to scream and to cry out,
'Oh, my eye! Don't slap me! I'm covered with wheals, and I smart so!'
However, he gradually ceased to choke and crow, saving at intervals, and Miss Jenny got him into an easy chair, where, with his eyes red and watery, with his features swollen, and with some half-dozen livid bars across his face, he presented a most rueful sight.
'Whatever possessed you to take salt and snuff, young man?'
inquired Miss Jenny.
'I didn't take it,'
the dismal youth replied.
'It was crammed into my mouth.'
'Who crammed it?'
asked Miss Jenny.
'He did,'
answered Fledgeby.
'The assassin, Lammle. He rubbed it into my mouth, and up my nose, and down my throat. Ow! 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 To prevent my crying out, and then cruelly assaulted me.'
'With this?'
asked Miss Jenny, showing the pieces of cane.
'That's the weapon,' said Fledgeby, eyeing it with the air of an acquaintance. 'He broke it over me. Oh, smart so! How did you come by it?'
'When he ran downstairs and joined the lady he had left in the hall with his hat,'
Miss Jenny began.
'Oh!' groaned Mr Fledgeby, writhing. 'She was holding his hat, was she? I might have known she was in it.'
'When he came downstairs and joined the lady who wouldn't let me come up, he gave me the pieces for you, and I was to say, "With Mr Alfred Lammle's compliments on his leaving England."
Miss Jenny said it with such spiteful satisfaction, and such a hitch of her chin and eyes, as might have added to Mr Fledgeby's miseries, if he could have noticed either in his bodily pain with his hand to his head.
'Shall I go for the police?'
inquired Miss Jenny, with a nimble start towards the door.
'Stop! No, don't!' cried Fledgeby. 'Don't, please. We had better keep it quiet. Will you be so good as shut the door? Oh, I do smart so!'
In testimony of the extent to which he smarted, Mr Fledgeby came wallowing out of the easy chair, and took another roll on the carpet.
'Now the door's shut,' said Mr Fledgeby, sitting up in anguish, with his Turkish cap half on and half off, and the bars on his face getting bluer. 'Do me the kindness
to look at my back and shoulders. They must be in an awful state, for I hadn't got my dressing gown on when the brute came rushing in. Can't my shirt away from the collar. There's a pair of scissors on that table. Oh!' groaned Mr Fledgeby, with his hand to his head again. 'How I do smart, to be sure!'
'There!'
inquired Miss Jenny, alluding to the back and shoulders. 'Oh Lord, yes!' moaned Fledgeby, rocking himself. 'And all over, everywhere!' The busy little dressmaker quickly snipped the shirt away, and laid bare the results of as furious and sound a thrashing as even Mr Fledgeby merited.
'You may well smart, young man!'
exclaimed Miss Jenny, and stealthily rubbed her little hands behind him, and poked a few exultant pokes with her two forefingers over the crown of his head. 'What do you think of vinegar and brown paper?' inquired the suffering Fledgeby, still rocking and moaning. 'Does it look as if vinegar and brown paper was the sort of application?'
'Yes,'
said Miss Jenny, with a silent chuckle.
'it looks as if it ought to be pickled.'
Mr Fledgeby collapsed under the word pickled, and groaned again. 'My kitchen is on this floor,' he said. 'You'll find brown paper in a dresser drawer there, and a bottle of vinegar on a shelf. Would you have the kindness to make a few plasters and put 'em on? It can't be kept too quiet.'
1, 2, 5, 6. You'll want 6,
said the dressmaker. 'There's smart enough,' whimpered Mr Fledgeby, groaning and writhing again, 'for 60. Miss Jenny repaired to the kitchen, scissors in hand, found the brown paper and found the vinegar, and skilfully cut out and steeped 6 large plasters. When they were all lying ready on the dresser, an idea occurred to her as she was about to gather them up.
'I think,'
said Miss Jenny, with a silent laugh,
'he ought to have a little pepper. Just a few grains. I think the young man's tricks and manners make a claim upon his friends for a little pepper.'
Mr Fledgeby's evil star showing her the pepper box on the chimney-piece, she climbed upon a chair and got it down, and sprinkled all the plasters with a judicious hand. She then went back to Mr Fledgeby and stuck them all on him, Mr Fledgeby uttering a sharp howl as each was put in its place.
'There, young man,'
said the doll's dressmaker.
'Now I hope you feel pretty comfortable.'
Apparently Mr Fledgeby did not, for he cried by way of answer, 'Oh, how I do smart!' Miss Jenny got his Persian gown upon him, extinguished his eyes crookedly with his Persian cap, and helped him to his bed, upon which he climbed groaning.
'Business between you and me being out of the question to day, young man, and my time being precious,'
said Miss Jenny then,
'I'll make myself scarce. Are you comfortable now?'
'Oh, my eye!' cried Mr Fledgeby. 'No, I ain't. Oh, how I do smart!' The last thing Miss Jenny saw, as she looked back before closing the room door, was Mr Fledgeby in the act of plunging and gambolling all over his bed, like a porpoise or dolphin in its native element. She then shut the bedroom door and all the other doors, and going downstairs and emerging from the Albany into the busy streets, took omnibus for St Mary Axe, pressing on the road all the gaily dressed ladies whom she could see from the window, and making them unconscious lay figures for dolls, while she mentally cut them out and basted them. End of Book 4, Chapter 8. Book 4, Chapter 9 of Our Mutual Friend. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 4, A Turning. Chapter 9, 2 Places Vacated. Set down by the omnibus at the corner of St Mary Axe, and trusting to her feet and her crutch-stick within its precincts,
the dolls' dressmaker proceeded to the place of business of Pubsey and Co. All there was sunny and quiet externally, and shady and quiet internally. Hiding herself in the entry outside the glass door, she could see from that post of observation the old man in his spectacles sitting writing at his desk.
'Bull!'
cried the dressmaker, popping in her head at the glass door.
'Mr Wolf at home?'
The old man took his glasses off and mildly laid them down beside him. 'Ah, Jenny, is it you? I thought you had given me up.'
'And so I had given up the treacherous wolf of the forest,' she replied. 'But, godmother, it strikes me you have come back. I am not quite sure, because the wolf and you change forms. I want to ask you a question or two, to find out whether you are really godmother or really wolf. May I?'
'Yes, Jenny, yes.' But Riah glanced towards the door, as if he thought his principal might appear there unseasonably.
'If you're afraid of the fox,' said Miss Jenny, 'you may dismiss all present expectations of seeing that animal. He won't show himself abroad for many a day.'
'What do you mean, my child?'
'I mean, godmother,'
replied Miss Wren, sitting down beside the Jew,
'that the fox has caught a famous flogging, and that if his skin and bones are not tingling, aching, and smarting at this present instant, no fox ever did tingle, ache, and smart.'
Therewith Miss Jenny related what had come to pass in the Albany, omitting the few grains of pepper.
'Now, godmother,'
she went on,
'I particularly wish to ask you what has taken place here since I left the wolf here, because I have an idea about the size of a marble rolling about in my little noddle. First and foremost, are you Pubsey and Co., or are you either? Upon your solemn word and honour.'
The old man shook his head.
'Secondly, isn't Fledgeby both Pubsey and Co.'
The old man answered with a reluctant nod.
'My idea,' exclaimed Miss Wren, 'is now about the size of an orange. But before it gets any bigger, welcome back, dear godmother.'
The little creature folded her arms about the old man's neck with great earnestness, and kissed him.
'I humbly beg your forgiveness, godmother. I'm truly sorry. I ought to have had more faith in you. But what could I suppose, when you said nothing for yourself, you know? I don't mean to offer that as a justification, but what could I suppose, when you were a silent party to all he said? It did look bad, now didn't it?'
'It looked so bad, Jenny,' responded the old man with gravity, 'that I will straightway tell you what an impression it wrought upon me. I was hateful in mine own eyes. I was hateful to myself in being so hateful to the debtor and to you. But more than that, and worse than that, and to pass out far and broad beyond myself, I reflected that evening, sitting alone in my garden on the housetop, that I was doing dishonour to my ancient faith and race. I reflected, clearly reflected for the first time, that in bending my neck to the yoke I was willing to wear, I bent the unwilling necks of the whole Jewish people. For it is not in Christian countries, with the Jews as with other peoples. Men say, "This is a bad Greek," but there are good Greeks. "This is a bad Turk," but there are good Turks. Not so with the Jews. Men find the bad among us easily enough. Among what peoples are the bad not easily found? But they take the worst of us as samples of the best. They take the lowest of us as presentations of the highest. And they say, all Jews are alike. If, doing what I was content to do here, because I was grateful for the past and have small need of money now, I had been a Christian, I could have done it, compromising no one but my individual self. But, doing it as a Jew, I could not choose but compromise the Jews of all conditions and all countries. It is a little hard upon us, but it is the truth. I would that all our people remembered it, though I have little right to say so, seeing that it came home so late to me.' The doll's dressmaker sat holding the old man by the hand, and looking thoughtfully in his face. 'Thus I reflected, I say, sitting that evening in my garden on the housetop, and passing the painful scene of that day in review before me many times. I always saw that the poor gentleman believed the story readily, because I was one of the Jews; that you believed the story readily, my child, because I was one of the Jews; that the story itself first came into the invention of the originator thereof, because I was one of the Jews. This was the result of my having had you three before me, face to face, and seeing the thing visibly presented, as upon a theatre. Wherefore I perceived that the obligation was upon me to leave this service. But, Jenny, my dear,' said Riah, breaking off, 'I promised that you should pursue your questions, and I obstruct them.'
'On the contrary, godmother, my idea is as large now as a pumpkin, and you know what a pumpkin is, don't you? So you gave notice that you were going. Does that come next?'
asked Miss Jenny, with a look of close attention. 'I indited a letter to my master. Yes, to that effect.'
'And what said tingling, tossing, aching, screaming, scratching Smarter?'
asked Miss Wren, with an unspeakable enjoyment in the utterance of those honourable titles, and in the recollection of the pepper. 'He held me to certain months of servitude, which were his lawful term of notice. They expire to-morrow. Upon their expiration, not before, I had meant to set myself right with my Cinderella.'
'My idea is getting so immense now,' cried Miss Wren, clasping her temples, 'that my head won't hold it. Listen, godmother, I am going to expound. Little Eyes, that screaming, scratching Smarter, owes you a heavy grudge for going. Little Eyes casts about how best to pay you off. Little Eyes thinks of Lizzie. Little Eyes says to himself, "I'll find out where he has placed that girl, and I'll betray his secret because it's dear to him." Perhaps Little Eyes thinks, "I'll make love to her myself too," but that I can't swear. All the rest I can. So Little Eyes comes to me, and I go to Little Eyes. That's the way of it. And now the murder's all out, I'm sorry,' added the doll's dressmaker, rigid from head to foot with energy, as she shook her little fist before her eyes, "that I didn't give him cayenne pepper and chopped pickled capsicum."
This expression of regret being but partially intelligible to Mr Riah, the old man reverted to the injuries Fledgeby had received, and hinted at the necessity of his at once going to tend to that beaten cur.
"Godmother, godmother, godmother!" cried Miss Wren irritably, "I really lose all patience with you. One would think you believed in the Good Samaritan. How can you be so inconsistent?"
"Jenny, dear," began the old man gently, "it is the custom of our people to help—"
"Oh, bother your people!"
interposed Miss Wren with a toss of her head.
"If your people don't know better than to go and help Little Eyes, it's a pity they ever got out of Egypt. Over and above that," she added, "he wouldn't take your help if you offered it. Too much ashamed. Wants to keep it close and quiet, and to keep you out of the way."
They were still debating this point, when a shadow darkened the entry, and the glass door was opened by a messenger who brought a letter unceremoniously addressed Riah, to which he said there was an answer wanted. The letter, which was scrawled in pencil uphill and downhill and round crooked corners, ran thus: Old Riah, your accounts being all squared, go, shut up the place, turn out directly, and send me the key by bearer. Go. You are an unthankful dog of a Jew. Get out. F. The doll's dressmaker found it delicious to trace the screaming and smarting of Little Eyes in the distorted writing of this epistle. She laughed over it, and jeered at it in a convenient corner, to the great astonishment of the messenger, while the old man got his few goods together in a black bag. That done, the shutters of the upper windows closed, and the office blind pulled down, they issued forth upon the steps with the attendant messenger. There, while Miss Jenny held the bag, the old man locked the house door and handed over the key to him, who at once retired with the same.
'Well, godmother,'
said Miss Wren, as they remained upon the steps, together, looking at one another.
'and so you're thrown upon the world?'
'It would appear so, Jenny, and somewhat suddenly.'
'Where are you going to seek your fortune?'
asked Miss Wren. The old man smiled, but looked about him with a look of having lost his way in life, which did not escape the doll's dressmaker. 'Verily, Jenny,' said he, 'the question is to the purpose, and more easily asked than answered. But as I have experience of the ready goodwill and good help of those who have given occupation to Lizzie, I think I will seek them out for myself.'
'On foot?'
asked Miss Wren, with a chop. 'Ay,' said the old man. 'Have I not my staff?' It was exactly because he had his staff, and presented so quaint an aspect, that she mistrusted his making the journey.
'The best thing you can do,' said Jenny, 'for the time being, at all events, is to come home with me, godmother. Nobody's there but my bad child, and Lizzie's lodging stands empty.'
The old man, when satisfied that no inconvenience could be entailed on any one by his compliance, readily complied, and the singularly assorted couple once more went through the streets together. Now, the bad child, having been strictly charged by his parent to remain at home in her absence, of course went out, and, being in the very last stage of mental decrepitude, went out with two objects. Firstly, to establish a claim he conceived himself to have upon any licensed victualler living, to be supplied with 3 of rum for nothing; and secondly, to bestow some maudlin remorse on Mr Eugene Wrayburn, and see what profit came of it. Stumblingly pursuing these two designs, they both meant rum, the only meaning of which he was capable. The degraded creature staggered into Covent Garden Market, and there bivouacked, to have an attack of the trembles succeeded by an attack of the horrors in a doorway. This market of Covent Garden was quite out of the creature's line of road, but it had the attraction for him which it has for the worst of the solitary members of the drunken tribe. It may be the companionship of the nightly stir, or it may be the companionship of the gin and beer that slop about among carters and hucksters, or it may be the companionship of the trodden vegetable refuse, which is so like their own dress that perhaps they take the market for a great wardrobe. But be it what it may, you shall see no such individual drunkards on doorsteps anywhere as there. Of dozing women drunkards especially, you shall come upon such specimens there. In the morning sunlight, as you might seek out of doors in vain through London, such stale, vapid, rejected cabbage leaf and cabbage stalk dress, such damaged orange countenance, such squashed pulp of humanity, are open to the day nowhere else. So the attraction of the market drew Mr Dolls to it, and he had out his 2 fits of trembles and horrors in a doorway on which a woman had had out her sodden nap a few hours before. There is a swarm of young savages always flitting about this same place, creeping off with fragments of orange chests and mouldy litter, heaven knows into what holes they can convey them, having no home, whose bare feet fall with a blunt dull softness on the pavement as the policeman hunts them, and who are, perhaps for that reason, little heard by the powers that be, whereas in top boots they would make a deafening clatter. These, delighting in the trembles and the horrors of Mr Dolls as in a gratuitous drama, flocked about him in his doorway, butted at him, leapt at him, and pelted him. Hence, when he came out of his invalid retirement, and shook off that ragged train, he was much bespattered and in worse case than ever. But, not yet at his worst. For going into a public house, and being supplied in stress of business with his rum, and seeking to vanish without payment, he was collared, searched, found penniless, and admonished not to try that again by having a pail of dirty water cast over him. This application superinduced another fit of the trembles,
after which Mr Dolls, as finding himself in good cue for making a call on a professional friend, addressed himself to the Temple. There was nobody at the chambers but young Blight. That discreet youth, sensible of a certain incongruity in the association of such a client with the business that might be coming some day, with the best intentions temporized with Dolls, and offered a shilling for coach hire home. Mr Dolls, accepting the shilling, promptly laid it out in 2 threepenceworths of conspiracy against his life, and 2 threepenceworths of raging repentance. Returning to the chambers with which burden, he was descried coming round into the court by the wary young Blight watching from the window, who instantly closed the outer door and left the miserable object to expend his fury on the panels. The more the door resisted him, the more dangerous and imminent became that bloody conspiracy against his life. Force of police arriving, he recognized in them the conspirators, and laid about him hoarsely, fiercely, staringly, convulsively, foamingly. A humble machine, familiar to the conspirators and called by the expressive name of stretcher, being unavoidably sent for, he was rendered a harmless bundle of torn rags by being strapped down upon it, with voice and consciousness gone out of him, and life fast going. As this machine was borne out at the Temple gate by 4 men, the poor little doll's dressmaker and her Jewish friend were coming up the street.
'Oh, let us see what it is!'
cried the dressmaker.
'Let us make haste and look, godmother.'
The brisk little crutch-stick was but too brisk.
'Oh, gentlemen, gentlemen, he belongs to me.'
'Belongs to you?'
said the head of the party, stopping it.
'Oh yes, dear gentlemen, he's my child, out without leave, my poor bad boy, and he don't know me, he don't know me. Oh, what shall I do?'
cried the little creature, wildly beating her hands together,
'when my own child don't know me?'
The head of the party looked, as well he might, to the old man for explanation. He whispered, as the doll's dressmaker bent over the exhausted form, and vainly tried to extract some sign of recognition from it, 'It's her drunken father.' As the load was put down in the street, Riah drew the head of the party aside, and whispered that he thought the man was dying. 'No, surely not,' returned the other. But he became less confident on looking, and directed the bearers to 'bring him to the nearest doctor's shop.' Thither he was brought, the window becoming from within a wall of faces, deformed into all kinds of shapes through the agency of globular red bottles, green bottles, blue bottles, and other coloured bottles. A ghastly light shining upon him that he didn't need, the beast so furious but a few minutes agone was quiet enough now, with a strange mysterious writing on his face, reflected from one of the great bottles, as if death had marked him, Mine. The medical testimony was more precise and more to the purpose than it sometimes is in a court of justice. 'You had better send for something to cover it. All's over.' Therefore the police sent for something to cover it, and it was covered and borne through the streets, the people falling away. After it went the doll's dressmaker, hiding her face in the Jewish skirts, and clinging to them with one hand, while with the other she plied her stick. It was carried home, and, by reason that the staircase was very narrow, it was put down in the parlour, the little working bench being set aside to make room for it, and there, in the midst of the dolls, with no speculation in their eyes, lay Mr Dolls, with no speculation in his. Many flaunting dolls had to be gaily dressed before the money was in the dressmaker's pocket to get mourning for Mr Dolls. As the old man Riah sat by, helping her in such small ways as he could, he found it difficult to make out whether she really did realize that the deceased had been her father.
'If my poor boy,' she would say, 'had been brought up better, he might have done better. Not that I reproach myself. I hope I have no cause for that.'
'None indeed, Jenny, I am very certain.'
'Thank you, godmother. It cheers me to hear you say so. But you see, it is so hard to bring up a child well, when you work all day. When he was out of employment, I couldn't always keep him near me. He got fractious and nervous, and I was obliged to let him go into the streets. And he never did well in the streets. He never did well out of sight. How often it happens with children!'
Too often, even in this sad sense, thought the old man.
How can I say what I might have turned out myself, but for my back having been so bad and my legs so queer when I was young?'
The dressmaker would go on.
'I had nothing to do but work, and so I worked. I couldn't play, but my poor unfortunate child could play, and it turned out the worse for him.'
'And not for him alone, Jenny.'
'Well, I don't know, godmother. He suffered heavily, did my unfortunate boy. He was very, very ill sometimes, and I called him a quantity of names,'
shaking her head over her work and dropping tears.
'I don't know that his going wrong was much the worse for me. If it ever was, let us forget it.'
'You're a good girl. You are a patient girl.'
'As for patience,'
she would reply with a shrug,
'not much of that, godmother. If I had been patient, I should never have called him names. But I hope I did it for his good. And besides, I felt my responsibility as a mother so much. I tried reasoning, and reasoning failed. I tried coaxing, and coaxing failed. I tried scolding, and scolding failed. But I was bound to try everything, you know, with such a charge upon my hands. Where would have been my duty to my poor lost boy if I had not tried everything?'
With such talk, mostly in a cheerful tone on the part of the industrious little creature, the day work and the night work were beguiled until enough of smart dolls had gone forth to bring into the kitchen, where the working bench now stood, the sombre stuff that the occasion required, and to bring into the house the other sombre preparations.
'And now,'
said Miss Jenny,
'having knocked off my rosy-cheeked young friends, I'll knock off my white-cheeked self.'
This referred to her making her own dress, which at last was done.
'The disadvantage of making for yourself,'
said Miss Jenny, as she stood upon a chair to look at the result in the glass,
'is that you can't charge anybody else for the job. And the advantage is that you haven't to go out to try on. Very fair indeed. If he could see me now, whoever he is, I hope he wouldn't repent of his bargain.'
The simple arrangements were of her own making, and were stated to Riah thus:
'I mean to go alone, godmother, in my usual carriage, and you'll be so kind as keep house while I am gone. It's not far off, and when I return we'll have a cup of tea, and a chat over future arrangements. It's a very plain last house that I've been able to give my poor unfortunate boy, but he'll accept the will for the deed if he knows anything about it, and if he doesn't know anything about it,'
with a sob and wiping her eyes,
'why, it won't matter to him. I see the service in the prayer book says that we brought nothing into this world, and it is certain we can take nothing out. It comforts me for not being able to hire a lot of stupid undertakers' things for my poor child, and seeming as if I was trying to smuggle 'em out of this world with him, when of course I must break down in the attempt and bring 'em all back again. As it is, there'll be nothing to bring back but me, and that's quite consistent, for I shan't be brought back some day.'
After that previous carrying of him in the streets, the wretched old fellow seemed to be twice buried. He was taken on the shoulders of half a dozen blossom-faced men, who shuffled with him to the churchyard, and who were preceded by another blossom-faced man, affecting a stately stalk, as if he were a policeman of the Death Division, and ceremoniously pretending not to know his intimate acquaintances as he led the pageant. Yet the spectacle of only one little mourner hobbling after caused many people to turn their heads with a look of interest. At last the troublesome deceased was got into the ground, to be buried no more, and the stately stalker stalked back before the solitary dressmaker, as if she were bound in honour to have no notion of the way home. Those furies, the conventionalities, being thus appeased, he left her.
I must have a very short cry, godmother, before I cheer up for good,' said the little creature, coming in, 'because after all, a child is a child, you know.
It was a longer cry than might have been expected. Howbeit, it wore itself out in a shadowy corner, and then the dressmaker came forth, and washed her face, and made the tea.
You wouldn't mind my cutting out something while you were at tea, would you?
She asked her Jewish friend with a coaxing air. Cinderella, dear child, the old man expostulated, will you never rest?
Oh, it's not work. Cutting out a pattern isn't,
said Miss Jenny, with her busy little scissors already snipping at some paper.
The truth is, godmother, I want to fix it while I have it correct in my mind.
Have you seen it today, then? Asked Riah.
Yes, godmother. Saw it just now. It's a surplice. That's what it is. Thing our clergymen wear, you know,
exclaimed Miss Jenny, in consideration of his professing another faith. And what have you to do with that, Jenny?
Why, godmother, replied the dressmaker, you must know that we professors, who live upon our taste and invention, are obliged to keep our eyes always open. And you know already that I have many extra expenses to meet just now. So it came into my head, while I was weeping at my poor boy's grave, that something in my way might be done with a clergyman.
What can be done? Asked the old man.
Not a funeral, never fear,
returned Miss Jenny, anticipating his objection with a nod.
The public don't like to be made melancholy, I know very well. I am seldom called upon to put my young friends into mourning, not into real mourning, that is, court mourning they are rather proud of. But a doll clergyman, my dear, glossy black curls and whiskers, uniting two of my young friends in matrimony,
said Miss Jenny, shaking her forefinger,
is quite another affair. If you don't see those three at the altar in Bond Street in a jiffy, my name's Jack Robinson.
With her expert little ways and sharp action, she had got a doll into whitey brown paper orders before the meal was over, and was displaying it for the edification of the Jewish mind when a knock was heard at the street door. Riah went to open it, and presently came back, ushering in, with the grave and courteous air that sat so well upon him, a gentleman. The gentleman was a stranger to the dressmaker, but even in the moment of his casting his eyes upon her, there was something in his manner which brought to her remembrance Mr Eugene Wrayburn. Pardon me, said the gentleman. You are the doll's dressmaker?
I am the doll's dressmaker, sir.
Lizzie Hexam's friend?
Yes, sir,
replied Miss Jenny, instantly on the defensive.
And Lizzie Hexam's friend?
Here is a note from her, entreating you to accede to the request of Mr Mortimer Lightwood, the bearer. Mr Riah chances to know that I am Mr Mortimer Lightwood, and will tell you so. Riah bent his head in corroboration. Will you read the note?
It's very short,
said Jenny, with a look of wonder, when she had read it. There was no time to make it longer. Time was so very precious. My dear friend, Mr Eugene Wrayburn, is dying. The dressmaker clasped her hands and uttered a little piteous cry. Is dying, repeated Lightwood with emotion, at some distance from here. He is sinking under injuries received at the hands of a villain who attacked him in the dark. I come straight from his bedside. He is almost always insensible. In a short restless interval of sensibility, or partial sensibility, I made out that he asked for you to be brought to sit by him. Hardly relying on my own interpretation of the indistinct sounds he made, I caused Lizzie to hear them. We were both sure that he asked for you. The dressmaker, with her hands still clasped, looked affrightedly from the one to the other of her two companions. If you delay, he may die with his request ungratified, with his last wish entrusted to me. We have long been much more than brothers, unfulfilled. I shall break down if I try to say more. In a few moments the black bonnet and the crutch stick were on duty. The good Jew was left in possession of the house, and the doll's dressmaker, side by side in a chaise with Mortimer Lightwood, was posting out of town.
End of Book 4, Chapter 9. Book 4, Chapter 10 of Our Mutual Friend. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 4, A Turning. Chapter 10, The Doll's Dressmaker discovers a Word. A darkened and hushed room. The river outside the windows, flowing on to the vast ocean. A figure on the bed, swathed and bandaged and bound, lying helpless on its back, with its 2 useless arms in splints at its sides. Only 2 days of usage so familiarized the little dressmaker with this scene, that it held the place occupied 2 days ago by the recollection of years. He had scarcely moved since her arrival. Sometimes his eyes were open, sometimes closed. When they were open, there was no meaning in their unwinking stare at one spot straight before them, unless for a moment the brow knitted into a faint expression of anger or surprise. Then Mortimer Lightwood would speak to him, and on occasions he would be so far roused as to make an attempt to pronounce his friend's name. But in an instant consciousness was gone again, and no spirit of Eugene was in Eugene's crushed outer form. They provided Jenny with materials for plying her work, and she had a little table placed at the foot of his bed. Sitting there, with her rich shower of hair falling over the chair back, they hoped she might attract his notice. With the same object, she would sing, just above her breath, when he opened his eyes, or saw his brow knit into that faint expression, so evanescent that it was like a shape made in water. But as yet he had not heeded. The they, here mentioned, were the medical attendant, Lizzie, who was there in all her intervals of rest, and Lightwood, who never left him. The 2 days became 3, and the 3 days became 4. At length, quite unexpectedly, he said something in a whisper. 'What was it, my dear Eugene?' 'Will you, Mortimer?' 'Will I?' 'Send for her?' 'My dear fellow, she is here.' Quite unconscious of the long blank, he supposed that they were still speaking together. The little dressmaker stood up at the foot of the bed, humming her song, and nodded to him brightly. 'I can't shake hands, Jenny,' said Eugene, with something of his old look, 'but I am very glad to see you.' Mortimer repeated this to her, for it could only be made out by bending over him and closely watching his attempts to say it. In a little while he added, 'Ask her if she has seen the children.' Mortimer could not understand this, neither could Jenny herself, until he added, 'Ask her if she has smelt the flowers.'
'Oh, I know!' cried Jenny. 'I understand him now.' Then Lightwood yielded his place to her quick approach, and she said, bending over the bed with that better look, 'You mean my long, bright, slanting rows of children, who used to bring me ease and rest? You mean the children who used to take me up and make me light?' Eugene smiled. 'Yes.' 'I've not seen them since I saw you. I never see them now. But I'm hardly ever in pain now.' 'It was a pretty fancy,' said Eugene. 'But I have heard my birds sing,' cried the little creature, 'and I have smelt my flowers. Yes, indeed I have. And both were most beautiful and most divine.' 'Stay and help to nurse me,' said Eugene quietly. 'I should like you to have the fancy here before I die.' She touched his lips with her hand,
and shaded her eyes with that same hand as she went back to her work and her little low song. He heard the song with evident pleasure until she allowed it gradually to sink away into silence.
'Mortimer,
My dear Eugene,
if you can give me anything to keep me here for only a few minutes,
to keep you here, Eugene?
to prevent my wandering away, I don't know where, for I begin to be sensible that I have just come back, and that I shall lose myself again. Do so, dear boy.'
Mortimer gave him such stimulants as could be given him with safety. They were always at hand ready. And bending over him once more, was about to caution him, when he said,
'Don't tell me not to speak, for I must speak. If you knew the harassing anxiety that gnaws and wears me when I am wandering in those places. Where are those endless places, Mortimer? They must be at an immense distance.'
He saw in his friend's face that he was losing himself, for he added after a moment,
'Don't be afraid. I'm not gone yet. What was it?'
'You wanted to tell me something, Eugene.
My poor dear fellow, you wanted to say something to your old friend, to the friend who has always loved you, admired you, imitated you, founded himself upon you, been nothing without you, and who, God knows, would be here in your place if he could.'
said Eugene, with a tender glance at the other, put his hand before his face.
'I am not worth it. I acknowledge that I like it, dear boy, but I am not worth it. This attack, my dear Mortimer, this murder.'
His friend leaned over him with renewed attention, saying, 'You and I suspect someone.'
'More than suspect. But, Mortimer, while I lie here, and when I lie here no longer, I trust to you that the perpetrator is never brought to justice.'
'Eugene!'
'Her innocent reputation would be ruined, my friend. She would be punished, not he. I have wronged her enough, in fact. I have wronged her still more in intention. You recollect what pavement is said to be made of good intentions. It is made of bad intentions too. Mortimer, I am lying on it, and I know.'
'Be comforted, my dear Eugene.'
'I will, when you have promised me. Dear Mortimer, the man must never be pursued. If he should be accused, you must keep him silent and save him. Don't think of avenging me. Think only of hushing this story and protecting her. You can confuse the case and turn aside the circumstances. Listen to what I say to you. It was not the schoolmaster, Bradley Headstone. Do you hear me? Twice. It was not the schoolmaster, Bradley Headstone. Do you hear me? 3 times. It was not the schoolmaster, Bradley Headstone.
He stopped, exhausted. His speech had been whispered, broken, and indistinct, but by a great effort he had made it plain enough to be unmistakable.
'Dear fellow, I am wandering away. Stay me for another moment, if you can.'
Lightwood lifted his head at the neck, and put a wine-glass to his lips. He rallied.
'I don't know how long ago it was done, whether weeks, days, or hours, no matter. There is inquiry on foot and a pursuit. Say, is there not? Yes. Check it. Divert it. Don't let her be brought in question. Shield her. The guilty man brought to justice would poison her name. Let the guilty man go unpunished. Lizzie, and my reparation before all, promise me. Eugene, I do. I promise you. In the act of turning his eyes gratefully towards his friend, he wandered away. His eyes stood still, and settled into that former intent, unmeaning stare. Hours and hours, days and nights, he remained in this same condition. There were times when he would calmly speak to his friend after a long period of unconsciousness, and would say he was better, and would ask for something. Before it could be given him, he would be gone again. The doll's dressmaker, all softened compassion now, watched him with an earnestness that never relaxed. She would regularly change the ice or the cooling spirit on his head, and would keep her ear at the pillow between whiles, listening for any faint words that fell from him in his wanderings. It was amazing through how many hours at a time she would remain beside him, in a crouching attitude, attentive to his slightest moan. As he could not move a hand, he could make no sign of distress. But, through this close watching, if through no secret sympathy or power, the little creature attained an understanding of him that Lightwood did not possess. Mortimer would often turn to her, as if she were an interpreter between this sentient world and the insensible man, and she would change the dressing of a wound, or ease a ligature, or turn his face, or alter the pressure of the bedclothes on him with an absolute certainty of doing right. The natural lightness and delicacy of touch, which had become very refined by practice in her miniature work, no doubt was involved in this, but her perception was at least as fine. The one word Lizzie he muttered millions of times. In a certain phase of his distressful state, which was the worst to those who tended him, he would roll his head upon the pillow, incessantly repeating the name in a hurried and impatient manner, with the misery of a disturbed mind and the monotony of a machine. Equally, when he lay still and staring, he would repeat it for hours without cessation, but then always in a tone of subdued warning and horror. Her presence and her touch upon his breast or face would often stop this, and then they learned to expect that he would for some time remain still with his eyes closed, and that he would be conscious on opening them. But the heavy disappointment of their hope, revived by the welcome silence of the room, was, that his spirit would glide away again and be lost, in the moment of their joy that it was there. This frequent rising of a drowning man from the deep to sink again was dreadful to the beholders. But, gradually the change stole upon him that it became dreadful to himself. His desire to impart something that was on his mind, his unspeakable yearning to have speech with his friend and make a communication to him, so troubled him when he recovered consciousness, that its term was thereby shortened. As the man rising from the deep would disappear the sooner for fighting with the water, so he in his desperate struggle went down again. One afternoon, when he had been lying still, and Lizzie, unrecognized, had just stolen out of the room to pursue her occupation, he uttered Lightwood's name. 'My dear Eugene, I am here.' 'How long is this to last, Mortimer?' Lightwood shook his head. 'Still, Eugene, you are no worse than you were.' 'But I know there's no hope. Yet I pray it may last long enough for you to do me one last service, and for me to do one last action. Keep me here a few moments, Mortimer. Try. His friend gave him what aid he could, and encouraged him to believe that he was more composed, though even then his eyes were losing the expression they so rarely recovered. 'Hold me here, dear fellow, if you can. Stop my wandering away. going?'
'Not yet, not yet. Tell me, dear Eugene, what is it I shall do?'
'Keep me here for a single minute. I'm going away again. Don't let me go. Hear me speak first. Stop me. Stop me.'
'My poor Eugene, try to be calm.'
'I do try. I try so hard. If you only knew how hard. Don't let me wander till I have spoken. Give me a little more wine.'
Lightwood complied. Eugene, with a most pathetic struggle against the unconsciousness that was coming over him, and with a look of appeal that affected his friend profoundly, said,
'You can leave me with Jenny while you speak to her and tell her what I beseech of her. You can leave me with Jenny while you are gone. There's not much for you to do. You won't be long away.'
'No, no, no. But tell me what it is that I shall do, Eugene.'
'I am going. You can't hold me.'
'Tell me in a word, Eugene.' His eyes were fixed again, and the only word that came from his lips was the word millions of times repeated.
'Lizzie, Lizzie, Lizzie.'
But the watchful little dressmaker had been vigilant as ever in her watch, and she now came up and touched Lightwood's arm as he looked down at his friend despairingly.
'Hush!'
she said, with her finger on her lips.
'His eyes are closing. He'll be conscious when he next opens them. Shall I give you a leading word to say to him?'
'Oh, Jenny, if you could only give me the right word!'
'I can. Stoop down.'
He stooped, and she whispered in his ear. She whispered in his ear one short word of a single syllable. Lightwood started and looked at her.
'Try it,'
said the little creature with an excited and exultant face. She then bent over the unconscious man, and, for the first time, kissed him on the cheek, and kissed the poor maimed hand that was nearest to her. Then she withdrew to the foot of the bed. Some 2 hours afterwards, Mortimer Lightwood saw his consciousness come back, and instantly, but very tranquilly, bent over him. 'Don't speak, Eugene. Do no more than look at me and listen to me. You follow what I say?' He moved his head in assent. 'I am going on from the point where we broke off. Is the word we should soon have come to, is it wife?'
'Oh, God bless you, Mortimer.'
'Hush! Don't be agitated. Don't speak. Hear me, dear Eugene. Your mind will be more at peace, lying here, if you make Lizzie your wife. You wish me to speak to her, and tell her so, and entreat her to be your wife? You ask her to kneel at this bedside and be married to you, that your reparation may be complete. Is that so?'
'Yes. God bless you. Yes.'
'It shall be done, Eugene. Trust it to me. I shall have to go away for some few hours to give effect to your wishes. You see this is unavoidable.'
'Dear friend, I said so.'
'True. But I had not the clue then. How do you think I got it?' Glancing wistfully around, Eugene saw Miss Jenny at the foot of the bed, looking at him with her elbows on the bed and her head upon her hands. There was a trace of his whimsical air upon him as he tried to smile at her. 'Yes, indeed,' said Lightwood. 'The discovery was hers. Observe, my dear Eugene, while I am away, you will know that I have discharged my trust with Lizzie, by finding her here, in my present place at your bedside, to leave you no more. A final word before I go. This is the right course of a true man, Eugene, and I solemnly believe with all my soul that if Providence should mercifully restore you to us, you will be blessed with a noble wife
in the preserver of your life, whom you will dearly love. Amen. I am sure of that. But I shall not come through it, Mortimer. You will not be the less hopeful or less strong for this, Eugene. No. Touch my face with yours, in case I should not hold out till you come back. I love you, Mortimer. Don't be uneasy for me while you are gone. If my dear brave girl will take me, I feel persuaded that I shall live long enough to be married, dear fellow. Miss Jenny gave up altogether on this parting taking place between the friends, and sitting with her back towards the bed in the bower made by her bright hair, wept heartily, though noiselessly. Mortimer Lightwood was soon gone. As the evening light lengthened, the heavy reflections of the trees and the river, another figure came with a soft step into the sick room.
'Is he conscious?'
asked the little dressmaker, as the figure took its station by the pillow, for Jenny had given place to it immediately, and could not see the sufferer's face in the dark room from her new and removed position. 'He is conscious, Jenny,' murmured Eugene for himself. 'He knows his wife.' End of Book 4, Chapter 10.